The sky continent is located above the vast sky that covers the endless deep sea. I, Meng Lei, sentence you to death. A man surrounded by lightning stood proudly in the sky, holding a lightning spear in his hand, with wings of lightning growing from his back. He was like the god of thunder descending to the earth, uttering a judgment voice that shook the heavens and the earth. Two thick dragons of thunder and lightning swooped down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, and struck directly at the two huge monsters in front of them. On the left is a giant golden dragon with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters and a body shining with golden light. On the right is a thunder titan holding two golden hammers, with a body as towering as a mountain. This madman, feeling the destructive aura contained in the thunder dragon, the pupils of the golden dragon and the thunder titan suddenly contracted and they reacted almost at the same time. The energy of the law surged, and golden light and purple thunder rose into the sky, forming a law shield to protect their bodies. However, the thunder dragon descended from the sky and easily split the law shield. The golden dragon and the thunder titan let out shrill screams. Black smoke billowed from their bodies, and their skin and flesh were torn and charred. Then, both of them fell into the sea like meteorites, with a roar that shook the sky. Meng Lei witnessed all this and felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. Looking back on the past, I feel emotional about today. He finally did it. In my previous life, I was just an insignificant little person, spending day after day in front of the keyboard, living a mediocre life. But after coming to this world, fate has changed dramatically. He rose from obscurity, created one miracle after another, and finally stood at the pinnacle of this world, trampling the oldest and most powerful life forms of the sky continent, the golden dragon and the thunder titan, under his feet. Meng Lei looked around, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, overlooking the world. Suddenly a muffled sound was heard. The golden dragon disappeared. The thunder titan is gone. Everything turns to nothingness. Meng Lei opened his eyes, his gaze dull. What am I doing? It turned out to be just a dream. No wonder it felt so fake. He smiled bitterly at himself, thinking that perhaps he had just stepped into this world and had not yet adapted to it, which was why he had such a strange dream. Bang, bang, bang. Mon Lei, wake up. The beast tide is coming. The shabby wooden door was knocked loudly, and the village elder, Old Pete, shouted anxiously, Mon Lei, the beast tide is coming. Quickly go to the underground shelter and hide. I'll go notify the others. The beast tide is coming. Meng Lei became alert instantly, crawled out of bed, and ran towards the center of the village. Beast tide. Damn it. I actually caught up with the beast tide. This is such bad luck. As he ran wildly, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. A few days ago, he was just an ordinary office worker on Earth, leading a simple and boring life. He went between the company and home, working hard to make a living. After waking up, he inexplicably traveled to this strange world and became an ordinary villager in the Warcraft village. This is what this world calls the local residence. This is a magical world that is completely different from the Earth. There are no computers, no internet, and no high-tech products here, but there are devastating dragons, powerful giants, orcs of various shapes, elves living in symbiosis with the forest, and mysterious monsters. There are also magical magic and powerful fighting spirit. It's an incredible world. Everything frightened Meng Lei, but what made him most devastated was that this world was extremely unfriendly to ordinary humans. It is not the human race that rules this land, but giant winged dragons, titans tens of meters tall, orcs of various shapes, elves living in the forest, world-destroying monsters, and other powerful races. The ordinary human race is merely a vassal of the major intelligent races, without civilization, empire, culture, or freedom. Nothing. This world is dangerous. How am I supposed to survive? What made Meng Lei most desperate was that he encountered a tide of beasts as soon as he crossed over. It was a hellish start. Hurry! Young and strong men, follow me and go outside the village to resist the beast tide. The elderly, the weak, women and children, please go to the shelter immediately. A burly man, more than 2 meters tall, stood on a big rock and commanded the villagers. He was the guard captain Hades, the strongest man in the village, deeply respected and trusted by everyone. Under his command, young and strong men gathered before him, while the elderly, weak, women and children quickly ran to the shelter in the center of the village. Although everyone looked panicked, they still behaved in an orderly manner. This kind of scene is obviously not the first time. It's true. The Warcraft village is located on the edge of the Warcraft mountains and is most vulnerable to beast tides. The villagers have experienced beast tides far more than once. Meng Lei was filled with emotion. The monster mountain range runs through the entire continent, almost dividing the sky continent into two halves, east and west. Countless wild beasts and monsters live in the mountains, and it is known as the most dangerous place on the continent. The wild beasts of the forest often lose control, frantically attacking villages on the edge of the forest. Each beast tide brings heavy damage to the villages, and deaths are common. The original owner of Meng Lei's current body, his parents, died in the beast tide. In this world, human life seems to be the least valuable thing. How many lives will this beast tide take? He couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Before he knew it, Meng Lei had arrived at the center of the village. The elderly, the weak, women, and children lined up in a long queue. Uncle Leo, who was in charge of guarding guarding the shelter, shouted, "Don't crowd. Line up one by one. The people below hold the ladders steady." The shelter was built tens of meters underground, similar to a tunnel and basement, connected by an escalator. There was a huge rock next to it, which would later be used to block the entrance to the shelter. The boulder was massive and solid, standing 2 or 3 meters tall. Meng Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With such a large rock blocking the shelter should be safe, right? But then he thought, if all the people fighting outside died, would this group of old, weak, women and children be able to push away the boulder and escape? I suddenly felt uneasy. Kill all these beasts. The distant roars and cries of beasts fighting were terrifying. Although Meng Lei was curious about the magical beasts in this world, he could only think about them in his heart. He was still a half-grown boy and needed protection. What he should do now was to enter the shelter instead of causing trouble. What are you daydreaming about? Get down quickly. Uncle Leo's scolding rang in his ears. Meng Lei suddenly woke up and quickly responded to prepare to enter the shelter. Suddenly, he noticed a ball of white light falling from Uncle Leo's body. "Uncle Leo, you dropped something." He paused, ready to remind someone, when a cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Ding. Found something dropped. Do you want to pick it up?" Meng Lei was stunned and subconsciously looked at Uncle Leo. At this moment, all the elderly, weak, women and children had entered the shelter, leaving only the two of them. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get in," Uncle Leo said sternly. "Hurry up and don't dawdle. I still have to get to the village entrance to fend off the beast tide." Obviously, the voice just now was not made by Uncle Leo. Is it an auditory hallucination? Ding! The strongest pickup system is at your service. The most powerful pickup system, capable of picking up any dropped items in the world, including but not limited to money, items, skills, vitality, and mental strength. Pick up money and items, and the host can become rich. Pick up skills, vitality, and mental strength, the host can become powerful. Everything can be picked up. Following the cold voice's explanation, a property panel appeared before Meng Lei's eyes. Physical fitness, ordinary person, 0.5/10. Mental, ordinary person, 1/10. My head was dizzy. After traveling for a month, the golden finger finally arrived? Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Pick up. Meng Lei responded subconsciously. Ding! Pickup successful. Host's physical fitness +1. A warm current suddenly surged into his body and flowed through his limbs and bones. Meng Lei felt warm all over and his strength seemed to have increased. Is this really a golden finger? Meng Lei couldn't believe it. Physical fitness could actually be picked up? Mon Ray, what are you doing? Get down here. Uncle Leo roared. His eyes seemed to be spewing flames. Strangely, another ball of silver light fell from his body. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? This time, Meng Lei did not hesitate. Ding! Pickup successful. Host spirit +1. A cool breath rushed into his brain, and Meng Lei suddenly felt that his thoughts became much clearer and his consciousness became more flexible. It can really be picked up. He pinched himself hard to make sure that this was not a dream or an illusion. The golden finger really existed. Was he going to be on the road to wealth? Why don't we try our luck at the village entrance? There might be more drops there? Forget it, there's a beast tide erupting there. It's too dangerous. How about observing from a distance? Just be a little more subtle. It should be fine. The Warcraft village is located in a canyon, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the remaining side is also surrounded by strong and thick wooden fences, forming a solid wooden wall to withstand the impact of the beast tide. This is the entrance to the village. At this time, a fierce battle was taking place at the entrance of the village. 20 or 30 strong men were waving weapons and constantly attacking the beasts that were rushing onto the city wall. There are blood-red, 3-meter-long saber-toothed tigers. There are steel-haired wild boars with green faces, fangs, and spikes all over their bodies. There are also 2-headed vultures with wings on their backs and huge bodies. Nearly 100 ferocious beasts roared and pounced on the city wall without fear, attacking frantically. Even though some beasts were killed, the remaining ones continued to charge forward, as if they were under a spell and were extremely violent. The guard team led by Captain Hades was like a killing machine, continuously killing the beasts that were charging the city. Blood splattered and broken limbs flew everywhere. The strong smell of blood stimulated Meng Lei's nerves. His stomach was churning, and he almost vomited out the food he had eaten the night before. How could a keyboard warrior who has been roaming the internet for years have ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? It took him a long time to adapt, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the giant sword in Captain Hades' hand. That's fighting spirit? The giant sword in Captain Hades' hand emitted a pale yellow halo, like a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud, and it easily split the beast in half. His hunting speed is much faster than others. He is simply a killing machine. As expected, you are the strongest person in the village. Meng Lei's eyes were full of envy. It would be great if I were as strong as you. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Meng Lei saw several dazzling balls of light scattered on the battlefield. If I can pick up these dropped items, my strength will probably increase significantly. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Pickup successful. Host's constitution +3. Ding! Pickup successful. successful, hosts spirit +1. Ding. Pickup successful, hosts constitution +2. Warm currents continued to emerge, quickly strengthening Meng Lei's physique and spirit. The continuous strengthening brings an extreme sense of comfort. It couldn't be more refreshing. The power keeps growing. The mind becomes sharper. That's it. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from my ears. This is not the place for you. Go back. Meng Lei looked up and saw Captain Hades glaring at him. An invisible pressure came towards him, as if he was being stared at by an angry lion. His heart trembled and he felt under tremendous pressure. What was Leo doing that made you run out? Hades swung his sword and cut a pig-like beast in two. You return to the shelter immediately. Meng Lei was about to explain when suddenly a melodious and high-pitched beast roar sounded. I saw a wolf-like beast with a fiery red body and a body as big as a yellow cow slowly walking out from behind the beast's hide. Wherever he passed, the ferocious and violent beasts made way for him. The wolf-like beast walked with graceful steps, two balls of fire flashing in its eyes. Suddenly, it leaped up and opened its mouth to spit out a fireball the size of a basketball. The fireball contained an astonishingly high temperature. Looking from a distance, Meng Lei felt his cheeks burning. This is actually Warcraft? Damn it! It's actually the Warcraft Firewolf. We're in big trouble. Captain Hades split the incoming fireball in half with a single blow of his sword and shouted, "You guys take care of the other beasts. I'll take care of this firewolf." After saying that, he raised his sword and rushed towards the firewolf. Warcraft is far from being an ordinary beast. Not only does its physical fitness far exceed that of ordinary beasts, it can also cast magic with astonishing destructive power. Once magical beasts appear in the beast tide, it means that the danger level will increase significantly. Ding ding ding. This firewolf was indeed extraordinary. The giant sword in Hades' hand collided with the firewolf's sharp claws, but apart from a series of sparks, it could not cause any substantial damage to the firewolf. While fighting with Hades, the firewolf launched a sneak attack by spraying a fireball bigger than a human head. Hades didn't dare to take it head-on, so he could only swing his sword to smash the fireball into pieces. However, with every chop, the ochre halo on the giant sword became fainter. According to this situation, after a few chops, the khaki halo will completely disappear. Captain, come on, kill this firewolf. The members of the guard were unaware of this and they desperately fought off the beast's attacks while cheering for their captain. Although the firewolf is a magical beast, it is at most the weakest level 1 magical beast. The captain is a level 2 warrior, so facing a firewolf should be easy. This is no ordinary firewolf. Hades was horrified and angry. This is not an ordinary firewolf at all, but a firewolf king that has evolved into a second-level magical beast. They look the same on the outside, but their combat effectiveness is worlds apart. The speed, strength and agility of the firewolf king are far beyond that of ordinary firewolves. Magical beasts of the same level are usually stronger than humans. Hades is only a level 2 warrior, and the fighting skills he practices are also very ordinary. He is no match for the firewolf king at all. The cold sweat oozing from his forehead warned him that today might be a very dangerous day. Wow, so awesome. Monray watched Captain Hades and the firewolf fighting fiercely, his eyes full of shock. In his opinion, both the firewolf king and Hades are supermen. Leap as high as 5 or 6 meters. A sword split the ground into cracks. A fireball is as powerful as a bomb. Is this still a human being? Ding, found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? A cold prompt from the system came to my ears, and a red ball of light fell from the firewolf king. Falling from the firewolf? Warcraft also drops things? Meng Lei was stunned. This is a monster. It actually drops something. What is it? Ding. Fusion successful, obtaining the first level magic, fireball. The system's prompt surprised Meng Lei. Fireball? This time it's magic? Can magic be picked up? Meng Lei was ecstatic. Humans do not have the flesh of dragons, the power of titans, the magical talents of elves, nor the exclusive abilities of other races. It can be said that the human race is one of the weakest intelligent races in the Sky Continent. If they want to become stronger, there is no other way except fighting spirit and magic. Sadly, as a vassal race, 90% of the people will never be able to come into contact with fighting spirit and magic in their entire lives, let alone practice. The Warcraft village is lucky. With the guidance of Hades, a second-level warrior, the villagers' overall strength is the strongest among the villages within a radius of 10 miles, but Hades is still the only one who has truly cultivated fighting spirit. Of course, Meng Lei is eager to practice fighting spirit and magic, hoping to become strong and live a better life. However, the cruel reality told him his physique is too weak and not suitable for practicing fighting spirit. As for magic, he has no talent for it and no place to learn it. Fighting chi cultivation failed. There is no way to get started with magic. Meng Lei was almost desperate, but he never expected that this abnormal system could even pick up magic. Level 1 magic fireball. Meng Lei immediately looked up the detailed information to understand the release principle and power of fireball. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Oh, Meng Lei was stunned. What's going on? Is the fireball I picked up fake? Ding. Friendly reminder, casting magic requires both magic power and mental energy, the system prompted. Neither is indispensable. Magic power? Mental power? Meng Lei burst out laughing, and then he noticed that the magic column on the attribute panel was a big salted duck egg, which meant that there was not a trace of magic in his body. No wonder I can't cast fireball. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. At least the fireball spell is not fake. But where does the magic power come from? Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Another red ball of light fell from the Firewolf King. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts magic power +1. Magic +1? It's actually magic this time? A warm feeling came from his dantian, as if he had drunk a sip of strong liquor. Meng Lei knew in his heart that this must be the magic power that had just been integrated. This time, there was a reaction. Suddenly, a spark appeared in the palm of his hand and expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the fireball grew to the size of a grapefruit. Although the fireball was small and flickered, it emitted an astonishingly high temperature, leaving no doubt about the terrifying energy contained within it. This is magic. Meng Lei was so excited that his blood was boiling. This feeling could not be described in words. It's a completely different experience. Unfortunately, the fireball did not last long before it turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, Meng Lei felt weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. Shit, the magic is gone. Feeling the emptiness in his body, Meng Lei felt helpless. The fireball just now had actually exhausted all his magic power. This consumption was too astonishing. I need more magic. Meng Lei locked his gaze on the firewolf. He had never been exposed to magic before, and didn't know how to acquire magic power. Currently, he could only rely on picking up magic light balls. And looking around the entire place, only the firewolf had the potential to drop magic light balls. Unfortunately, in the next few minutes, no more magic light balls appeared, but other light balls fell instead. Meng Lei's hope was completely dashed, but his strength was steadily improving, and his constitution soon broke through 10. The system's cold notification sounded at the perfect moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to a trainee warrior. Please keep up the good work and strive for further advancement. Trainee soldier? The attribute panel has indeed changed. Physical fitness, apprentice warrior, 10/100. Mental, ordinary man, 4 out of 10. Magic, 0 out of 10. Magic, fireball, LV1. I'm a trainee soldier now? Meng Lei was a little confused. Isn't this promotion speed too fast? Although he is called an apprentice, he is already far superior to ordinary people. The Warcraft village is located on the edge of the Warcraft mountains. The villagers make a living by hunting and collecting herbs. To survive in the Warcraft mountains, one must be very strong, and the villagers are generally tough. But there are nearly 100 people in the whole village, and there are only a few trainee soldiers. Many villagers have limited talents. Apart from being physically strong, only a few can become trainee soldiers. In just a few minutes, Meng Lei was quickly promoted from the protected elderly, weak, women and children to a trainee soldier. His progress was absolutely amazing. The trainee fighter is very strong. I've personally seen them tear tigers and leopards apart and beat wild boars with their fists. They're even more perverted than any boxing champion or soldier on earth. I'm a trainee soldier now. Could it be that he is as strong as them? Meng Lei looked at his thin arms and legs, picked up a rake, and quietly walked over. My steps have become a lot lighter. The hoe also became light. A wild boar with a green face, fangs, and 2-meter-long bristles was rushing towards them. Its bristles stood up like steel needles, and its fangs were extremely sharp, flashing a cold light. If an ordinary person were hit by this thing, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Take Grandpa's rake. Meng Lei roared and swung the rake to attack. What are you doing? Back off. The guard next to him, Job, was so frightened that his eyelids were twitching, and he quickly raised his sword and slashed at the wild boar. The wild boar is extremely powerful and destructive. Even Job has to give it his all. Meng Lei is just a young boy, and rushing forward is tantamount to committing suicide. But the next moment, Job was stunned. Crack! The spiked rake hit the bristly boar's head like a hammer hitting a watermelon. With a crisp crack, the boar's head cracked open. The brain burst and blood splattered. The wild boar let out a whine and then fell silent. Under the influence of inertia, it rushed a few steps and fell to the ground with a bang. In the end, it lay motionless and died completely. This is actually dead? Job's mouth opened wide, his mind blank. Monray actually killed the bristly boar? How is that possible? Did I really kill this wild boar? Is the trainee warrior so strong? Meng Lei was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Ding! Kill a bristly boar and get 10 gold coins. The system prompt sounded in my ears. 10 gold coins? Meng Lei frowned slightly. Ding! Friendly reminder, after the host kills the target, they will receive corresponding wealth points. The system explained coldly, wealth points represent the host's wealth and have many uses. They can be used to improve various attributes, exchange for skills, and of course, spend money. I see. Meng Lei nodded, his mind suddenly clear. He didn't rush to spend the 10 gold coins, and continued to attack other beasts. Ding! Ding. Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness +3. That's right. That's the feeling. This pleasure of becoming stronger is truly intoxicating. Sure enough, I came at the village entrance. Meng Lei secretly rejoiced in his heart. The pleasure of becoming stronger made him more and more courageous. He set his sights on the next beast, a gigantic python about 10 meters long, its entire body covered in green scales. Its tongue flickered in and out, its eyes flashed with a cold light, and its slippery body moved with a sickening urge. Go to hell. Meng Lei waved the rake and cut off the python's head without hesitation. Ding. Kill a green-scaled python and get 20 gold coins. The scarlet blood gathered on the ground into a river, and the strong smell of blood filled the village entrance. 20 or 30 strong men occupied the city wall and continued to kill the wild beasts that swarmed in, but the beasts seemed endless. The more they were killed, the more there were, and there was no sign of the beast tide receding. The fatigue of the guard members gradually became apparent, their combat effectiveness continued to decline, and the situation began to become extremely unfavorable to them. We can't go on like this. Sooner or later we won't be able to hold on. Captain, quickly find a way to kill the Fire Wolf King, otherwise the beast tide will never recede. Hearing the cries of his companions, Hades, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with the Fire Wolf King, was filled with anxiety. He knew that the root cause of the beast tide was the Fire Wolf King. The Fire Wolf King is most likely the leader of this beast tide. As long as the Fire Wolf King is alive, the beast tide will never subside. But the problem was that he was unable to kill the Fire Wolf King, and was even at a disadvantage in the battle. Wanting to kill the Fire Wolf King was simply a pipe dream, and Hades could only feel anxious in his heart. In contrast, Meng Lei on the other side succeeded repeatedly. Ding. Kill a green-scaled python and get 20 gold coins. Ding. A pickable item has been found. Do you want to pick it up? Ding. Kill a wind wolf and get 18 gold coins. In less than 10 minutes, Meng Lei killed 5 beasts in a row, accumulated more than 100 gold coins, and harvested 4 light balls, including 3 physical light balls and 1 spiritual light ball. His attributes changed quietly. Wealth, 108 gold coins. Physical fitness, apprentice warrior, 20/100. Mental, ordinary man, 5 out of 10. Magic, 0 out of 10. Magic, fireball. Physical fitness increased from the initial 0.5 to 20, a full 40-fold increase. Spirit also increased from 1 to 5, a 5-fold increase. The wealth has reached 108 gold coins. This is not a small number. You know, the average villagers in the World of Warcraft village only spend a few gold coins a month, and 108 gold coins are enough for them to spend for 2 or 3 years. It's only been a quarter of an hour, and I've become so much stronger. This system is simply a buggy plug-in. Feeling the powerful force that is about to explode in my body. At that moment, a scream erupted. Hades was sent flying, slamming heavily into the wall, creating a massive hole. His chest was charred black, and his clothes were on fire. He had clearly been hit by a fireball. Team leader, Captain, are you okay? Captain, how are you? The sudden change shocked everyone in the guard team. The captain was a level 2 warrior, and he was actually injured by a single attack from a level 1 monster. This was simply unbelievable. After successfully striking, the Fire Wolf King slowly and gracefully walked towards Hades, gathering fire magic elements in his mouth as a fireball took shape. He prepared to launch a fatal blow, completely slaying Hades. Protect the captain. Beast, stay away from the captain. The guard members were suddenly terrified and rushed towards the Fire Wolf King with roars. Don't come over here. Hades roared at the top of his lungs. Don't worry about me. Just do your job and don't let the beast tide break through the wall. The guards' eyes were bloodshot and they were burning with anger. Don't you even listen to me? Captain Hades struggled to his feet and gritted his teeth, saying, guard the wall. This beast is mine. Team leader. Everyone's eyes were red, but they didn't dare to disobey his orders. Captain Hades had a very high prestige in the entire Warcraft village, and no one dared to question his words. Beast, come here if you have the guts. Hades' face was ferocious, his giant sword pointed directly at the Fire Wolf King, and he roared angrily. The Fire Wolf King growled and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a fireball. Come on, you beast. I'm not afraid of you. Facing the oncoming blazing fireball, Hades gripped his giant sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. At this point, all I can do is burn my fighting spirit and fight with all my might. The fireball came rapidly and was about to hit Hades. Suddenly, another fireball shot out from the slope and hit the Fire Wolf King's fireball accurately. The two fireballs collided instantly and exploded. Flames shot up into the sky, sparks flew, dust rose up, and the surrounding area was in ruins. Hades was stunned. The guard members were also stunned. The Fire Wolf King was also shocked. Where did this fireball come from? Captain Hades, kill it first. Meng Lei pointed at the Fire Wolf King and shouted, Little Monray? Hades was stunned, but when he saw the flames on the fingertips of Meng Lei's right hand, he was shocked. Flames? You can actually do magic? A pinch of hot red flame swayed at Meng Lei's fingertips, emitting astonishing temperature. The terrifying energy contained in the flame was beyond doubt. Captain Hades, kill this fire wolf first and stop the beast tide. Mon Lei understood Hades' feelings, but now was not the time to explain. The most important thing right now was to kill the firewolf and stop the beast tide. Hades nodded heavily. You're right. Let's kill this beast first. You cast a sneak attack from the rear to contain its movements, and I'll face it head-on. Together we can kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, he used up his last bit of strength to rush forward. This time, Hades saw hope. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he rushed to the front of the Firewolf King in one step. The giant sword chopped down in an instant, pointing directly at the Firewolf King's dog head. The Firewolf King growled, clawed the ground, and retreated. In the past, it would have easily leaped away, taking the opportunity to spit fireballs, dodging and attacking at the same time. But this time, as soon as it jumped up, a fireball streaked through the air and hit its abdomen. The fireball exploded instantly. Like a grenade exploding, hot flames instantly burst out. The Firewolf King screamed and his waist suddenly arched. Hades' eyes narrowed, and he stomped his right foot on the ground, turning into a flash of lightning and rushing towards the Firewolf King. A faint khaki halo appeared on the surface of the giant sword, and it suddenly stabbed out. Blood gushed out and the Firewolf King let out a shrill howl. A sword pierced through the throat of the Firewolf King. This terrifying second-level monster fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hades staggered and almost lost his balance, but his face was full of excitement and he laughed excitedly to the sky. The laughter spread throughout the village and echoed in everyone's ears. Firewolf is dead. The captain killed the Firewolf. Very good. Everyone fell into ecstasy. Phew, finally killed it. Meng Lei let out a breath, feeling completely relaxed. But when he saw the wealth column and his personal attribute panel was empty, his smile instantly disappeared. 108 gold coins, all gone. Only got 5 fireballs. It's such a waste of money. Meng Lei smacked his lips, but it's worth it to be able to kill the Firewolf. The death of the Firewolf King had a huge impact on the beast tide. The madness and brutality in the eyes of the beasts gradually dissipated, and they lost all their fighting spirit and retreated one after another. This is what a beast tide does. Once the leader falls, the rest of the beasts will scatter like monkeys when a tree falls, and it will be impossible for them to resist desperately. After all, most of the beasts are forced here by their leader, and once the leader dies, they will escape immediately. It is indeed true. The originally crazy and ferocious beast tide receded quickly like the tide. Within just a few minutes, it disappeared completely, leaving only corpses, debris, and blood on the ground. The beast tide has receded? The beast tide has finally receded. Damn it, I thought it was over. The atmosphere on the wall suddenly became boiling. Someone's face turned red, and he waved his sword and roared. Someone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The beast tide finally receded. They won. Captain, are you okay? Several members of the guard team jumped off the city wall and helped Captain Hades up, their eyes full of concern and admiration. I'm fine. Hades shook his head, but his eyes fell on Meng Lei. Little Meng Lei, it's all thanks to you just now. If it weren't for you, today would be really dangerous. But you hid yourself well enough, kid. I didn't even know you were a magician. Meng Lei is actually a magician. Hearing this, several members of the guard team looked at Meng Lei. Their eyes were completely different from before. Compared with the practice of fighting spirit, which has almost no requirements on physical condition, the threshold for magic is much higher. As long as one has mastered the fighting method and is not too weak, anyone can practice it. But magic is different. It has extremely demanding requirements on talent, and not even 1 in 10,000 people may have magical talent. Therefore, magicians are rarer than warriors. Scarcity makes things valuable, so magicians have become the aristocrats among the strong, and have become synonymous with dignity, mystery, and power. There are countless legends about magicians on the continent, but many people have never seen a real magician in their entire lives. Therefore, when everyone looked at Meng Lei, there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. No matter what Meng Lei's past was, the moment he released his magic, he was shrouded in a mysterious and noble aura, and no one dared to look down on him. I only know how to cast fireball. Meng Lei scratched his head, knowing in his heart that he was not a real magician, at least not yet. That's pretty impressive too. The beast tide is finally over. The elderly, the weak, women and children came out of the shelters and began to clean up after the disaster, treat the wounded, deal with animal carcasses, and repair the city walls. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. For the Warcraft village, which relies on the mountains for its livelihood, the beast tide is certainly a disaster, but it often brings great opportunities, because every beast tide will leave behind a large number of corpses. Fresh meat can be used as food. Fur can be made into clothing and armor. The extra items can be exchanged for daily necessities such as salt, seasonings, and ironware. No one died in this beast tide, which was considered a great harvest. Every household received a large amount of fresh meat. The villagers were delighted, with happy smiles on their faces. With so much food, it will last for a long time. Meng Lei carried a big wild boar back to his simple home. This wild boar would be his food for the next few days. I must enjoy myself today. Chop wood, build a fire, and grill. Half an hour later, the golden barbecue was dripping with oil, emitting an enticing meaty aroma. Meng Lei swallowed his saliva, and his eyes flashed green. Food shortage has always been a problem in the village. People like him who have no parents and are powerless, such as the the elderly, the weak, women and children, can only barely survive by relying on the food distributed by the village. Barely surviving, but never full. Today, I can finally enjoy a feast. After a period of agonizing waiting, the barbecue was finally cooked. Meng Lei could no longer suppress his hunger and grabbed a charred pig's trotter and started to chew it. TSK, it smells so good. When you're hungry, everything tastes good. This barbecue had no seasoning, just some coarse salt, but Meng Lei ate it with such grease that his mouth was drooling. Eating alone? Captain Hades came over at some point, holding a wine jug in his hand, and was drinking happily. Captain Hades, why are you here? Meng Lei put down the pig's trotter in his hand, with a greasy look on the corners of his mouth which looked a bit indecent. Ha, I was bored and just happened to wander over to your place. Come, try this wine. Hades threw the wine jug to Meng Lei, grabbed a piece of barbecue, and praised while eating. Ha, not bad. The meat you roasted is really delicious. The strong aroma of wine emanating from the wine jug lingered in his nose, and Meng Lei's throat began to move involuntarily. In the resource-scarce village of Warcraft Village, wine, like books, was an extremely precious commodity. Most people can't even drink it. Gudong gudong. Oh my god, that's too spicy. The wine is spicy and astringent, and tastes turbid, and the taste is far inferior to Ergwotu. Meng Lei was a little disgusted, but he still took a few sips. After traveling through time for a month and drinking cold water and bacon jerky every day, he could hardly hold on any longer. Now that I finally have some wine to drink, how can I not take a few sips? Take it easy, don't let me drink it all. Captain Hades cursed and laughed, while reminding, I bought this from a passing caravan for 1 gold coin. It's just a pot. Once you drink it, it's gone. After 3 rounds of wine, the meat has 5 flavors. Half of the wild boar was swept away by Captain Hades and Monlei. The two leaned against the doorframe and chatted casually, as if they were old men on the street. Monlei, you have a talent for magic, you must seize it. This is a rare opportunity for you to change your destiny, you must not let it go. Hades's eyes were deep. I have served in the army and have been to many places. I can be said to be the most knowledgeable person in our village. Meng Lei nodded silently. Most people don't have access to cultivation methods, so they can't learn magic at all. Furthermore, practicing magic requires talent. Without magical talent, even if you have the method, you can't become a true magician. Captain Hades stared at Monlei. But you, without us knowing anything, quietly became a magician. You probably have amazing magical talent. Hades couldn't find a more appropriate word to describe this matter. But what is certain is that Monlei definitely possesses extraordinary magical talent that is a precious treasure that countless people dream of but cannot reach. Do I really have magical talents? Meng Lei was secretly worried. Monlei, remember, you must seize the opportunity. Hades burped, feeling slightly tipsy. You should know that our village belongs to the Fire Dragon Kingdom, which is a kingdom under the Dragon God Empire. Meng Lei nodded silently. On the Sky Continent, there are thousands of races. The most powerful and ancient among them are the 4 intelligent races: dragons, titans, elves, and orcs. These 4 intelligent races dominated the Sky Continent, controlled most of the continent's territory, and established 4 empires that lasted for 10,000 years. The Dragon God Empire is located in the eastern part of the Sky Continent, facing the endless deep sea to the east and the Warcraft Mountains to the west. It has jurisdiction over 15 kingdoms and 48 principalities. It is a multi-ethnic empire ruled by giant dragons. Giant dragons, with incredibly strong bodies and proficient in dragon language magic, are one of the most powerful races on the continent. However, dragon bloodlines are exceptionally powerful, and their fertility rate is extremely low. Captain Hades' voice was full of vicissitudes. Looking across the entire Dragon God Empire, pure-blooded dragons are extremely rare. To facilitate governance, the Dragon God Empire divides its tribes into 4 levels. Meng Lei was cheered up. 4th class, that's the 4-class system. Captain Hades smiled bitterly. The 4 races represent 4 completely different social statuses, which also means completely different legal treatments and racial obligations. The 1st class is the pure-blooded dragon clan. They are born nobles, and are ennobled as imperial marquises at birth. Not only do they own vast territories, they also enjoy all kinds of privileges that we only dream of. 1st class, pure-blooded dragon clan. Born to be a marquis. Meng Lei silently digested this information and then asked, what about the 2nd level? What race is in the 2nd level? The 2nd class is the sub-dragon race. Hades said slowly, dragons are inherently lustful. In order to make up for their low fertility rate, pure-blooded dragons often do some immoral things. Therefore, naturally, some hybrid offspring with dragon blood will be born. These descendants are called sub-dragons. The sub-dragon race is further divided into dragon men and dragon beasts. Meng Lei thought speechlessly, and some eye-catching pictures emerged involuntarily in his mind. A giant dragon riding on the back of a wild boar and giving birth to a dragon pig? Riding on a wild horse, a dragon horse? Riding on a person. Sweat, a dragon person? The sub-dragons inherited some of the dragon race's talents. Some possess strong bodies, while others are proficient in dragon language magic. Coupled with their sheer numbers, survivors, they have become the backbone of the Dragon God Empire. In fact, 80% of the Dragon God Empire's nobles are subdragons. What about the third level? Meng Lei continued to ask. The third class is us human nobles. Hades sighed. In the Dragon God Empire, the most populous race is neither the subdragon race nor other intelligent races, but our human race, which accounts for 90% of the entire empire's population. Although the vast majority of people are weak and of low status, they will never be able to access magic and fighting spirit throughout their lives, and can only exist as fourth-class civilians for generations. But there are always some lucky people with outstanding talents. They master the cultivation methods of fighting spirit and magic through various means, and finally gain powerful strength. In this sky continent where the strong are respected, strength always represents status, so the strong among our human race can also be reused by the Dragon God Empire and promoted to nobility. The most famous among them is none other than the flying snow sword Saint Galen Bonaparte. Speaking of Galen Bonaparte, Captain Hades' eyes were filled with admiration. The legend of Lord Galen Bonaparte has long been spread throughout the continent. He is the idol and pride of all human beings, inspiring generations of human beings. Galen Bonaparte? Monley nodded slightly. This name was passed down by countless bards, and even 3-year-old children knew it. He was arguably the strongest of the human race in the Dragon God Empire, and also the highest-ranking human noble. The fourth class is naturally ordinary people like us. Hades said, ordinary people are of low status and are an exploited group. Not only do they not receive the protection of imperial laws, but they also have to bear heavy military service obligations. Imperial law stipulates that all ordinary people over the age of 16 must go to various parts of the empire to perform compulsory military service, either joining the army, working in the mines, or serving as slaves or guards in noble mansions. This is the fate of the fourth class of people, and also the fate of ordinary people like us. If I remember correctly, you are already 15 years old, right? 16 years old or older. Join the army, mine, become a slave, serve as a guard. Such a law sounds absurd and completely oppressive to ordinary people. If any country on earth had such a law, it would have been overturned long ago. But unfortunately, this is the Sky Continent, a high-level martial arts world with extremely uneven distribution of military power. At 16, you must serve in the military. Meng Lei frowned. As a clear-minded man, he naturally opposed this almost absurd law. It was absolutely impossible for him to be forced to serve in the army. Captain Hades, what if I don't want to serve? Service is an obligation that every ordinary person must bear. Hades shook his head. Unless you are a noble, a descendant of a noble, or a magician of level 3 or above, or a warrior of level 4 or above. These three categories of people don't have to serve? Meng Lei's eyes lit up. In other words, as long as I become a third-level magician or a fourth-level warrior within a year, I can be exempted from military service? Yes, but it's incredibly difficult. Hades shook his head slightly. I know nothing about magic training, so I can't judge, but I know very well that it is impossible to become a fourth-level warrior in 1 year. Is it really that difficult? Meng Lei frowned. It's not just difficult, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Do-Chi training is a process of tempering the body and accumulating Do-Chi. Without any external aid or force, each stage takes a long time. Hades smiled bitterly and said, when I was in the army, I worked hard for 6 years to become a first-level warrior. After that, I spent nearly 10 years of hard training before I luckily broke through to the second-level warrior. That's a full 16 years. Do you think it's possible for you to jump 4 levels in 1 year? Meng Lei was surprised. It took you 16 years to reach the second level of warrior? Yeah, 16 years. Hades nodded slightly. Of course, this is also related to my poor talent. Your magical talent may be excellent, so it may not take that long. I've heard that some gifted magicians can become masters of magic within a few years. For example, students at the Magic Academy in our Fire Dragon Kingdom can only graduate after reaching a certain level, and level 4 is the minimum standard. Magic? Do I have a talent for magic? Meng Lei was feeling uneasy. The reason he could cast fireballs was not because of his magical talent, but because of a cheat. Captain Hades, where can I learn magic? Of course it's the School of Magic. Hades patted Meng Lei's shoulder and said, there's a magic academy in the royal city. It's the beginning of August now, so the enrollment period isn't far away. If you really want to learn magic, you can go and give it a try. As long as you can enter the magic academy, your life will be completely different. After graduation, even if you can't become a high-ranking noble, at least you can become a distinguished magician, 1,000 times more powerful than you are now. Meng Lei nodded silently. With the help of the system, he was confident that he could change his fate. But having the system was not enough. He had to leave the mountains and truly understand the world. Studying at a magic academy seems to be a good choice. Not only can you get in touch with people and things that you don't normally have the chance to come into contact with, but you can also learn practical magic skills. However, the prerequisite is, you must have magical talent. Looks like you've made up your mind. That's good. Seeing Meng Lei's expression, Hades smiled with relief. I will take you to the royal city in a month. However, the magic test requires 10 gold coins, which you have to prepare yourself. 10 gold coins? That's too much. The invasion of the beast tide brought a lot of impact to the Warcraft village. In addition to meat, a caravan rushed to the village the next day after hearing the news. They buy hides, furs, scales, and armor in exchange for salt and wine. The adults were busy bargaining with the caravan, while the children played around the carriages. The usually quiet world of Warcraft village finally welcomed the long-awaited bustle. Meng Lei also sold a few furs and exchanged them for some salt. He wanted to exchange them for a pot of wine, but the wine was too expensive. He couldn't even afford a pot of wine with a few furs. The good news was that with so many people, there were quite a few physical energy balls dropped. After Meng Lei collected and fused them all, his physical strength increased by 5 points, which was an unexpected bonus. The caravan stayed in the village for a day before leaving. Meng Lei had dinner and rested early for the night. The next day, he took some bacon and set off alone into the monster forest. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. The strongest pickup system is an excellent tool for upgrading, but if you stay at home, no light balls will be delivered to your door. You must take the initiative. What's more, the magic test requires 10 gold coins, and Meng Lei has no money left now. What the hell is this test? No matter how you look at it, you can't just sit there and wait for death. Of course, if he had a choice, he would not want to go into the Warcraft forest alone, but after the beast tide, every household had enough food and clothing, and the guard team did not need to go out hunting for the time being. So, Meng Lei can only act on his own. As a villager living on the edge of the Warcraft forest, Meng Lei is not completely ignorant of the forest. He knows which places are safe and which places he absolutely cannot go to. There are many monsters in the monster forest, but the outer areas are mostly wild beasts. As long as we stay on the periphery, there won't be much danger. After leaving the village, there is a dense forest in front of you. There were thick fallen leaves under my feet, and countless ancient and strange trees were all around, emitting a damp and rotten smell. It was eerily quiet. The dead silence was mixed with the roar of wild beasts. It's like the howling of hell, which makes people shudder. We must not take it lightly. If you don't want to be mediocre, you can only try your best. The road to becoming stronger begins now. Meng Lei took a deep breath, his eyes became firm, and then he went into the Warcraft forest without looking back. The forest was lush and covered with branches and leaves, blocking most of the sunlight. Through the few dappled rays of sunlight, he saw walnut-sized ants lined up in long lines, caterpillars with spiky spines slowly crawled on the trees, earthworms as thick as arms rolled under dead leaves, revealing their bright red bodies. The scene before him was very novel to Meng Lei. What a wonderful world! Puff! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound under his feet. Meng Lei raised his foot and saw that he had accidentally stepped on a white maggot the size of a palm. Ding! Kill one white line maggot and get 2 copper coins. Oh, can even this make money? Ancient trees are towering and bushes are growing everywhere. The forest was full of dangers, and he had to be extremely careful. Not to mention the powerful monsters in the depths of the forest. Even the beasts outside were difficult to deal with. A tiny poisonous spider or an insignificant little snake could kill Meng Lei. Better safe than sorry. Rustle! The grass in front suddenly shook. Meng Lei's eyes focused, and he pushed aside the grass, and what came into his sight were 2 pig-like beasts. They are about the same size as ordinary wild boars, but their bodies are emerald green, and their tails are like scorpions, with the tip of the tail raised high and flashing a green luster. You can tell at a glance that they are highly poisonous. Ha! It's a scorpion-tailed green pig. What luck! Meng Lei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help licking his lips. This scorpion-tailed green pig is extremely delicious and is deeply loved by the nobles. A scorpion-tailed green pig can be sold for 3 to 5 gold coins. With the help of the 2 scorpion-tailed green pigs, the money for the magic test is finally settled. Meng Lei raised the borrowed dagger and approached silently. The 2 green-skinned pigs with scorpion tails were completely unaware of the approaching danger. One of them was riding on the other, with its lower body shaking at a high frequency, and it was doing something shameful. Then things took a turn for the worse. For the great cause of reproduction, they sacrificed their lives. They died gloriously, greatly, and worthy of their death. Ding! Kill 2 scorpion-tailed green-skinned pigs and get 8 gold coins. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Meng Lei spread out his palm, and 8 golden coins appeared in his palm. They were exactly what he got from hunting 2 scorpion-tailed green-skinned pigs. My golden finger is amazing. I can even cash out the wealth I've earned. Meng Lei gently placed the gold coins on the table. They were heavy and substantial, unmistakably 24K pure gold. He then stored the coins in his system. Not only can you withdraw cash coins, but you can also store them. This is another major advantage of the strongest pickup system, which is extremely convenient. This means that he doesn't have to carry heavy prey and move forward like other hunters do. Not only does it save energy, but he can also continue hunting, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only regret is that no light balls dropped. Meng Lei shook his head, a little greedy. He wanted attribute light balls to drop more than gold coins, so that he could improve his strength. Keep going. Puff, puff. After walking for a few kilometers, they heard a chilling sound ahead. Meng Lei parted the bushes and took a look, and a few drops of cold sweat sweat broke out. The forest was overgrown with vegetation, and the vision and lighting were not ideal, but through the dense and mottled shadows of the trees, Meng Lei still saw a huge monster crawling in front of him. It was a giant python as thick as a bucket and about 30 meters long. It was curled up, holding a black tiger the size of an ox in its mouth and swallowing it into its stomach. The python's entire body was dark green, its mouth opened almost 180 degrees, and the black tiger's head had been swallowed. There was no doubt that the black tiger was about to become the dark green python's meal. If a giant python this big appeared on Earth, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Meng Lei swallowed, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. This giant python was huge, and defeating it would definitely bring great rewards. But the question is, can he kill it? After a moment's thought, Meng Lei decided to give up. This thing was too big, and he could sense its ferocious and cold aura from afar. He simply didn't have the confidence to challenge it. In that case, let's take a detour. Our lives are at stake. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to collect it? At this moment, the system's cold voice sounded. Meng Lei looked closely and found several balls of light behind the dark green python. 2 white light balls, 1 silver light ball, and 1 green light ball. There are 4 light balls in total. Collect it! Collect it immediately! Meng Lei shouted in his heart. The distance is too far to be collected. Oh my god, it's only 10 meters away? Meng Lei couldn't help but complain, pushing aside the bushes and quietly creeping over. Although life is important, now that he has seen the ball of light, this little risk is worth taking. Ding! Fusion successful, hosts physical fitness +5. Ding! Fusion successful, hosts spirit +2. Ding! Fusion successful, the host obtains the first level magic Thorn Vine. A warm current surged into his body, rapidly strengthening his physical body. The cold air hits the brain, and the mind becomes extremely active. Meng Lei didn't have time to think about it. He was deeply attracted by the new magic he had acquired. Level 1 magic Thorn Vine? Wait, magic? He couldn't help but look at the giant python, a trace of cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. Ordinary beasts would never drop magic, let alone the lowest level 1 magic. In other words, the dark green giant python in front of us is a demon beast. A chill rose behind Meng Lei. Just at this moment, the dark green giant python noticed his presence. Its snake eyes stared at him coldly, with a sharp cold light flashing in them. Meng Lei didn't think much about it and immediately ran away. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. He only heard a puffing sound and the dark green vines quickly crawled towards him. The surface of the vines was covered with sharp thorns, shining with a cold light. Meng Lei knew that if these thorny vines entangled him, his skin would be torn and his life would be in danger. At the critical moment, Meng Lei used all his strength and jumped up suddenly. He jumped up like a spring, instantly jumped over the attack range of the thorny vines, and disappeared into the dense bushes. Hiss! The dark green python stared at the direction where Meng Lei disappeared, motionless for a long time. I was almost scared to death just now. Meng Lei leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and the giant python was busy eating, otherwise he would have been killed in this forest. He was no match for the monster now. The monster forest is incredibly dangerous. I just stepped into the forest and I ran into a monster. How dangerous is it in the depths of this forest? Meng Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and his heart became even more alert. This place was more dangerous than he had imagined, and he had to proceed step by step. Kill this beast. At this moment, the sound of fierce fighting came into his ears. Meng Lei was shocked and immediately pricked up his ears to listen carefully. It's a fight. Someone's fighting. It should be a group of people besieging a monster. Meng Lei's spirits lifted. In places where there are many people, there may be more light balls dropped, and the light balls dropped by people with strong strength will be even richer. Do you want to go and have a look? After hesitating for a moment, he still quietly walked over. An intense scene appeared before my eyes. A giant spider that is 4 meters tall and blood red all over is being besieged. The spider's 8 legs are like 8 steel spears, dancing wildly and making it impossible to get through. There were 4 people besieging it, 3 men and 1 woman. 3 men rushed to the front, brandishing weapons, and fighting fiercely with the giant spider. The woman stood behind, holding a magic wand, chanting difficult and awkward magic spells. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? This giant spider, 4 meters tall and blood red all over, looks like it's made of blood jade. Its body is covered with sharp spikes like steel needles, and its 6 eyes are as big as grapefruits. It is ferocious and bloodthirsty. This is the 2nd level magical beast, the blood jade demon spider. As a 2nd level magical beast, the blood jade demon spider is extremely powerful. In the outskirts of the forest where magical beasts are scarce, it can almost walk sideways. However, today, it got into trouble because the 4 humans besieging it were also very powerful. The 3 men surrounded it and continued to attack. The woman held a magic wand in her hand, with lightning gathering above her head, ready to strike at any time. The blood jade demon spider felt the strong threat from the lightning above its head. It roared, and its 8 long legs suddenly leaped like springs, rushing straight towards the woman who cast the spell. It wants to interrupt the deadly magic and stop the lightning from falling. Protect Allison. A burly man holding a massive massive axe shouted loudly, swinging it fiercely at one of the blood jade demon spider's legs. Sparks flew amidst the metallic clashing, but the spider's leg remained motionless, demonstrating its immense strength. Despite this, the blood jade demon spider's movements paused for a moment. At this moment, the lightning above his head finally gathered and turned into a thick and dazzling electric snake. Dance of the Thunder Snake. The woman let out a delicate cry and pointed her magic wand downwards. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp explosion, the electric snake suddenly slashed down. Crackle! The blood jade demon spider was struck by lightning, and its entire body twitched violently, as if it had taken stimulants and was dancing a ghost dance. The three men would never miss the opportunity and launched their strongest attack together. Crack, puff. 3 attacks hit the blood jade demon spider's vital points at the same time. This ferocious second-level monster screamed and fell to the ground instantly. Then, there was complete silence. Wow, so awesome. Hiding in the shadows, Meng Lei witnessed all of this, his heart pounding. The terrifying blood jade demon spider, the razor-sharp electric snakes that descended from the sky, and the ferocious attacks of the three men each scene deeply jarred him, making him feel firsthand the immense power of this world, while also realizing his own insignificance. I wish I could be that strong. Meng Lei sighed softly. At this moment, the system's cold voice rang out. Ding. Dropped object detected. Do you want to pick it up? Then, a series of prompt sounds continued. Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness +6. Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness +4. Ding. Fusion successful. Hosts spirit +3. Ding. Fusion successful. Meditation method obtained. As these prompt sounds rang out, the familiar warm current and cool breath surged in again, beginning to strengthen Meng Lei's body and spirit, but his attention was deeply attracted by the meditation method he finally acquired. Meditation? What exactly is that? Meng Lei was full of curiosity and hurried to check it out. As soon as he saw it, he was ecstatic. The magician's training mainly consists of 2 parts. One is to absorb the magical elements between heaven and earth and refine them into magic power. The other is to enhance the spiritual power. Both steps must be completed through meditation. It can be said that meditation is the foundation of the foundation for magicians. Without meditation, there is no way to gain magic power. Without meditation, there is no way to improve spiritual power. Apparently, to become a magician, one must at least learn to meditate, something Man Ray had previously known nothing about. This is really a timely help. With the meditation method, I can actively gain magic power through meditation. Meng Lei was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Relying on the system to pick up magic light balls can only be achieved under specific circumstances. The limitations are too great and full of uncertainty. But after learning the meditation method, it was completely different. He could actively refine magic power, which meant that the method of obtaining magic power was firmly in his own hands. Meng Lei glanced at the 4 people and decided to take the opportunity to slip away and find a safe and secluded place to try the meditation method he had just learned. Who's there? Unexpectedly, at this moment, the woman closest to him suddenly turned her head, waved her magic wand, and a thumb-thick lightning shot out into the air and struck a small tree in front of Meng Lei. Crack! The small tree was split into 2 pieces, and the broken part was almost burnt and carbonized. Oh my god! Meng Lei was so scared that he fell to the ground with horror on his face. Allison, what happened? Asked her companion. There's someone over there, Allison replied quickly. The 4 of them immediately spotted Meng Lei. What's going on? Who are you? What are you doing here stealthily? The burly man holding a huge axe frowned and asked in a muffled voice. The other 3 also stared at Meng Lei with hostile eyes. The Warcraft forest is extremely dangerous. Although the Warcraft are scary, what is even more frightening is humans. They had just had a fierce battle with the monsters. If someone had attacked them from behind, the consequences would have been disastrous. I'm a nearby villager. Meng Lei was trembling with fear. I was attracted here by the sound of your fighting. I just came here out of curiosity. I have no ill intentions. I didn't sense any fluctuations of fighting spirit in him, Allison said. Allison, can you feel the fluctuations of magic? Asked the strong man. Looks like he's just an ordinary villager. Allison nodded. The 4 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. The axe-wielding man shouted coldly, "You're so brave. A little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to enter the monster forest alone. You're simply courting death. Go back now. This is not a place for you." The female magician Allison said with concern. She had an ordinary appearance, with freckles on her face, but she was tall, and even in her magic robe, you could vaguely see her exquisite curves. These 4 people should have no ill intentions, Meng Lei judged secretly in his heart. Although he was less than 15 years old, he had seen countless people in his previous life and his judgment was not bad. Judging from the badges on their chests, these 4 people are most likely students of a certain college. Since they're not bad guys, can I follow them? Only by following them can I pick up more things. Thinking about this, Meng Lei squeezed out 2 lines of tears and said with a sad face, I'm lost and can't find the way home. Lost? The 4 of them exchanged glances, frowning in unison. Finally, the female magician, Allison, spoke first. first, he looks so pitiful, all alone. Why don't we take him with us? The monster forest is too dangerous. This isn't very appropriate, is it? A thin young man holding a dagger frowned and said, the Warcraft forest is so dangerous, and our targets for this training are all Warcraft. Wouldn't bringing him along just be a burden? I'm not a burden, I'm very strong, Meng Lei hurriedly explained, secretly hoping to join them. Boom boom boom. A white silk thread several meters wide fell from the cliff with a loud bang, crashing into the pool below, stirring up countless water droplets. The water in the pool was crystal clear and the bottom was visible. The surrounding trees were lush and green. It was truly a place with beautiful scenery. A crocodile about 10 meters long lay on the sand beside the pond, basking in the sun leisurely, with its eyelids half closed, breathing steadily, enjoying the tranquility. Crack! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm fell from the sky and accurately struck the crocodile. Its huge body suddenly spasmed violently, as if it had been drugged and was out of control. The next moment, 3 strong men rushed out from the bushes and pounced on the twitching crocodile. Milo, block its path and don't let it get into the pool. If it gets into the pool, it will be in big trouble. Yale, Bobby, you guys, hold it down from both sides. The female magician Allison began to chant magic spells, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. This group of people was exactly the 4-person training team that Meng Lei had met before, except that this time there was an additional lost Meng Lei in the team. Hee, the war has started again. Meng Lei hid in the grass, his eyes flashing with anticipation. This was the 3rd battle he had seen since joining the team. The first time was a fierce battle with 8-headed fire ants. The iron fire ant is a first-level fire-attributed magical beast. It is extremely powerful and as hard as iron. 8 of them working together can kill an ordinary second-level magical beast. Its strength is extremely terrifying. The second time was a fierce battle with the swamp poison frog. The swamp poison frog is a second-level water-attributed monster. It is not only good at water magic, but can also launch poisonous and sonic attacks. It has various methods and is extremely difficult to deal with. The third time was a fierce battle with Chrysanthemum Skypig. The Chrysanthemum Skypig is a second-level earth-attributed magical beast. It is good at earth magic and its farts are extremely smelly, which can make ordinary beasts faint. Although it is not difficult to deal with, it is extremely disgusting. It turns out that Monroe's choice was very wise. Witnessing these 3 battles personally, he not only saw the wonderful magic effects, but also gained a huge improvement himself. His personal attributes quietly grew. Good opportunity. Wealth 239 gold coins. Constitution, apprentice warrior, 75 out of 100. Mental, ordinary man, 9 out of 10. Magic, ordinary people, 7 out of 10. Magic, fireball, thornvine, water bubble. Whether it is physical fitness, mental strength, or magical power, there has been a significant improvement, and he has also learned a new magic, bubble magic. Although it is also a first-level magic, it is magic after all, and its value is invaluable. As for the 239 gold coins, it was because Meng Lei killed 2 iron fire ants. Ahem, Meng Lei actually didn't have the ability to kill the fire ant, but when the fire ant was on the verge of death, he delivered a fatal blow. In the system's view, this is no different from killing fire ants with your own hands. Therefore, by killing 2 fire ants, Meng Lei obtained 200 gold coins, which was both a loophole in the system and an unexpected surprise. I wonder what good things I can pick up this time. Meng Lei was full of anticipation. With his previous experience, he was full of hope for this battle. According to Allison and the other 3, the crocodile in front of them was actually a pond salamander. It is said that this guy contains a trace of water dragon blood, has a strong body, is good at water magic, and is a very powerful second-level monster. Especially the terrain near the pool is more conducive to its performance and it is not so easy to kill. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Hey, after every fierce battle, items are most likely to drop. What will it be this time? Pick it up. Pick it up quickly. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness +8. TSK Tisk, it's physique again. With this, my physical fitness value soared directly to 83, and I'm only 1 step away from breaking through the 100 mark. Level 100 represents the threshold for becoming a first-level warrior. Although there is only 1 level difference between a first-level warrior and an apprentice warrior, the difference in strength is extremely significant. Meng Lei can't wait to become a first-level warrior. Boom boom boom. The battle is getting more intense. The pond salamander may look clumsy, but it is actually very flexible and light. Its strong limbs move quickly, and coupled with its strong and powerful tail, it prevents Milo and the other 2 from gaining much advantage. God of War. This beast's scales are too hard. I can't cut them open at all. What should I do? Think of a solution quickly. I can't do that either. It seems I can only attack the vital points. Allison, cast magic to paralyze the puddle salamander. I'll attack its eyes. As Allison finished chanting the magic, an electric dragon fell from the sky and struck the back of the pool salamander fiercely. The power of this electric dragon was obviously much stronger. The place on the back of the pool salamander that was hit was charred black, and the bright red flesh was exposed. At the same time, it began to twitch violently. Taking advantage of the moment when the pool salamander was paralyzed, the thin young man Bobby seized the opportunity and instantly appeared on its head. The dagger flashed with a stream of light and pierced straight into its right eye. "Die, you beast." Bobby's eyes were cold but full of confidence. However, he never expected that at this critical moment, a wall of water suddenly stood up in front of the pool of salamander, blocking the sharp dagger. The dagger pierced the water wall, as if piercing a ball of cotton, and its speed suddenly slowed down. The water pond newt seized the opportunity and suddenly turned its head to avoid the fatal blow. The dagger grazed the corner of the eye of the pool newt and stabbed into its neck, sparks flying everywhere, but failed to cause any substantial damage. It failed. Bobby was shocked and quickly retreated without further ado. What a shame to miss such a good opportunity. If Bobby hits him, the beast will surely die. Milo, wielding a great axe, and Yale, another greatsword-wielding warrior, watched this scene with regret in their eyes. Having missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to slay the waterfall salamander again. They would have to wait until Allison's magic was ready again. And in this short period of time, no one knows whether the pond salamander will suddenly go crazy. What a pity! Allison, the tall, freckled magician, also sighed. However, what no one expected was that the pond salamander suddenly let out a shrill scream and its huge body began to shake violently. Allison and her companions were shocked to see a man crawling on the back of the pool salamander. The man was holding a dagger and stabbing its back desperately, with blood splattering everywhere. Milo, Bobby and others opened their eyes wide and recognized that the man was actually Meng Lei. The dagger pierced the part that was just blackened by Allison's electric dragon. The part was charred and the scarlet flesh was exposed. "Go to hell. Die." Meng Lei stabbed the pond salamander frantically like a madman, but he did not stab it aimlessly. Instead, he aimed precisely at its spine. In his previous life, he had watched many outdoor programs and remembered that a guy named Bear Grylls once cut the spine of an alligator and killed it easily. Meng Lei decided to try whether this trick would be equally effective against the waterlogged salamander. This guy is crazy. Does he think the water pond salamander is a fire ant? The iron fire ant was only a level 1 magical beast. We killed it until it was almost dead, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage. But the water pond salamander is different. This beast is still fine. Seeing Monley riding on the back of the pool salamander and stabbing wildly, Allison and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all frowned. The water pond salamander is a level 2 magical beast, and it is intact. Under such circumstances, Meng Lei, a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, actually wanted to kill it? It's just a pipe dream. The facts are just as they expected. Although Meng Lei tried his best, he still couldn't cut the spine of the water salamander. The scales of this beast were as hard as iron and its bones were as tough as diamond. It was not so easy to cut them off. Instead, the severe pain in its back stimulated its nerves. This second-level magical beast with weak water dragon blood roared madly and shook its body violently, like a wild horse running away, trying desperately to throw Meng Lei off its back. Meng Lei felt the powerful force and knew that if he continued to hold on like this, he would definitely be blown away. He was about to collapse. He gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, "System, exchange all the gold coins for physical fitness. Strength, I need more strength." Ding. Exchange successful. Host's physical fitness plus 23. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming a level 1 warrior. Please continue to work hard and strive to break through to a higher level. An unprecedented warm power surged into his limbs and bones, rapidly strengthening every cell in his body. Meng Lei felt his strength surging, his entire body filled with explosive power. Finally became a first-level warrior. His eyes were sharp and flashing with a sharp cold light. He thrust the dagger in his hand fiercely and chopped at the spine of the pool salamander again. Crack! A crisp bone-crackling sound echoed in Meng Lei's ears, like a sweet celestial sound. Immediately afterwards, a powerful force struck, and Meng Lei was violently thrown away. Then he fell heavily to the ground, looking extremely miserable, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Looking at the trembling water salamander, he laughed and said, "Damn beast, die." As soon as he finished speaking, the pond salamander fell to the ground with a bang, hitting the ground heavily, and then there was no movement. Ding! Kill a level 2 monster, the water salamander, and get 270 gold coins. As the pond salamander fell to the ground and died, the system notification sounded in time. Meng Lei let out a long breath. It's finally dead. All my efforts were not in vain. The pond salamander is dead? Allison and the other three were stunned, staring blankly at the dead pool salamander. They felt like their brains had short-circuited and they couldn't react at all. How could the pond salamander die? That's impossible. That's a level 2 monster. The water pool salamander. Hey, kid, how did you kill the waterfall salamander? Meng Lei struggled to stand up and explained with a smile, "I was lucky. I accidentally cut its spine, and then it died." What? You severed its spine? No, that's impossible. A puddle salamander's bones are incredibly hard, and its spine is the hardest part of its body besides its teeth. How could you possibly cut through its spine? Bobby, holding a giant giant axe, frowned and questioned Munley's statement. Bobby, Yale and Allison nodded in agreement. They all knew that a level 2 magical beast was powerful in all aspects. Whether it was its physique, speed, skeleton or magic, it was far superior to a level 1 magical beast. Meng Lei can kill the first level Warcraft Iron Fire Ant, but killing the Water Pond Salamander is by no means an easy task. These guys are really hard to fool. Meng Lei was somewhat helpless and shrugged. Don't believe it? See for yourself. The strong man Bobby glanced at Mon Lei, then carefully examined the body of the water salamander and found that its spine had been severed. He said in surprise, "Kid, how did you do that? I told you, I'm very strong." The death of the pond salamander made Allison and the other three look at Mon Lei with new respect, and their attitude became noticeably better. The strong will be respected wherever they go. Although Meng Lei is still weaker than any of them, he possesses considerable strength, enough to win attention. Of course, this also made the four of them even more wary of Meng Lei. They could have taken a stranger with no fighting ability with them, but when this kid showed extraordinary fighting ability, they naturally had to be on guard. Meng Lei noticed the subtle changes, but he didn't care. He didn't want to become friends with them at all. He just wanted to follow them to pick up light balls and earn some gold coins. There is nothing else to think about. After the water pond salamander was dealt with, the four decided to take a short break and have a bite to eat. After all the fighting, they were all a little tired. Besides, the scenery here is beautiful and there is plenty of water, making it a great place to rest. Skinning, cutting, cleaning, grilling. These are all Meng Lei's specialties. He also prepared some salt and seasonings. After a while, the tempting aroma wafted from the grill. It smells so good. Kid, what did you put in the meat? Why does it smell so good when roasted? Allison and the other three also grilled meat, but none of them could compare to the aroma of Monri's. This made them very curious, and they all came over to ask for the secret of grilling. Because I put these. Meng Lei took out the salt and seasonings and said with a smile, "This is what I prepared before leaving the village. You can try it too. Spread it on the meat when grilling. It will taste absolutely amazing." The four of them took the seasoning with some doubt and began to try it, but they were still wary in their hearts. What if it was poison? However, when everyone saw Meng Lei eat the meat with seasoning himself first, they completely let down their guard and happily applied seasoning to the barbecue. These four people are so cautious. Meng Lei shook his head, too lazy to say anything more. It tastes really good. It's worthy of being the meat of a second-level monster. After enjoying a delicious barbecue, the five of them packed up and set off again. In the next few days, the four continued to look for level 1 and level 2 monsters to practice, while Meng Lei concentrated on picking up the fallen light balls and quietly accumulating strength. After a few days of hard work, I have gained a lot and my personal attributes have been significantly improved. Wealth, 916 gold coins. Constitution, level 1 warrior, 126/200. Spirit, magic apprentice, 13 out of 100. Magic apprentice, 26 out of 100. Magic skills, fireball, thornvine, water bubble, earthshaker, windblade, burning hands. The gold coins accumulated reached 916. Physical fitness also reached 126. Mental strength has also grown to varying degrees. In addition to the fireball, thornvines, and water bubble that he already mastered, Meng Lei also learned the earth magic, earthshake, the wind magic, windblade, and the fire magic, burning hands. Although they were all first level magic, they greatly enriched his magic library. The only headache is that the magic power reserves are still too small. I can only release about 10 fireballs or wind blades, and I won't be able to hold on if I release more. In order to solve this problem, Meng Lei tried meditation, but failed several times. The magical elements between heaven and earth? He couldn't sense anything. After several unsuccessful attempts, Mon Lei was filled with confusion. He specifically asked this question when communicating with Ellingson, and finally came to the conclusion he had no talent for magic. Only those with magical talent can sense magical elements. If you can't sense it, then you naturally don't have any magical talent. This fact greatly disappointed Meng Lei. He had once imagined himself to be like the protagonists in those online novels, possessing amazing cultivation, talent, knowing everything, having a photographic memory, achieving twice the result with half the effort, and having one day equal to 10 years for others, but reality completely shattered his beautiful dream. So, from now on, I can only rely on picking up things to increase my magic power? Meng Lei was a little discouraged, and even his enthusiasm for grabbing kills was reduced a lot. Pick up? How much can you pick up? At this moment, a huge monster fell to the ground with a loud bang, twitching violently, and it was obvious that it was not going to survive. Bobby, Milo, and Yale cooperated well and successfully killed the flaming flying pig. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level magic fire ring. Magic again. Meng Lei sighed helplessly. What's the point of having so much magic if I don't have any magic power? Little Meng Lei, why are you so depressed? Allison walked up to Mon Ray with a magic wand in her hand and asked in surprise. She remembered that Meng Lei was usually active and eager to grab kills, so why did he suddenly become so listless today? Allison, If you don't have magical talent, you can't become a magician? Meng Lei couldn't hide his disappointment and couldn't help asking. Without magical talent, you certainly can't become a magician. Ellingson replied as a matter of course, just like Bobby and the other two, they came from prominent families, but none of them could become magicians, simply because they lacked magical talent. Magical talent is a threshold. How many people are blocked from entering the magic palace? The burly Bobby raised an eyebrow. Why, little Meng Lei, you want to be a magician too? Bobby, of course, who doesn't want to be a magician? Milo joked with a smile. Yale nodded slightly, agreeing deeply. There are so many people on the Sky Continent, who doesn't want to become a magician? Unfortunately, I don't have the talent for magic, so I can only dream about it. Meng Lei smiled bitterly twice and said nothing more. Let's go, keep moving forward. Little Meng Lei, the next monster's head is for you, remember to pick it up. Brother Meng Lei, don't think too much. You are very strong and born to practice fighting spirit. Become a warrior like me. Magic is not suitable for you. Ha ha ha, that's it. The group laughed and set out on their journey again. After a few days of getting along, the four of them gradually let down their guard against Meng Lei, and their relationship became much more harmonious and familiar, even joking with each other. Under Bobby's guidance, Meng Lei's mood gradually improved. They continued to move forward for a few kilometers. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread rapidly, like an atomic bomb explosion, making everyone's ears buzz and faces showing expressions of pain. Could it be that a high-level magical beast has escaped to the outskirts of the forest? Everyone was shocked and terrified. Such a terrifying roar was most likely from a high-level magical beast. With their current strength, if they encountered a high-level magical beast, there would be no way of survival. Look up at the sky, Bobby suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up when they heard the sound, and was suddenly shocked as if they had seen a ghost. In the distant sky hovered a terrifying beast over 100 meters tall. It possessed a body as large as a dragon, wings like an eagle, and a head like a lion. It has long pointed ears, sharp claws like bull horns, a body shining with golden light, covered with scales, a ferocious face and a terrifying body. The most important thing is that this giant beast did not flap its wings, but was able to float in the air and fly. It was completely different from other flying monsters, and its identity was obvious. Could this be the legendary sacred beast, the golden flame dragon griffin? Allison uttered these words with her teeth clenched and her body trembling slightly. Bobby, Milo, and Yale were all trembling, their eyes full of fear. Dragon body, eagle wings, lion head, flying in the sky. Bobby couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It must be the holy domain magical beast golden flame dragon griffin. Oh my god, shouldn't the sanctuary monsters stay in the core area of the monster forest? How come they appear here? Milo's face was full of disbelief. Holy beast? Oh my god. Meng Lei stared at the giant in the sky, his breathing becoming rapid. He had been in the Sky Continent for quite some time, especially in the past few days with Allison and the others, and had heard many secrets about this world. For example, the division of strength. Whether it is a warrior, a magician, or other races or monsters, their strength is divided into 9 levels from low to high, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 being the strongest. Level 1 fighters have greatly increased strength and speed. The 9th level warrior moves as fast as lightning and can kill enemies from a distance. Above the 9th level lies the legendary Holy Realm. The sanctuary is ethereal and illusory, a legend among legends. It can control the heavens and the earth, soar freely in the sky, possess infinite lifespan and destructive power that can destroy the world. It is the existence at the top of the pyramid of all living beings in the Sky Continent, and its strategic existence is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. As the king of the magical beasts in the Holy Land, the golden flame dragon griffin combines the characteristics of a dragon, a lion, and an eagle, and contains the blood of a dragon. It is a leader even among the magical beasts in the Holy Land. Look there! Yale's eyes suddenly widened and pointed to the horizon. Meng Lei turned around and was stunned. 2 little people hovered in front of the massive golden flame dragon griffin. They were small, relative to the size of the golden flame dragon griffin. In fact, they are no different in size from normal people. One old and one young. The old man was wearing a purple magic robe, with a ruddy complexion and a kind face. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old, with bright eyes, white teeth, and lively eyes, like an elf. The wind was howling in the air, but the two of them were surrounded by a purple shield with electric snakes coiled on the shield. No matter how strong the wind was howling, it could not shake them at all. Human? Allison and the others gaped in shock. Only human warriors and magicians who reached the Saint Realm could soar like birds. Of course, except for wind magicians. This old and young pair stood proudly in the void, holding up a lightning shield. They were definitely lightning sanctuary magicians. How dare you, lowly humans, challenge the great Carlos? What do you intend to do? The sky is vast and the wind is howling. The mighty and ferocious golden flame dragon griffin stood proudly in the sky, its lion eyes burning with rage and boundless anger. As a sacred beast, it had been a long time since any creature dared to challenge it so openly. However, today, 2 lowly humans dared to come here, which was a great insult and provocation to its majesty. majesty. The golden flame dragon griffin was furious, and the consequences were disastrous. Golden flame dragon griffin, I have no other intention in coming here. The purple-robed old man's voice was gentle and kind. Like an amiable grandfather, this is my granddaughter. She will be turning 16 soon. I want to give her a birthday present. Humble human, what do you want to say? The roar of the golden flame dragon griffin was like thunder, exploding the sky. My granddaughter possesses an extremely high magical talent, possessing extraordinary abilities in both wind and fire. Her mental strength is 38 times greater than that of her peers, the purple-robed elders said with a chuckle. And you, the golden flame dragon griffin, are a sacred beast possessing both wind and fire abilities. I hope you can form a contract with my granddaughter and become her magical pet. Become her magical familiar. When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, making everyone's heads buzz and roar. Dragon god, did I hear it wrong? Letting a majestic sanctuary magical beast be a magical pet for a yellow-haired girl? This is simply the most ridiculous joke I have ever heard. You actually want to tame the sanctuary's monsters. The sanctuary is truly not something that mortals like us can understand. Who exactly is this sanctuary magician? Allison, Bobby, Milo and Yale were all extremely shocked. They stared at the purple-robed old man standing proudly in the sky, their faces full of disbelief. What kind of existence is the Holy Domain monster? That is a terrifying existence standing on top of countless monsters. Conquer the Holy Land monster? It's unimaginable. Meng Lei's heart was shaken, and his blood boiled with passion. How awesome. How domineering. He wants to subdue the Holy Domain monster right from the start. That's simply incredible. If I could also subdue a Holy Domain monster as a mount, even if I died, it would be worth it. Foolish human. You are too arrogant. The golden flame dragon griffin was furious, and blazing flames shot out of its lion eyes. I will tear you into pieces and burn you to ashes to vent my hatred. Thunder rumbled, and wind elements gathered madly around the golden flame dragon griffin. Soon, a huge tornado rose from the ground. Boom boom boom. A tornado hundreds of meters high stretched across the sky like a pillar of heaven, with flying sand and rocks, dark sky and earth covering an area of several miles. Dragon god is above. Is this the terrifying power of the Holy Land demonic beast? Looking at the terrifying tornado suspended in the void, even though they were several kilometers away, everyone still felt the shock it brought. If they were caught in it, they would surely die. Guys, should we stay away? When gods fight, mortals suffer. We shouldn't be watching a fight of this magnitude. We should get away quickly. Just in case. Everyone's eyes met, and there was fear in each other's eyes. Then they all retreated. Humble human, go to hell. The golden flame dragon griffin flapped its wings, and a tornado suddenly rushed towards the old man and the young boy in the air. The girl's face changed and she exclaimed, "Grandpa, don't panic." The old man in purple robe chuckled, and with his granddaughter, he flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The fierce tornado hit nothing and did not hurt the grandfather and granddaughter at all. When they appeared again, they were already behind the golden flame dragon griffin, accompanied by a thick silver lightning. Crack! Lightning streaked across the sky and struck the golden flame dragon griffin fiercely. Cunning human! The golden flame dragon griffin roared, and a long dragon of fire spewed out of its mouth. The flames and silver lightning collided violently, like an atomic bomb explosion. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The earth shook and the trees broke. The electric current is raging and sparks are flying. When Meng Lei and his 5 companions saw the scene behind them while running, they were extremely terrified and ran for their lives, regretting that they had lost 2 legs. Unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying shockwave suddenly erupted, spreading from the collision point in all directions, and approached in just a few breaths. It's over. A huge force hit him, and Meng Lei felt as if his head was hit hard. His eyes went black and he lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. Meng Lei slowly woke up. My head hurts. Meng Lei touched his head and felt sticky. Bleeding? He looked at his bloody hands, feeling helpless. Only then did he realize that there was no part of his body that was intact. He felt dizzy, his back ached, and was covered in wounds. But, I'm lucky to still be alive, right? He recalled the horrifying scene before he lost consciousness, his heart still filled with fear. That scene was like a doomsday disaster. I never expected the battles between the sanctuaries to be so terrifying. Like a newborn calf fearing a tiger, he didn't want to escape at first, and even wanted to see the so-called sanctuary up close. However, looking back now, that idea was so naive and ridiculous. With my current strength, I'm not even qualified to be a bystander. Meng Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm lucky to be alive. Alas, I really underestimated this world. Then he struggled to his feet. The battle seemed to be over. The golden flame dragon griffin disappeared. The old and young couple also disappeared. But the devastated forest around them was proof enough of the ferocity of the battle, a devastating loss of life. Fortunately, they were far away and had escaped death. Allison, wake up. Bobby, wake up. Milo, Yale. Under Meng Lei's constant beating, Allison and the others woke up one after another. Like Meng Lei, they had some minor injuries, but they were in good condition and would recover recover after a short rest. Sure enough, a battle at the sanctuary level is not something we can just casually witness. It's so scary. Having escaped death, everyone was both relieved and curious about the battle situation. After all, this was a contest between Holy Lands, which could not be encountered many times in a lifetime. Who won? How about go over and take a look? Isn't this a bad idea? The battle is over. It doesn't hurt to go take a look. Then let's go and take a look. After a while, the 5 people arrived at the bottom of the battlefield, and the scene before them shocked them completely. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? The area within a few kilometers has become a scorched earth. Sparks were flying everywhere and black smoke was billowing all over the mountains. Burned wood and grass ashes, black mountains, and dry rivers. It was as if a huge fire had just raged through the scene. Meng Lei stared blankly at the tragic scene before him, his heart utterly shaken by the might of the sanctuary. This was a true destruction of the heavens and earth, like the end of the world, truly terrifying. The golden flame dragon griffin is gone. The sanctuary mage has also disappeared. I wonder what the outcome of this battle will be. Everyone stared at the ruins in front of them with complicated eyes. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Meng Lei was shocked, and sure enough, he saw several balls of light floating in the scorched earth. He suddenly became extremely excited. This was the place where 2 saint-level masters were fighting fiercely. What kind of treasure would drop from them? That's the Holy Land. If a single hair falls from their bodies, it would be of the sanctuary level. Thinking of this, Meng Lei couldn't wait to walk into the ruins and start picking up those light balls. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness plus 250. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts spirit plus 156. Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts magic power plus 104. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lightning magic talent. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8th level magic, Spring Breeze. A series of prompt sounds rang in his mind. Meng Lei was stunned and stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. This is so much? He felt like he had won a pie in the sky, receiving such a generous reward at one time, which was simply unbelievable. Constitution plus 250, Spirit plus 156, Magic plus 104. The 3 attributes skyrocketed directly, completely overturning his strength. Constitution, level 2 warrior, 376/500. Spirit, 1st level magician, 169/200. Magic power, level 1 magician, 130 out of 200. His physical fitness is comparable to that of a 2nd level warrior. Both his spirit and magic power have reached the level of a 1st level magician. This improvement is really huge. The progress is truly amazing. But what excited Meng Lei the most was that he accidentally picked up the talent for thunder magic. This is such a huge surprise. Even magic talents can be picked up? He couldn't help but exclaimed. This system is outrageous. Meng Lei grinned so foolishly that even snot bubbles popped out of his nose. He knew in his heart that the lightning magic talent must have come from the purple-robed old man. Since the purple-robed old man was able to achieve the saint realm, his magic talent must be extraordinary. I picked up the magic talent of the holy mage. My magic talent should not be bad either. Full of anticipation, Meng Lei couldn't wait to find a place to try his hand. Coincidentally, Allison and the others also planned to take a break and recuperate. Everyone left the battlefield together and found a secluded place to rest. After Allison fell into a deep sleep, Monroe began to meditate. In the past, he couldn't sense any magical elements at all. But as soon as he entered the meditative state, he felt an unusual change. Several tiny silver spots came into view. The silver spots of light floated on the surface of the body like fireflies, twinkling with starlight. At first, there were only a few of them, like stars in a winter night. Gradually, the number increased. In the end, it was so densely packed that you couldn't count it. I sensed it. Meng Lei was so overjoyed that he practically roared to the heavens, releasing his inner excitement. Sensing the magical element meant that even without a system, he could still practice magic and become a powerful magician. These silver dots of light should be the lightning magic elements. Now, all I have to do is capture these magical elements into my body. He suppressed his excitement and continued to meditate. Meditation is a 2-step process. First, sensing magical elements. Second, refine the magic elements. For people who have no talent for magic, this is simply a fantasy, because without talent, they cannot sense the magic elements at all, let alone refine them. Meng Lei was in this state before, but now it's different. He can sense it. He began to try to capture those silver dots of light. Miraculously, the first dot of light was easily swallowed, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Refining magic elements isn't that difficult. He swallowed hundreds of silver spots of light in succession, smacking his lips in satisfaction, feeling extremely happy, which he attributed to his magical talent. As Allison said, there are different levels of magical talent. It is not obvious at ordinary times, but when sensing and refining magical elements, the strength of the talent is fully revealed. A gifted and powerful person has sharper senses and can refine magic more easily. It takes less time to refine the same amount of magic power, so the efficiency is naturally high. The practice will be more effective, faster, and the achievements will be higher. For those with weak talents, it's just the opposite. The next morning, the sun rose, and the warm sunlight passed through the treetops and fell on the ground, leaving mottled shadows. Meng Lei stood up and stretched, feeling refreshed and energetic, without any sense of fatigue. This is the benefit of meditation. Meditation not only replaces sleep, but also refines magic power and enhances mental strength. Many magicians rarely need to sleep after learning to meditate. I wonder how effective this night's meditation is. Meng Lei took a deep breath of fresh air, then opened the personal attribute panel to check the various data. Wealth, 916 gold coins. Constitution, level 2 warrior, 376/500. Spirit, first level magician, 173/200. Magic power, level 1 magician, 140 out of 200. Magic, fireball, thornvine, water bubble, earthshaker, windblade, burning hands, fire ring, spring breeze. Ha! My mental power increased by 3 points, and my magic power increased by 10 points. It's not slow at all. Meng Lei was extremely surprised. Although the increase of 3 points and 10 points seemed slow compared to yesterday's windfall, after all, windfall is only a chance and it doesn't happen every day. Stable daily improvement is the real way. After meditating for one night, my mental strength increased by 3 points and my magic power increased by 10 points. What about a month? A year? Moreover, Meng Lei felt that as his strength continued to increase, the effect of meditation would definitely become more and more significant, and the growth of his mental strength and magic power would never stop here. His future was bright. But to be honest, it feels so good to have a windfall. The gains from yesterday's short period of time were worth all my hard work during this period. No wonder people often say that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. It seems I have to go to more lively places in the future. In the next few days, the 5 people continued their journey of training, killing an average of 3 to 4 level 2 monsters every day and sweeping across the outer areas. 6-tailed poisonous centipede, bloodthirsty red ants, golden-eyed demon bats, giant swamp crocodiles. During the day, Meng Lei is busy picking up dropped items and collecting heads. At night, he constantly improves his mental strength and magic power through meditation, comprehensively enhancing his various attributes, and his strength becomes stronger day by day. However, all good things must come to an end. A week later, Allison and her group's training was about to end. The vacation was over and they had to return to the academy, and Monlay also had to return to the Warcraft village. Everyone said goodbye reluctantly and went their separate ways. You're finally back. Captain Hades finally let go of his worries when he saw Monlay return. He hadn't seen him for over 20 days and had been worried about what had happened to Monlay. Now he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was just out in the outskirts of the monster forest. I didn't encounter any danger. Monlay smiled and changed the subject. Captain Hades, can we still make it to the magic test if we leave now? There are only a few days left until the Magic Academy starts. Captain Hades shook his head. Fortunately, our Warcraft village is not far from the royal city, only 5 days' journey, otherwise you would have cried. It's good to catch up. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. As the Dragon God Empire's closest kingdom to the Monster Mountain range, the Fire Dragon Kingdom had always served as a barrier to the western part of the Empire. To better defend against monster attacks, the Fire Dragon Kingdom's capital was built on the edge of the Monster Mountain range. Therefore, the monster village wasn't far from the capital. Monray, have a good rest tonight. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Okay, Captain Hades. The next day, Meng Lei got up early, packed his luggage, and went to Captain Hades's house. To his surprise, Jonah, Joseph, Andrew, and their parents were also there. Joanna, why are you here? Meng Lei looked at the 3 little guys and asked in confusion. They were his friends who had grown up playing in the mud and wearing open crotch pants. Hee, we're going to the royal city with Uncle Hades to take the magic test. Joanna, dressed in a long, coarse linen dress, revealed a pair of adorable little canine teeth as she replied with a smile. She was the only girl among the 3, and, though her clothes were simple, they couldn't hide her beautiful face. If she wore a gorgeous, aristocratic dress, she would be no less beautiful than those rich ladies. Is that so? Meng Lei nodded. Brother Monra, Uncle Hades told me that you went into the mountains alone. Did you encounter any danger? Joanna asked nervously. I'm just staying on the edge. How could there be any danger? Meng Lei smiled and shook his head, then changed the subject. I thought I was going to the royal city alone. Now that you're with me, I won't be alone on the road. Yes, let's all go to the royal city together, so we can take care of each other better. Xiaona clapped her hands, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Come to think of it, I've never been to the royal city. I don't know what it's like. I heard that the city is very tall and there are many dragon people with dragon heads, and the towering buildings and the neat champ Elasis. Joseph and Andrew's eyes lit up and their faces were full of longing. See you soon. Meng Lei smiled slightly. For children from remote villages like theirs, their activities were usually limited to nearby villages and the Monster Mountain range. They might not even visit the royal city once in their lifetime. This time, Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew were able to go to the royal city because of the magic test. If it didn't concern the children's future, why would their parents spend such a huge price to send them to the royal city? This amount is enough for a family of 3 to live for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, this is a bet with a failure rate of up to 99.99%. 10 gold coins can easily become nothing and you will lose everything. Therefore, the parents of the 3 families of Joanna and others must have made a great decision. After all, there are many children in the Warcraft village, but only these 3 families have the courage to send their children to take the magic test. Joanna, remember to listen to Uncle Hades on the way. Andrew, be good, don't be naughty, don't cause trouble. Joseph, the royal city is not a village. The gate at the entrance of the village slowly opened, and a dilapidated ox cart slowly drove out of the village under the envious gazes of Jonah's parents, villagers, and friends. There are many children in the Warcraft village, but only a few families dare to send their children to take magic tests. The old ox cart creaked and bumped uncomfortably. The 3 little guys, Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew, were uncomfortable sitting in it, but they were extremely excited. They chirped along the way like 3 happy little sparrows. However, this excitement lasted only 2 days and soon faded. The long journey gradually made them exhausted, and they slowly wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Captain Hades had anticipated this situation, but school was about to start and no one could give up halfway, so they had to grit their teeth and persevere until they reached the royal city. After 5 days of boring trekking, they finally arrived at the royal city, Fire Dragon City. Fire Dragon City is the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and the largest and most prosperous city in the western part of the Dragon God Empire. It is located on a plain and is divided into 2 parts, east and west. East City is where the Fire Dragon Kingdom's palace and the residences of dignitaries are located. West City is the college district, where most magic academies and warrior academies are concentrated. Therefore, the atmosphere in West City is comparable to that of a university town on Earth. At noon, Meng Lei and his group entered the Fire Dragon City. Fire Dragon City's prosperity far surpassed that of the Warcraft village. The smooth, hard-packed Champs-Élysées, the neatly painted white buildings, the dazzling array of goods, the constant flow of people. The 3 little ones were fascinated by the scene before them, as if they had walked into the Grand View Garden like Granny Lou. Is this the royal city? It's so beautiful. Jonah's eyes sparkled, and she looked around from time to time, excited like a happy lark. However, the 2 boys, Joseph and Andrew, looked uneasy and tightly grasped the corners of their sackcloths. Bumpkin. The ladies passing by were wearing fashionable clothes, gorgeous jewelry, and spraying perfume, but they simply didn't bother to look at Meng Lei and his group. The noble ladies born in the royal city were born with a sense of superiority, which made Joseph and Andrew, who had just entered the city, feel ashamed and dared not look them in the eye. Seeing the 2's reactions, Captain Hades shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. After all, people entering the city for the first time would be like this. He was even more embarrassed than Joseph and Andrew back then. All I can say is, you'll get used to it. The premise is that you have the opportunity to get used to it. What surprised Hades was Monray. He was observing the people coming and going, making clicking sounds with his mouth and his eyes full of curiosity. He didn't look restrained or inferior at all. This child's character is truly unique. Hades nodded secretly and walked towards the West City with the 4 children. There are various colleges gathered there. There is a place dedicated to testing magical talents, and it is also the place that decides the fate of children. There are more than 70 colleges in our Fire Dragon King City. Walking down the grey crystal-paved Champs-Élysées, Captain Hades spoke incessantly about the academies. There are only 3 magic academies: the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the Douglas Magic Academy, and the Dragonman Magic Academy. The rest are all warrior academies. Only 3 magic academies? How could that be so few? Joanna and the other 2 were all surprised. Practicing magic requires talent. Captain Hades explained with a smile. There are only a few people with magical talent, so there aren't many magic academies. Hearing this, Xiao Na and the other 2 suddenly felt uneasy. 1 in a million? Could they really be the lucky one? Captain Hades, are there any differences between these 3 magic academies? Asked Monray. People have different heights, trees have different thicknesses, and magic academies naturally have different levels. Just like the 3 magic academies in our Fire Dragon King City. Captain Hades introduced with a smile that he believed Monray had a talent for magic and would definitely be able to enter a magic academy. The key was which one to choose. Therefore, it is necessary to make these situations clear. The Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the top of the 3 academies. It was established in the name of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and is an officially recognized national magic academy. With its official background, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy has a strong faculty, complete facilities and equipment, and abundant training resources, which makes the magicians trained here all outstanding. Therefore, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy has undoubtedly become the top magic school in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Captain Hades said this and looked at Meng Lei meaningfully. Of course, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is also the first choice for those talented magic geniuses. Whether they are sub-dragons or humans, as long as they possess outstanding outstanding talent and meet the requirements, they are eligible to enter the Fire Dragon Magic Academy for further study. In this respect, humans and dragons are completely equal. So that's it. Meng Lei nodded silently, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. Captain Hades continued, in comparison, the other two magic academies are slightly inferior. The Dragon Magic Academy is mainly for dragons with average magical talent, and of course there are also some human nobles with mediocre talent, while the Douglas Magic Academy mainly recruits human civilians with mediocre magical talent and is a civilian academy. Fire Dragon Magic Academy, Dragon Magic Academy, Douglas School of Magic. I didn't expect that there is a difference between famous schools and ordinary schools in this other world. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, thinking, aren't these three colleges the difference between famous schools and ordinary schools? There were gradually more and more pedestrians on the road. Most of them were groups of 2 old people and 1 young person, or families of several people. They looked nervous and it was obvious that they were also here to take the magic test. Meng Lei and his group blended into the crowd and soon arrived at the location of the magic test, Dragon God Square. Dragon God Square is extremely vast, covering an area equivalent to several football fields. In the center stands a 100-meter-high golden dragon statue. The golden dragon's scales come alive. The dragon wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. The dragon opened its mouth wide and roared towards the sky. The dragon's horns are ferocious and pierce the sky. A sense of domineering majesty came over you. Even if you were thousands of miles away, you could still feel the awe-inspiring momentum, which made you involuntarily feel awe and not have the slightest thought of resisting. Praise the dragon god. Seeing the golden dragon statue, Captain Hades put his hands on his chest, bent down and bowed, praying devoutly in a low voice. This scene made Meng Lei and the 3 little guys stunned. Uncle Hades, what are you doing? The lively Joanna couldn't help asking. Captain Hades jumped in shock and quickly covered her mouth with his hand. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, this is the statue of the great dragon god. You must salute when you see it. Quick, the 4 of you, salute the dragon god. Only then did Meng Lei notice that not only Captain Hades, but all the pedestrians around him also saluted reverently when they saw the dragon god statue, without exception. He frowned. The dragon god is the founding emperor of our dragon god empire and his only faith, Captain Hades explained in a low voice. All citizens of the empire must believe in the great dragon god. Anyone who does not believe is a heretic. If you do not want to be imprisoned at the stake, then quickly salute. Meng Lei was startled and could only feign a formal greeting. One must bow under someone's roof, and since he was still relatively inexperienced, it was best for him to obey the rules. Praise the dragon god. Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew also saluted respectfully. Captain Hades finally breathed a sigh of relief and pointed ahead, saying, that's the magic test site. Let's go over there quickly. Dragon God Square was packed with people, from nobles in finery to commoners in coarse linen. Most eye-catching were the sub-dragons. There are 2 types of dragons, drakes and draconians. Dragon beasts are descendants of giant dragons and magical beasts. Their appearance is almost the same as wild magical beasts. There are dragon wolves that look like giant wolves, dragon rhinos that look like rhinos, and earth dragons that look like crocodiles. There are many types in different shapes. If these monsters were placed in the monster forest, they would definitely be hunted. But here, the dragon beasts were dressed in gold and silver, in gorgeous clothes, and appeared before everyone openly. Not only did no one dare to hunt them, but they all had to give way for fear of offending these giant beasts. Because everyone knows that these ferocious-looking dragon beasts have powerful backgrounds. They may be the sons of a marquis, the nephews of a duke, or even nobles themselves. Who dares to provoke them? A monkey in human form is worse than an animal. Meng Lei looked at the rampant dragon beasts and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the vast land of the dragon god empire, humans were nothing more than vassals and slaves, while the true masters were the dragons. Therefore, even the chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs associated with the dragon became accomplices of their masters. Not only was killing illegal, but they also enjoyed various privileges. If anyone offended them and was killed, they could only accept their fate and die in vain. Of course, there are many dragon beasts, but there are even more dragon people. In the dragon god empire, 80% of the nobles are dragon people, and the descendants of these noble dragon people are naturally dragon people as well, resulting in a huge number of dragon people participating in magic tests. Some have double horns on their heads, some have wings growing out of their backs, some have dragon tails, some are covered with scales. All of them have obvious dragon characteristics. Monlay, stop staring at the dragon man like that, it's very rude. Captain Hades patted Monlay on the shoulder and whispered a warning. If you piss off a bad-tempered fellow, he'll smack you to death with one paw, and you won't even have a chance to defend yourself. On. Menglay nodded and suddenly pointed at the dragon people wearing coarse linen clothes and said, Captain Hades, shouldn't all dragon people be nobles? Why are some of them wearing clothes like commoners? Could they be fallen nobles? Birds of a feather flocked together. People were coming and going in the square, gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. They could be clearly divided into 4 circles: the circle of gorgeously dressed noble humans, the circle of dragon beasts that look like Warcraft, the circle of dragon nobles, and the circle of human civilians. This can be distinguished at a glance from their clothing and appearance, and the distinction is particularly clear. But what puzzled Meng Lei was that in addition to these 4 circles, there was also a special circle. There were all dragon people in there, but they were wearing coarse linen clothes, no different from human civilians. Could they be civilians among the dragon people? He is obviously a dragon person, but he is dressed so simply, which is strange. These dragon people, some of them are fallen nobles. Captain Hades glanced at the circle of dragons and explained in a low voice, some of them are like us, belonging to the civilian class. Meng Lei was stunned. Civilians? Dragon people also have civilians? Of course. Dragons are inherently lustful, and many dragon people inherit this nature. Some dragon people with low moral character, after doing bad things, just pull up their pants and walk away, refusing to admit their mistakes. Captain Hades shook his head. This has led to the emergence of many dragon orphans and illegitimate children. When they grow up, they are helpless and without titles, so they naturally become commoners. Meng Lei suddenly realized humans could abandon their wives and children, let alone the naturally lustful dragons. From this perspective, the existence of illegitimate children and orphans among dragons was not surprising. Even though we are all civilians, their lives are incomparable to ours. Captain Hades shook his head and said, even the weakest dragon people are quite powerful warriors. They still have the opportunity to excel. This is something that we humans cannot compare to. That's right. Meng Lei nodded silently. Let's go. The testing place is over there. Let's go there. Hades pointed to the direction with the most people, and then the group walked towards there, but were stopped by several knights in armor. Escorting personnel, stop. Magic test, 10 gold coins per person. Monray, go in. Hades took out 40 gold coins he had prepared in advance and handed them to Meng Lei. He glanced at Meng Lei and the other 3 and encouraged them. May the dragon god bless you. I believe you will be able to realize your wish. The 4 of them nodded heavily. There was an endless stream of people participating in the magic test, and they had already formed 10 long queues. The scene was comparable to the grand occasion of buying tickets at the railway station during the spring festival travel rush. Let's go together. With so many people, how long do we have to wait? Meng Lei sighed and found a relatively short team to join. Looking at the long team, he couldn't help feeling worried. Brother Meng Lei, I'm nervous. Joanna pulled at Ramon Lei's collar, her little face full of worry and anxiety, completely devoid of her usual liveliness and playfulness. Don't worry, this kind of thing can only be left to fate. There's no point in being nervous. Meng Lei didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only say this. The sun was high in the sky, the heat unbearable. The Fire Dragon Kingdom was near the Warcraft forest, with a climate similar to a tropical rainforest. The temperature was incredibly high, and the wait was excruciating. However, at this moment, most people don't care about the hot weather at all. Their hearts are filled with tension and anxiety, because this is the critical moment that determines their fate. Talented people are like carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. People without talent can only continue to live a mediocre life and find another way out. This is much more brutal than the college entrance exam. Meng Lei sighed to himself. It really does resemble the ancient imperial examination system. During this agonizing wait, all kinds of living beings are revealed. Some people cried with joy and left in great joy. Some shook their heads and sighed, disappointed with the test results. More people are in great pain and leave the stage sadly. The cruelty of reality is vividly displayed here. The team advanced slowly, and after several hours of waiting, Meng Lei and his team finally arrived at the test bench. 3 young men in black magic robes stood in front of the stage, responsible for testing the team. One person is responsible for calling numbers. One person is responsible for testing. One person is responsible for recording. Everyone does their job and everything is in order. Behind them sat a drowsy middle-aged man, leaning back in his chair with his head lowered and his eyes closed, as if he was fast asleep, completely ignoring the noise around him. The test tools consisted of 2 items. One was a basketball-sized crystal ball, glittering and translucent, its interior clear and transparent without a trace of color, suspended in midair like a sparkling diamond. The second is a giant thermometer about 10 feet high and 1 foot wide, standing upright in front of the crystal ball. It contains a red line with numbers engraved on it. It is obviously an enlarged version of a thermometer. The young man in charge of calling numbers shouted, and a yellow-haired boy wearing a coarse linen robe and simple attire quickly responded and walked up quickly. Perhaps because he was too nervous, his feet slipped and the yellow-haired boy suddenly fell to the ground, almost hitting the crystal ball. Everyone burst into laughter, and the blonde boy became even more nervous. He hurriedly climbed up and stammered, Sorry, my name is Bobot. You don't need to say your name, just put your hand on the crystal ball. The young man in charge of the test responded coldly, not taking the blonde boy's name seriously. Indeed, they only registered those with magical talent. As for those who have no magical talent, they are not even qualified to register. Reality is so cruel. Yes. Potter nodded quickly, pressed his trembling hands on the crystal crystal ball, stared at it closely, and waited for the judgment of fate. He was so nervous that he almost held his breath, fearing that a small mistake would cause the test to be inaccurate and ultimately result in a death sentence. The young man in charge of the test had a cold expression on his face as he looked at the crystal ball. Suddenly, the originally transparent crystal ball seemed to be filled with electricity, emitting a hazy and blurred light. The khaki color is faintly mixed with green, just like the faint colored light reflected by the lens. Elemental affinity, medium for earth, low for wind. The young man said calmly, "Next, let's test your mental strength. See the red dot below the sperm meter? Use your mental strength to press it down as far as you can." Meng Lei looked as he was told, and sure enough, he saw a red dot about the size of a coin under the giant thermometer, which looked like a button. "Sir, how should I use my mental power?" Potter asked, his face flushing red as he stammered. "There's a magic circle engraved on the red dot, which will automatically draw your mental energy. All you have to do is stare at it." The young man in charge of the test explained indifferently. "Everyone else, listen carefully. When testing your mental energy." Okay. Potter nodded quickly, his eyes fixed on the red dot under the acumeter. In an instant, the red line in the precision meter began to rise, passing through each digital scale and climbing rapidly. "Is this the tool for testing mental strength?" There was a gleam in Meng Lei's eyes as he stared at the red line in the sperm meter. This thing was quite similar to a thermometer, except that one measured mental power and the other measured temperature. After a moment, the red line stopped, and the young man in charge of the test glanced at the scale and his voice softened slightly. "Spiritual strength is 23, 4 times that of my peers, barely meeting the standard. Elemental affinity, medium for earth, low for wind. Qualified to become a magician. His mental strength has reached 23, which is 4 times that of his peers. In terms of elemental affinity, the earth element is medium, and the wind element is low. He has a talent for magic and is fully qualified to be a magician." When Porter heard the news, he felt as if he had heard the most beautiful language in the world. He shouted excitedly and tears flowed like a spring, running down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. He cried with joy, "Dragon God is above. How can a peasant be qualified as a magician? Where is justice in this?" Really, everyone was talking about it, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mon Lei also looked at Potter, feeling deeply moved. Although Potter was now dressed in rags, he possessed the magical talent that countless people dreamed of. Good opportunity. It was foreseeable that once he graduated from the Magic Academy, he would become a distinguished magician. By then, he would possess both power and status, and beauties and money would all come to him. His fate completely changed at this moment. "It's finally my turn." Meng Lei took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. Another mud-legged fellow. What an eyesore. This guy definitely doesn't have any talent for magic. The chance of a peasant possessing magical talent is far lower than among us nobles, barely 1 in 100,000. That bumpkin just got lucky, but this guy definitely has no chance. I'll bet a bag of sausages he has no magical talent. I bet 2 packs. A group of young nobles murmured, their words filled with contempt. In the Dragon God Empire, the class gap was extremely obvious. Jonah, Joseph and Andrew looked at Meng Lei with anticipation in their eyes, although they did not hold much hope in their hearts. "Brother Meng Lei, come on. Should it be detectable?" Meng Lei took a deep breath and placed his hands on the crystal ball. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous. Although he had acquired the Holy Land magician's lightning magic talent and had successfully meditated, he was still uneasy. After all, his magical talent is acquired through fusion. What if it cannot be detected? Meng Lei is destined to worry about nothing. The moment his hands touched the crystal ball, a dazzling silver light suddenly burst out from the crystal ball, and the entire crystal ball was rendered as dazzling as the sun. Tiny, dazzling silver arcs of light leaped and galloped inside the crystal ball, as if they were about to break through the crystal shell and break free from its restraints. The middle-aged man behind the 3 testers was lying on a chair and dozing off. Suddenly he opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, staring at the crystal ball with excitement on his face. "Elemental affinity, lightning, super." The middle-aged man's eyes were sharp as he uttered these words slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar all around. The young nobles, who had been mocking and scorning him, were instantly speechless, like roosters being strangled by the neck. Super? Dragon God, did I hear it wrong? How is that possible? Super elemental affinity, isn't that too exaggerated? The 3 young men in charge of the test were also stunned. Generally speaking, the vast majority of those with magical talent have low elemental affinity, which is the lowest passing score and the lowest standard for sensing magical elements. Above the low level is the medium level. Those with medium elemental affinity can perceive magical elements 10 times more clearly during meditation than those with lower affinity. The next level up is the best, with perception clarity up to 100 times. This means that it would take others 100 hours to refine the same amount of magic power, while someone with superior elemental affinity only needs 1 hour, a full 100 times difference in efficiency. Therefore, under the premise of equal mental strength, no matter how hard a person with inferior elemental affinity tries, he can only become a low-level magician, reaching level 1, 2, or 3 at most. Those who possess superior superior elemental affinity can easily become low-level magicians, and with a little effort they can become intermediate magicians. With more effort, it will not be difficult to become high-level magicians. This is the huge gap between the lower class and the upper class. As for the super ones, they are even rarer. Even among the dragon people who inherited the dragon clan's magical talents and were born with strong elemental affinity, super elemental affinity is extremely rare. After all, this represents a 1,000-fold increase in perceived clarity. Quick, test your mental strength. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man pushed aside the young man in charge of the test and took the test himself. His voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed, "Super elemental affinity." Those with this kind of talent, even without meditation, will have magical elements rushing into their bodies. They're like the illegitimate child of the god of magic. Meng Lei walked over to the spirit meter, his expression unprecedentedly relaxed. His spiritual attribute was a whopping 215, comparable to a second-level magician. There was nothing to worry about. This guy is just damn lucky. The noble young men looked at Meng Lei with sour eyes. With such outstanding magical talent, his mental strength must be very poor. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Unfortunately, these people are destined to be disappointed. Meng Lei's gaze fell on the red, and the red line on the precision meter soared upwards like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it had passed the halfway mark and continued to climb. Everyone at the scene was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. When others tested their mental strength, the red line would slowly rise, one level at a time, but with Meng Lei, God, genius. This is true genius. The middle-aged man was so excited that he was incoherent, his body shaking with excitement. Finally, we have discovered a true genius this time. Soon, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the red line rushed to the top of the accumumeter and stopped only after filling all the scales. But everyone could see that full value was not the limit of Meng Lei's mental power. If the scale of the precision meter was larger, the mental power represented by the red line would definitely be even higher. Full value. His mental strength is 100 times that of his peers. The middle-aged man announced the results tremblingly. Elemental affinity, lightning superior, mental strength 100 times that of peers, overall evaluation, magical talent, superior. The whole audience suddenly boiled over. 100 times? Superior? It's just perverted. His elemental affinity is already superb, but his mental strength is also so exaggerated. Is there any justice in this world? A peasant who appeared out of nowhere actually possesses such a terrifying talent? Is the god of magic blind? Isn't this guy even worse than Ordos? Almost. Hiss. Ordos is a second-generation dragon man with golden dragon bloodline. Everyone looked at Meng Lei with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Some of the dragon nobles, in particular, had their eyes flickering with surprise and shock. "Sir, I'm Fred from the admissions office of Douglas School of Magic." At this moment, an old man in a magic robe pushed through the crowd and walked in. "I sincerely invite you to join our Douglas School of Magic, as long as you are willing to join. Every year, when the school year begins, all the colleges are incredibly busy. Not to mention anything else, the magic test before school starts alone lasts a whole week. Nobles, commoners, dragon people, dragon beasts, and young people of other intelligent races from all over the Fire Dragon Kingdom gathered in the royal city to attend this event that can change their destiny on time. Anyone who is interested in practicing magic would want to seize this opportunity. People come and go in an endless stream. In Dragon God Square, in addition to the teenagers taking the test, their families and testers, there is also a special group of people, the teachers in charge of admissions from various colleges. Not far from the magic testing point, there are dozens of stalls scattered around, with banners erected in front of the stalls, indicating their identities, including Fire Dragon Warrior Academy, Dragon Holy Knight Academy, Kelna's Great Axe Academy, and so on. These stalls are the admissions offices of various colleges. At this moment, in a corner of the admissions office, three old men in purple magic robes leaned on their chairs, chatting lazily. Today is the last day of the magic test, and it seems there won't be any geniuses this time. Sigh, in all the years I've been in charge of admissions, this year is truly the most unsuccessful. An old man with a truffle nose and disheveled hair burped and spoke in a weak voice. As soon as he finished speaking, another old man with a single horn on his head and black scales between his eyebrows immediately retorted dissatisfiedly, "Carls, you still have the nerve to complain? You snatched away so many high-quality students this year. If I were you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. It's a pity that I have to accompany you every year." Hearing this, another bald old man snorted coldly, "Old man, you say you are just a bystander? What about Ordos? Don't forget, this year's strongest talent was snatched away by your Dragon Academy." At this point, the bald old man sighed, "Actually, I'm the one who's been hanging around with you guys every year. I watch helplessly as geniuses are snatched away by you guys, yet I can't do anything about it. It's really heartbreaking." After hearing this, the one-horned old man glared at the bald old man and said indifferently, "No matter how talented Ordos is, he is just one person. How can he compare to the geniuses that Carls has snatched away? Alas! Old man, don't be so ungrateful." The old man with the rosacea snorted, You know in your heart that genius is about quality, not quantity. One Ordos is worth dozens of ordinary geniuses. TSK, he's superb in both the light and wind element, and his mental strength is 88 times that of his peers. He's truly abnormal. That's right. If I could, I would trade all the students I recruited this year for Ordos. The bald old man agreed deeply. A genius like Ordos, as long as he is properly trained, it is a sure thing that he can become a 9th-level great magician, or even. He didn't finish his words, but the old man with rosacea and the old man with one horn both understood what he meant. A talent like Ordos has the potential to achieve the Holy Realm. What kind of existence is that? How many ordinary alumni are worth one sanctuary alumnus? What a pity. It's a waste for such a genius to stay in your Dragon Academy. The old man with rosacea said indignantly, he should come to our Fire Dragon Academy. Only Fire Dragon Academy can provide him with the best educational environment. Hearing this, the one-horned old man immediately puffed his beard and glared. Old man, stop talking nonsense there. Our Dragon Academy is no worse than your Fire Dragon Academy. If it weren't for teacher, quick, another genius has appeared. Just as the three old men were arguing, a young man in a magic robe ran over breathlessly and spoke anxiously. Another genius appears? When the three old men heard this, their eyes fixed on him. They all stood up from their chairs and stared at the young man in the magic robe. What level of genius is this? What is his talent? Elemental affinity, superb for lightning. Mental strength, 100 times that of his peers. The young man in the magic robe said quickly. Overall evaluation, heavenly. Before he could finish his words, three old men rushed past him, knocking the young man to the ground with their buttocks. What kind of person is this? He won't even let me finish my words. The young man in the magic robe touched his butt and climbed up, complaining, but he could fully understand the actions of the three teachers. After all, this super genius was really perverted. Elemental affinity, lightning super, spiritual power, 100 times that of people of the same age. Such talent is even on par with Ordos. Mine. He belongs to our Fire Dragon School of Magic. No, he's from our Douglas School of Magic. You're just dreaming. A genius with such talent must be from our Dragon People. He will definitely join the Dragon People Magic Academy. So what if he's a dragon man? I'm determined to get this old guy. Get out of my way. At this moment, Meng Lei was enjoying the envy, jealousy and hatred of everyone, but he didn't care about it at all, because all this was within his expectations. Brother Meng Lei, you are so awesome. Joanna, Joseph, and Andrew came over and looked at Meng Lei with envy, their eyes twinkling. Although they didn't fully understand the significance of Meng Lei's talent, the shock and admiration of the people around them explained it clearly. Meng Lei is a genius that everyone envies. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Where is the genius? At this time, three hurried old men squeezed into the crowd, looking around anxiously, and finally their eyes were fixed on a dragon boy next to the sperm meter. The young man was dressed in a gorgeous robe and had black wings on his back. He was handsome and had an extraordinary demeanor. His appearance alone was very eye-catching. Are you the genius? The old man with rosacea grabbed the dragon boy's shoulder and said impatiently, hello, I'm the teacher in charge of this year's admissions for the Fire Dragon Kingdom's first magic academy, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. My name is Carls. I sincerely invite you to join our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. As long as you join, tuition, living expenses, water and materials, all fees will be waived. In addition, you will receive a scholarship of 2,000 gold coins per year. The rosacea-nosed old man rattled off all the benefits, but before he could finish, the bald old man pushed him aside and said, hello, genius. I'm the admissions officer at Douglas School of Magic. I sincerely invite you to join Douglas School of Magic. Tuition, scholarships, and everything else are easily negotiated. Stop talking nonsense. He's a dragon man, so he should belong to our Dragon Man Magic Academy. The one-horned old man forced his way past the bald old man, smiling brightly. Hello, I'm the admissions officer at the Dragon Man Magic Academy. Faced with these three enthusiastic old men, the people around them looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering, shouldn't they have invited Meng Lei? Why did they invite a young dragon man? This was such a misunderstanding. Meng Lei was also at a loss for words, but he could understand the misunderstanding. After all, since ancient times, the dragons who inherited the blood of the dragons have had magical talents far superior to humans, so the probability of geniuses appearing is naturally higher. And the biggest reason why geniuses can appear in the human race is the huge population base. It is completely understandable that the three admissions teachers recognized the wrong person. The dragon boy who was mistakenly identified was originally standing behind Meng Lei and his companions. Shocked by Meng Lei's amazing talent, he couldn't help but move closer to take a closer look at this genius, but ended up being surrounded by three old men. The dragon boy was somewhat helpless. Three teachers, you have recognized the wrong person. I haven't even conducted the magic test yet. What? Aren't you the super genius? The three old men were stunned. Then where is he? That's the super genius. The middle-aged man in charge of the test pointed at Meng Lei and said helplessly, you recognized the wrong person. This is too outrageous. Three pairs of of eyes stared at Meng Lei. It's actually a human? Are you the super genius? The three old men had different expressions, but they were all very interesting. I didn't expect that my human race would have such a super genius. That's great. The old man with rosacea was overjoyed and didn't mind the mistake at all. Indeed, human geniuses with exceptional elemental affinity are rare, especially those with mental power 100 times greater than their peers. It's unheard of, the bald old man said, excitedly. Hello, young man, I'm Augustus, the admissions officer at Douglas School of Magic. I sincerely invite you to join our school. As always, terms are negotiable. How about joining us? A genius like him deserves only the finest teaching environment. It's a complete waste for him to go to your Douglas Academy. What a huge waste. The old man with the rosacea snorted coldly, looking at the bald old man with contempt. Then he turned to look at Meng Lei gently. Young man, our Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the best magic academy in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. We have the most powerful faculty and educational resources. Come on. Seeing this, the one-horned old man was not willing to be outdone. Human genius, I am the admissions teacher of the Dragon Magic Academy. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the other two. Old man, are your eyes blurring out? He's a genius of our human race. Why would he go to your Dragon Academy? Save your energy. Seeing the admissions teachers from the three major magic academies arguing over Meng Lei, many young people in the venue were envious and jealous, wishing they could replace Meng Lei and become that super genius. How great it would be if they were the ones being fought over. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world. At this time, the middle-aged man in charge of the test cleared his throat and said, "Three teachers, why don't you go to the side and discuss this first? We still need to continue the test here." After being interrupted, the three old men were a little dissatisfied, but they didn't say much. They pulled Meng Lei aside and continued to win him over with sweet words. "Teachers, your conditions are very tempting, but could you please be more specific so I can make a good choice?" Meng Lei scratched his head, looked at the old man with rosacea and the bald old man and said, "As for the Dragon Magic Academy represented by the one-horned old man, I directly passed it up. I have no interest in associating with dragon people." This young man is really clear and concise. The bald old man spoke first. "I see you are also from a commoner family. It just so happens that our Douglas School of Magic recruits commoners. Join us and you will get free tuition and miscellaneous fees, and you can also enjoy a scholarship of 3,000 gold coins a year. Our Fire Dragon Magic Academy also waives all tuition and miscellaneous fees, and also provides a scholarship of 3,000 gold coins a year." The old man with rosacea responded unwillingly. "Old man, didn't you just say it was 2,000 gold coins?" The bald old man glared at him and cursed. "How did it go up to 1,000 gold coins in the blink of an eye? Do you still have the nerve? Humph, how can a genius like him be measured by money?" The old man with rosacea snorted coldly. "A scholarship of 3,000 gold coins a year, no problem. Shameless old thief." The bald old man's teeth itched with hatred. 4,000 gold coins. "As long as you join our Douglas School of Magic, we are willing to provide a scholarship of 4,000 gold coins every year. Our Fire Dragon School of Magic is also willing to offer a scholarship of 4,000 gold coins." The old man with the rosacea chuckled, his face showing a look of confidence. After all, their Fire Dragon School of Magic was a wealthy and powerful school, so how could it be compared with Douglas's civilian school? "Old man, are you going to fight me today?" The bald old man was furious. 5,000 gold coins. That's the highest offer I can make. "Little brother, just tell me straight, are you joining or not?" "Ha, I'll also give you 5,000 gold coins." The old man with rosacea remained calm. You're so cruel." The bald old man's teeth itched, but he didn't raise the price again. Although he wanted to invite Meng Lei to join, he was only an admissions officer after all, with limited authority. A scholarship of 5,000 gold coins a year was already his limit. "Ha ha ha, is that all?" The old man with the rosacea sneered. "Little brother, I'm sure you already have the answer in your mind, right?" Meng Lei glanced at the bald old man with a hint of regret, then turned to look at the old man with rosacea, bowed politely, and said, "It's an honor to be a member of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy." "Ah, what a wise choice, kid." The rosaceous old man was extremely proud. "We're glad you've joined our Fire Dragon Magic Academy. This is the Academy badge. Drop your blood on it and recognize your master." It was a small badge, somewhat similar to the school emblem from Meng Lei's previous life, but a product of alchemy. A mighty and ferocious fire dragon totem was engraved on the front, while a magic circle, imbued with some strange magical energy, was on the back. Meng Lei took the badge, squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on it, and suddenly a mysterious connection was established between him and the badge. Alas, what a pity! The bald old man sighed helplessly as he watched this scene. He had expected this result. A genius like Meng Lei would always choose the Fire Dragon School of Magic if the conditions were the same. He could only watch helplessly as geniuses were missed by their Douglas School of Magic time and time again. The Academy badge is not only your identification, but also your admission letter. Only by wearing the badge can you pass the Academy guards and enter and exit the academy freely. The rosacea-nosed old man patiently explained. Of course, the badge is also engraved with a spirit-gathering magic circle, which constantly absorbs magical elements and can improve your meditation efficiency. I see. Meng Lei nodded to show that he understood. Today is the last day of the magic test. The rosacea-nosed old man gave his final instructions. Usually, after the test, there will be 2 days of rest and then the academy will start. You will report to the academy the day after tomorrow. When you report, you will also have to pass an internal test. If you pass it successfully, you will officially become a member of the academy. I understand, Monroe replied. The old man with rosacea nodded with satisfaction. By the way, I still don't know your name. Elemental affinity, super thunder, mental strength, 100 times that of peers. Such talent is truly amazing and the best of the whole audience. Having successfully recruited such a genius, the old man with rosacea left with great satisfaction, while the eyes of countless nobles, commoners, and dragon people in the field were still fixed on Meng Lei, their eyes full of envy. This mud-legged fellow, no, this fellow's fate has completely changed. When he graduates from the academy, he'll be at least a 6th-level magician. I'm so envious and jealous. The magic test is still going on. After Monroe, Joseph and Andrew took turns to undergo the test with trepidation and anticipation. They also longed to show amazing magical talents like Monroe and shock everyone. Unfortunately, reality is extremely cruel. Elemental affinity, inferior to fire. Mental strength, 1 times that of peers. Overall evaluation, mediocre talent, no potential to become a magician. Elemental affinity, inferior to wind. Mental strength, 1 times that of peers. Overall evaluation, mediocre talent, no potential to become a magician. This result made Joseph and Andrew extremely depressed. They couldn't accept why Meng Lei, who grew up with them, had such amazing talent, while they didn't even have the slightest bit of magical aptitude. Why is this? Seeing his 2 friends crying sadly, Meng Lei didn't know how to comfort them. He could only pat their shoulders gently and try his best to bring some comfort. Although he also hopes that his 3 companions can all possess magical talents, the reality is so cruel and will never change because of anyone's wishes. Elemental affinity, medium wood, low wind. At this time, the young man in charge of the test announced Jonah's results. Meng Lei turned his head and saw Xiao Na holding a crystal ball in both hands. The ball was filled with green, like an emerald agate, with occasional gray light flashing. Kiana actually has a talent for magic? Meng Lei was a little surprised, while Joseph and Andrew, who were crying sadly, looked at Jonah, biting their lips tightly. Their mood improved a little, but then they were overwhelmed by deeper loss. Joanna detected magical talent, but what about them? Next item, test your mental strength. The young man in charge of the test had a kind face. Because of Meng Lei, he was particularly friendly to Joanna. After all, she came with Meng Lei. Good opportunity. Spiritual power, 8 times that of peers. Overall evaluation, possesses the potential to become a magician. The young man announced the final result with a smile, and then said to Jonah, classmate, congratulations, you have the potential to become a magician. Do I really have a talent for magic? Joanna murmured to herself, then suddenly shouted happily, I can become a magician? I really can become a magician. If someone had shouted here in the past, the young man in charge of the test would have stopped them sternly, but at this moment, not only did he not blame them, but he smiled and was extremely friendly. Not only that, the middle-aged man and the other 2 young men also had smiles on their faces and were extremely gentle. Joanna, congratulations. Meng Lei smiled and walked forward to congratulate. Joanna, congratulations. Joseph and Andrew forced a smile and followed suit with congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Joanna was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes and she kept nodding her head. Joseph and Andrew failed one after another. She originally thought that she had no talent, but she didn't expect the result to be so unexpected. How could she not be happy? How could she not be excited? Another lucky guy. I'm so envious. The onlookers pointed and talked, unable to hide their envy. Life is completely different with or without magical talent. Ordinary talent is enough to make many people envious. Let's go to the enrollment center first and help Joanna choose a magic school, Meng Lei said, then go out and find Captain Hades. Jonah had average talent and came from a common family, but was eventually admitted to Douglas School of Magic, becoming the 2nd child in the history of Warcraft Village to be admitted to a magic academy. Upon hearing the news, Captain Hades cheered excitedly. It turned out that 2 of the 4 children he brought had magical talents. It was so lucky and exciting, especially since Meng Lei, whom he favors, has super talent. How could he not be excited? Meng Lei, well done, you are the pride of the village. Hades patted Meng Lei's shoulder and spoke incoherently with excitement, and Xiao Na, you are also great. I can't wait to go back to the village and tell the village chief and everyone this good news. Meng Lei shook his head helplessly, looked at Joseph and Andrew who were becoming increasingly frustrated, and asked, Captain Hades, what about Joseph and Andrew? Are they just going to follow us for nothing? There's nothing we can do. Since no magical talent can be detected, they can only go back to the village. Captain Hades' face darkened and he sighed. He didn't say anything else, but the ending was already doomed to return to the the village, be a civilian and spend the rest of his life in that small mountain village. This is fate, no one can change it. Joseph and Andrew trembled all over, and tears rolled down their eyes. Even without magical talent, one can still cultivate fighting spirit. Meng Lei frowned. I see so many warrior academies in the royal city, and they also recruit human civilians. They can definitely enter the warrior academy and become a warrior. Hearing this, Joseph and Andrew were shocked and a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. Yeah, if we can't get into the magic court, then entering the warrior academy wouldn't be bad either. Joanna also said, it's just right that the four of us are staying in the royal city, so we can look after each other, right? What happens? That's easier said than done, Captain Hades said with a wry smile. Do you know how high the tuition at Warrior Academy is? I haven't paid close attention to that. Even the worst third-rate colleges cost dozens of gold coins for admission each year, not to mention textbooks, accommodation, food, clothing, materials, and practical training. Captain Hades shook his head. All that extra money alone costs at least hundreds of gold coins per year. The average family simply can't afford it. After hearing this, Joseph and Andrew's faces suddenly froze. Their family could not even save 10 gold coins a year, let alone hundreds of gold coins. The 10 gold coins for the magic test were also scraped together by their parents. How could they afford hundreds of gold coins for them to study in the Warrior Academy? The saying poor in literature, rich in martial arts is no joke. Captain Hades sighed. The training of magicians and warriors is all about money, enough to drain any middle-class family. Commoners like us simply can't afford it. Having said that, he looked at Xiaona, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. It was good that she had a talent for magic, but attending a magic academy was the real beginning of burning money. Unlike Meng Lei, Joanna has no tuition fees and can also receive a high scholarship. How will she spend the next few years? Joanna clenched her teeth, her face turned pale, and her heart was filled with fear. Let's go. You've been queuing all day and you must be tired. Let's find a place to eat first, then go back to the hotel and get some rest. Hades waved his hand. In a few days, after you, Mon Lei, and Jonah enter the magic academy, I'll take Joseph and Andrew back to the village. The cost of living in the royal city is too high. Go back to the village? Meng Lei fell into deep thought. Is Monroe rich? Not rich. As of now, his total net worth is only 2,306 gold coins, and he still has a one-year scholarship of 5,000 gold coins that he has not yet received. This amount of wealth is certainly not as much as those of the nobles and wealthy businessmen, but it is far more than those of the common people who are struggling to make ends meet. That's not the point. The point is, his wealth came extremely easily, because he can pick it up anytime, anywhere. Since arriving in the royal city, Meng Lei has been picking up dropped items along the way, including gold coins, attribute light balls, magic, and even 3 fighting skills that he inexplicably picked up. Moreover, the more people there are, the more items will drop. As the capital of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the thing that Royal City has the most of is people, especially during this period when all the major colleges are opening, so even more people are pouring in. With so many people, there are naturally more things dropped. This was undoubtedly Meng Lei's luck. Less than a day after arriving in the Royal City, Meng Lei had already reaped a lot of rewards. His various attributes had undergone earth-shaking changes. Wealth 2,306 gold coins. Constitution, level 3 warrior, 502/1000. Spirit, level 2 magician, 213 out of 500. Magic power, first level magician, 199/200. The gold coins more than doubled. His physical body was comparable to that of a third-level warrior. His mental power had reached the level of a second-level magician. His magic power was just a little short of reaching the standard of a second-level magician, and he had several more types of magic. As for fighting skills, I picked up 3 of them inexplicably. TSK, the royal city is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is full of wealthy people and powerful people. I have picked up so much in less than a day. How am I going to live like this from now on? Royal City. I've definitely come to the right place. Meng Lei is very satisfied with today's harvest. He firmly believes that the harvest in the future will only get more abundant. So, he secretly thought in his heart, can he take out some gold coins to sponsor his 2 friends to go to school? Mon Lei thought that as long as Joseph and Andrew worked harder and became trainee soldiers in the first year, it would be much easier to make money. That way, they could be self-sufficient and successfully complete their studies. When they graduated, even if they were only 4th-level warriors, they could still earn a lot. The wealth created by the 4th-level warriors is far more than just 200 gold coins, so there is no need to worry about them not making money. In other words, if I lend them 200 gold coins, I can completely change 2 people's lives. This deal is really worth it. However, when Hades, Jonah, Joseph and Andrew heard Monroe's thoughts, they were shocked and could not believe their ears. Monray, are you kidding me? Hades stared at Mon Lei. I know you get a 5,000 gold coin scholarship every year, but magic training costs much more than training as a warrior. A 5,000 gold coin scholarship might not even be enough to buy magic potions and materials. Captain Hades, don't say any more. I know it clearly. Meng Lei waved his hand and turned to look at Joseph and Andrew. I'm not rich either. I can only support you for 1 year. After 1 year, you have to rely on yourselves. As long as you can become trainee soldiers within a year, all problems will be solved. Brother Monra, Joseph and Andrew were so moved that they burst into tears and cried heart-wrenchingly. Their emotions fluctuated so much that they finally broke down. Don't cry, remember what Meng Lei said. Once you enter the academy, practice hard and strive to become a trainee soldier within a year. With Monroe's help, Joseph and Andrew successfully enrolled in Warrior Academy. Although it was just an ordinary Warrior Academy of mid-level, the two were deeply moved and promised on the spot that they would study hard and repay Meng Lei in the future. For the next 2 days, the 5 of them toured the royal city, admiring its splendor. While picking up a large amount of fallen items, Meng Lei was also dazzled by the luxury and splendor of the place. He originally thought that the world had not developed technology, so he thought it was backward and primitive, but it turned out that he was totally wrong. The Dragon God Empire has a civilization history of tens of thousands of years. Although the mainstream relies on personal martial arts, inheritance, fighting spirit and magic continue to develop and innovate, but the long years have also given birth to many derivatives. The most common one is magic device. The poorest people at the bottom of society naturally have no access to magic devices, but the products of this magical civilization have penetrated into thousands of households in the upper class, such as space rings, space bracelets, space belts, these magical storage devices, magic cannons, magic guns, magic puppets, offensive magic devices, magic lamps, magic carriages, magic flying carpets, magic gadgets for daily life. This is completely different from Earth civilization. While Meng Lei's eyes were opened, his understanding of this world also became deeper. Of course, what touched him most was the old saying from his previous life, while the rich have wine and meat, there are frozen corpses on the streets. The class division in this world is extremely serious. The small group of people at the top of society monopolize the vast majority of resources, live a life of drunkenness and indulge in pleasure. More than 90% of the poor people can only struggle at the bottom of society, suffer from exploitation and oppression, live a miserable life, and are displaced. After learning all this, Meng Lei didn't harbor any ambitions to overthrow the ruling class and liberate the working people. His only thought was to continue quietly accumulating strength, eventually escaping the exploited class and living a better and more comfortable life. Of course, if one day he is really powerful enough to overthrow the world, Meng Lei doesn't mind changing the world, cleansing the sun and the moon, and returning a bright and clear world to the sky continent. The 2 days of leisure passed quickly, and the Fire Dragon Magic Academy finally opened. Meng Lei, Hades, and the others said goodbye and stepped into the academy. As the Fire Dragon Kingdom's premier magic academy, the Fire Dragon School of Magic boasts a history spanning over 20,000 years. While the exact date of its founding remains unknown, the earliest recorded instance of classes being taught dates back 20,000 years. Over the next 20,000 years, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy received strong support from the Fire Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon God Empire, and grew rapidly, becoming one of the oldest magic academies in the Sky Continent. After a long period of 20,000 years, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy has produced countless magic masters and magic giants, and cultivated a large number of holy domain powerhouses, dukes, and nobles. Among them are 37 kings of the Fire Dragon Kingdom and 1,169 powerful saints. Among the more than 20 magic academies in the Dragon God Empire, the Fire Dragon Magic Academy ranks 3rd. Among the more than 100 magic academies in the Sky Continent, it ranks 9th. However, even for such a magic academy with a long history, until the 44,781st year of the Sky Calendar, the total number of students enrolled in the school was only 600. There are 6 grades in total, and each grade has less than 100 students. This also means that everyone who can enter the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is a genius among geniuses. Standing in front of the academy gate, Meng Lei looked at this supreme magic palace with a long history and full of ancient civilization, and his heart was filled with emotion. From a historical perspective, no school on Earth can compare with this academy. After all, the oldest institution of learning on Earth has only 1,000 years of history, while this academy has more than 20,000 years of glorious history. The accumulation of time is everywhere. Every detail shows the vicissitudes of life. This is truly an admirable magic school. The school gate is guarded by strict guards. They are all wearing fire dragon armor, holding flaming spears, with cold and serious expressions on their faces, and their sharp eagle eyes are constantly scanning the passers-by. Today is the day for new students to register, and old students are also returning to school. Among the crowd were excited students and proud parents. There was a bustling crowd in front of the college, but only students wearing the college badge were allowed to enter. Accompanying parents and other outsiders were strictly turned away. This shows how strict the management of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is. Meng Lei pulled out the college badge from his pocket, pinned it on his chest, and followed the crowd toward the college gate. Swish, 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 the guard's sharp eyes immediately focused on him. New students registering this year, please go to Shanglong Square to take the freshman test first. A cold voice sounded, turn right right after entering the gate and go straight ahead. You will reach Shanglong Square. Meng Lei nodded slightly in thanks, then stepped into the academy gate and walked along the boulevard on the right towards the Holy Dragon Square mentioned by the guard. The tall Champellisis trees on both sides are arranged neatly, and the dense canopies block the sunlight. Soon, at the end of the avenue, a huge group of statues came into view. These statues were of various shapes and sizes, with dozens of them. The largest was 100 meters tall, and the smallest was about 2 meters. They were of varying sizes and were arranged in a staggered manner. The carving is so exquisite and delicate that the folds of the dragon scales seem to come alive. There is a ferocious and majestic fire dragon, a thunder dragon man with wings on his back. There are also human heroes who are short in stature but full of spirit. There is a stone tablet under each statue, which is densely engraved with small characters, recording the life story of the owner of the statue in detail. Isaac Flit, the 16th king of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the first dean of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, the Great Fire Dragon King. In the year 24762 of the Sky Calendar, one of the legendary kings of the Warcraft Forest, the three-headed Chimera, led a tide of beasts to attack the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The great King Isaac led the army to fight against the tide of beasts and successfully killed the three-headed Chimera, ending the threat of the tide of beasts. In the year 24792 of the Sky Calendar, a great war broke out between the Dragon God Empire and the Titan Empire. His Majesty Isaac led the Fire Dragon Kingdom army through the Magic Beast Mountains, launched a surprise attack on the northern fortress of the Titan Empire, and killed the East Tiger King, one of the 12 pillar kings of the Titan Empire, thus gaining the upper hand for the victory of the Dragon God Empire. In the year 2485 of the Sky Calendar, the Great Majesty Isaac gloriously retired from office. Amos Crocker, the second dean of the Fire Dragon School of Magic, a powerful sanctuary dragon man, a sanctuary mage skilled in both water and fire magic, and the first dragon man to master dragon language magic. He dedicated himself to the study of magic, developing a total of 189 types of water and fire magic, making outstanding contributions to the research of both water and fire magic. Adolf Holman. Meng Lei gazed at each of these statues, carefully reading the life stories recorded behind them, and was deeply shocked. Those who were qualified to stand here were all powerful saints, and they were definitely not ordinary saints. They are either great figures who have made great achievements, or senior teachers who have made outstanding contributions to the academy, or meritorious generals who have made outstanding achievements in the war. Even an ordinary strong man from the Holy Land, even the Fire Dragon King, would not be qualified to stand here. Every one of them is the best in the Holy Land. The Holy Land. Can I really reach this level? The square was bustling with people. Most of them, like Meng Lei, were freshmen who had just arrived. But without exception, they were all deeply moved by the statues, quietly gazing at the glorious deeds of the powerful men of the sanctuary. After carefully looking at the life histories of the owners of the statues one by one, Meng Lei walked towards the testing site. Coincidentally, there were not many people waiting for the test. This is not surprising. After all, Fire Dragon College only enrolls more than 100 new students every year, so there won't be long queues like during the Spring Festival travel rush. Brother, are you also a freshman this year? As Meng Lei stood still, he was patted on the back. He turned around and saw a chubby little man in a brocade robe looking at him with a smile. The little fat boy is less than 1.6 meters tall, but his waist is surprisingly fat. He looks naive when he smiles, like Maitreya Buddha, and his eyes, which are not big to begin with, are almost narrowed into a slit. Meng Lei cursed inwardly, "Nonsense, can't you see I'm standing in line?" But his face remained beaming. Most of the people coming and going here were dragons. Even the teacher in charge of the magic tests was a dragon. Meeting a fellow human made him feel particularly at home. Well, although this compatriot is a fat man. Wow, are you human? The little fat boy stared at Meng Lei in surprise, his small eyes instantly widening to the size of green beans, like the eyes of a turtle. Every human who can be admitted to the academy is a genius among geniuses. Brother, you are definitely no exception, right? It's just SOSO. Meng Lei scratched his head, not quite sure where his talent level was among this year's freshmen, but he thought it shouldn't be too far behind. SOSO? The fat boy blinked. Fatheart, why are you here too? At this moment, a shrill, cracked voice came from behind. Meng Lei turned around and saw a dragon man with horns on his head, a swaying tail, and greenskin walking towards him. His face was green, and he stared at the fat boy with a forced smile. This greenskin dragon man is tall and straight, with strong muscles. He exudes a strong aura and is much more majestic than the little fat man. The fat on the little fat man's face trembled, and he snorted coldly, "Why do I hear your hoarse voice everywhere I go? Isn't it annoying? You dragon scum, you're looking for a beating, aren't you?" The greenskin dragon Lance glared, clenching his fists and preparing to attack. The fat boy shrank back in fear, hiding behind Meng Lei and shouting, "Lance, don't you see where you are? You dare to act wild here?" The greenskin dragon man Lance froze, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was paying attention. Then he shouted angrily, "Fatheart, next time we leave school, I will definitely beat you to to a pulp. Ho ho ho! Come on now if you dare, you piece of shit. When the fat boy saw that Lance didn't dare to make a move, he immediately became arrogant. Let's wait and see. Lance was furious. He glared at the fat boy fiercely, then his eyes fell on Meng Lei, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Fatheart, you are really a disgrace to us dragons. You actually got involved with the human pariahs. I feel so sad for Duke James to have such a useless son like you. Hearing this, Meng Lei frowned slightly. The little fat man snorted angrily. Lance, he's a human friend I just met. You are not allowed to insult him. Friend? Ha, only a lowly creature like you with the blood of human slaves flowing in your body would treat a lowly person as a friend. Noble dragon people never bother to make friends with lowly humans. Lance sneered, full of disdain. The little fat boy was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Lance, I warn you, don't insult my mother again, otherwise. What else? Lance's face was full of sarcasm. Otherwise I'll beat you up. A sharp figure suddenly flashed past his eyes, and Lance only had time to see a fist quickly enlarged and hit his nose hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lance's nose instantly caved in, and then he was knocked out with a scream. The square suddenly became quiet. The fat boy heart stared blankly at Lance, who was knocked away, then looked at Monley, who was standing in front of him. His eyes, as big as green beans, were full of disbelief. How could this happen? Other people in the square were also attracted by this scene. Several teachers in charge of freshman testing frowned and showed displeasure on their faces. What happened over there? Who is that? How brave! How dare you start a fight in Holy Dragon Square? Isn't this asking for expulsion from the academy? What happened? Who started it first? A middle-aged teacher in a magic robe came over, stared at Lance sternly, and asked in a cold voice. Lance spat out the blood foam from his mouth and glared at Meng Lei with his eyes as if they were about to spit out flames. You lowly bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? I want you dead. The green scales on his body stood up one by one, and suddenly a cold and terrifying aura burst out, with obvious signs of him going berserk. Not good. This guy is really serious. The little fat man's face changed. Although this bastard is not yet an adult, his body is already comparable to that of a third-level warrior. Brother, we are brave men and should not suffer a loss. Let's retreat first. A hint of surprise flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. This dragon man named Lance should not be very old, about the same age as an elementary school student on Earth. A primary school student possessed a physique comparable to a third-level warrior. The dragonman's talent was truly extraordinary. Compared to him, Captain Hades, a human who had painstakingly cultivated for 20 or 30 years but only reached the second-level warrior level, was practically hitting a wall. No wonder Captain Hades said that even if the dragon people are in dire straits, their future life will be far better than that of humans. Seeing it today, I can see that his reputation is indeed well-deserved. Go to hell, bastard. As soon as Lance stepped on the ground, it immediately cracked. With the help of the rebound force, he suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed straight towards Meng Lei. However, just as he was sprinting, he heard an angry roar in his ears, and saw the middle-aged teacher in magic robe with a dark face, staring at Lance angrily. How dare you mess around here? The middle-aged teacher waved his hand casually, and a green airflow condensed out of thin air, transforming into two large green snakes that wrapped around Lance's feet. Lance was immediately blocked and fell to the ground with a thud, looking very embarrassed. Ha, Lance, you have come to this day. I am dying of laughter. Seeing this, the little fat boy laughed so hard that he fell over. Lance had thick skin and the impact didn't hurt him at all. He struggled to his feet and glared at the middle-aged teacher. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? This is the academy's important territory. How can you run wild? The middle-aged teacher said with a gloomy face. Where is the law enforcement team? Get him out now. When Lance heard the consequences of being kicked out of the academy, his face immediately changed drastically, and he hurriedly defended himself. No, don't. I'm a freshman who just registered and I'm wearing the academy badge. You can't kick me out. A new student? Humph. The middle-aged teacher glanced at the badge on his chest, his expression softening slightly. Since you're a freshman, I'll forgive you this time. But if you act up again, no matter if you're a prince or a noble, you'll be expelled immediately. Yes. Lance's forehead was covered with sweat and he nodded quickly. The middle-aged teacher turned around and glared at Meng Lei. Haven't you heard the rules of the academy? Any student found fighting in private will be immediately expelled and kicked out of the academy. You just arrived and started a fight. Do you want to be expelled? I dare not. Meng Lei admitted his mistake. Humph, good thing you didn't dare. Remember, this won't happen again. The middle-aged teacher snorted heavily and said angrily, how many people have tried their best to get into the academy but still haven't had a chance, and you're the one who starts a fight right after you get here. Teacher, I was wrong. The middle-aged teacher snorted coldly, turned back to the testing area, and ordered, next. Meng Lei turned his head and looked, and found that there was no one in front of him, so it was his turn to take the test. Test him. The middle-aged teacher glared at Meng Lei and instructed the teacher in charge of the test next to him. Okay, director. The testing teacher responded and started testing Meng Lei. At this time, the little fat boy heart also came over and watched with great interest. He was now full of curiosity about Man Ray. The fact that Lance was knocked away with just one punch shows that Munley's physical body should not be underestimated. But it is difficult for ordinary humans to possess such a body. So how did Meng Lei do it? The little fat man guessed that Meng Lei had probably practiced fighting spirit and was a warrior. But Meng Lei was admitted to the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. This is a bit strange. This guy's magical talent must not be that good. Lance followed behind, feeling very dissatisfied. But he was destined to be disappointed. Elemental affinity, lightning superb. The teacher in charge of the test exclaimed, "It's actually super." The middle-aged teacher and other testing teachers came over and stared at the dazzling crystal ball, each of them speechless with surprise. "Oh my god, super?" The little fat man took a breath and said, "So perverted? Thunder element super? Could it be that you are?" The middle-aged teacher seemed to have thought of something and picked up the admission list on the table and started reading it. The first line of the list read, Meng Lei, 15 years old, a thunder super, 100 times stronger than his peers, human. "Are you Monroe?" The middle-aged teacher looked up and looked at Meng Lei in surprise. Monroe nodded. "Good boy, it's you." The middle-aged teacher was incredulous. "Quick, test your mental strength." Meng Lei did as he was told, and his mental strength was also 100 times that of his peers, without any difference. Seeing this result, the middle-aged teacher let out a long sigh and finally felt relieved. But when he thought of what happened just now, he couldn't help but feel nervous. If Meng Lei was really expelled from the academy, it would be a big trouble. After all, he is the chief genius recruited this year. With such great talent, why do you start fighting as soon as you enter the academy? The middle-aged teacher asked unhappily. "What do you mean? Aren't you afraid of being fired?" The middle-aged teacher pointed at Meng Lei's nose and shouted angrily, "If you really fire me, I want to see what you will do." "You will cry miserably then." "Well, not really. At worst, I can go to Douglas School of Magic." Meng Lei chuckled and muttered to himself. The middle-aged teacher was suddenly speechless and had no idea what to say. "Yes, if this place doesn't want you, other colleges will still welcome you. If the Fire Dragon Magic Academy doesn't accept someone with such a good talent as Meng Lei, who else would dare not accept him? Is this why you're fighting?" The middle-aged teacher was also choked and said unhappily, "Behave yourself from now on. The academy is not a place where you can mess around. Do you understand?" It was already afternoon when all the procedures were completed. Meng Lei finally got the dormitory number and then walked towards the freshman apartment under the guidance of a volunteer senior. "Brother, so you are the famous human genius. TSK, hearing about it is worse than meeting it in person. Brother is indeed very impressive. Hee, I didn't expect I was so lucky. The first person I approached after entering the academy was you. TSK, what a fate. Speaking of which, brother, aren't you a human? How come your body is so strong? Do you have dragon blood like me? But you don't have any dragon characteristics at all." The little fat boy's mouth was like a flood that had broken through the dam. He followed Meng Lei and kept talking with saliva flying everywhere. "I am a human," Meng Lei occasionally replied, and most of his attention was focused on the scenery of the academy and picking up dropped items. "After all, it is Wanyan Academy. It is indeed extraordinary. The buildings are simple and majestic, and the trees are old and vicissitudes of life. Murals, statues, lighting, students. Everything here is completely different from universities on Earth. It is full of alternative cultural charm and every bit of magical civilization reveals its unique flavor. What's going on?" Of course, since this is a magic academy, there are a lot of drops. Along the apartment avenue, Meng Lei picked up 7 or 8 magic light balls and 2 or 3 more magic light balls. "A great harvest. TSK, you're a human, but you look more like a dragon man than a dragon man like me." The little fat man complained, "I have pure golden dragon blood in my body, but it is suppressed by the human bloodline. The dragon bloodline is not obvious, but the human bloodline is obvious. Sigh, what a tragedy." The volunteer senior student looked at the fat little boy and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meng Lei also smiled slightly. After all, most dragon people have slender bodies and well-defined muscles. It is rare to see someone as fat as the little fat man. "Actually, I'm also very distressed." The little fat man smiled bitterly. "Do you think I want to be so fat? To be laughed at by that bastard Lance every day? I can't help it. I have the kind of physique that makes me gain weight even if I drink water. You may be fat, but you have a great talent for magic." The pretty senior student said with a smile, "Water, earth, and thunder are all superior elements. Your mental strength is 92 times that of your peers. Looking across the entire academy, few can surpass you. Indeed, your magical talent is outstanding." Meng Lei also admired sincerely. Not to mention the elemental affinity of water, earth, and thunder, the 92 times mental power alone is extremely rare. In the words of the Dean of Studies, among the 98 new students admitted this year, only Meng Lei has stronger mental strength than the little fat boy, which shows how amazing the little fat boy's talent is. "Hey, compared to you, brother, I'm still far behind." The little fat boy scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "By the way, brother, which dormitory do you live in?" "430, Meng Lei replied indifferently. "Oh my god, it's room 430. The little fat boy's face immediately turned bitter. I live in room 431. Why can't I share a dormitory with you, brother? No, I have to go to the hospital and ask them to change my dormitory. Junior, I'm not bragging. The beautiful senior brought Meng Lei to a complex of apartments. Pointing at the hundreds of elegant and well-arranged two-story apartments, she proudly said, as the Fire Dragon Kingdom's top magic academy, our facilities are absolutely first class. Not to mention anything else, the student apartments alone are among the best in the entire Dragon God Empire. Two people share an apartment, each with its own door and yard, and the interior decoration is more luxurious than a hotel. It does look nice from the outside. Meng Lei nodded in praise. In front of him stood nearly 300 two-story apartments, each with its own entrance and courtyard. The gardens were full of flowers and shaded by green trees, and were no less beautiful than the luxurious villas on Earth. That's nothing, it's even better inside. The pretty senior sister glanced at Meng Lei and couldn't help laughing. Junior brother, don't be too happy after you move in. He. Meng Lei rolled his eyes and said, is it really that serious? Of course not. Many talented people quickly fall into decline after entering the academy, failing to realize their potential. There are countless examples of this. The two were chatting when they arrived at the door of apartment 430. Junior, this is your apartment. Thank you, senior. Any questions? Senior, where can I buy daily necessities like toothbrushes and towels? No need to buy it. The academy has already prepared it for you. Just use it directly. Of course, if you want to buy something, there's a small shop on the left. It has all kinds of daily necessities. After seeing off the pretty senior, Meng Lei walked into apartment 430. The classic loft design, soft animal hair carpet, elegant chandelier and murals, and glittering golden walls all highlighted the apartment's luxury and comfort. No wonder my senior sister said that many civilian geniuses become corrupted after entering the academy. Meng Lei exclaimed in amazement. Such a comfortable environment, anyone would indulge in it. It's not uncommon to waste one's talents on indulgence. Wasn't this also true of many college students in past lives? It's not uncommon to see high school achievers become poor students in college. This is the same no matter which world it is in. Pa. At this time, a short, petite dragon boy came down from the upper floor. He was wearing ordinary aristocratic clothes, had ordinary dragon horns, and looked ordinary. He would be hard to find in the crowd. You're here. Seeing Meng Lei, the dragon boy greeted him lightly, then packed up his things and ignored Meng Lei. Seeing the other party's cold attitude, Meng Lei didn't want to put his face in the cold, but so he responded casually and began to check in the living room. As the beautiful senior sister said, the college had prepared all the daily necessities for them. Toothbrushes, towels, soap, slippers, everything you need is available. The college is really thoughtful, but which floor should I live on? Meng Lei glanced upstairs, then looked at his roommate and asked calmly, where do you live? Upstairs or downstairs? A long silence followed, each of them tidying up their room. No one said another word. Although it wasn't what he'd expected, Meng Lei was happy to be idle. They were busy until the evening, and the room was almost cleaned up. Meng Lei was about to go out to find something to eat when the fat boy Hart came to his door. Brother, I'm visiting your dormitory. As soon as the little fat man entered the room, he gave Meng Lei a warm hug, then pointed to a human boy next to him and introduced him. Brother, let me introduce you. This is my roommate. His name is Daniel KGB, and he is also a genius human. Daniel, this is my brother Meng Lei, our academy's top talent this year. Hello, Monroe. I'm Daniel. Nice to meet you. Hello, my name is Daniel KGB. Daniel is a well-mannered and handsome young man with delicate features and a very handsome appearance. He is a real pretty boy. When he saw Meng Lei, he took the initiative to extend his hand with a sincere and warm smile on his face, which made people feel very friendly and involuntarily developed a good impression of him. Hello, my name is Meng Lei. Meng Lei also smiled and stretched out his hand in response. When I took the magic test the other day, I heard that our human race had produced a gifted magic genius, on par with this year's top dragon talent, Ordos. Daniel said with a warm expression. At that time, I wanted to meet you and experience the charm of a magic genius. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Are you a little disappointed seeing you now? Do you feel disillusioned? Meng Lei blinked and teased with a smile. No, I'm not disappointed at all. On the contrary, I think it's natural. Daniel smiled and said, you can't judge a book by its cover. Many great people started out with ordinary looks and ordinary backgrounds. That's right. The good-looking ones are called pretty boys. They're good-looking but useless, and they're all kept by rich ladies. The little fat man also laughed and echoed. He just finished speaking before he reacted and quickly waved his hands and said, Daniel, I didn't say anything about you. You are different from other pretty boys. He. Daniel rolled his eyes and said with a smile, since we are all meeting for the first time, why don't we have a meal together? It's my treat. Hey, how can I let you treat me when we're in my territory? The fat boy smiled proudly, patted his chest and said, let's go, today's my treat. By the way, brother, where's your roommate? Ask him to come along. Maybe. Meng Lei scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Coincidentally, his roommate came downstairs. The fat boy boy greeted him familiarly. "You are my roommate, right? Nice to meet you. My name is Hart. Let's have dinner together." The little fat boy was ruthlessly rejected and felt a little depressed. Fortunately, after the delicious meal was served, his mood instantly improved. He and Meng Lei devoured the food happily. The delicacies of the Sky Continent were indeed tempting, and Meng Lei enjoyed the meal very much. These dishes were far better than the barbecue and smoked meat in the Warcraft village. They were delicious and mouth-watering. After the meal, the three of them ate a lot, talked a lot, and their relationship became closer unknowingly, which was just like the old saying, half of men's friendship comes from eating. After dinner, the three returned to the dormitory, washed up simply, and Meng Lei began his daily meditation as usual. Meditation has become his habit instead of sleeping. The next morning, Meng Lei left the apartment early. Today is the first day of school, but the schedule is very tight. There was an opening ceremony in the morning and a classmate meeting in the afternoon, so the schedule was packed. There are 98 new students this year, divided into two classes, Class 1 and Class 2, with 49 students in each class, each equipped with one class teacher, one class guide and 10 class assistants. The homeroom teacher is a senior magician sent by the academy, but he is not responsible for daily affairs, which are handled by the class teacher. The 10 class assistants are magicians from the 10th Department of Magic. They are senior students and are responsible for answering students' questions and handling problems outside of magic class. The 10 systems of magic refer to the 10 categories of magic, specifically including earth, water, wind, fire, wood, gold, thunder, light, darkness, and ice. The 10 systems of magic cover almost all the magic in the Sky Continent, and are also the main focus of professors in major colleges. The boring opening ceremony in the morning finally ended. After lunch, Meng Lei and others were called to a classroom by their class teacher to start the afternoon freshman meeting. "Hello everyone, I'm Jenny Lane, a 6th grade senior. I'm your 1st grade class teacher, and I'm also a 6th level wind magician." A beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed, tall senior student walked up to the podium and introduced herself enthusiastically. "For the next year, I will be responsible for the daily affairs of this class. Dragon God is above. So hot. I didn't expect our homeroom teacher to be such a beautiful human senior. TSK TSK. Senior sister is so amazing. She's a level 6 magician. TSK Tisk. It's a human beauty. If I take her back to warm my bed." Looking at the beautiful senior student on the podium, the 49 freshmen had different expressions. Some were in admiration, some were excited, some were inspired, and of course some had lustful eyes. At least, Meng Lei heard the fat boy next to him swallowing his saliva constantly. The fat boy stared at the beautiful senior sister, and his little brother stood straight with a pig-like face. "A bunch of sluts," Meng Lei complained helplessly. There were 49 freshmen in the class, nearly 30 of them were dragon people, and half of them were male dragon people. It was not known whether these guys inherited the talent of dragons, but the licentious virtue seemed to have been inherited completely. They were all drooling and staring at senior Jenny like rapists. It was really speechless. However, senior sister Jenny seemed to have long been accustomed to the dragon people's junior students' behavior. She didn't care at all and continued to speak enthusiastically. "Now, everyone, introduce yourselves and get to know each other. Students in the first row, go first." The pig brothers came to their senses, sat at attention, straightened their chests, and began to introduce themselves. "Hello everyone, my name is Larry Libby from Hualan Province. Hi, nice to meet you all. My name is Monty Dunbar, and I'm from the province of Ord. Hey guys, my name is Donna Elam, and I'm from the Frost Kingdom." "Ha, there are also people from the Frost Kingdom?" There was a cry of surprise in the classroom. The Frost Kingdom is located in the northern border of the empire. It is covered with ice and snow all year round. It is a cold and icy kingdom. The Fire Dragon Kingdom is located in the west of the empire, far away from the Frost Kingdom. Even for a flying monster, it would take more than half a year to fly there. People from the Frost Kingdom actually come here to study? Everyone's eyes fell on the student who was introducing himself. She was wearing a long white dress, had small red horns on her head, had fair and smooth skin, and exquisite curves. She was actually a fair-skinned and beautiful dragon girl. As if noticing everyone's gaze, the dragon girl Donna Elam smiled sweetly and explained, "Our Frost Kingdom is located in the northern border, and the territory is rich in ice magic elements. However, I possess a talent for fire magic." So, everyone suddenly realized that magicians have extremely high requirements for the training environment. If a person with a talent for fire magic stays in a place with strong ice magic elements for a long time, his training will definitely be ineffective. Donna's choice to leave the Frost Kingdom makes perfect sense. "My name is Jimmy Huggins. Nice to meet you all. Hello everyone, my name is Meng Lei. He is Monroe. Who is the Academy's top talent this year? Who has the best talent among all the freshmen?" Everyone's eyes focused on Meng Lei almost at the same time. Pairs of surprised eyes stared at Meng Lei. Curiosity, envy, jealousy. Their expressions varied, but the most common one was undoubtedly unhappy. A lowly human being actually possesses such a great magical talent. I really don't know what kind of luck he has. That's right. None of US descendants of the dragon god have such talent. right? Why would a lowly human like him have it? Humph. So what if you have good talent? Magic training doesn't just rely on talent. Acquired effort is more important. A sour smell filled the classroom, and the pH value of the air was almost close to 1. It turns out this guy is so talented. An ordinary-looking dragon boy had a gleam in his eyes. He was Meng Lei's roommate, the cold dragon boy. Classmate, it's your turn. At this moment, Senior Jenny's voice rang out again, and the dragon boy stood up and said calmly, "Hello everyone, my name is Abe, and I'm from the Imperial Capital." Is this guy from the Imperial Capital? Oh my god, this guy is quite powerful. Abe's words successfully drew everyone's attention away from Meng Lei. Meng Lei also looked at his roommate and couldn't help feeling surprised. Although the Fire Dragon Magic Academy is the third-ranked magic academy in the Dragon God Empire, the vast majority of its students come from the Fire Dragon Kingdom. There are very few people from other kingdoms, especially those from the Imperial Capital, who are even rarer. Student Abe, you clearly have the qualifications to attend Imperial Capital Academy, so why did you choose to come to our Fire Dragon Magic Academy? Someone finally voiced everyone's doubts. Unfortunately, Abe just glanced at them with a pair of cold eyes. This guy is so cold. Meng Lei curled his lips and gradually came to understand his roommate. He was not only cold to him, but also to others. He was simply an iceberg with no human touch. TSK. Stop pretending to be so cool. After the self-introduction, Senior Jenny began to introduce in detail the relevant rules and regulations in matters that need attention. Each class is staffed with 10 teachers, each teaching one of the 10 branches of magic. Each student only takes one class per day in that branch, and the choice of course depends entirely on their magical talent. The rest of the time is at their disposal. Dude, I really envy you. You only have one class a day, and the rest of the time is all play. It's so cool. As soon as the meeting was over, the little fat boy ran up to Meng Lei and complained bitterly, "I have 3 classes a day, I'm going crazy." Haha, who made you so talented? Meng Lei shrugged. Didn't your homeroom teacher just suggest that you major in one department and minor in 2 departments? You can choose for yourself. That's right, fellow practitioners of the 3 systems are physically exhausted, so we still need to focus on something. Daniel nodded in agreement. I also want to adjust, but the old man said that if I dare to give up any department, he will break my legs. This is an ironclad order. How dare I talk back? The little fat boy had a sad face, full of helplessness. That's all I can do. Meng Lei smiled helplessly and asked, "So what are your plans next?" Daniel looked at his pocket watch and smiled. It's still early and the cafeteria isn't open yet. Why don't we go walk around the academy first? After all, we've just arrived and everyone might not be familiar with the environment yet. I haven't been there either. Then let's go. Meng Lei naturally would not miss this opportunity, as he also wanted to go and take a look. Boom. The 3 of them strolled around, taking in the academy's history while chatting about local customs and practices. Meng Lei quietly took advantage of the opportunity to pick up attribute light balls to improve his strength. Throughout the afternoon, I gained a lot. My 3 attributes of spirit, magic and magic have all been significantly improved, and the effect is far better than meditation at night. This made Meng Lei very satisfied, and he also had a rough plan for his future study in life. Attend classes in the morning, visit the college in the afternoon, and meditate in the evening. With these 3 approaches, efficiency will naturally be the highest. Ha, I'm finally back to the dorm. I'm so tired. Back at apartment 431, the fat boy slumped down in the standard Guyu pose, humming with comfort. Can't you hold on for just a little while? Fatty, you should lose some weight. Meng Lei teased with a smile, and suddenly noticed a ball of blue light falling from the fat man. Ding! Dropped object detected. Do you want to pick it up? Did something fall off the fat guy? Meng Lei was a little surprised, but still picked it up. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Earth Magic talent. Meng Lei was stunned. Earth Magic talent? I picked up the fat guy's Earth Magic talent? He didn't know what to say for a moment. Magical talent light balls were extremely rare. Since obtaining the system, he had only picked up 1 magical talent light ball. This is the second one. This is a treasure. However, if you can pick it up, you will gain it. It never hurts to have an extra talent. Who doesn't want more talents? What's more, the fat man has an extremely high affinity for earth elements, second only to super, and has excellent talent. Fatty, aren't you complaining about having too many classes? I'll go with you to Earth Department Magic class tomorrow. The next morning, Meng Lei came to the classroom. There were not many students in the class who had talent in thunder magic. Including Meng Lei, there were only 7 people in the class. The huge classroom seemed particularly empty and deserted, which made people feel a little embarrassed. Mon Lei took out his textbook and began to leaf through it. Soon, the lightning magic teacher walked into the classroom. Hello everyone, I'm Horatio, your lightning magic teacher. For the next year, I'll be teaching you lightning magic. Teacher Horatio got straight to the point and spoke eloquently. Thunder magic is the most powerful and domineering of the 10 magic types, bar none. Monroe listened attentively. Although the system helps him use magic, he only knows the results but not the reasons behind them. Simply put, he can use teaches magic, but he doesn't really understand the essence of magic. The magic foundation, essence, principles, and laws that the teacher explained are exactly what Meng Lei urgently needs to master, and he must understand them. So, Meng Lei threw himself into learning eagerly. During his studies, Meng Lei deeply experienced the benefits of strong mental strength. He learned things very quickly and easily. He could remember everything after the teacher only taught it once. Magic is like deploying troops. The magical elements between heaven and earth are like scattered soldiers, and our spiritual power is the general. The process of releasing magic is like commanding the soldiers and deploying them. Busy days always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, Meng Lei had spent 3 full months in the Magic Academy. Brother, the midterm exam is tomorrow. Are you nervous? As soon as the class was over that day, the head teacher announced the news about the midterm exam, and the little fat boy ran to find Meng Lei, his chubby face full of anxiety and nervousness. What's there to be nervous about? Meng Lei glanced at him and continued flipping through the magic book in his hand. This book, titled The Complete Book of Thunder Magic, was borrowed from the library 3 months ago. It detailed all levels of thunder magic from level 1 to 9. 3 months, not long, not short either, is the longest time Meng Lei has experienced since he traveled to the Sky Continent. During these 3 months, he became familiar with everything in the college, classmates, teachers, classrooms, and library, all of which he was familiar with as well as possible. During the time I spent at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, it felt like I was back in college, living a comfortable, peaceful, and carefree life. No need to rush for a living, no need to look at the boss's face, there is no need to stay up late to work overtime. The only thing he had to do was to study, learn magical knowledge and improve his mental strength. Although the days are busy, they are fulfilling and satisfying. Meng Lei cherishes this kind of life very much and seizes every possible time to strengthen himself and improve his strength. In the past 3 months, his various attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes, and tomorrow is the time to test the results. The next morning, Meng Lei got up early and went to training ground number 11 with Fatty and Daniel. When they passed by other training grounds, they found that they were already crowded. Students in other grades are also taking midterm exams. The teacher's scolding, the students' defense, the explosion of magic, all kinds of sounds intertwined above the training ground, making people inexplicably nervous. The fat man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly, I heard that those who fail to meet the standards in the midterm exam will be severely punished. I wonder what the punishment will be. Are you still worried about this? Daniel raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile, haven't you been working very hard these past few months? Isn't it easy to pass the midterm exam? It's not that easy, the fat man said with a bitter face. Our college appears to be relaxed. They don't usually control us. We are free to manage our time and study independently. But, when it comes to exams, the standards are extremely high. I heard from a senior sophomore that in their class, only 6 people passed the midterm exam last year. The rest all failed. Oh my god, so strict? Daniel was also shocked. Only 6 people met the criteria? Meng Lei asked in surprise. Doesn't that mean over 40 people failed? That's right, 44 people failed. The fat man nodded quickly. I heard that our college attaches great importance to assessments, and this stage is very strict. If a teacher dares to let someone down, it won't be as simple as having their salary or bonus deducted. You might even be fired. Dragon, God bless you. This is too scary. Daniel also became nervous. So don't think you'll pass just because you work hard. The fat man shook his head. You all know the outcome for those who fail the exam 3 times in a row. Daniel's face turned pale. The school's rule was that those who failed 3 consecutive exams would be expelled directly. Oh, I hope I can pass it smoothly. Meng Lei was nervous. When we arrived at training ground number 11, almost all the first-year students were there, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, talking in low voices. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the teachers finally arrived at the training ground. Mr. Horatio, Teacher Wendy, Teacher Nadell. As the teachers came in one by one, the students' chatter gradually died down, leaving only faces filled with nervousness and awe. Meng Lei stood quietly in the corner, staring at everything. The midterm exam was conducted for all grades in the school. In addition to their Class 1, students from Class 2 were also present. The number is exactly 98 freshmen, neither too many nor too few. The teachers in charge of the assessment are those who teach the 10 branches of magic. There are 10 teachers in Class 1 and Class 2, for a total of 20 teachers. In addition, the head teachers of 2 classes were also present. Dragon, God bless us. Even our head teacher is here. Oh my god, it's been 3 months since we started school, and this is the first time I've seen our head teacher. The fat man came close to Meng Lei and muttered in a low voice. Obviously, he felt even more nervous after seeing the head teacher. I heard that our head teacher is a school leader, but I didn't expect that he would personally take care of the midterm exams. It's really unexpected. Daniel stared at the head teacher intently. It seems that the college really takes the midterm exam very seriously. Meng Lei nodded slightly. In his previous life, when he was in college, whether it was midterm or final exams, the atmosphere was not so tense, and there was no such a big scene at all. Is everyone here? Buddy Tyrone own, the head teacher of Class 2, was the first to speak. He was a typical dragon man, with a single horn on his head, wings on his back, and a burly and powerful figure. As soon as he sat down, he exerted a powerful pressure. In comparison, the head teacher of Class 1 was much more ordinary. He was a thin old human with a haggard face and a trembling body. He looked like he could be blown down by the wind at any time. "Teacher buddy, all the students in Class 2 are here." The head teacher of Class 2 stepped forward and reported respectfully. "What about Class 1? Dirk Novi," the head teacher of Class 1, looked at his own homeroom teacher, Jenny. "Everyone's here, Teacher Dirk." Senior Jenny answered respectfully. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Group 1 goes first." Senior Jenny nodded in response, took out the prepared list, and announced loudly, "The first-year midterm exam has officially begun. The exam consists of 3 parts." All the students held their breath and listened attentively with their ears pricked up. The first item, mental strength test. Second item, magic reserve test. The third item, magic release. Those whose names are called come forward one by one. First up, Larry Libby. Hearing this name, the 2 homeroom teachers and 20 other teachers looked at the list at the same time. The first name was Larry Libby. "Larry, let's test your mental strength first. I don't need to explain the method, right?" "I know, senpai." Larry Libby is a dragon boy, only 14 years old, but with a burly build, 1.8 meters tall, and a pair of red dragon horns on his forehead, revealing his identity. He has the blood of a fire dragon. It is worth mentioning that the fire dragon is the royal bloodline of the fire dragon kingdom. Larry walked to the tall mental power meter and his eyes fell on the red button. The red line in the meter rose rapidly and finally stopped at a scale. "My mental strength is 50 times that of my peers, so I get 50 points. Senior Jenny looked at the instrument and announced Larry's results loudly. Upon hearing the score, Class 1's head teacher, Dirk now, immediately frowned. His voice was hoarse. "When you entered school, your mental strength was 48 times that of your peers, which is 48 points. How come after 3 months, it's only increased by 2 points? His eyes fixed on Larry, and he asked coldly, "Larry, can you explain what you have been doing for the past 3 months? "Teacher, I." Larry's face flushed red, and he hesitated for a long time without being able to speak. He knew in his heart that he had basically been having fun in the past few months and had not practiced seriously at all. Spiritual strength is something that will increase with age even without deliberate practice. 3 months is enough for you to increase your spiritual strength by 2 points. Homeroom teacher Dirk now said coldly, "This shows that you've barely practiced in the past 3 months and have completely let yourself go. Larry, this attitude is absolutely unacceptable." "Teacher, I." "You don't need to take the remaining 2 tests. You failed. Go back and practice hard." Training ground number 11 suddenly fell into silence. Listening to the head teacher's cold and harsh scolding, and looking at the dejected Larry Billy, the whole class felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. It turns out that this midterm exam not only tests the 3 attributes, but also assesses the progress made in the 3 months since enrollment. This is terrible. Even if you have a solid foundation, or even good abilities before admission, if you do not make progress in these 3 months, you will still be judged as unqualified. That's really too harsh. Meng Lei exclaimed in his heart. Next, Monty Dunbar. "My mental strength is 67 times that of my peers." "Your mental strength was 62 during the entrance exam, but now it's only 67, a mere 5 points increase. It's clear you've completely relaxed over the past 3 months. I've determined you've failed." Next, Albert Arkwright. Unqualified. Gabriel Broad. Unqualified. Anne Urin Boswell. Unqualified. "Oh my god, everyone failed." The fat man turned pale with fear. 17 people, all died because of the mental strength test. "Oh my god, what should we do? That's too harsh, too harsh." Daniel's face turned pale. Boris's mental strength increased by 12 points, but he still failed. "How much more does it have to increase to pass?" "I don't know." Meng Lei shook his head and sighed. This assessment mechanism was really a headache. With such strict standards, I'm afraid almost no one can meet them. The fat man's face turned even paler. "If I don't pass the test, the old man will definitely destroy me." Just as Fatty had said, under this rigorous test, only a handful of people could pass. Then another 37 people were tested, and without exception, all failed. This result made the class of students feel like they were falling into an icy cave, and the face of the head teacher Dirk now became increasingly ugly. Finally, he exploded. "What on earth do you guys do for food?" Dirk now was furious. 3 months. 3 whole months. What on earth did you do? There are so many people, but not a single one is qualified. Tell me loudly, what have you done since you entered school? The training ground was eerily quiet. All the students in the class lowered their heads, not daring to look their head teacher in the eye, letting him rage and scold angrily. The other teachers just watched quietly, as if they were already used to it. After scolding for nearly 10 minutes, perhaps out of fatigue, Dirk now let out a breath of foul air, pointed at the students and roared, "I won't say any more nonsense. I just want to give you a piece of advice. Magic practice depends entirely on self-awareness. With your current attitude, even if you possess extraordinary talent and even the best resources, you will never achieve achieve great success. After saying this, he turned back to his seat, not bothering to say another word. A deep silence fell all around him. Senior Jenny coughed lightly and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Dirk, do you want to continue the exam?" Dirk now snorted coldly, "I want to see how bad your class can get." Next, Mon Ray. Why does this name sound so familiar? The teachers all looked at the list, then suddenly realized what was going on. Buddy Tyrone, the head teacher of Class 2, smiled and jokingly said, "Meng Lei is the most talented of the freshmen this year. I wonder how he's progressing. I hope he doesn't let his guard down." Dirk now snorted coldly. "I heard that this kid has a strong personality. He attends classes seriously in the morning, but sneaks away in the afternoon. He combines work and rest well and is quite opinionated." Buddy Tyrone said meaningfully, "Take a stroll in the afternoon?" Dirk now's face darkened and he looked unhappy. "I've heard about that, too," a teacher from Class 2 said with a smile. "There's a rumor circulating on campus that this year's top talent is a freak. Every afternoon, he skips classes, meditation, or the library. He just likes to wander around campus. He can be seen in the student dormitories, the cafeteria, the training grounds, everywhere. He's been doing this every day for 3 months, without fail." "Yeah, I heard that too. He's quite attentive in class, but in the afternoon. Oh, what a pity for such a talented person." The teachers all spoke up, their expressions filled with regret and sorrow. "Someone as gifted as Meng Lei could cultivate far more efficiently than an average person. As long as he could calm down and work hard at cultivation, his future achievements would surely be limitless. However, Monri's combination of work and rest every day is simply a waste of his talent. How can we not feel regret and sigh? This bastard." Dirk now's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. The teachers spoke loudly and the students could hear them clearly, with different thoughts in their minds. Some sneered, waiting to see Meng Lei make a fool of himself. Some were angry at him for not fighting hard, blaming him for wasting his talent, and some watched coldly, waiting for his big show to begin. "Wandering around? Wasting your talent?" Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked to the sperm meter, and released his mental power in full view of everyone. In an instant, the red line in the precision meter shot up like a rocket, quickly widening the gap and leaving the others far behind. "Oh my god, that's too fast." Everyone was stunned and shocked by the speed. Finally, the red line climbed to a certain height and then stopped. Senior Jenny immediately moved over to the sperm meter and read out the test results. Spiritual power, 230 times that of peers. This announcement caused an uproar in the audience. How much? 230 times. Dragon God, did I hear correctly? The whole audience gasped, and everyone involuntarily turned their gazes to Meng Lei, their eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and incredulity. 230 times? How is that possible? Is the sperm meter broken? How could his mental power be so high? If I remember correctly, when he entered school, his mental strength was 100 times that of his peers, right? In just 3 months, he's improved so much? Pervert. He's really a pervert. 230 times the mental strength? The teachers at the examination table looked at each other in confusion. In just 3 months, your mental strength has improved so quickly? Is this really possible? It's impossible for ordinary people, but genius can't be measured by common sense. Homeroom teacher Dirk Noel's anger turned into joy as he slowly said, "In just 3 months, his mental strength has improved so much. This is enough to prove that Meng Lei has put in a lot of effort." "Teacher Buddy, it's not appropriate to arbitrarily arrange students." Hearing this, Buddy Tyrone, the head teacher of Class 2, turned pale. He thought to himself, I framed him? The facts were before him, and he was speechless and could only swallow his anger silently. Second item, test the magic power reserve. The tool for testing magic reserves is similar to the sperm meter, but instead of a red button, there is a magic crystal ball at the bottom. You can test your magic reserves by placing your hands on the crystal ball. Magic Reserve 35, comparable to a third-level magician. Monroe's test results will be out soon. Reactions were mixed. Only 35? Just average. Some dragon boys were quite contemptuous. They were born with strong magical reserves. Even if they didn't practice much, their magical reserves were far superior to their peers. When they entered school, their magic reserves were close to the level of a second or third-level magician. So-called genius is nothing more than this. That's right, I can only say that my mental strength is still good. You are a bunch of ignorant idiots. What do you know? Listening to the Dragon Boys discussion, teacher Dirk Novi was furious. Meng Lei is a commoner of the human race. He had no contact with magic before entering school. In other words, all his magic power was obtained through meditation after entering school. Changing the subject, Dirk now sneered, in just 3 months, his magic reserves are comparable to those of a third-level magician. What kind of genius is this? How can you compare? Indeed, to have achieved such an accomplishment in just 3 months, you truly deserve to be the Academy's top talent this year. As long as this kid can stick to his original intention and keep working hard, his future achievements will be limitless. I'm optimistic about him. I'm very optimistic about him too. The Dragon Boys were speechless after hearing this. If you have time to talk nonsense here, you might as well go back and practice hard instead instead of embarrassing yourself and becoming a laughingstock," Dirk now said coldly. The Dragon Boys were scolded until their faces flushed red, their hearts filled with grief and indignation. Coming from noble families, when had they ever been publicly humiliated like this? But Dirk now was a teacher at the academy after all, and although they were angry, they did not dare to refute a single word. So, the Dragon Boys vented all their anger on Meng Lei. "It's all the fault of that lowly human bastard. If it weren't for him." Despite the wrath of the Dragon Boys, Munley's test continued. The third test was magic release. For a magician, mental strength and magical reserves are the most basic foundations. Both are prepared for magic. Teacher Dirk Novi appeared in person, gazing at Mon Lei with a kind smile. "So, the release of magic is the key criterion for truly assessing a magician's level." At this point, Dirk now smiled slightly, as kind as Santa Claus. "Mr. Mon Lei, please release 3 spells at will." "Yes, teacher." Meng Lei nodded, walked to the center of the training ground, and began to chant magic spells. Crackle! The surrounding lightning magic elements quickly gathered, and amidst the crackling sounds, a ball of lightning composed of countless tiny electric currents quietly took shape, suspended in Meng Lei's palm, spinning like a basketball. Dazzling! Lightning magic thunderball! Teacher Horatio's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in admiration, "This thunderball technique is quite good." The entire casting process took less than 3 seconds. The lightning element was completely trapped within the thunderball, without any leakage. This demonstrates an extremely high level of control. I give this thunderball technique full marks. Class 2's lightning magic teacher also applauded. Furthermore, Meng Lei consumed very little magic power, yet was able to mobilize the lightning element to create this thunderball. His control over magic power is truly formidable. The other teachers nodded in approval. While thunderball was only the most basic of level 1 magic, the simplest things often revealed the key to the problem. How much magic power is consumed? Precise control of magic power. These can all illustrate the true strength of a magician. Magic is an art. Teacher Dirk now beamed. A great magician is like a master of art. Only with exquisite skill can the charm of magic be revealed. Mr. Munley's spellcasting is as smooth as flowing water, and quite artistic. Director Dirk is absolutely right. All the teachers nodded in agreement. "It's just a first-level spell. What's so great about it? I could cast first-level spells when I was 7. The Dragon Boys sneered, their hearts filled with disdain. The more the teachers praised Meng Lei, the worse they felt. Meng Lei waved his hand to remove the thunderball spell and began to chant his second magic spell. A few seconds later, a spear gleaming with brilliant silver light appeared in his hand. This spear was composed of lightning and exuded a domineering aura that could destroy everything. Lightning magic, thunder spear. The casting speed is very fast. No magic leaked. The magic power consumption is also very low. This thunder spear is also perfect." Amidst the praises, Meng Lei put away the thunder spear and began to chant the third spell. His mental power surged out like a tide, and the thunder elements within a radius of 10 meters were attracted and gathered towards Meng Lei. This scale. Dirk Now's eyes sparkled. Is he going to release a third-level spell? "This is a third-level magic thunder barrier." Teacher Horatio spoke slowly, his eyes filled with surprise. "This child never shows off in class. He's so low-key that he barely even exists. I didn't expect he's already mastered third-level magic. If he can cast a third-level magic, then he must be a third-level magician. After only 3 months of enrollment, he's already gone from a layman to a third-level magician. Such talent is simply unheard of. Genius." The teachers were filled with emotion, their words filled with wonder. What exactly does it take to be a qualified third-level magician? Mental strength reaches level 3. Magic reserve reaches level 3. Can release third-level magic. All 3 are indispensable. He has enough mental and magical power, but he can't cast third-level magic, nor is he a third-level magician. Just like many dragon people, they are born with strong magical power reserves, but they are not even magicians. Although a third-level magician is still a low-level magician, it is almost an impossible task to become a third-level magician in just 3 months. Not only to improve mental strength, you also need to increase your magic power reserves. You must also devote yourself to studying magic. Which one doesn't take a lot of time? Many people will never reach this level in their entire life. Seeing the teachers praising Meng Lei so much, many Dragon Boys felt jealous, but this did not affect Meng Lei's magic at all. At Meng Lei's summons, the lightning elements quickly gathered together and gradually condensed into a silver shield around him, covering an area of 3 meters square. The shield changed from being illusory to solid, and finally to being completely stable, as smooth as flowing clouds and water, like mercury pouring on the ground, unobstructed. It took 19 seconds. The casting time is very short. No excess magic power leaked. Very little magic power consumption. This lightning barrier was released extremely smoothly. It's perfect. 3 magics. Level 1 magic thunderball. Level 2 magic thunder spear. Level 3 magic thunder barrier. Dirk now stood in the center of training ground number 11, looking at Mon Lei with approval. These 3 spells not only demonstrate your powerful mental strength but also your meticulous control of magic power. They were performed perfectly. I give you full full marks. Thank you, teacher. Meng Lei bowed slightly. Keep up the good work. I'm looking forward to your future. Dirk now patted Man Lei on the shoulder and encouraged him. He then glanced at all the students in the class, his expression instantly becoming serious. You've seen it too. Now you understand the gap, right? A class of students with different expressions. The human boy lowered his head, his face full of shame. Most of the young dragon people held their necks high, full of dissatisfaction. Not convinced? Ha ha. Dirk now sneered. In magic training, talent is important at first, but your future achievements depend entirely on your hard work. Others are more talented than you. Others work harder than you. In just 3 months, he broke through and became a third-level magician. What qualifications do you have to be dissatisfied? Being arrogant is understandable, but blind arrogance is stupid. Teacher, I don't accept it. A young dragon man stood up and looked directly at Dirk now with no fear in his eyes. Talk back to the teacher. Is Ardman crazy? Seeing this action, the whole audience was in an uproar. The students looked at Ardman's back in surprise and were shocked. He actually dared to contradict the head teacher. Is this guy crazy? The teachers all frowned and stared at Ardman with unfriendly eyes. The students at the Fire Dragon School of Magic had complex backgrounds, and many of them came from prominent families. It is not easy to manage such a group of students. Therefore, the kingdom and even the academy give teachers absolute authority. Any student who dares to offend a teacher will face dire consequences. Ardman has violated the rules by contradicting the teacher in public. What are you dissatisfied with? Dirk now asked coldly. Teacher Dirk, I didn't mean to contradict you. Ardman responded in a deep voice. I simply believe that, as a magician, simply being able to cast spells isn't enough. The key lies in actual combat. If it's flashy without substance, it's nothing more than empty talk. After saying that, he glanced at Meng Lei with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Meng Lei's magic is indeed beautiful, but its actual combat ability is still unknown. What do you want? Dirk now snorted coldly. Fight! Ardman looked directly at Meng Lei. Meng Lei, in front of all the teachers, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? How dare you? Don't you know that private fighting is forbidden in the academy? Dirk now slammed the table and shouted angrily. The academy does prohibit private fights, but it allows public duels under the witness of teachers. With so many teachers present today, it shouldn't be considered a private fight, right? Ardman retorted loudly. Dirk now was furious, puffing his beard and glaring. Just as he was about to continue scolding, Class 2's head teacher, Buddy Tyrone, spoke up. Headmaster Dirk, although this student may be a bit rude, he does have a point. A magician's ultimate skill is judged by his actual combat skills. As he spoke, he looked at Meng Lei and said with a smile, I believe that if Meng Lei doesn't demonstrate his actual combat ability, even if he takes first place in this exam, it will be difficult for the students to be convinced, right? We refuse to accept. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. What's the point of just being able to cast magic? A true powerhouse is one who is strong in actual combat. Magic is meant for combat. Fancy tricks are useless. The dragon youths responded in unison, their eyes filled with defiance. They had long been dissatisfied with Meng Lei, and now they wanted to teach him a lesson, to show all the teachers that no matter how talented one was, they could still be beaten to a pulp. Teacher Buddy, there is no such project in the midterm exam. Dirk Noel's face darkened, and he was obviously unhappy. Isn't the purpose of exams to test students' progress and learning outcomes? As long as that goal is achieved, the process isn't that important. Buddy Tyrone chuckled and looked at Man Lei. Mr. Man Lei, are you willing to accept his challenge and show everyone your practical skills? Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Meng Lei. Ardman said provocatively, don't worry, I'll only use magic, not my body, to avoid people accusing me of bullying you. Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? Meng Lei smiled faintly, but since we're going to fight, shouldn't there be some stakes? Ah, I just love your generosity. Ardman happily turned his wrist, pulled out a purple magic crystal card, and said with a smile, here are 10,000 gold coins. It's a prize for this battle. What do you think? That's too much. I don't have that much money. Meng Lei shook his head. I only have a scholarship of 5,000 gold coins. Enough. Ardman waved his hand and didn't take Meng Lei's 5,000 gold coins seriously at all. His purpose was not to win money, but to teach Meng Lei a lesson and make him lose face. In that case, let's get started, Meng Lei said calmly. The other students dispersed and gave the training ground to the two. Oh, how foolish. Dirk now sighed. Although he was optimistic about Man Lei, he didn't think he could beat Ardman right now. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see that Ardman's physical body was comparable to that of a fourth-level warrior, and his magic power reserves were extremely sufficient. He was definitely a top-tier third-level magician. Coupled with the dragon people's naturally strong fighting sense, Meng Lei had no way of winning. Forget it, let him see the gap between humans and dragons, so he can work harder in the future. Ardman and Man Lei stood in the middle of the training ground. One is 1.6 meters tall, thin and frail. The other one was tall and strong. Just looking at the body shape, they are completely not in the same league. Brother, come on. Fatty and Daniel watched anxiously, their hearts sweating for Meng Lei. To be honest, they didn't think Meng Lei had a chance of winning. winning. Ardman was not an ordinary person. He has pure black dragon blood, is naturally strong physically, and has a high talent for magic. He ranks among the top freshmen this year. Facing him, how could Monroe possibly win? Mr. Meng Lei, you are a human, so I let you attack first. Ardman crossed his arms, raised his chin, smiled triumphantly, and his face was full of contempt. Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and snapped his fingers lightly. A thunderball the size of a basketball suddenly appeared. Another snap of the fingers. The second thunderball then appeared. Then the third, fourth, fifth. In the blink of an eye, 9 thunderballs appeared in front of Meng Lei. The electric current surges and crackles. The silver light is bright and dazzling. 9 thunderballs as big as basketballs were suspended in the surroundings, emitting dazzling silver light, making Meng Lei look as if the thunder god had descended from the sky. Instant. The teachers all stood up, their faces filled with shock, their eyes fixed on Meng Lei and the 9 thunderballs around him. Instant first-level magic. How did he do that? He's obviously only a third-level magician. All the teachers had disbelief in their eyes. High-level magicians can cast low-level magic instantly. Relying on their powerful mental strength, they can complete the arrangement and combination of magic elements in an instant, thereby releasing low-level magic. To put it simply, it means using the superior to suppress the inferior and using the big to bully the small. It's like a first grader being able to do arithmetic problems with ease. For first graders, addition, subtraction, multiplication and division within 2-digit numbers are difficult enough and require slow calculations, but for higher grade students, it's a breeze. The release of magic is naturally much more complicated than addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, but the principles are similar. High-level magicians can instantly cast a certain level of low-level magic, and even sanctuary magicians can instantly perform high-level magic. However, Meng Lei is only a third-level magician. He can actually cast first-level magic instantly? Generally speaking, a magician can only instantly cast magic 4 levels lower than his own. Dirk Novi's eyes were deep. To cast a first-level spell instantly, one must be at least a 5th-level magician. Mon Lei has clearly broken this rule. The teachers nodded in approval. Meng Lei shouted in a low voice and pointed his finger in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. 3 lightning balls cut through the air and shot towards Ardman in an instant. You think you can hurt me with just a level 1 magic? Ardman sneered. Don't even have to hide. 3 thunderballs hit Ardman and exploded. Crackle. Countless electric currents raged through his body. Ardman snorted coldly. Great genius. Is this all you can do? Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and clicked his fingers. One after another, thunderballs bombarded like cannonballs, completely surrounding Ardman. I told you, level 1 magic can't hurt me. Ardman stood still, letting the electricity rage through his body, his face full of mockery. You'd better use advanced magic, otherwise you won't be able to defeat me. Meng Lei smiled, with a strange look in his eyes. Since you are so looking forward to it, how can I let you down? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chanted a magic spell, and the electric current flowing around his body was summoned, quickly converging and combining. Ardman felt something strange and his face changed suddenly. He saw the electric currents around him quickly weaving into chains, tightly wrapping around him like ropes. Ardman roared and struggled hard, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to break free, but his limbs were paralyzed by the stimulation of the lightning chains, and he felt powerless. Level 3 magic, Thunder Chain. Lightning magic teacher Horatio slammed the table and stood up. You can unleash the Thunder Chain like this? Genius, a true genius. First, bombard Ardman with a bunch of thunder balls to paralyze him and make him careless. Then, use the thunder elements in his body to form a more advanced thunder chain to trap him. Dirk now took a deep breath. What a brilliant strategy. I thought the thunderball technique this kid used at the beginning was meaningless, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. Exactly 18 thunder balls, exactly the thunder elements needed to unleash a thunder chain. Class 2's lightning magic teacher exclaimed in admiration. This kid planned this from the beginning. He has the entire battle under his control. Could it be that good magic talent will also increase intelligence? The other teachers were speechless. In just a simple duel, Meng Lei showed them what it meant to have an IQ crush. This is so infuriating. Not only does he have a good talent for magic, but he is also so smart. How can others survive? Good talent, higher IQ. This child's future is immeasurable. Intelligence. Alas, dragon people are indeed slightly inferior to humans in this regard. The battle had already been decided. Trapped by the third-level magic lightning chains, Ardman was unable to break free for a while. Meng Lei took the opportunity to chant quickly, and the surrounding thunder elements were attracted and quickly condensed into a spear. It was the third-level thunder magic thunder javelin. Asshole, let me go. Ardman struggled desperately, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, the thunder javelin took shape and hit his throat. Meng Lei said calmly. Ardman's face flushed crimson, but he couldn't utter a word. Although he possessed a physique comparable to a 4th-level warrior, a single thrust from this lightning javelin would have crippled him, if not killed. He really lost this battle. Meng Lei waved his hand to remove the thunder javelin and thunder shackles, and stretched out his right hand with a meaningful movement. I accept the loss. Ardman's face turned pale as he threw the magic crystal card to Meng Lei. But don't be too proud. I underestimated you this time. I will definitely beat you next time. Ha ha. As long as you have money, I'm always here for you. Meng Lei smiled faintly and turned back to the corner. Brother, you are so awesome, aren't you? Fatty and Daniel looked at Meng Lei with stars in their eyes in admiration. Not only did he become a third-level magician, but he also defeated Ardman. One word, awesome. It's no big deal. Meng Lei chuckled, not taking it seriously at all. After all, he was already over 30 years old in both his lives. What was so great about defeating a 15 or 16-year-old junior high school student? Brother, are you too calm? Fatty and Daniel were both speechless. Facing so many people, anyone would be extremely excited, but Meng Lei was surprisingly calm. Am I calm? Monroe rolled his eyes. The two nodded in unison. Okay, actually, I'm not calm at all, and I even want to laugh. Meng Lei said helplessly. So you were just pretending to be calm. That's what I said. Meng Lei really couldn't help but want to laugh, but this wasn't a show-off. It was because he had won 10,000 gold coins. If converted into attribute points, it would be enough for him to upgrade. You know, after 3 months of intensive development, his 2 attributes are almost reaching the critical point. As long as he slightly exchanges some attributes, he can enter a new level. Wealth, 25,187 gold coins. Constitution, level 3 warrior, 619/1000. Spirit, level 3 magician, 966/1000. Magic power, level 3 magician, 927/1000. Fighting skills, Bingfang Ju, stone breaking palm, earth splitting slash. The spirit of 966. The magic of 927. With only 35 points of spirit and 74 points of magic, a total of 109 attributes, he could be promoted to a 4th level magician. And 109 attributes only cost 1,090 gold coins. System, exchange for 35 points of spirit and 74 points of magic. Ding! Exchange completed. Congratulations to the host for becoming a 4th level magician. Magic power suddenly poured into his body from all directions, filling his entire body. Meng Lei felt extremely comfortable, his mind was clearer than ever before, and he was refreshed and in high spirits. Brother, why did your face suddenly become rosy? The fat man was surprised to notice Meng Lei's change. Hey, I thought of something happy. Meng Lei chuckled and clicked on his personal attributes to check. Wealth, 24,097 gold coins. Constitution, level 3 warrior, 619/1000. Spirit, level 4 magician, 1001/2000. Magic power, level 4 magician, 1001/2000. My mental strength and magic power reserves have reached the standards of a 4th level magician. As long as I learn 4th level magic, I can truly become a 4th level magician. I've been in this world for less than 5 months, and I've already broken through to the 4th level magician. My cultivation speed is probably unprecedented, right? Meng Lei felt a little proud and full of expectations for the future. Physical fitness is a bit behind the times. That was Meng Lei's strong point and also the attribute that was easiest to improve. But he had stayed in the academy almost all the time for the past 3 months and had hardly picked up any physical light balls. Physical fitness is so backward. Looks like I need to find time to go to places like the Warrior Academy, the Coliseum, and the fighting arena to quickly improve my physical fitness. Meng Lei secretly thought that human magicians have always had a weak point in their physique, making them easy targets. In comparison, dragon magicians who inherited dragon blood were much stronger. Therefore, at the same level, dragon magicians always have the advantage, and Meng Lei does not want to lose to a dragon magician of the same level. You must improve your physical fitness as soon as possible. Oh my gosh, it's my turn. Just as Meng Lei was thinking silently, the fat man suddenly shouted in a low voice, interrupting his thoughts. It turned out that it was the fat man's turn to be tested. Go ahead, fatty, you can do it. Meng Lei patted his shoulder and said with a smile, if you pass the exam successfully, I'll treat you tonight. Let's go out for a good meal outside the school. The fat man nodded heavily and walked towards the teachers. Fatty, come on. Daniel clenched his fists and cheered for the fat man. The fat man's test results came out soon. Mental strength increased by 28 points, and the assessment was passed successfully. The magic reserve has reached the level of a 3rd level magician, and I passed it successfully again. During the magic release phase, the fat man cast 3 magic spells: Water Mirror of the Water System, Wind Guardian of the Wind System, and Stone Spell of the Earth System, and they all passed smoothly. Haha, I passed. The fat man jumped in front of Meng Lei excitedly, almost jumping up. He was so excited because so far, only he and Meng Lei were on the same page, so how could he not be happy? You're amazing, kid, Meng Lei exclaimed in surprise. 3 sects of practitioners, all of you have reached the level of a 3rd level magician? Are you kidding me? Meng Lei looked a little suspicious, feeling that he had been deceived by the fat man. Hey, how dare I compete with you? The fat man scratched his head. I started learning magic when I was 5 years old, and I've been formally studying magic for nearly 2 years. How can I compare with you, brother? Meng Lei was speechless. It was true that that comparison was the thief of joy. The children in the Warcraft village would have to spend all their money to take a magic test, but Fatty, on the other hand, had started his magic education at the age of 5. How enviable. The midterm exams are still going on. Over the next hour or so, the remaining students completed the test, but the results were not ideal. Including Meng Lei and the Fat Man, only 7 people passed the test. The 7 people include Monray, Fatty, Daniel, Monray's roommate Abe, Donna Aram from the Frost Kingdom, a human civilian and a dragon civilian. The other 42 people all failed. This result made the head teacher Dirk now furious. He scolded the whole class harshly, and even the head teacher Jenny was not spared. After the exam, Monroe, Fatty and Daniel left the school together and went to the best restaurant nearby to celebrate. The 3 of them found a private room. Meng Lei threw the menu to Fatty and Daniel and said with a smile, "Just order whatever you want. It's my treat today." "Hey, we know you made a lot of money today, brother, so we're not polite. First, let's have some stir-fried golden lizard meat. Another boiled blood mantis. Sauerkraut devil whale liver is good too. And this, stir-fried ice toad. Spicy kingfisher is my favorite." Listening to Fatty and Daniel ordering dishes one after another, Meng Lei couldn't help but twitching his mouth thinking, these guys ordered dishes that cost hundreds of gold coins per plate. Aren't they trying to take advantage of the rich? However, if you want to pretend, you have to finish it even if it means crying. "Brother Colin, the brothers congratulate you on your 20th consecutive victory in the fighting arena and your successful advancement to the silver medal fighter." No, it's all luck, Speaking of which, Brother Colin, you're a silver medalist now. Your appearance fee should be very high, right? It's just average. Only about 10,000 gold coins per game. 10,000 gold coins per game? Oh my god. Brother Colin, you are so awesome. So, if you fight a few dozen more battles, you'll have accumulated enough wealth to buy a territory and become a lord yourself. It's all luck. Suddenly, a conversation came from the next box, attracting Meng Lei's attention. Silver fighter? He had heard of the fighting arena, which was one of the 2 major entertainment venues in the royal city, along with the Colosseum. It was popular among nobles and wealthy people and was an activity similar to underground black boxing. Fighters fight fiercely in the ring for the audience to watch and bet on, full of blood, violence, passion, and wildness. Although the fighting arena is very popular in the Fire Dragon Kingdom and even the entire empire, as a serious person, Meng Lei instinctively rejects this kind of thing, so he did not learn more about it. Unexpectedly, the fighters actually earned so much. The appearance fee of a silver fighter was as high as 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. Converted into attribute value, it is exactly 1,000 attribute points. You can earn 1,000 attribute points in one game. This is much faster than picking up attribute light balls or meditating. 10,000 gold coins is not a lot. After the fat man finished ordering, he said with a smile, "Those gold medal fighters' appearance fees are really high, often starting at hundreds of thousands of gold coins." So exaggerated? Meng Lei's eyes widened. Gold medal fighters are all cash cows in the fighting arena. Their appearance fees are simply incomparable to those of silver medal fighters. Daniel said with a smile, "These guys are extremely popular and have a huge number of fans. Making money is like a robbery, so there are people chasing stars here too." Nothing much. If fighters are so profitable, how can one become one? Having lived 2 lives, Meng Lei knows the importance of hard work. After arriving at the Fire Dragon School of Magic, he worked really hard. He listened attentively in class, studied magic after class, and insisted on meditating continuously at night. Of course, Meng Lei did not forget to make use of the system. Simply picking up items was no longer enough to satisfy him. He wanted to maximize the benefits of the system. Gold coins can be exchanged for attribute values. You can start from this point, but it costs money. It requires gold coins. The question is, where does the gold come from? This involves making money. Meng Lei had also thought about making money before making a lot of gold coins. Being a plagiarist in the entertainment industry, real estate development, internet business, arms trafficking, these industries that are very profitable on Earth simply don't work in the Sky Continent. After a long period of development, the Sky Continent has formed its own unique business model, and the Earth's methods are completely inapplicable here. So, what are the industries in the Sky Continent? The safest and most sought-after industry is buying territory. As long as you have enough money, you can buy a piece of unowned land and become a lord. The civilians, monsters, mines, forests, rivers, all in the territory belong to the lord. In a word, the lord is the local emperor in the territory. Secondly, there are the magic device manufacturing industry, magic core industry, gold mining industry, slave trade industry, fighting arena, coliseum, etc. These industries are extremely profitable, giving rise to many giant chambers of commerce and wealthy individuals. Take the magic device manufacturing industry, for example. Magic devices are like mobile phones, computers, televisions, electric lights, and cars on Earth. They are present in thousands of households and are extremely profitable. And the magic core industry is also very profitable, because the power source of most magic devices is magic cores, which are like oil on the earth. Just think about the rich people in Dubai, and you will know how profitable the magic core industry is. Needless to say, other industries all have huge profits. Meng Lei often fantasizes about how great it would be if he could have his own chamber of commerce and monopolize an industry. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can achieve the Holy Realm. Unfortunately, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Now he's just a complete loser, not even a hair on his head, let alone a chamber of commerce. Want to be rich and marry a beautiful, wealthy woman? Dream on, you stinking loser. Doing business is too far away from him, and it seems more reliable to choose a legitimate career, for example, becoming a fighter. It's not difficult to become a fighter. As long as you have the strength of a 5th-level warrior or a 4th-level magician, you can join the fighting arena and become a fighter. I see. The fat man chuckled and said, but fighters are very dangerous. To ensure the authenticity and entertainment value of the battles, the fights between fighters are life and death contests. No one will show mercy. Indeed, although being a fighter makes money, it's a high-risk profession. Daniel shook his head. Fighters often walk on the brink of life and death with an extremely high mortality rate. Few can make it to the end. Therefore, this money is not easy to earn. Brother, do you want to be a fighter too? The fat man raised his eyebrows and looked at Meng Lei and asked with a grin. It sounds dangerous, but the money is really good. Meng Lei smiled and gave an ambiguous answer, neither admitting nor denying, but he was calculating the pros and cons in his mind. Brother, you are a noble magician. How can you lower yourself to become a fighter? The fat man rolled his eyes. Although a 4th-level magician is qualified to be a fighter, go ask around. How many magician fighters are there in such a huge fighting arena? No, very rarely. Daniel smiled and shook his head. Magician is a noble profession, and it is also a profession that makes money very quickly. Have you heard that the richest people in the Sky Continent are not the kings, but the magicians? Although it was a joke, it also indirectly shows that it is really easy for magicians to make money, at least much easier than fighters of the same level. Magician, making money so quickly? Meng Lei opened his eyes wide, looking confused. Of course, the fat man said. As a matter of course, magicians are very rare and in high demand. The creation of magical devices, the engraving of magic circles, the collection of magic cores, the creation of magic scrolls, which one doesn't require a magician? Which one doesn't make money? Let's not talk about anything else, just take the acquisition of magic cores as an example. Do you know how high the purchase price of a magic core is? Monroe shook his head. All the magic cores on the market now have clearly marked prices. The fat man continued to introduce, low-level magic cores are not worth much, ranging from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. Intermediate magic cores are slightly more expensive and can be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins. What is truly valuable is the high-level magic core. The starting price of a level 7 magic core is 100,000 gold coins. The value of an 8th level magic core is 10 times that of a 7th level one, at least 1 million gold coins. What about the 9th level magic core? Sorry, this kind of thing is totally priceless. I remember half a year ago, Lawson's auction house auctioned off a magic core from a level 9 magical beast, the Earth Bear. Guess how much it fetched in the end? Tens of millions of gold coins? Meng Lei asked tentatively. Wrong. It's a whopping 37.8 million gold coins. The fat man smiled and said, this magic core was eventually bought by a 9th level Earth mage. TSK, a 9th level mage is truly wealthy. He paid nearly 40 million gold coins without blinking an eye. Damn, he's so rich. Meng Lei's eyes widened when he heard this. He was so jealous. It would be great if he had so much money. That's nothing. The fat man shook his head and laughed. At the annual magic exchange fair, magicians buy and sell to each other, often making hundreds of millions or even millions of dollars. That's what real wealth looks like. Rich, so rich. Meng Lei licked his dry lips. It's a pity that I'm a pauper. I might be the poorest magician in the world, right? Hey, brother, don't say that. The fat man said with a chuckle. It doesn't matter if you don't have money now. The key is that you have good talent. When you become a high-level magician and go to the Warcraft forest to hunt Warcraft, won't that be like picking up money? High-level magician? Meng Lei sighed. Then you have to be at least level 7. I believe with your talent, it won't take more than a few years. Yes, you have become a 3rd-level magician in just 3 months. Is the 7th-level magician still far away? Greetings, gentlemen. May I have the food served now? Come on, I'm hungry, the fat man responded. Delicious dishes were placed on the table. Meng Lei ate while thinking about making money. Going to the Warcraft forest to hunt Warcraft was obviously unrealistic while he was still in school. There was no way he could leave the school and go to such a dangerous place. In that case, being a fighter seems to be a good choice. First of all, there are many people in the fighting arena and the battles are frequent, so the chance of items dropping is definitely high. Meng Lei can pick up as many dropped items as he wants and improve himself. Second, make money. The fighter's appearance fee is very high. These appearance fees converted into attribute values can greatly speed up Meng Lei's improvement. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a little dangerous, but compared to the rewards, this risk is totally worth it. The midterm midterm exam has a huge impact. At least, that's what Monroe thought, because the atmosphere of the college has completely changed. The dragon nobles who used to laugh and joke have disappeared, the lazy and romantic young masters have disappeared, and the lovers who used to hide in the corners are nowhere to be seen. There are fewer people hanging around on campus. There are more people listening attentively in class. The training ground is even more crowded. A midterm exam miraculously changed the atmosphere of the entire college, especially for the first-year students. The change was particularly obvious, and they completely woke up. After the morning classes ended, Meng Lei left the academy and headed to the largest fighting arena in the royal city, the Flame Fighting Arena. The Flame Fighting Arena is located in the prosperous area in the east of the city, where nobles and wealthy people gather. It is quite far away from the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. Meng Lei stopped a magic car and took the ride there. Master Magician, are you going to the Flame Arena to watch the Fighting Kings battle tonight? The magic car driver asked cautiously. Meng Lei was wearing a magician's robe, and it was obvious that he was of noble status. The driver didn't dare to talk to him casually, but it would definitely be a good thing if he could get to know Meng Lei. The Battle of the Fighting Kings? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. You don't know, sir? The driver seemed a little surprised. The annual Do Wang battle is a famous event in the royal city. Even the common people know about it. I've been staying in the academy my whole life and have never heard of this. Meng Lei smiled and said, then tell me about the Do Wang battle. As the driver told the story, Meng Lei gradually understood the whole story. It turns out that after a whole year of fierce competition among the top gold medal fighters in the fighting arena, a fighter king will eventually emerge, who will be called the Fighting King. The Battle of the Kings is a battle between this year's king and last year's king. It's not just a contest between kings, but also the most exciting annual event of the Flame Fighting Arena, similar to the NBA Finals or the World Cup Finals on Earth. It's incredibly influential and enthusiastically followed by the nobility. The driver added that all the nobles and wealthy businessmen who love fighting games will watch tonight's Fighting King battle, and tickets are even being sold for tens of thousands of gold coins each. I didn't expect there would be such a grand event. Meng Lei shook his head secretly, but the tickets are too expensive. Tens of thousands of gold coins per ticket. I can't afford it. He originally wanted to join in the fun, but reality forced him to give up the idea. After all, he was not rich enough to do that. An hour later, they arrived at the Flame Fighting Arena. This magnificent building covers a vast area and is shaped like a burning flame. It shines with fiery red light all over, giving people a shocking feeling of passion and blood rushing. Next, at this moment, the fighting arena was already crowded with people. Dragon nobles were wearing glittering golden ornaments, fat wealthy lords were aggressive, and sexy and fashionable ladies were walking among them. There is a constant flow of people. It is bustling and lively. It's really lively. In his previous life, Meng Lei was just an ordinary clerk. To support his family, he rarely participated in large-scale events, but he was very familiar with the crowded scenes at the railway station during the Spring Festival travel rush. The scene in front of the fighting arena at this time is almost comparable to the peak of the Spring Festival travel rush. Meng Lei followed the crowd to the gate, but was stopped by the guards who were on high alert. Master Magician, please go to the ticket area on the right to buy your ticket first. Meng Lei shook his head. I'm not here to watch the King of Fighting battle. I want to join the Flame Fighting Arena and become a fighter. The guard looked Meng Lei up and down, a hint of surprise on his face. It was rare for a magician to be willing to become a fighter. Sir, you are not joking, are you? No kidding, Meng Lei answered firmly. Please wait a moment, my lord. The guard immediately instructed his companions behind him, and then said to Meng Lei, please follow me, Master Magician. Following the guard into the Flame Fighting Arena, they turned left and right before arriving at an office. The guard knocked on the door, went in, and came out again after a moment. Master Magician, Master Uno invites you in. When Meng Lei walked into the office, he saw an old man in a brocade robe sitting upright on a chair with a calm expression, looking at him with scrutiny. Little guy, you just want to be a fighter? Uno looked Meng Lei up and down, frowning slightly. Meng Lei looked too young, almost like a child whose hair hadn't even grown out yet. How could he be a fourth-level magician at such a young age? It's unbelievable. Meng Lei nodded slightly. The Flame Fighting Arena welcomes any strong person to join. Uno's voice was cold. But you should know the rules. Only 5th-level warriors or 4th-level magicians are qualified. You are so young, I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, his intentions were clear. He clearly doubted Meng Lei's strength and even speculated whether the child in front of him came up with this idea on impulse because he couldn't afford a ticket to tonight's Do Wang battle. After all, the fighters in the fighting arena can watch the Fighting King battle from the inside. Meng Lei smiled and said no more. He chanted a magic spell softly, and the surrounding lightning elements quickly gathered to form 2 rotating spears. Each spear is about 3 meters long and 1 foot thick. It rotates at high speed, like 2 electric drills wrapped in electric current, emitting a terrifying power that makes people's heart palpitate. Level 4 Magic, Spiral Lightning Drill. Uno stood up from his chair, staring intently at the thunder diamond in front of him, his face filled with shock. He really is a 4th-level magician? magician? It seems I was blind. He was well informed and quickly calmed down, a look of joy on his face. Since you can cast 4th level magic, you must be a 4th level magician, absolutely qualified to become a fighter in our flame fighting arena. I'm glad you can join. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief and asked, are there any procedures required? Of course there are formalities, Uno said with a smile. I'll tell you the specific requirements first and you can think it over carefully. If there's no problem, we can sign the contract. What's your name? Uno asked. Young friend Meng Lei, since this is your first time joining the flame fighting arena, you can only start from the lowest level, a 1-star bronze fighter. This is a hard rule and no one can change it. No problem, Meng Lei said without hesitation. Bronze fighters must participate in at least 10 battles every month. The appearance fee for a 1-star bronze fighter is 1,000 gold coins per match. Win 3 games in a row and you'll be promoted to a 2-star bronze fighter. The appearance fee for a 2-star bronze fighter is 2,000 gold coins per match. Win 6 games in a row and you can be promoted to a 3-star bronze fighter. The appearance fee for a 3-star bronze fighter is 3,000 gold coins per match. That's all there is to the requirements and appearance fee. Besides this, there are other benefits. For example, if you become a fighter in our flame fighting arena, the arena will protect you. As long as it does not violate the imperial constitution and the laws of the kingdom, we have the right to guarantee the safety of the fighters' lives and property. Also, after reaching a 4-star bronze fighter, it seems like playing a single-player game. After some conversation, Meng Lei felt that the benefits of the flame fighting arena were quite good. The appearance fee was relatively high, and the protection mechanism was also very complete. The only downside is, it's very dangerous. Once you step onto the ring, it's a life and death duel. Swords and guns are blind, and no one can guarantee that accidents will not happen, which also leads to a high death rate among fighters. This bowl of rice doesn't taste good. You can't chew it casually. Friend Meng Lei, if you think these conditions are okay, just sign this contract. Uno handed over the contract. Meng Lei read it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he signed his name without hesitation. Now that he has made the decision, he won't regret it. The contract is effective. Uno saw Meng Lei's signature and extended his right hand, saying, Brother Meng Lei, welcome to the flame fighting arena. From now on, you are a member of our fighting arena. Uno was very happy. The flame fighting arena had tens of thousands of fighters, but there were only a handful of magician fighters. Magician fighters are too scarce. In order to recruit magician fighters, the fighting arena not only lowered the threshold but also promised high rewards. Unfortunately, magicians are a noble profession with quick profits. Who would be willing to degenerate and become a fighter with a precarious life? Magician fighters are always in high demand. Therefore, Uno was naturally overjoyed to accept the magician Meng Lei. Brother Meng Lei, this is your ID badge. With it, you can enter and exit the flame fighting arena freely, and you can also watch any fighting matches we hold for free. Of course, including tonight's Do Wang battle. Is there such treatment? Meng Lei was surprised. Fighters are internal members of the fighting arena, so of course they have the right to watch the fights. That's good. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Lord Uno, may I get familiar with the fighting arena first? Of course. Uno smiled and called a waiter over. Brother Meng Lei, this is Mary, our fighting arena's waitress. Let her show you around. Thank you, Lord Uno. Meng Lei thanked him with a smile and then left the office. After the two walked away, Uno waved and someone came in. Find out his identity. I want to know all his information. Mary has a pair of furry cat ears that move constantly, making her look extremely well-behaved and cute. She also has a furry tail, which is very beautiful. This is the unique symbol of the cat family. Under her guidance, Meng Lei began to wander around the flame fighting arena. This huge fighting arena was clearly divided into different levels, and the most spectacular and luxurious one was the fighting arena. The flame fighting arena has a total of 31 fighting arenas of various types, including 20 bronze arenas, 10 silver arenas, and 1 gold arena. Each fighting arena is astonishingly large, capable of accommodating 100,000 people to watch the fights simultaneously. It's divided into a fighting arena and a viewing platform. The viewing platform is divided into VIP boxes and the fighter viewing platform. Mary was talkative and enthusiastic, patiently introducing everything. After a tour, Meng Lei had a general understanding of the internal structure of the flame fighting arena. Finally, Meng Lei arrived at the golden fighting arena where the King of Fighting battle will be held tonight, the Flame Life and Death Arena. As the only golden arena within the Flame Arena, the Flame Life and Death Arena far surpasses any other stadium on Earth. Its overall pillar-like form resembles the Roman Colosseum on Earth. At the bottom is the ring, surrounded by spectator seating. At this moment, the audience seats of the Flame Life and Death Arena were already packed. The nobles, wealthy businessmen, and ladies from the royal city were talking and discussing enthusiastically about tonight's Battle of the Kings. Waiters shuttled around, serving drinks, water, and desserts. The entire Golden Fight Arena was bustling with activity. Although the Fighting King battle has not officially begun yet, a hot atmosphere in the stadium has already set off this event to the fullest. Meng Lei appeared in the fighting fighter viewing area. This is the exclusive area for fighters to watch the fights. It is higher than the ordinary audience seats and lower than the VIP boxes. It is located in the middle of the viewing seats and belongs to the internal viewing area. Ha, someone new here? The fighter viewing area was already full of fighters. They were a little surprised to see Meng Lei suddenly appear, especially because of his young age. Meng Lei nodded casually and found a seat. He didn't know any of the fighters here, and he didn't feel the need to get to know them. No one can say for sure whether they will meet in a fighting arena in the future, and then they will be life and death rivals. There is no point in being friends with the enemy, as identities dictate that there can be no true friendship between fighters. Sure enough, Meng Lei's guess was correct. There really wasn't much friendship between the fighters. Although they are very familiar with each other and know all the information about each other's strength level, special skills, fighting habits, etc., they have no feelings for each other. This kind of understanding is just to know ourselves and our enemies, so as to win better. As expected, some fighters stared at Meng Lei with gleaming eyes, observing him carefully, trying to see through all his secrets. Most of these people were 1-star and 2-star bronze fighters. Meng Lei is a newcomer and he is likely to meet them in future battles, so we need to study it carefully. Meng Lei didn't know what these fighters were thinking. He looked into the distance, as if he was gazing at the ring, but in fact he was thinking about today's gains. From leaving the academy, to taking a car to the flame fighting arena, to sitting here to watch the fight, Meng Lei has been busy all the time. After leaving the academy, the system's prompt sound never stopped, indicating that he was constantly picking up resources, especially when he arrived at the flame fighting arena, where the frequency of picking up resources was even higher. Among all the light balls picked up, physical light balls are the most, followed by gold coins, and mana light balls and magic light balls are relatively rare. What surprised Meng Lei were the spiritual light balls and the fighting light balls. Perhaps because the Fighting King battle was about to take place tonight, people were extremely excited, and the number of these 2 light balls was surprisingly large. In just one afternoon, Meng Lei's mental strength increased by more than 100 points, and he also acquired 6 fighting skills and a fighting technique. Fighting chi technique, this is a rare thing. Meng Lei immediately checked out the fighting technique called Fire Dragon Manual and was stunned. I'm lucky, right? Browsing the information in his mind, Meng Lei was completely bewildered. This is actually the Do Chi method used by the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Only dragons with pure Fire Dragon bloodline are qualified to practice it. The royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the supreme clan that controls the Fire Dragon Kingdom. After tens of thousands of years of reproduction, the Fire Dragon Kingdom's royal family has a large population, including pure-blooded fire dragons, mixed-blood dragon people, and mixed-blood dragon beasts. There are very few pure-blooded fire dragons, and the vast majority are mixed-blooded dragon people. Dragon people of all sizes almost account for 99.99% of the royal population. Although most of them have weak bloodlines and are the type who just eat and wait for death, they still have the blood of fire dragons flowing in their blood and are still members of the royal family. They are all qualified to practice the Fire Dragon Manual. As for other people, no matter how high their status, how much wealth they have, or how noble their bloodline is, they are not qualified to practice the Fire Dragon Manual. Here comes the problem. I don't have the blood of a fucking fire dragon. As a cultivation method exclusively used by the royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, Fire Dragon Manual is undoubtedly the top-notch fighting technique. If practiced to the extreme, it can directly reach the peak of the 9th level. This is a priceless treasure that cannot be bought with any amount of money. But what troubled Meng Lei was that he could not practice this magical secret book because he did not have the Fire Dragon bloodline in his body. The Fire Dragon Manual can purify the Fire Dragon bloodline within a practitioner, making the dragon blood increasingly pure. Upon reaching mastery, one can even transform into a giant fire dragon. As the most powerful existence in the dragon clan, the fire dragon is not only physically strong, but also has natural control over fire. Its combat power is extremely terrifying. It ranks at the top of all living beings in the Sky Continent and has become synonymous with power and terror. If he could practice, Meng Lei would certainly want to try, but unfortunately, forget it. Let's put it aside for now and think of a solution later. If it really doesn't work, I'll just have to sell it. It's good to exchange it for gold coins. Although he felt a little depressed, he had to admit that his gains this afternoon were quite considerable. His physical fitness increased by more than 200 points, his gold coins increased by thousands, and his mental strength increased by more than 100 points. Not to mention there are 6 fighting skills and a Fire Dragon Manual. After all the calculations, Meng Lei's depression was swept away, and he secretly felt fortunate that today's decision was so wise. The improvement in his strength was visible to the naked eye, and he felt very happy. Dong dong dong. At this moment, 3 loud drum sounds suddenly rang out, and several beams of dazzling lights shot down from the ceiling and gathered on the arena below. The arena made of gold immediately reflected a dazzling golden light. Radiant and dazzling. Oh my god, the golden arena. Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised. The arena was more than 20 meters long and wide, and 3 or 4 meters meters high. It stood tall in the center of the fighting arena. It was like a huge gold nugget shining with golden light. If it were divided into gold coins, how many would it be? Meng Lei's eyes widened, and he wished he could take the entire arena away. This thing would be so tempting if converted into properties. Dear guests and friends. A clear and melodious voice sounded, and then a beautiful figure slowly floated down from the ceiling. She had a hot body and a pair of white wings spread out behind her, like a holy angel from the kingdom of light. She was the host of tonight. Swan Man? Meng Lei opened his eyes wide. The swan people, like the cat people, were members of the orc tribe. This was the first time he saw a swan person, and he was immediately shocked by her beauty. It's so beautiful. No wonder the swan people are called one of the most beautiful races in the sky continent. This look is truly thrilling. The annual Do Wang battle will be held tonight. At this highly anticipated moment, please allow me to solemnly introduce tonight's contestants to everyone. They are this year's new fighting kings. Odin Coleman. A golden light descended from the sky, illuminating a corner of the fighting arena. On a small raised platform stood a tall and strong figure. He is 2 meters and 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles. It has a fiery red horn on its head and fiery red wings on its back. The whole body is covered with fiery red scales, and the tail has a fiery red tail. The whole body is fiery red, like a fire giant. He is the new fighting king Odin Flit, a fire dragon man with terrifying strength. Odin, 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 fighting king, fighting king, fighting king. As soon as Odin Philite appeared, the whole audience erupted in deafening cheers. The obese nobles waved their arms and shouted hysterically. A group of sexy and beautiful ladies flushed and were almost out of control with excitement. Waves of deafening cheers rose one after another, almost blowing the ceiling off, and the atmosphere on the scene reached a boiling point. This guy's popularity is amazing. Meng Lei rubbed his ears, which were numb from the vibration, and looked at the fire dragon man named Odin Flit in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would be so popular. Don't forget, those present today are not the crazy fans chasing after young handsome guys on Earth, but high-ranking officials who hold real power, distinguished aristocrats, and wealthy businessmen. They, who are equivalent to celebrities and upper-class people on Earth, actually also chase stars, and do so crazily, which surprised Meng Lei. No, Odin Flit. Flit? So soon? Isn't this a royal family name? Could this guy also be a member of the royal family? Fire Dragon. Flit. Could he really be royal? Meng Lei was shocked. In the eyes of those nobles with status and position, being a fighter is always a humble profession and at best just a plaything for people to admire. No noble is willing to become a fighter, let alone the royal family. As the ruling race that controls the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the royal family has the noble bloodline of the Fire Dragon flowing in their veins. They consider themselves noble and respected. Who would be willing to become a fighter? However, it is clear that Odin Flit chose this path. This is unbelievable. What Monroe didn't know was that Odin's popularity stemmed from his earning the title of Fighting King. Before becoming the Fighting King, he wasn't greeted with cheers and applause, but with scorn and ridicule. The Fighting King is completely different from ordinary fighters. It symbolizes the king of fighters and represents supreme power and strength. Although the nobles look down on fighters, they admire the Fighting King very much. Before becoming the Fighting King, Odin was ridiculed and even spurned by the royal family, but once he became the Fighting King, everything changed. This is the charm of Do Wang. It is also the most direct manifestation of the strong are respected in the Sky Continent. As everyone knows, our newly promoted Do Wang possesses royal blood, with the noble bloodline of the Fire Dragon flowing through his body. Therefore, Do Wang Odin possesses extraordinary strength. Host Heidi Grainer said in a resounding voice, since joining the Flame Fighting Arena, Odin has been unstoppable, winning battle after battle, and finally standing out and ascending to the top of the Fighting King throne. This is Odin's victory. It's the glory of royal bloodline. Let us all wish Odin well and hope he remains undefeated in the upcoming Battle of the Kings, creates more miracles, and writes a new legend. I believe everyone is already very familiar with tonight's other contestant. He has won the Do Wang title 3 times in a row and achieved brilliant results in the Do Huang battle held by the Empire this year. He is our giant god, Nicholas Austin. He is over 4 meters tall and has bronze skin all over his body. His muscles are as solid as rocks, with clear lines. Is this still a human? His eyes are bright and he holds a heavy mace in his hand, wear golden armor and a horned helmet. This is the 3-time fighting king, the giant god Nicholas Austin. Guests should know that our giant spirit god possesses the blood of ancient giants and possesses immense strength. He has won the title of Do Wang 3 times and even defeated all opponents in this year's Imperial Do Wang competition, winning 3rd place. The host's voice was filled with passion, echoing throughout the entire fighting arena. Today, can Nicholas defeat his enemies again and continue his legend as the fighting king? Let us wait and see. Jin God, Jin God, Jin God. Even more enthusiastic cheers roared like thunder, sweeping across the entire flaming life and death stage, making the eardrums hurt and the head dizzy. As a 3-time winner of the Do Wang Championship, the giant god Nicholas enjoys extremely high popularity. Even the new Do Wang King Odin, who has royal blood, can hardly match him. Next, let's hand the ring over to these two fighting kings. The host spread his wings and slowly left the ring. Odin and Nicholas on the small platform moved at the same time. Odin flapped his wings and turned into a stream of fiery red light, instantly leaping onto the ring. His speed was as fast as lightning, and screams rang out at the scene. Nicholas roared, slamming his foot onto the platform. With a resounding bang, the platform instantly shattered. His tall, burly figure leaped into the air and landed steadily on the ring. Odin must win. The giant spirit god will win. At this moment, the shouting and cheering in the fighting arena reached a climax, and the audience screamed excitedly, as if they were crazy and out of control. This is crazy. It seems that no matter which world, crazy fans are always everywhere. That's... Meng Lei noticed that balls of light kept falling from the crazy fans, and judging from the color, most of them were spiritual balls of light. Could it be that people lose their spiritual light balls because they are too excited? Meng Lei was surprised, but he didn't sit idle. He turned and left the fighter viewing area, followed the safety passage, and quietly came to the audience seats. Fighters are insiders of the fighting arena and can freely enter any area of the fighting arena except the VIP boxes. Ding! Fusion successful, host spirit +5. Ding! Fusion successful, host spirit +7. Walking among the audience, Meng Lei collected the fallen balls of light while secretly rejoicing. Hee, this is really wonderful. This trip to the fighting arena was not in vain. Just as Meng Lei was concentrating on collecting the light balls, the cheers suddenly stopped, as if they had been paused. He looked up and saw that the Do Wang battle had officially begun. The magic shield rose into the air, and the two fighting kings faced each other from a distance, sparks flying. Nicholas, I will end your glorious journey. Odin flapped his wings and hovered in the air. His voice was as cold as a knife and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You arrogant little guy, I hope your fists are as hard as your mouth. Nicholas sneered, his brows full of disdain. Odin roared, swooped down, and punched out. Like a comet hitting the earth, Odin and Nicholas collided violently, the thunderous sound of the collision echoing throughout the stadium. The two of them exchanged blows in a fierce battle. Odin! 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 The giant spirit god! The giant spirit god! The giant spirit god! The audience cheered wildly, with each wave getting louder than the last. One side is a royal dragon who possesses the blood of a fire dragon. One side is a subgiant with the bloodline of ancient giants. It's like Mars colliding with the earth, a showdown between two powerful opponents. Meng Lei stopped collecting the light balls and stared at the arena with a fiery gaze, his heart filled with envy. As Do Wang, Odin, and Nicholas were both 9th level warriors. That is a special realm, just one step away from the sanctuary. It is a great existence that truly stands at the pinnacle of all living beings. At the same time, level 9 also represents extremely powerful strength. Looking across the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom, level 6 and 7 warriors are everywhere. Even if those dragon people with pure blood do not practice deliberately, they can be comparable to level 6 and 7 warriors when they grow up. Level 8 warriors are relatively rare and cannot be achieved through bloodline alone. They must be achieved through hard work and practice. As for the 9th level, it is even rarer. Among 10,000 dragon people, not even one can reach level 9. Therefore, 9th level warriors usually have prominent status, and even fewer are willing to be fighters for everyone to admire. This may be another reason why Odin and Nicholas are so popular. Boom boom boom. The fierce battle on the ring gradually became more intense. The fire dragon man Odin turned into a stream of flame, exerting his speed and strength to the extreme, and his afterimages were all over the ring. The giant god Nicholas was obviously slower than Odin, but he was like a towering mountain, and no matter how Odin bombarded him, he remained motionless. At this point in the battle, everyone can see it clearly. Odin is fast and attacks fiercely. Nicholas has a solid defense and amazing strength. One is fast, the other is strong. One can hit the opponent, but it is difficult to be fatal. One is more powerful, but always a step behind. Is this stalemate going to continue forever? Meng Lei was secretly amazed, and the audience was also dissatisfied with the current situation. They shouted desperately, hoping that the player they supported could defeat the opponent and win. Boy, is all you can do to run around like a mouse? Nicholas swung his mace, striking it in the air again and again, roaring, "Fight me head on if you're brave enough. You won't be able to defeat me just by dodging." Odin was furious, but helpless. After all, he was still young, his physical training hadn't yet reached its peak, and his strength was far inferior to Nicholas's. If I could master the Fire Dragon manual, I could kill him with just one slap. What a shame! Odin felt regretful and was distracted for a moment. However, when masters fight, how can they be careless at all? At this moment, the experienced Nicholas seized the opportunity and swung his mace to smash down. Odin barely dodged it in a hurry, but Nicholas's punch came crashing down. This time, Odin was no longer lucky. The iron fist hit Odin hard, he screamed, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was knocked away. Nicholas took advantage of the victory and his attack was as fierce as a storm. Amidst the terrifying collisions, Odin fell to the ground like a leaf in the wind. The whole place fell into deathly silence. The audience stared blankly at the scene before before them, as if they had not yet recovered from the shock. It was a close match just now. The next moment, everything suddenly turned upside down. Odin actually lost? After a brief silence, Nicholas' supporters burst into deafening cheers, while Odin's fans cursed angrily and could not accept the result at all. The results of the competition are announced. The Fire Dragon man lost. Monley shook his head and sighed, then stood up and walked towards the ring. After taking so many punches, Odin must have been beaten to a pulp, right? Monroe didn't know whether Odin was beaten to a pulp, but he noticed that at the moment Odin was knocked flying by the heavy punch, a ball of blood-red light fell from his body. Odin is a 9th level warrior, and the ball of light on his body is definitely not an ordinary thing, so we have to take it quickly. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fire Dragon bloodline. If I am driven crazy by your criticism, will it be easy to write a book? Obtain the bloodline of the Fire Dragon? Meng Lei was completely bewildered. When he had picked up the Fire Dragon manual, he had thought it was useless. After all, if he couldn't cultivate with it, what good would it do, no matter how powerful it was? Just when I was feeling depressed, I suddenly found the bloodline of a Fire Dragon? Isn't this too dramatic? But, even if I found it, I still found it. I don't want to merge. Can you force me to do it? Thinking about this, Meng Lei was about to communicate with the system, but unexpectedly a ball of red flame suddenly emerged from his body. The flames split into 10,000 and turned into countless small fire dragons, which instantly rushed into his limbs and bones and merged into every inch of flesh and blood. It was as if a gasoline barrel was ignited. Meng Lei felt a piercing pain in his body, which pierced his nerves like crazy. He groaned and almost couldn't help screaming. What's going on? Meng Lei was frightened by this sudden change. He endured the severe pain and ran towards the nearest bathroom. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, a red flame burst out from his body, burning his skin and burning his clothes, and he instantly turned into a fireman. Under the burning flames, the clothes turned into ashes in just a few seconds, and Meng Lei was suddenly exposed to the air. Through the red flames, one can clearly see veins bulging on Meng Lei's skin, muscles trembling, bones shaking, and wisps of black smoke coming out. Meng Lei screamed, feeling as if his entire body was being torn apart and convulsing violently. He had never imagined that the extreme pain could be so severe. He was truly unable to live or die. Severe pain swept through his body, but Meng Lei was completely unaware of the miraculous transformation his body was undergoing. Under the tiny flames, his bones, meridians, skin, and blood were all undergoing changes that were unimaginable to ordinary people. Every cell, every inch of skin, every bone, they are all reborn in the flames. In a trance, a deafening roar resounded through the void, and a fire dragon covered with fiery red scales, as if made of hard alloy, appeared floating behind Meng Lei, its wings vibrating and its roar shocking the heaven and earth. Puff, puff. The moment the fire dragon's phantom appeared, the sound of blades slicing through flesh and blood echoed one after another. Pieces of blood-stained fiery red scales emerged from Meng Lei's body. Arms, legs, chest, waist, and abdomen, back and buttocks. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red scales spread rapidly, covering Meng Lei's entire body, making him look like a scaly monster. However, this is far from over. Puff. With a slight sound, a thick and slender dragon tail emerged from Meng Lei's buttocks, covered with fiery red scales and soaked in scarlet blood, looking both bloody and evil. At the same time, two horns like bamboo shoots emerged from his forehead, sharp and bright red, as if they were about to pierce the sky. Those are exactly two dragon horns. At this moment, the changes finally stopped, the flames covering his body gradually went out, the intense pain gradually receded like a tide, and Meng Lei collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The floor was dripping with sweat and blood. Meng Lei seemed to be soaked in a pool of blood. He didn't even want to move a finger. It feels like I just walked out of hell. That kind of pain is still frightening when he thinks about it now. Meng Lei secretly made up his mind that he would never experience that kind of torture again. At this moment, the bathroom door was pushed open and a thin figure walked in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately frightened and screamed. Meng Lei's whole body shook, and he instantly turned into a shadow and appeared in front of the person who came, quickly covering his mouth with incredible speed. Listen, don't scream. Meng Lei didn't want others to see him in such a miserable state, so he glared at the other person fiercely and signaled him to shut up. You, let me go, I won't scream. The visitor nodded tactfully and quickly calmed down. Behave yourself. Meng Lei's threat wasn't over yet, and he cautiously released his grip. Sure enough, the other party didn't scream again. Instead, he looked Meng Lei up and down, and asked in surprise, Are you awakening your bloodline? Meng Lei was slightly stunned, then he realized that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. His arms, legs, abdomen, were all covered with a layer of fiery red scales, and even a long dragon tail grew behind his butt. Oh my god, how did I become a dragon man? Meng Lei's face instantly turned green. He had just obtained the blood of the fire dragon, and the next moment he turned into a dragon man. Dog system, what gives you the right to merge so casually? Did you get my consent? Meng Lei was so angry that he started cursing. He clenched his fists, and a strong sense of power burst out from his body, as if he could smash a mountain with one punch. punch. With a light jump, the body became light and almost weightless, as if it had gotten rid of most of the gravity, as if it had broken free from some shackles. The body is so strong. Meng Lei couldn't help but look at his personal attribute panel and was immediately stunned. Race, human, with fire dragon bloodline. Wealth, 26,397 gold coins. Constitution, level 5 warrior, 2480/5000. Spirit, level 4 magician, 1197/2000. Magic power, level 5 magician, 2023/5000. Oh my god, such a huge change. My physical fitness was only 800 before, but now it has become 2400, a threefold increase. The magic power was 1000 before, and now it has reached 2000, which is a twofold increase. That's too much. It's really too much. Fire dragon bloodline, is it so perverted? Meng Lei couldn't believe it, and his mood eased a little. Awakening the dragon bloodline will cause your body to undergo a transformation. The visitor said calmly, you feel your strength increase and your body becomes lighter. These are all normal reactions. Meng Lei nodded, and after carefully feeling it, he looked at the person who came, only to find that the person in front of him was a familiar face. Abe, why is it you? Shua shua shua. The person who came was Abe, Meng Lei's cold and indifferent roommate. Just now, he was so focused on the changes in his body that he didn't recognize him for a while, but now he finally realized it. Abe was stunned. Hey, we see each other every day. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you? Meng Lei smiled bitterly and said unhappily, look down and you're not there. Are you Meng Lei? Abe's eyes widened, looking at Meng Lei in disbelief. Why are you here? No, how did you awaken the dragon bloodline? Aren't you human? Abe has been keeping an eye on Meng Lei. Before entering the academy, he had already heard of Meng Lei's name and knew that he was the most talented freshman in this class. Later, the two became roommates, and Abe's every move could no longer escape his eyes. After 3 months of observation, Abe thought he knew Meng Lei very well, but he never expected that Meng Lei was hiding such a big secret. Aren't you a human? Why did you awaken the dragon bloodline? Abe stared at Meng Lei, his eyes full of confusion. Have you been a dragon from the beginning? You ask me, who should I ask? Meng Lei spread his hands. I was watching the Do Wang battle just now, and suddenly it became like this. To be honest, I am also confused now. It seems that you do have dragon blood in your body. Abe had no doubt. Although many dragon people have awakened their dragon bloodline since childhood, it is not uncommon for people like Meng Lei to awaken only after reaching a certain stage of growth. Man Ray is by no means an isolated case. Maybe. Meng Lei had mixed feelings. He certainly wouldn't tell Abe the truth. Even if he did, Abe might not believe it. Using dragon blood? It sounded too absurd. Abe said lightly, then ignored Meng Lei and went straight to the bathroom. Meng Lei walked to the mirror and looked at his current appearance carefully. The figure looked strange, and the body was covered in blood. Meng Lei turned on the tap and washed the body carefully. It's much more comfortable to look at this way. It's just, is it going to be like this from now on? He sighed. Although the fire dragon bloodline brought great power, he couldn't be happy at the thought of turning into a monster. He preferred his previous human form. Abe, will I ever return to my old self? Meng Lei asked directly. Why do you want to change back? Abe's puzzled voice came from the compartment. In the fire dragon empire, everyone longs to have dragon blood and become an admired existence. And you have awakened the royal bloodline of the fire dragon kingdom, which is even more extraordinary. Why do you still want to return to your previous human form? The way I look now is weird. I still like the way I looked before. Meng Lei shook his head. Tell me, is there any way to change back? I really can't understand your thoughts. Abe shook his head and sighed. For dragon people who awaken their bloodline later in life, the dragon blood in their bodies is relatively thin after all. They can't maintain their dragon form for a long time. Once the energy in their bodies is exhausted, they will change back. So that's how it is. Meng Lei suddenly understood. After only 5 minutes, Meng Lei felt a sense of emptiness in his body. The dragon scales on his body faded away quickly like the tide, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. The dragon's tail and keel also disappeared. Meng Lei became smooth and shiny, without a single piece of clothing on his body. It's back. I'm back. I still like it the way it is now. At this time, Abe walked out from the partition and saw the naked Meng Lei at a glance. His eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed in his heart, it's so big. Abe, help me get some clothes. Meng Lei said hurriedly. After getting dressed and walking out of the bathroom, Meng Lei returned to the flame life and death stage where the award ceremony for the Fighting King battle was taking place. The Battle of Kings is over. With the 3-time fighting champion, giant spirit god Nicholas, successfully defending his title, the winner received cheers and admiration from the crowd, and became the talk of the town for a while. As a loser, Odin Phyli quietly left the flame life and death stage and will bear the title of loser for at least the next year. No matter which world we are in, people will only remember the winners. The losers are destined to be forgotten and despised. Reality is always so cruel. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Meng Lei didn't rush to leave, but continued to pick up the fallen attribute light balls. This time, time, he accidentally merged with the Fire Dragon bloodline, and his physical fitness and magic power reserves were raised to level 5. However, his mental strength lagged behind and remained at the 4th level. It was just the right time to take advantage of the fact that there were many people in the fighting arena and everyone was in high spirits to pick up more spiritual light balls to make up for the lack of spiritual power. When I returned to the college, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, Meng Lei did not meditate as usual but instead calmed down to study the Fire Dragon manual. He planned to try this top-notch fighting technique. As the saying goes, life is like that. Since you can't resist it, just accept it. Now that you have the blood of the Fire Dragon, it would be a shame not to practice the Fire Dragon manual. After more than an hour, Meng Lei felt he had mastered the technique, so he tried to practice it. The mysterious energy in his body was drawn in, slowly crawling through his meridians, like a slow-moving snail. Meng Lei felt a hint of excitement in his heart. According to the Fire Dragon manual, that mysterious energy was Fire Dragon Do Qi. The Fire Dragon Do Qi began to flow, meaning he had entered the introductory stage of the Fire Dragon manual. This is undoubtedly great news. As long as I can practice the Fire Dragon manual well, I will have the confidence to practice this set of fighting skills to perfection. He secretly made up his mind. Well, how about setting a small goal for yourself first, like becoming a 9th level warrior? Meng Lei spent the entire night immersed in the practice of the Fire Dragon manual. After a night of hard work, the speed of his Fire Dragon Do Qi increased significantly, several times faster than at the beginning. Moreover, the Fire Dragon manual is indeed worthy of its reputation. As the official practice method of the Fire Dragon royal family, one night of practice actually increased his physical attributes by more than 40 points. This is really an exaggeration. Improved by more than 40 points in one night. If calculated at this rate, it can increase by more than 1,200 points a month. If he continues like this, he will be able to reach the strength of a level 6 warrior within 2 months. Definitely not to be underestimated. However, I can't spend all my time practicing the Fire Dragon manual. I still have to meditate at night to increase my mental and magical reserves. How about changing the training to the afternoon? No, the afternoon is the time to pick up light balls. And in the morning? Morning is fine too. Let's schedule it for morning. I've almost mastered the basics of magic. All I have to do now is improve my mental strength and magical reserves, and research more advanced magic. Magic class. It doesn't matter if you take it or not. Well, it's happily decided. Focus on practicing Fire Dragon manual in the morning. Go pick up the attribute light ball in the afternoon. 24 hours a day, everything is arranged perfectly. Of course, the flame fighting arena couldn't be missed either. Meng Lei had already become a fighter, and he had to participate in at least 10 battles a month. The vast amount of attribute light balls there was definitely not to be missed. In the next 3 days, Meng Lei strictly followed the plan he set and studied on his own. No, to be more precise, he practiced on his own. As a result, he missed the morning magic class for 3 consecutive days. This made Mr. Horatio, who taught lightning magic, very confused. Normally, Monray never missed classes, so why had he not come to class for the past 3 days? Horatio asked his classmates about the situation, but they knew nothing about it. Finally, he had no choice but to report the matter to Monroe's class teacher. The courses at Fire Dragon Academy are free and students can choose whether to attend. Teacher Horatio will not interfere if others skip classes, but Monroe is different. He values Meng Lei very much and doesn't want him to relax. What? This kid hasn't come to class for 3 days? The head teacher could not hide his surprise. Meng Lei had no idea that word of his absence from class had reached his homeroom teacher. He had just finished practicing the Fire Dragon manual and was heading to the flame fighting arena alone. Tonight, he is finally going to participate in his first fighting match. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness +2. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. This time, Meng Lei did not take the magic car like last time, but chose to walk. There was plenty of time in the afternoon, so there was no need to rush. It's a good opportunity to stroll around the busy area and pick up some attribute light balls. Magical device market, slave market, magic core trading market, mercenary hall, warrior academy. I gained a lot along the way, and the effect was even better than meditation at night. My physical and mental attributes increased by more than 100 points, and only my magic power reserve was slightly inferior. Wandering around the academy can also increase your magic reserves. If you want to improve your physical fitness, you still need to exercise more outdoors. In the evening, the number 20 bronze fighting arena was already packed with people. As the lowest specification bronze fighting arena, arena number 20 is far inferior to the Flame Life and Death arena in terms of scale and decoration, and the tickets are also much cheaper. Therefore, most of the audience who come to watch the fighting games are from the petty bourgeoisie, such as small nobles, small businessmen, rich farmers, etc. It is precisely because of this that the number of spectators here is the largest. The massive arena number 20 was packed to the brim. The atmosphere was lively, with spectators munching on sunflower seeds, drinking beer and soft drinks, and joking with one another. After a tiring day, they found the perfect place to relax and unwind. Dong dong dong. 3 drum beats suddenly rang out, instantly quieting the entire audience. More than 10 spotlights suddenly shone on the stage. A host in a formal suit stood on the stage and shouted at the top of his voice, "Dear audience friends, good evening. Welcome to the Flame of Life and Death stage. I am tonight's host. Without further ado, let's give our warmest applause to the 2 fighters who will be giving us a wonderful showdown tonight. They are the 2-star bronze fighter, Harel the Bull." The host's voice was loud and clear. As everyone knows, Harel is a newcomer to the flame fighting arena, having just joined last month. However, he has a brilliant record. He has already fought 11 games and achieved an impressive record of 10 wins and 1 loss. At present, Harel has achieved 5 consecutive victories. As long as he defeats his opponent tonight, he will achieve the great achievement of 6 consecutive victories and be promoted to a 3-star fighter. Let's welcome him with warm applause. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bull roar suddenly sounded, and a strong man with a bull's head and a human body jumped onto the ring under the lights. He was 2 meters and 5 feet tall, with bulging muscles and 2 dark, curved horns on his head that emitted a cold light. Harel straightened his chest and roared to the sky. The audience was infected by his momentum, waving their arms and cheering deafeningly. The atmosphere was extremely warm. The host pressed his hands together in satisfaction, and the cheers immediately quieted down. Our other contestant is a bit of a mystery, as he's also a newcomer, having only been promoted to a fighter 3 days ago. In other words, tonight is his first game, his debut. Are you all disappointed when you hear this? How can a rookie compete with Harel? The audience nodded, booing in disappointment and disdain. A newcomer with neither popularity nor talent, who would be optimistic about him? If you think so, you are totally wrong. The host said in a loud voice, although this contestant is a newcomer, he is an extremely rare and special existence in the entire flame fighting arena, because he deliberately stretched out his words to whet everyone's appetite. Once the audience's curiosity was piqued, he suddenly shouted, "He is a noble magician." The whole audience was stunned at first and then burst into an uproar. Magician fighter? The audience's eyes lit up instantly, and the disappointment in their eyes was replaced by curiosity and expectation. To those nobles and high-ranking officials, ordinary magicians may not be worth mentioning, but to these petty bourgeoisie and common people, magicians still have a very high status. Especially the rules of the flame fighting arena, only 4th-level magicians are qualified to become fighters. It is an extremely rare opportunity to see a 4th-level magician participating in a competition. What's more, magician fighters are rare, and being able to witness a fierce battle between magicians with your own eyes is undoubtedly worth the money. Next, let us welcome the distinguished magician, Arthur Galen, with the warmest applause. Crackle! In the dark corner, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly exploded, and the crisp sound of explosion was accompanied by lightning. A young man covered in lightning walked onto the ring with firm steps. He wore a golden mask that concealed his face, but the lightning wrapped around his body made him look mysterious and majestic, perfectly demonstrating the magician's noble status. Magician! 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 Seeing Arthur Galen's cool entrance, the audience instantly became excited, as if they were injected with exciting energy, and the cheers became louder and louder. First, let me announce the rules of the fight. Our fight is a real duel. The match is over only when one side surrenders, admits defeat, falls unconscious, or dies. You too, do you hear clearly? Very good. Now I declare that the fight officially begins. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the ring intently, full of anticipation. At the same time, in the VIP box of the number 20 fighting arena, Uno, the person in charge of the fighting arena, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes fixed on Arthur Galen below, his eyes complicated and difficult to understand. The freshman leader of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy actually went to the flame fighting arena to become a fighter. What on earth is this little guy planning? Uno frowned, feeling a headache. A small magic genius was nothing, but this kid had the top talent of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy behind him. If Meng Lei really loses here, it will be difficult to explain. Let's see how strong he is first. If it doesn't work, we have to find a way to get him out. A magician? Humph, why not just surrender and admit defeat? 2 wisps of white mist blew out of Harel's nostrils, and his eyes, as big as copper bells, stared fiercely at Meng Lei. Don't let your little arms and legs be smashed to pieces by my punch. Ha, you can try. Meng Lei smiled faintly, full of disdain. Humph, take my punch. The barbarian bull roared and stomped his feet heavily on the ring, making a dull rumbling sound, like a heavy tank rolling over, with a heavy punch aimed directly at Meng Lei's face. The bull rushed over like a tank, and its heavy punch hit Meng Lei's face with unstoppable momentum. The scene was extremely horrifying. Bull! Bull! The audience who supported the bull shouted and cheered, cheering for the bull. Defeat this magician and let him know how powerful the Minotaur is. Although many people have high expectations for Manley due to his identity as a magician, more viewers still support Maniou. This is the reputation that Maniou has earned through 10 consecutive wins. After all, many people have placed bets on Maniou, so naturally they hope he wins. wins. As expected of a minotaur among orcs, he's incredibly brave. Feeling the bull's overwhelming might, Meng Lei's face darkened. The minotaurs were a powerful tribe among the orcs, half-man, half-bull, immensely powerful and fierce, born war machines. In sheer strength, the minotaurs were even more formidable than the lionmen and tigermen, the king races among the orcs. The difference in strength between humans and Tauran is too obvious. It's a pity that I won't fight you head-on. Meng Lei stopped and started chanting magic spells. He planned to hide the fire dragon bloodline as a trump card for the time being. Want to cast magic? Dream on. Mania walked quickly and rushed to Meng Lei with a few big strides. His huge fist, with a fierce force, hit Meng Lei's head directly. Minotaur is naturally powerful, and as a level 5 warrior, the bull is even more powerful. If this blow hits right, Meng Lei will definitely be finished. Hey, wait for your death. Mania grinned, as if he had already seen Meng Lei's blood splattered 5 steps away, his body lying on the spot. This made him feel excited, since being captured and enslaved by the Fire Dragon Kingdom, he had suffered untold torture. He hates it. Hate dragon people, hate humans, hate everyone in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The bull wants revenge. After being sold to the flame fighting arena as a fighter, Manyo was ruthless and showed no mercy. He won all 10 matches and left no opponent unscathed. Therefore, he was called Cold-Blooded Bull Demon, a title that represented his cold-blooded and devilish nature. Mania liked this name very much, as he was out for revenge and to kill everyone he could. The human magician in front of me is definitely no exception. However, at the moment when the bull's fist fell, Meng Lei, who was originally standing, suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. Mania was slightly stunned and hurriedly turned around to look for Meng Lei, but he couldn't find any trace of him. At this time, he heard the audience remind him, "He's above you. He's above you." The bull turned his head suddenly, and a dazzling light flashed before his eyes. Crack! In a blazing light, a thunder python descended from the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the wild bull in one gulp. Crackle! The whole body of the barbarian bull is covered in electric light. The barbarian bull was not to be outdone. After being hit by the 3rd-level magic thunder python, he did not fall down. Instead, he roared to the sky and gathered his strength to resist the erosion of the electric current. Obviously, his body is extremely strong and level 3 magic can't hurt him. "I don't expect to defeat you with level 3 magic," Meng Lei responded calmly, and the thunder magic elements gathered in his palm, brewing an even more terrifying thunder move, level 4 thunder magic, thunderstorm. "Human, this little bit of magic is just a tickle to me, an old cow." The wild bull's body was truly amazing. After being paralyzed by the thunder python for only 4 seconds, he broke free from his restraints and pounced on Meng Lei with a roar. His wildness and rage reached the extreme. Meng Lei stood there quietly, facing the bull's charge without fear. "Send this old cow straight to hell." The barbarian bull raised his iron fist and smashed it down. Just as his fist was about to hit Meng Lei suddenly opened his eyes and slowly uttered 4 words, "Thunderstorm." A dazzling flash of lightning instantly descended, enveloping the bull and illuminating the dimly lit arena. The bull's tall and powerful frame was completely submerged in the lightning's radiance. Thunderous screams were heard from the lightning, but Meng Lei showed no mercy. He knew that the thunderstorm alone was not enough to knock down the bull, and he had to use more brutal moves. Thunder from the sky. 10 seconds later, another bolt of lightning magic struck down, deeply enveloping the bull, still bound by the thunderstorm. After casting this spell, Meng Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The thunder from the sky is known as the strongest single-target level 4 spell. It should be enough to make him lose his combat effectiveness. The whole audience was silent. Nearly 100,000 spectators stared in amazement at the lightning-encased bull, each one speechless with shock. They had watched fighting games for years, but had never witnessed such a dazzling display of magic. I have to admit that magic attacks come with cool special effects, with thunder pythons tumbling, heavenly thunders bombarding, and wild thunders dancing. The scene is extremely shocking and a feast for the eyes. From a visual perspective, the PK between warriors is far less spectacular than the magic duel. The audience was extremely excited. One word, awesome. This Baron has watched fighting games for many years, but this is the first time I've seen a magician appear on the stage. Wow, this scene is so cool. 3 consecutive spells sealed the victory. I never knew a magician's battle was so beautiful. Haha, this magician fighter named Arthur Galen is truly unique. Even the recently famous cold-blooded bull demon was defeated by him. Amazing. It's a complete crush. After a brief silence, the entire audience erupted in deafening cheers. The audience pointed and talked. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Although the bull they supported lost, the opportunity to watch such a wonderful magic battle was definitely worth it. Strange. Isn't this little guy a human? How can a human magician have such a fast dodge speed? Inside the box, Muno stared at Meng Lei, his eyes filled with confusion. While the bull was brutal and violent, it was also quite fast, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to win 10 consecutive matches in the brutal arena. But the strange thing is that Meng Lei was able to dodge his attack. This is unbelievable. How could an ordinary human 4th-level magician react so quickly? I don't understand. hand. But this little guy must be hiding some unknown secret. The wild bull was still standing tall, showing no signs of falling, which made Meng Lei feel nervous. When he was about to continue attacking, the wild bull suddenly fell over, with black smoke coming out of its mouth. The bull has completely lost its fighting power. I declare, the winner of this fight is Arthur Galen. The host suddenly appeared and announced the result loudly. The whole audience cheered and shouted Arthur Galen's name in unison. Obviously, this battle made Meng Lei gain a lot of popularity, and many viewers began to know him. Meng Lei didn't care about it and continued to focus on picking up rewards. Ding! Fusion successful, host spirit +3. Ding! Fusion successful, host's wealth +21. Meng Lei was in high spirits after a resounding victory in his first battle. He was even more delighted after receiving the 1,000 gold coins appearance fee. 1,000 gold coins are equivalent to 100 attribute points. Combined with the attributes he had picked up today, the harvest was extremely rich, especially seeing that the spiritual attribute was about to break the 2,000 mark. Meng Lei did not hesitate to spend gold coins to help him advance to a level 5 magician. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline. Wealth, 22,614 gold coins. Constitution, level 5 warrior, 2729/5000. Spirit, level 5 magician, 2014/2000. Magic power, level 5 magician, 2316/5000. Fighting chi skill, fire dragon codex. He's both a 5th level warrior and a 5th level magician. This can be considered as the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Meng Lei was quite satisfied with his progress. In the Sky Continent, practicing both magic and martial arts was not taboo. Many dragons did this, tempering their bodies while also learning magic. As for whether they would make any choices when they reached a higher level, Meng Lei was not sure. However, he had no intention of giving up either his physical body or his magic for the time being. After all, the advantages of practicing both magic and martial arts in actual combat are too obvious. It was already 1 in the morning when we returned to the college. After a quick wash, Meng Lei began his evening meditation as usual. The next morning, Meng Lei ended his meditation, had breakfast to fill his stomach, and then continued to practice the Fire Dragon manual as planned. After the first 3 days of training, he felt the Fire Dragon chi in his body grow stronger and stronger, and the speed of its movement became faster and faster. Every time the Fire Dragon chi circulated a circle, the Fire Dragon bloodline would be purified a little bit. When the Fire Dragon do chi can no longer purify the Fire Dragon bloodline in the body, it means that this technique has been cultivated to the extreme and reached a state where there is no room for improvement and no room for purification. That is the time to transform into a Fire Dragon. I heard you haven't been to class for 3 days. Just as Meng Lei sat cross-legged and prepared to continue practicing the Fire Dragon manual, his roommate Abe walked down from upstairs and stared at him coldly. Monroe did not deny it. Aren't you going today? Abe asked again. Yes, I don't plan to go anymore. Meng Lei said with a smile, magic classes are of no use to me. Going to class is a waste of time. I might as well practice on my own. Abe frowned upon hearing this, feeling that Meng Lei's words were rather arrogant. The Fire Dragon Magic Academy was the 3rd-ranked magic academy in the Dragon God Empire, and all the teachers were 8th-level magicians. How dare you, a 3rd-level magician, say that? How arrogant! Although he was unhappy, Abe was cold by nature and didn't want to say much. He snorted and turned around and left the apartment. This guy always feels a little weird. Meng Lei shook his head. Just as he was about to continue practicing, the magic communicator suddenly rang. There are many magical devices in this world, and the magic communicator is one of them. It functions similarly to mobile phones on Earth, but its appearance is completely different. The magic communicator is not as smart as a mobile phone, its functions are not complicated, and it cannot be installed with various apps. Its only function is communication. Meng Lei turned on the magic communicator, and a colorful light rose up and gathered into a face. It was the class teacher, Senior Jenny Lane. Senior, do you need me for something? Meng Lei was a little confused. Senior Jenny was about to graduate and was very busy. She usually wouldn't look for them unless she had something to do. Junior Meng Lei, have you not been to class for 3 days? Senior Jenny looked serious with a frown on her face. Yeah, what's wrong? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. Senior Jenny's tone seemed to be wrong. You're skipping classes, you know that? Senior Jenny scolded with a stern face. You've only been here a few days, and you're already skipping classes. What's going to happen to you in the future? It's not that serious, Senior Jenny. I remember that the academy doesn't have a mandatory requirement to take magic classes, right? Isn't it enough to just pass the exam? Meng Lei was a little helpless. You're right. The academy doesn't require senior students to take magic classes. After all, they've already learned the theory and basics of magic, so there's little point in taking more classes, Senior Jenny said sternly. But you're only a first year, right now, laying the foundation. How could you deliberately skip class? You know, Dean Dirk already knows about this. He's very angry and has called you to his office for a talk. Oh my god, is it really that serious? Meng Lei Lei was also a little helpless. His attributes fluctuated by hundreds of points every day. How could he have the time to cause trouble for the class teacher? I've already delivered the message. It's up to you whether you go or not. Senior Jenny was very dissatisfied with Meng Lei's attitude. But I remind you that Dean Dirk is the first-year dean of students. It's an honor for you to have time to talk to him. If you don't go, you'll be ungrateful. After saying that, she hung up the communicator. Monroe rolled his eyes. Dean Deek is not someone to be trifled with. If you dare not go, you will definitely suffer a great loss. There is no other way. After all, he is the dean of studies. After leaving the apartment, Meng Lei was about to go to the faculty building, but was stopped by a tall green-skinned dragon man. It was Lance, whom he had taught a lesson on the day of the entrance test. Hey, isn't this our first-grade genius Meng Lei? What? Where are you going? Lance looked at Meng Lei with a squint and said in a sarcastic and weird tone, "Do you think the last fight wasn't satisfying enough?" he asked provocatively. Meng Lei glanced at him coldly and responded indifferently. "You bastard, what are you so arrogant about? I was careless last time and let you take advantage. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lance was furious. "I'm telling you, I've broken through 2 levels and become a level 5 warrior. If you're brave enough, come with me to the fighting arena and I'll beat the crap out of you." Level 5 warrior? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows, looking quite surprised. "If I remember correctly, you were still a level 3 warrior 3 months ago, right? How come in just 3 months, you're already on par with a level 5 warrior? This young master is a rare genius. How can a lowly human like you be compared to me?" Lance folded his arms across his chest and said proudly, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare to step onto the fighting stage? If not, then next time you see me, just avoid me. Don't act like a fool." "Ha, I don't dare?" Meng Lei chuckled. "I have no problem going up to the fighting stage with you, but I never like doing things that don't benefit me. You should understand what I mean, right? Want another prize? Fine, I'll cooperate with you, completely. My goal is to expose you in public." Lance sneered. "I want everyone to know that the so-called human genius is nothing more than this, not even worthy of being compared to us noble dragons." Meng Lei smiled and asked, "How many gold coins do you plan to take?" Lance gave a thumbs up. "If you win, these 10,000 gold coins are yours. But if you lose, well, I don't want your money. All you need to do is say something loud in front of everyone." "Oh?" Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. "I'm a lowly piece of trash. I'll never be as good as Lance." Lance said proudly, "I want everyone to know that no matter how good your magical talent is, you're just a lowly piece of trash. I promise you. But 10,000 gold coins is too little." Meng Lei put away his smile. 100,000 gold coins. If you dare to take out 100,000, I will fight you on the stage. 100,000 gold coins? Go and rob them. Lance was furious. 50,000 at most. Humph, you want to embarrass me but don't want to pay the price? How can it be so easy? Meng Lei sneered, but 50,000 gold coins will do. After receiving Monroe's affirmative answer, Lance was extremely excited. He immediately took out the magic communicator, told this matter to his friends, and ordered them to spread it widely so that the news would spread quickly. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. Soon, the news spread throughout Fire Dragon Academy. Fatty Heart was sitting in the classroom as usual. For the past 3 months, he had been taking earth magic classes with Meng Lei. Although he didn't understand why Meng Lei wanted to attend his classes, he didn't feel lonely with Meng Lei by his side. However, since the midterm exam, Meng Lei has not come to class, which makes the fat boy feel bored and listless in class. "Fatty, why are you still here?" someone asked. The fat man was stunned and looked towards the source of the sound. "Lance from class 2 is going to compete with Meng Lei from our class. They've probably already applied at the battle arena. Isn't Meng Lei your buddy? Why don't you go and take a look?" Lance and Meng Lei? A PK? The fat man was stunned, then shook his head repeatedly. "Impossible. That loser Lance is no match for my brother Meng. He's just looking for trouble." "Fatty, you are too out of touch with the news." The fat man was stunned. "I heard that Lance recently took a dragon bone grass, and his physical body broke through to level 5. With his strength as a level 5 warrior, shouldn't it be easy for him to deal with Meng Lei? Dragon bone grass?" The fat man's face changed drastically. He didn't want to go to class anymore and hurried out. Dragon bone grass? This guy with a broken voice actually took dragon bone grass? Damn, he's really lucky. Others might not know what dragon bone grass is, but Fatty knows it inside out. It's an extremely rare plant that grows on the bones of dead dragons, absorbing the life essence of the dead dragons. Because of this, dragon bone grass has special effects. It can quickly purify the concentration of dragon blood in the dragon person's body, allowing the dragon person's body to burst out with amazing strengthening effects in a short period of time, especially when taken by dragon people below level 6. The effect is best. Therefore, for low-level dragon people, dragon bone grass is undoubtedly a panacea for purifying blood, and it is a treasure that all dragon people dream of. The fat man never expected that Lance, a loser, would actually obtain such a treasure. He was so lucky, it was simply God's blessing. "I have to stop this fight." Monray can't win. He chased closely all the way. It was not easy for the fat man. He was less than 1.6 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms. Running was like torture for him. I can only grit my teeth and persevere. After more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the fighting arena. I saw Meng Lei and Lance standing on the fighting stage. The magic shield had risen, covering the entire fighting stage. The teacher guarding in the corner acted as the judge. Outside the fighting arena, there were many students who came to watch, including dragon nobles in gorgeous clothes and simple human civilians. There were senior students and freshmen who had just enrolled. The crowd was pointing and talking. The atmosphere was very lively. "Excuse me, please move aside. Why are you pushing? Don't you see there's someone here?" The fat man struggled to squeeze into the crowd. Seeing the two men on the fighting stage, he immediately shouted, "Brother, don't fight him. You are no match for him. Did you hear that? That loser is calling you." Lance also heard what the fat man said, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a hint of pride on his face. "If you know what's good for you, admit defeat quickly, and don't make a fool of yourself later." Meng Lei smiled calmly, made an okay gesture to the fat man, signaling him not to worry, and then said, "Go ahead, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. He. I just hate your cool look. Why are you pretending? You're just a lowly human bastard. What's so cool about that?" Lance's face was grim. "Today, I will embarrass you in front of so many people. I want everyone to know that lowly people will always be lowly people. Don't even think about competing with us dragon people. That's right, kill this lowly human. Let him see how powerful we dragon people are. Lance, teach him a lesson and show him the power of a dragon man." The dragon nobles who were watching also echoed it. The judge standing in the corner frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent. He's used to it. In this country where dragons are in power, the status of humans is always lower than that of dragons. The contempt of dragons for humans has become the norm, and no one can change it. No matter how high the status of a magician is, it cannot be compared with that of a dragon man of the same level. For example, as a 9th level great magician, a dragon man can become a general or a prime minister, and be granted the title of marquis or prime minister, while the human race can at most teach in a magic academy and be granted the title of earl. After all, it does not belong to the human race. "Ha, really?" Meng Lei smiled brightly. "Then go ahead and let me, a bastard, see how powerful you are." "Okay, I'll satisfy you." Lance grinned, stomped his foot hard on the ring, and with the help of the powerful rebound force, he flew into the air and punched Meng Lei hard. "Get down, bastard." Standing in midair, looking at Monlay below, Lance's blood boiled and he was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Yes, I have waited for a long time. Ever since he was humiliated by Meng Lei on the day of the entrance test, he has vowed revenge. He wants to wash away the shame and regain his dignity. After months of waiting, this day has finally arrived. The treasure that low-level dragon people dream of. Now it's in his hands." What followed was a sudden surge in strength overnight. "Don't worry, I won't let you win easily. I'm going to break your hands and smash your teeth, so you know the consequences of offending me, Lance." He. Lance couldn't help laughing as he imagined beautiful scenes in his mind. Just as he was about to reach the peak, a dazzling bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck him fiercely. Lance was immediately wrapped in lightning, his hair stood on end, and through the dazzling electric current, the white skeleton inside his body could be vaguely seen. "Seeing you laughing so wildly, I couldn't help but attack you. I'm really sorry." Meng Lei waved his hands, and lightning snakes spewed out like machine guns. This is not high-level magic, but level 2 magic razor dance. When he reaches the 3rd level magician stage, Meng Lei can cast 1st level magic instantly. Now he is a 5th level magician and can easily cast 2nd level magic instantly. Electric snakes were moving around in his body. Although they could not hurt Lance directly, they made Lance feel extremely humiliated. This was completely different from the scene he had originally imagined. "Bitch, I'm going to kill you," Lance roared, charging towards Meng Lei with lightning all over his body. His body was extremely strong, and the 2nd level magic could not hurt him at all. At most it could only paralyze him. "That depends on whether you have the opportunity." Meng Lei shook his head slightly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly uttered 4 words, "Thunder Python." Crack! Almost at the same moment, a 5-meter-long and extremely strong thunder python fell from the sky and swallowed Lance in one bite. Instantaneous 3rd level magic? Is this instantaneous 3rd level magic? Seeing the sudden appearance of the thunder python, the teacher who was judging the attack suddenly stood up and said, "The thunder python was released almost instantly." It was definitely instantaneous. How high is his level? How can he cast level 3 magic instantly? The judge was in disbelief. He was responsible for presiding over the competitions on the fighting stage, judging the students' public PKs, and had witnessed countless exciting magic duels. But this was the first time he had seen 3rd level magic cast instantly. Because to cast 3rd level magic instantly, one must be at least a 7th level magician. It's impossible for a 5th level magician. Even a 6th level magician can't do it. Among the students in the academy, very few have reached the 7th level of Grand Magician. This means means that almost no students can cast 3rd level magic instantly, even 6th grade graduates are no exception. I heard that this student named Meng Lei was able to instantly cast a 1st level spell at the level of a 3rd level magician during the midterm exam. The judges said in disbelief, and now, he can actually cast a 3rd level spell instantly. Could it be that he has already reached the realm of a 7th level great magician? No, impossible. How long ago was the midterm exam? The judges were shocked, and the students watching were equally terrified. Although their realms weren't high, they were still quite capable, and even quite a few senior students were present. These seniors had sharp eyesight and saw the clues immediately. Because of this, they were even more shocked. This thunder python is so powerful, it's really terrifying. Yeah, I feel the same way. What level of magic is this? This is a 3rd level lightning magic, thunder python. 3rd level magic? No way, I didn't see him chanting any magic spells. Could he be chanting silently? What the hell is chanting? Didn't you see that the thunder python was cast instantly? This is definitely instant magic. Damn, instantaneous casting of level 3 magic? How is that possible? You're kidding. I'm almost graduating and I can't do this, and he's just a 1st year kid. The scene was filled with sounds of surprise and gasps, and Lance, swallowed by the thunder python, was destined to face tragedy. The lethality of level 3 magic was many times greater than that of level 2 magic, but it still couldn't kill him. But the raging electric current continued to paralyze his body, causing him to twitch all over. He completely lost control of his body, freezing in place, unable to even open his mouth to roar. As both of us are level 5 warriors, you are far inferior to Maniu. Meng Lei looked relaxed, admiring Lance's furious yet unable to move, and his heart suddenly felt extremely refreshed. He wanted to teach Lance a lesson he would never forget, so that he would never dare to mess with him again. Brother, you are awesome, the fat man shouted excitedly. Quick, keep releasing magic, give him a fatal blow, don't give him a chance to fight back. Ha ha, no rush. Monray waved his hand and looked at Lance with a smile. At this time, the effect of the thunder python gradually faded and Lance slowly regained consciousness. He was furious and pounced on Meng Lei again with his fangs and claws bared. However, what greeted him was another thunder python. Lance froze again, his body shaking constantly. Brother, what do you want to do? The fat man looked confused and didn't understand Meng Lei's intention. You'll know when you see it. Meng Lei did not continue to attack, but watched quietly. A moment later, Lance escaped again, but before he could act, another thunder python pounced on him and trapped him in place. After seeing this, many people finally understood. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Why does he keep attacking Lance with the thunder python? Is this the only magic he knows? Or is the thunder python his strongest attack magic? Ha ha, he can cast 3rd level magic instantly. Do you really think this is the strongest magic he knows? What does he mean? Haven't you figured it out yet? This guy is clearly using low-level magic to humiliate Lance, humiliating him again and again, undermining his confidence, and playing Lance in the palm of his hand. Oh my god, this is too cruel. Meng Lei was indeed humiliating Lance. He wanted to let Lance understand that even if your physical body broke through to level 5, I can still easily defeat you with low-level magic. So what if my strength improves? In his eyes, you are still a useless person with a hole in your brain. Lance struggled to break free from the predicament again and again, but was trapped by the thunder python again. This made his humiliation and anger reach the extreme, and tears of humiliation shed from his eyes. What's the point of using low-level magic to humiliate opponents weaker than you? Let Lance go. A senior dragon man couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at Meng Lei angrily. Haha, you want to stand up for him? Then come up and try. Meng Lei turned his head to look at the dragon man with a faint smile on his lips. The dragon senior was speechless, his eyes flickering. Although he was a 5th-year senior and possessed the strength of a 5th-level magician, he had no confidence in defeating Meng Lei. Instant 3rd-level magic? This was simply a nightmare for low-level magicians. Even Lance, who had a level 5 physical body, was trapped and had no power to fight back. Going up will only make you more trapped and more embarrassed. If you don't dare to come up here, then shut up and don't embarrass yourself by farting here. Meng Lei snorted coldly, not bothering to look at the senior dragon man anymore. Senior Longren left in disgrace, his heart filled with humiliation. He knew that if he just endured it now, it would pass. If he forced himself and was defeated by Meng Lei, he would lose face. How will I survive in college in the future? This bastard is so arrogant. That's too much. Killing is not enough. How dare they humiliate us dragon people like this? This is intolerable. Is there no one who will stand up and teach this bastard a lesson? The dragon nobles who were watching the battle were all excited and felt extremely aggrieved, but no one dared to step forward, not even the 6th grade dragon senior who was about to graduate. So what about 6th grade? Faced with Meng Lei who could cast 3rd level magic instantly, they could only bow their heads and admit defeat. That's amazing. That's really amazing. I'm so proud. I've been at the academy for over 2 years, and I've never seen these arrogant dragon people act so cowardly. Hee hee, this is so satisfying. It's so damn satisfying. The dragons were filled with frustration, while the human students present were secretly delighted. Throughout the Fire Dragon Kingdom, humans were looked down upon, and this continued even at the academy. Many human students of common origin are often bullied by dragon people, but they dare not speak out and have long accumulated a lot of resentment. Now seeing Monlay humiliating Lance and scolding Senior Longrun, everyone felt happy, as if they had won a big battle. Student Meng Lei, please stop. At this time, the judges began to persuade. Meng Lei nodded slightly and began to chant the magic spell. The 4th level Thunder-type single-target strongest attack magic thunder from the sky quickly condensed and then swallowed Lance. Lance was engulfed by the lightning and collapsed to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Thus, the open PK on the fighting stage came to a successful conclusion, and Meng Lei naturally won. Afterwards, he left with 50,000 gold coins, amidst the aggrieved gazes of the dragon nobles. Brother, you're amazing. Can you tell me how you managed to cast a 3rd level spell instantly? Have you reached the 7th level Grand Mage? I told you, do you believe it? Oh, doesn't this seem possible? Then why are you asking? Alright, buddy, you just won 50,000 gold coins. Should we go outside the school and order some good food to celebrate? I'm afraid not, because I have to go see Director Deke. Do you want to come with me? Looking for him? You'd better go by yourself. As soon as the head teacher was mentioned, the fat boy's face changed immediately. He shook his head like a rattle and then quickly slipped away. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head, then walked towards the faculty office building. After a while, he arrived at Teacher Dirk's office. As the head teacher, Mr. Dirk's office is large, but the decoration is very plain, without any sense of luxury. The most common thing is the overflowing bookshelves, which makes the space seem a bit crowded. When Monlay walked in, he saw his homeroom teacher, Dirk Novi, standing in front of a bookshelf flipping through a magic book intently. Teacher Dirk, are you looking for me? Meng Lei performed a standard magical salute and asked respectfully. Teacher Deke didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed to the rows of bookshelves and the books on them and said with a smile, Mr. Meng Lei, what do you think of my collection of books? Teacher Dirk's book collection is so much richer. Meng Lei glanced at the magic books and admired them from the bottom of his heart. The number of these books was almost comparable to that of a library. Ha, that's natural. Teacher Dirk said proudly, here are books on all 10 aspects of magic, including magic basics, magic theory, magic encyclopedia, as well as materials science, alchemy, magic circle encyclopedia, astrology, everything you need. Oh, and there's also dragon language magic, giant magic, elf magic, and even orc totem magic. Ha, it covers almost everything. It seems that Mr. Dirk is really a book collector. Meng Lei was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The path of magic is profound and complex, as vast as the stars in the sky. Even if you spend your entire life, it is difficult to glimpse the full meaning of magic. Teacher Dirk said devoutly, all we can do is study hard, think deeply, and try to understand something. Teacher Dirk is right. I've learned my lesson. Meng Lei was convinced, and at the same time he understood why Teacher Dirk had reached the 9th level of peak magician at the age of only 50. This thirst for knowledge attitude was the reason for his achievements. 9th level peak magician, only one step away from truly stepping into the Holy Land. This achievement is extremely rare. You have extraordinary talent, something many people dream of but cannot obtain. However, you must understand that talent is only the key to unlocking the magical treasure. Whether you can ultimately obtain the treasure and how much you can obtain depends entirely on your required efforts. Teacher Dirk looked at Meng Lei and asked, do you understand? Meng Lei nodded heavily. Will you skip classes again in the future? Xiao, Monroe answered without hesitation. Oh, Teacher Dirk was momentarily stunned, then flew into a rage. I've been deliberately creating the atmosphere, teaching you by example, and your answer is as cold as a stone. Such a straightforward answer really makes me angry. Teacher Dirk pointed at Meng Lei, shaking with anger. Just as he was about to explode, the office door opened. The judge in charge of the fighting arena walked in excitedly. Director Dirk, congratulations, congratulations. The judges shouted congratulations as they entered. When they turned around and saw Meng Lei and Teacher Deke, they were stunned. Meng Lei is here too. After saying this, he didn't wait for Meng Lei's response. He smiled and said to Teacher Dirk, Dean Dirk, you must be praising Meng Lei, right? Well done. Meng Lei is so outstanding, he really deserves praise. Yes, praise him very much. Teacher Deke was confused. He looked at Meng Lei, then at the judges, and asked doubtfully, Teacher Chiao, what are you talking about? Director Deke, stop playing dumb with me. Judge Joe Bolton said with a smile, Meng Lei just released a 3rd level magic on the fighting stage, easily defeating Lan from Class 2, Grade 1. Teacher Dirk interrupted Teacher Chiao and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Monray, instant 3rd level magic? Director Deke, don't you know yet? Seeing Teacher Deke's expression, Teacher Chiao understood and explained with a smile, this is what happened. After hearing this, Teacher Dirk was stunned. He stared at Meng Lei for a long time before slowly saying, is what Teacher Chiao said true? You can actually cast a 3rd level spell instantly? Meng Lei nodded, neither denying it nor needing to. He believed that this matter had already spread throughout the academy. Only a 7th level magician is qualified qualified to cast third-level magic instantly. Teacher Dirk stared at Meng Lei, his eyes flashing with a strange light, as if he wanted to see through his heart. You are obviously only a third-level magician. How could you do this? Teacher Dirk, I accidentally broke through. Meng Lei scratched his head and said with a smile, now I am a fourth-level magician. Meng Lei deliberately hid his clumsiness. He didn't want others to know that he was actually a fifth-level magician. He was too fast and was afraid of causing a lot of trouble. Accidentally? Level 4 magician? Teacher Dirk and Teacher Chow looked at each other, unsure what to say. After a long silence, Teacher Dirk frowned and said, even if you're a fourth-level magician, you can't cast a third-level spell instantly. That doesn't make sense. Maybe my mental strength is stronger? Meng Lei scratched his head and answered ambiguously. Spiritual power? Teacher Chow asked doubtfully. Meng Lei, you should have taken a mental strength test, right? What level has your mental strength reached? I took the test during the midterm exam, but I was deliberately hiding my abilities back then. Meng Lei chuckled, so it showed I only had the mental strength of a third-level magician. What about your true mental power? Teacher Chow asked again. I haven't tested it, but it should be a little stronger than a third-level magician. Then why don't you take a test? Teacher Chow looked at Teacher Dirk and said, Director Dirk, do you have any equipment to measure mental strength? Do you want to let Meng Lei test it? Teacher Dirk waved his hand, his eyes flickering. Only a 7th-level master magician can cast a third-level spell instantly. Even if Meng Lei's mental strength hasn't reached the 7th level, it won't be much different. There's no need to test it. That's true. Teacher Chow nodded in agreement, then looked at Meng Lei and said, you are so young, yet you possess such strong mental strength. Meng Lei, your future is limitless. Thank you, Teacher Chow. Meng Lei smiled, knowing in his heart that the reason he could cast third-level magic instantly was not because of his strong mental strength but because of the system. Theoretically, as long as there is sufficient magic power reserve, Meng Lei can instantly cast any magic picked up and integrated by the system. Level 3 magic is no problem. The same goes for level 4 magic. Level 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9 level magic can all be cast instantly. The problem was that, while his magic reserves were comparable to those of a 5th level magician, he could only cast a few 5th level spells before his body was drained. He couldn't cast higher level spells for extended periods of time. Even so, this is still a big bug, which gives Meng Lei an advantage when fighting against magicians of the same level, and this advantage will always exist. It's simply perverted. It is worth mentioning that the reason why Meng Lei chanted spells when he released magic before was, on the one hand, to pretend to be an ordinary magician and avoid being sliced and dissected as a monster, and on the other hand, because some of the magic was learned by himself rather than picked up by the system. The magic that I learn naturally cannot be cast instantly, so I can only chant the spells honestly and release them step by step. Of course, with his level as a 5th level magician, there is no problem in instantly casting those first level magics. Meng Lei, tell me honestly, have you ever been exposed to magic before you entered school? Teacher Dirk stared at Meng Lei and asked a strange question. Your mental strength is so strong at such a young age. This can't be achieved in a short period of training. Teacher Dirk exclaimed. It seems that not only do you have a strong affinity for the elements, but your innate mental strength is also outstanding. Yeah, it's like the illegitimate child of the god of magic. Teacher Chow agreed. Unlike other abilities, mental strength is nearly impossible to improve in a short period of time. Meng Lei's mental strength was so strong, it must have been innate. Meng Lei knew that the two teachers had been led astray by him. Thus, without exposing his system, attributing his powerful mental strength to innate was undoubtedly the best explanation. Meng Lei, you possess enviable talent, but as the teacher says, there's no end to learning, and the only way is diligence. You can skip classes, but you must never fall behind in your magic studies. Teacher Dirk said in a serious tone, I will pay close attention to your progress. If I feel that your progress is slow, it means that you are slacking off. Then you should go to class honestly. I understand, teacher. After communicating with Teacher Dirk, Meng Lei began his skipping class career with peace of mind. He never went to magic class again and strictly followed his plan. Read Fire Dragon book in the morning. Pick up properties in the afternoon. During this period, I took some time to go to the fighting arena. The days were both fulfilling and comfortable. Time flew by like a white horse, and before I knew it, 3 months had passed. That night, Meng Lei did not meditate as usual, but took a comfortable bath and then fell into a deep sleep. Meng Lei slept exceptionally soundly that night. When he woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky, almost noon. What a comfortable sleep. Meng Lei stretched, feeling refreshed. Although meditation could replace sleep, he hadn't slept for nearly 6 months, so this rare sleep was particularly special. One word, awesome. There was a knock on the door. Meng Lei opened it and saw Fatty Heart and Daniel walking in. Their faces were rosy and full of happiness and joy. Brother, why did you just get up? The fat man's face was full of fat, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. Are you like us? You didn't meditate last night and slept until you woke up naturally? Winter vacation started today. I felt really relaxed and finally got some sleep. Meng Lei asked them to sit down and tidied up the quilt. Winter vacation has started, so so you should go home, right? Well, we have to go back. Daniel nodded and smiled. Winter vacation is quite long, and I haven't been home for half a year. It's time to go back and visit. We should definitely go back. Meng Lei nodded slightly. As for Fatty, there was no need to ask any more questions. His family lived in the royal city and he often went back. Given his father's temper, he would definitely stay at home during the winter vacation. Brother, do you want to go home too? Asked the fat man. Meng Lei was stunned for a moment and didn't answer for a long time. Home, this warm word always makes people yearn for it, but do I really have a home? He had only been here for over a month, not even as long as he had been in the academy. Could it still be considered home? He didn't know. But deep down, Warcraft Village was just a place he had been to, and he didn't have much attachment or sense of belonging there. My true home is on Earth. Meng Lei's thoughts drifted away, back to the Earth where he didn't know when and where he was, back to that beautiful seaside town, that warm little home. There are nagging parents, a naughty and cute son, a wife with a sharp tongue but a kind heart, and steaming hot and delicious meals. Meng Lei's heart couldn't help but be stunned. After coming to this world, he almost evaded and suppressed those memories in the deepest part of his heart, trying his best to accept everything in this world, working hard to improve his strength and fighting hard to survive. However, at this moment, the floodgates of memory were opened, and the rolling memories came like a flood, making Meng Lei deeply trapped and unable to extricate himself. And I missed you guys. There was a glint of light in the corner of his eyes, and Meng Lei's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Brother, what's wrong with you? Noticing the change in Meng Lei's mood, Fatty and Daniel whispered. Meng Lei had never been like this before. No, nothing. I just miss home, that's all. Meng Lei took a deep breath, pushed the chaotic memories back into his heart, and forced a smile. It's winter vacation. I must go home, otherwise why should I stay in the academy? Seeing Meng Lei regain his composure, Fatty and Daniel didn't dwell on it. Fatty smiled and said, a semester has already passed in the blink of and we won't see each other for over a month. Oh, it makes me feel melancholy just thinking about it, and it makes me feel really bad. Daniel nodded, with a somewhat lonely look on his face. I'm talking to you too. Is it that serious? Meng Lei smiled and shook his head. But it's true. When the holidays come, I feel a little weird not being able to see each other. How about this? The three of us indulge ourselves today. Okay, it's my treat. The fat man's eyes lit up instantly, and he patted his chest and said, just tell me where you want to go. I won't say no. Hee, that kind of place is also fine. After saying this, he blinked with a lewd look on his face. Ha, look at you. Meng Lei rolled his eyes. Can you stop being so lecherous? That's right. I'm still a child. Daniel also glared at the fat man and seriously condemned him. Hee, just talking. The fat man smiled awkwardly. How about we go to Juxionlu today? Meng Lei suggested. I heard that the high-quality monster meat there is cooked in a very unique way, with a unique taste. It's very famous throughout the entire royal city. Brother, you actually know about Juxionlu? This is going to cost you a fortune. That day, Meng Lei, Fatty, and Daniel gathered at Juxionlu, feasting and drinking to their heart's content, forgetting all the hard work and effort of the past 6 months and reminiscing about the upcoming winter vacation. They devoured meat and drank wine with hearty mouthfuls, enjoying themselves to the fullest like never before. However, when the three of them walked out of Jushin building, the fat man's face looked very ugly, and his face was full of pain. This meal cost him a lot of money, and the remaining savings he had were all gone. Fatty, stop being so painful. Meng Lei patted his shoulder and scolded him with a smile. It's just over 10,000 gold coins. I'll treat you next semester. Brother, you don't know. The fat man shook the fat off his face and yelled bitterly. My old man only gives me 20,000 gold coins for pocket money every month. This month's pocket money was almost gone as soon as it arrived. How am I supposed to survive this winter vacation? 20,000 gold coins? Pocket money? Meng Lei felt the deep malice of the noble children and cursed in his heart, MMP. He ran around every day and had to go to the fighting arena every now and then, and his monthly income was only more than 20,000 gold coins. People get this much pocket money in a month. Although the prices are high, the food at Juxionlu is really delicious, especially the garlic-flavored grilled sun and moonfrog. It's so unforgettable that you won't want to leave. Daniel licked his lips, his face full of ecstasy. This made the fat man grit his teeth in hatred. He said angrily, nonsense. The Sun Moon Divine Frog is a level 7 magical beast, worth 30,000 gold coins each. That barbecued Sun Moon Divine Frog just cost me over 4,300 gold coins. Hee, the price is indeed a bit outrageous. Daniel admitted with a smile. Knowing that the fat man had just lost a lot of money and was in a bad mood, he didn't say anything more. After all, although the fat man was a noble, he was still a student after all. Spending more than 20,000 gold coins on a meal was indeed too much. The 7th level magical beast Sun and Moon Frog is worth 30,000 gold coins? Meng Lei's heart moved. This price is indeed not low. When converted, it is equivalent to 3,000 attribute values. His eyes suddenly lit up. The Sun Moon Divine Frog is a level 7 magical beast. The average starting price for a level 7 magical beast is 100,000 gold coins, but prices vary vary depending on taste, size, and potency, the fat man explained gloomily. The Sun Moon Divine Frog is delicious and a rare delicacy, but because it's so small, a whole one only costs 30,000 gold coins. Other level 7 magical beasts aren't that cheap. Level 7 magical beast, starting at 100,000 gold coins? Meng Lei's eyes lit up even more. If I could hunt down a level 7 magical beast, wouldn't I be rich? Yes, we've made a fortune, but it's too dangerous. The fat man shuddered upon hearing this. Level 7 monsters are extremely terrifying. We simply can't handle them. Brother, you'd better give up this idea. Ha, I was just teasing you, but you took it seriously. Meng Lei patted the fat man with a smile, but started to think in his mind. After leaving Jushian building, Fatty and Daniel returned to the academy to pack up their things, while Meng Lei went directly to the magic device market. This time, he was not mainly there to pick up attributes, but to buy magic devices. Winter vacation is here, and he is going back to the Warcraft village. He will also enter the Warcraft forest to train, hunt Warcraft, collect attributes and magic cores, and earn gold coins. The fat man's words gave Meng Lei an inspiration. Not only are the magic cores valuable, but the monster corpses are equally precious and must not be wasted. Therefore, Meng Lei needs a magical device that can store the corpses of monsters. Ding! Found a dropped item. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts wealth plus 18. The magic device market was huge, divided into many areas, just like the electrical appliance market on Earth. Meng Lei walked straight to the space magic device area and entered a shop. Mr. Magician, welcome to our store. A sexy and hot fox waitress bowed with a sweet smile. The curve of her chest and the furry red tail were full of charm. Meng Lei glanced at her, resisting the urge to look twice more. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on the space magic device displayed in the crystal cabinet. He asked, "Waiter, how much is the space magic device here?" Master Magician, our space magic devices are mainly divided into 3 types: space bracelets, space rings, and space belts. The fox waitress smiled sweetly, her voice crisp and pleasant. I wonder which one you need, Master Magician. Space ring. Meng Lei thought for a while and said, our space rings are divided into 3 grades according to the size of the storage space: 10 cubic meters, 50 cubic meters, and 100 cubic meters. What capacity do you need? Asked the fox waitress. 100 cubic meters, right? Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he hoped that the capacity of the space ring would be as large as possible so that it could store more things. This principle was too simple. Master Magician, please take a look at this. The fox girl pulled out a transparent box. Inside lay a black ring inlaid with a red crystal diamond. This is a space ring from the Beloved series. It has a storage space of 119 cubic meters. It's exquisitely crafted, with smooth lines, elegant and pure, classic and gorgeous. It's inlaid with a Hongling crystal diamond. Meng Lei interrupted her impatiently. How much? Master Magician, this space ring originally costs 15.34 million gold coins, but you're in luck. We're having a promotion right now, and the Beloved series space rings are only 20% off. 15.34 million gold coins? Meng Lei's mouth twitched, and he screamed in his heart that he couldn't bear it anymore. Then tell me about the 50 cubic space ring. A trace of disappointment flashed in the fox girl's eyes. She had thought that Meng Lei, with his handsome figure, elegant manners, and the magic robe he wore, must be a wealthy noble magician. But she hadn't expected him to be just a poor guy with nothing to show for it. Her happiness was in vain. However, she quickly concealed her inner thoughts and smiled sweetly. Master Magician, 50 cubic meters has a moderate capacity and is more cost-effective, probably between 1.5 million and 5.8 million gold coins. Meng Lei's mouth twitched, and sweat began to form on his forehead. How much is the cheapest space ring in your store? Oh, the fox girl was stunned for a moment, then pointed at a model at the bottom of the crystal cabinet and said, this is the cheapest space ring in our store. It only has a capacity of 1 cubic meter and the original price is 190,000 gold coins. If you want it, forget it. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Meng Lei's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he left the shop as if he was running for his life. He thought to himself, this cheapest space ring actually costs 190,000 gold coins. This is simply robbery. 190,000 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't come up with that much. Poor bastard. Why go to the market if you have no money? Ha! He cursed himself inwardly. Meng Lei was extremely depressed. I had originally thought that the money I had saved over the past 6 months was quite a bit. Although it wasn't as much as those nobles, I still felt confident, so I dared to walk into the store and prepare to buy the magic device I had been longing for. I didn't expect that space magic devices would be ridiculously expensive. The cheapest space ring cost 190,000 gold coins. I'm such a poor guy. He sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's go to the fighting arena first. Tonight, the number 7 fighting arena is packed with people and every seat is occupied. As a silver level fighting arena, the scale and decoration of number 7 far exceed those of a bronze fighting arena. The lineup of spectators on the field alone is enough to explain everything. The dragon nobles glittering with gold, silver, silver and jewels, the pot-bellied lords, the gorgeous and fashionable socialites. These people either have prominent status or are extremely wealthy. This is the Silver Fighting Arena, an entertainment venue for the upper class, not a place where ordinary people of small means can enter and exit at will. Dear guests, dear audience friends, good evening everyone, welcome to the Flame Fighting Arena. The crisp voice resounded throughout Fighting Arena number 7, the lights focused, and the beautiful swan host Cornelia Noel appeared in the arena. Tonight's exciting duel will be presented to you by two fighters, namely the two-star silver fighter, Flame Tiger Fire Demon, Alec Benet. The audience instantly fell silent as they listened to the host's introduction. Dear guests, you should know that Alec is affectionately called the Flame Tiger Fire Demon by the audience because of his fierce and violent fighting style, which is like being bathed in flames. So far, Flame Tiger Fire Demon has fought in 192 matches, achieving a record of 98 wins, 32 draws, and 62 losses, 19 of which ended in knockout. He is one of the most experienced silver fighters in our Flame Fighting Arena. Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Flame Tiger Fire Demon. The audience shouted in unison, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Flame Tiger Fire Demon. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. As the most senior silver champion in the Flame Fighting Arena, Flame Tiger Fire Demon had amassed immense popularity. 1/3 of the audience cheered him on, a powerful testament to his popularity. However, when the swan-like beautiful host read out the name of another fighter, the cheers instantly became louder, wave after wave, almost overturning the ceiling. Thor, I love you. The host observed the atmosphere with satisfaction. Once the noise subsided, he continued, as everyone knows, the Thunder God is a rare magician fighter in the Flame Fighting Arena. Since his debut, he has earned the nickname Thunder God for his dazzling fighting style and his lightning magic. So far, Thor has participated in 30 fierce duels, achieving an excellent record of 23 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses. Those 3 draws and 4 losses all occurred before he was promoted to Silver Fighter. Since his promotion, Thor has never been defeated, racking up 11 consecutive victories, an astonishing record. Tonight, can Thor continue this crazy momentum and win another game, extending his winning streak to 12 games? Let's wait and see. Now, let's welcome the two silver fighters with the warmest applause. Flame Tiger Fire Demon. Thor. Schwa schwa. 2 lights suddenly fell, and 2 streams of light, one red and one silver, shot out from the exit as fast as lightning, and landed in the center of the ring in the blink of an eye. The flowing light froze, revealing 2 figures. One of them was strong, with bulging muscles, his whole body was red, his eyes were sharp, and his red hair fluttering in the wind was like a blazing flame, emitting a scorching breath. He is none other than the Flame Tiger Fire Demon Alec Benet, a veteran silver fighter with 192 battles under his belt and a 51% win rate. New. The other wore a golden mask and a magic robe, and had an elegant demeanor and a handsome figure. In terms of size and aura, he was nowhere near as imposing as the Flame Tiger Fire Demon. However, as soon as he stepped onto the ring, more than half of the audience cheered for him crazily. The ladies' cheeks flushed, and their originally elegant expressions instantly became fanatical. Thor, I love you. Thor, I want to give birth to a gorilla for you. Obviously, Thor's fans are far more numerous and fanatical than Flame Tiger Fire Demons, which makes Flame Tiger Fire Demon, a veteran fighter, look gloomy and his eyes are full of hostility. How can a newcomer, a junior, be more popular than me? The Flame Tiger Fire Demon roared angrily, his voice violent. Youngster, I will kill you and let these spectators know how wrong their choice was. Ha, come on then. Meng Lei's voice was calm, and the corners of his mouth hidden under the mask rose slightly, revealing a confident arc. It was obvious that he didn't take the Flame Tiger Fire Demon seriously at all. A layer of blazing red flame suddenly rose from the body of the Flame Tiger Fire Demon, wrapping his entire body like a fireman, emitting a terrifying high temperature. The next moment, the flame turned into a stream of light and shot towards Meng Lei, reaching a distance of 20 meters in an instant. Meng Lei's eyes focused, and he pointed his finger. A flash of lightning broke through the air and instantly hit the Flame Tiger Fire Demon. It easily penetrated the flames, burned his skin, and left a charred mark. The Flame Tiger Fire Demon groaned and paused slightly. However, in this brief moment, Meng Lei launched a crazy attack. Several lightning bolts as thick as arms fell from the sky and hit the Flame Tiger Fire Demon hard. It was the 4th level magic thunder from the sky. But that's not all. Meng Lei muttered something and chanted a magic spell quickly. The thunder elements within a radius of 100 meters were summoned and quickly gathered and arranged, turning into 10 thunder pythons that were 30 meters long and as thick as buckets. The dazzling thunder python illuminated the entire fighting arena and ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. This cool scene made the whole audience completely crazy. The roars were deafening, and the faces of the audience all turned red, as if they were at a climax. Level 6 Magic Ray Snake Dance. Meng Lei slammed his hands on the ground, and with a sharp and high-pitched hissing sound, 10 thunder pythons swooped down one after another, instantly submerging the Flame Tiger and Fire Demon, covering the entire arena. Meng Lei turned around and stopped staring at the Flame Tiger Fire Demon demon shrouded in lightning. Instead, he waved to the cheering audience, which immediately made them even more fanatical. Thor, I love you. Thor, be my 18th gigolo. I want to support you. Amidst these frantic cries, the raging current gradually dissipated, revealing the flame tiger fire demon, struck by the ravaging lightning snakes. He was now in a state of extreme distress, his burning flames long since extinguished, his clothes reduced to ash, his entire body charred black. It looks really horrible. Ding. Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the flame demon. Meng Lei was a little confused. During the past 6 months of studying at the Fire Dragon Academy, he spent almost all his time improving his strength. He hardly read other books, let alone studied Warcraft Encyclopedia, classification of intelligent creatures on the continent, human geography of the continent, and other contents. Apart from thunder and earth magic, Meng Lei knew nothing about other fields. Is this fire demon also a creature of the sky continent? Confused, Meng Lei immediately turned on the magic communicator and dialed the fat man's magic key, wanting to ask him. Fatty had received systematic enlightenment teaching and was knowledgeable. It would be right to leave this kind of question to him. Brother, what do you want from me? The fat man's round face appeared in the communicator. Fatty, do you know Balrog? Balord. Balord's flame, Balord's devil, Balord. The fat man was stunned for a moment. Brother, why are you asking this suddenly? Why is it so noisy over there? Stop talking nonsense. Do you know anything about the fire demon? Meng Lei said angrily, I'm in the fighting arena now. How can I not make noise? Brother, I don't like to hear you say that. I, Fatty, know everything about astronomy and geography. I know about the past 500 years and the next 1,000 years. What is there that I don't know? The fat man boasted proudly. Speaking of the flame demon, we have to bring up the ancient times. Brother, you should know how many eras the sky continent has gone through, right? I've heard of it. Meng Lei nodded slightly. Like Earth, the sky continent had also experienced several long and distant eras of life. The age of elves, the age of titans, the age of orcs, the age of dragons, and now the age of the four dominants. Every era has its master, who dominates the world for a time and becomes the true ruler. Then do you know how the elf era ended? The fat man continued to ask. It was probably ended by the ancient titans, right? Meng Lei thought for a moment and replied that the end of the previous era is often driven by the rise of the next era. For example, the end of the Titan era was due to the rise of the orcs. The orcs, with an astonishing fertility rate, overthrew the rule of the ancient titans with their terrifying numbers and eventually became the new masters of the sky continent. Similarly, the orc era was overthrown by the dragons that came later. The dragons became the masters of the continent and established a glorious era. Times change and everything develops. The cycle of life and the change of dynasties. There is no eternal existence, and no empire is forever powerful. This is the eternal law of nature that no one can change. No, you're wrong. The fat man shook his head and said, the end of the Elven Age wasn't due to the ancient titans, but the Balrog. Meng Lei was stunned for a moment. Yes, it's the flame demon. The fat man nodded slightly and continued. It is said that the sky continent of that era was lush with forests and flourishing with plants. More than 90% of the land was covered with dense forests. The continent at that time was incomparably beautiful. Beautiful elves strolled in the woods, snow-white unicorns ran happily by the lake, and enchanting dryads danced in the gardens. However, one day, the fire demon came. No one knew where they came from, whether they were native to the sky continent, visitors from outer space, or from somewhere else. All they knew was that they bathed in flames, their eyes burning with fire, their manes blazing like flames. This is a group of terrifying fire creatures. Wherever they went, the forests burned, the grass and trees burned, and no grass grew. In less than 100 years, the once prosperous elves' homeland turned into scorched earth. After a long struggle, the ancient elves united with other races on the continent to completely eliminate the fire demon, but they killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of their own. As a result, the ancient elves fell, and the powerful titans rose to power. So, the end of the Elven Age was entirely caused by the Balrog? Meng Lei looked confused. Are the fire demons really that terrifying? They actually wiped out the ancient elves during their heyday? Scary? Ha ha. The fat man laughed. The ancient elves are so powerful that even the ancient titans can't raise their heads. Their demise was brought about by the fire demon himself. Don't you think this is terrifying? Indeed. Meng Lei nodded in agreement and then asked, are there still flame demons on the sky continent? The fat man pondered for a moment and said, the real flame demon should no longer exist. At least I haven't heard of it. But the descendants with the flame demon's bloodline must still exist. After all, the flame demon has been wreaking havoc on the sky continent for so many years, it's impossible that there is no trace left. After hanging up the magic communicator, Meng Lei fell into deep thought. The fat man was right. The flame demon had been wreaking havoc on the sky continent for many years and had indeed left behind bloodline descendants, and the flame tiger fire demon was one of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain the drops from the flame demon bloodline. The question now is, what is the use of the fire demon dragon bloodline. Just as Meng Lei was puzzled, he suddenly felt something strange inside his body. A warm current surged out from nowhere and quickly spread to his limbs and bones. With the experience of fusing the fire dragon bloodline last time, Meng Lei immediately understood what was about to happen. He did not dare to delay and rushed to the bathroom. Puff, puff. As soon as he closed the bathroom door, a blood-red flame rose from his body, enveloping him completely. The red flame was mixed with wisps of black air, exactly the same as the flame on the flame tiger fire demon. At the same time, a sharp pain that was almost tearing sweat through his nerves, causing Meng Lei to groan and almost scream out. Fortunately, thanks to his previous experience and his increased mental strength, Meng Lei managed to control himself from crying out. Even so, the pain still made him sweat profusely, and his face was twisted into a hideous state. It's so sour. Meng Lei laughed at himself with a wry smile. His skin gradually became darker, his arms began to stretch, his sharp nails extended forward, a mane like steel needles emerged from his back, and a tail similar to a cow's tail grew behind his butt. The most exaggerated thing is that 4 sharp horns grew on its head, 2 long and 2 short, which looked like goat horns, but also had the ferocious style of a devil. It's deforming again. I became a fire dragon man before, but what am I now? Flame demon? Although he felt helpless and wanted to complain in his heart, Meng Lei could clearly feel that his body was strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. This power was in no way inferior to the changes he experienced last time when he fused with the fire dragon bloodline. Strengthen as much as possible. The process of integrating the flame demon's bloodline didn't last long, concluding after 15 minutes. Meng Lei walked to the mirror, staring at his own drastically changed appearance in silence. Dark skin, yellow pupils, mane like steel needles, slender and powerful arms, a tail like a cow's tail, and flames covering the whole body. He really doesn't look very handsome, even a little ugly. However, the strength seems to have increased a lot. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, fire demon bloodline. Wealth, 182,915 gold coins. Constitution, level 7 warrior, 14878/50,000. Spirit, level 6 magician, 7102/10,000. Magic power, level 6 magician, 6919/10,000. Fighting chi skill, fire dragon manual. My physical fitness was only over 7,000 before, but now it has skyrocketed to 14,878. The increase is truly astonishing. Looking at his own personal attributes, Meng Lei felt very pleased. After 3 months of hard training, all of his attributes had increased several times. Whether it's physical fitness, mental strength, or magic reserves, they have all reached the level of a 6th level warrior, magician. Their strength has been steadily increasing and is simply incomparable. Especially today, I accidentally merged with the blood of the flame demon, and my physical condition improved by leaps and bounds, entering a whole new realm. This already belongs to the category of high-level warriors. Even if he is in the royal city, he is considered a powerful master. If he goes to a remote area, he can definitely dominate the area. With my physique increasing rapidly, my magic is lagging behind a bit, but it doesn't matter. As long as I want, I can break through at any time. Meng Lei's eyes involuntarily fell on the wealth column. He had been hoarding gold coins, but he was reluctant to spend them, which led to his accumulation of a considerable fortune of 182,915 gold coins. 182,915 gold coins are equivalent to 18,291 attribute points. 18,291 attribute points. If all of them were exchanged now, it would be enough for Meng Lei to directly leap to the realm of a 7th level magician. Both magic and martial arts would reach level 7, and his strength would be absolutely terrifying. But Meng Lei is not in a hurry to exchange. After all, good steel should be used on the blade. It is not too late to exchange at the critical moment. Save as much as possible. After a few minutes, the energy in his body was gradually exhausted, a feeling of weakness came over him, and Meng Lei returned to human form. Judging from the duration of the transformation, the flame demon bloodline is definitely not inferior to the fire dragon bloodline. What a powerful bloodline, he thought to himself. With Meng Lei's current physical strength, he can only last 8 minutes when transformed into a dragon, and he can also only last 8 minutes when transformed into a fire demon. Same body, same duration. This is enough to show that the flame demon bloodline is as powerful as the fire dragon bloodline. 2 bloodlines. Fire dragon bloodline. Blood of the flame demon. Now, I have the potential to become a strong person, right? Meng Lei was satisfied with his unexpected gain tonight, but his exposed crotch and naked body made him extremely embarrassed. When he transformed into a fire demon for the first time just now, the flames he ejected actually burned his clothes to ashes. It would be great if I had a space ring so I could store a few extra sets of clothes in it. That way I wouldn't be embarrassed by not having anything to wear. Meng Lei was increasingly eager to obtain a space ring. That thing was so convenient, but unfortunately it was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Someone was knocking on the bathroom door. Meng Lei's eyes rolled. He walked to the door and opened it, only to see a pot-bellied human noble glare glaring at him with a hostile look on his face. "Boy, were you the one who locked the bathroom door? Are you looking for death?" the man roared arrogantly. Sorry. Meng Lei smiled apologetically and suddenly punched him. "Damn, this dress is too big." After changing his clothes, Meng Lei left the bathroom, cursing. "This dress is too big. It feels like wearing a skirt. It's extremely uncomfortable." A few minutes later, Meng Lei, wearing this loose clothes, came to the office of Uno, the manager of the fighting arena, and knocked on the door. "Hello, Manager Uno. Brother Meng Lei." Uno looked up with a smile, but when he saw Meng Lei's clothes, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, pointing at him with a puzzled look on his face. "Brother Meng Lei, what are you doing?" "Ahem, I accidentally got my clothes dirty just now, so." Meng Lei smiled awkwardly, his face not blushing at all, and began to lie. "Dirty?" Uno had another thought in his mind. He gave Meng Lei a meaningful look and said with a smile, "Brother Meng Lei, your appearance fee of 10,000 gold coins for tonight has been transferred to you. Remember to check it." "No need, I trust you to do the job." Meng Lei waved his hand and said with a smile, "Besides collecting the appearance fee, there is another thing I would like to trouble you for." Uno raised his eyebrows, secretly delighted. Ever since Meng Lei joined the flame fighting arena, he had rarely been bothered by anything, which made Uno feel quite helpless, because he wants to have a good relationship with Meng Lei. Others may not know Meng Lei's background, but Uno knows it very well, the top freshman of Fire Dragon Academy. If it was just this title, Uno would naturally disdain to make friends with him. What really made him want to make friends was Meng Lei's performance in the fighting arena. He had fought 30 games, with 24 wins, 3 draws and 4 losses, becoming a silver fighter and achieving 12 consecutive victories. Silver fighter is a high-level title that ordinary fighters can only dream of. Without strong strength to back you up, even rich experience is useless. Generally speaking, silver fighters possess at least peak level 6 strength, with the vast majority being level 7. The 2-star silver fighter, Flame Tiger Fire Demon, who had just been defeated by Meng Lei, was a level 7 fighter. If it was any other peak level 6 or even level 7 warrior, magician, Uno wouldn't care. He has amazing power behind him, so why would he care about a level 7 warrior, magician? But if this 7th level warrior, magician, is a 15-year-old boy, that would be too exaggerated. Moreover, Uno discovered a key point. Meng Lei is not only a magician, his body is also very strong. Although he rarely used his body in the 30 fights, it could not be hidden from Uno's sharp eyes. At least level 6 peak, and he practices both magic and martial arts. Such an existence is rare, not to mention never seen, even heard of. Uno only has 2 words to describe it: a true genius. When facing such a person, it is natural to make friends with him. Perhaps Meng Lei will become a great figure in the future, and the rewards he will bring will be unimaginable. Seeing that Meng Lei wanted to ask for something, Uno naturally smiled happily. "I want to take a month off and go home." Meng Lei spoke without hesitation. As a silver fighter, he had to participate in at least 5 fights a month and couldn't go home without taking leave. Uno nodded slightly. Fire Dragon Academy was on winter break, so it was perfectly normal for Meng Lei to ask for leave to go home. He didn't refuse and said with a smile, "Of course. Is 1 month enough? How about 2 months? 1 month is enough." It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when they left the flame fighting arena. Instead of returning to the Magic Academy, Meng Lei headed straight to the Great Axe Warrior Academy, where his 2 friends, Joseph and Andrew, were studying. The Great Axe Warrior Academy was probably on winter break, so Meng Lei wanted to ask Joseph and Andrew if they wanted to go back to the village together. If they could, they would have company on the journey. Calculating the time, it's been almost 2 months since I last saw them, right? And this girl Chao Na. Fire Dragon City boasts over 70 warrior academies, and the Great Axe Warrior Academy is one of them. This medium-level academy boasts a history spanning over 5,000 years, having educated numerous outstanding warriors and formidable figures. It has a long history and has produced many strong people. Meng Lei stood at the gate of Giant Axe Academy and saw 2 giant Xianhua axes over 20 meters high standing above the gate. The axe blades were flashing with cold light and were extremely sharp. That is the symbol of Giant Axe Academy, Senger Battle Axe. "Stop!" The guard stopped Meng Lei. "I'm looking for someone. Please register first." The management of the Warrior Academy was not as strict as that of the Magic Academy. After a simple registration, Meng Lei entered smoothly and walked straight to the freshman apartment. He had been here 2 months ago and was familiar with the location of the freshman apartment. This time he was naturally familiar with the route and arrived in no time. This place is much more popular than the Magic Academy. The Warrior Academy enrolls a large number of students every year. As long as they can pay the expensive tuition and fees and meet the age requirements, the academy generally accepts everyone. This also resulted in the Warrior Academy's accommodation conditions being quite average. For example, Joseph and Andrew's dormitory was similar to a student apartment on Earth, with 6 people living in one room, sleeping on bunk beds. The conditions were far inferior to those at the Magic Academy. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, but the lights in the student apartments were brightly on. Bursts Bursts of laughter could be heard from the dormitories. Some were playing Warcraft chess, some were drinking and playing finger-guessing games, and some were singing karaoke and howling. The whole building was bustling with activity, no longer the solemn and iron-blooded atmosphere of the usual time. Looks like Great Axe Academy is on winter break too. Meng Lei took the magic ladder up to the 11th floor and arrived at the door of Joseph's dormitory. As soon as he reached the door, a figure suddenly flew out of the dormitory. This building is an apartment building with only one side having rooms, and the other side is just empty air. If you really fly out from the 11th floor, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. Meng Lei was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He flashed and appeared behind the man in an instant. He gently pulled his arm and pulled him back with a Tai Chi circular hand. The man spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with a few broken teeth. Half of his face was swollen and his nose bridge was collapsed. He looked quite miserable. Meng Lei looked at him and his face instantly darkened. Brother Meng Lei? Joseph was shocked when he heard it. He turned to look at Meng Lei, his eyes full of surprise. Brother Meng Lei, why are you here? After saying this, he grinned and covered half of his face, gasping in pain. It was obvious that he had been beaten badly. Joseph, what on earth is going on? Meng Lei had a gloomy face and asked in a deep voice. No, nothing, I just fell accidentally. Joseph's eyes wandered a little, and he deliberately changed the subject. Brother Meng Lei, you are on winter vacation too, right? Are you here to go home with me? Joseph was incredibly excited when he mentioned going home, his dark face filled with joy. After all, he was only 14 years old, and his first time away from home had lasted 6 months, during which time he had been bullied at school. Now he really wanted to go home. Tell me, who hit you? Meng Lei's voice was icy as he demanded again. If he hadn't just happened to arrive, Joseph would have fallen from the 11th floor. With Joseph's strength as a trainee soldier, he would undoubtedly have been crushed to pieces. Thinking of this, Meng Lei's heart was burning with anger. After all, Joseph and Andrew were both students he recommended to the college. If anything happened to them, he would never be at peace. Where's that lowly pariah? Hurry up and get me some foot-washing water. At this moment, a shrill and arrogant shout rang out from the dormitory. Joseph shuddered upon hearing it, his face filled with anger and fear. Meng Lei narrowed his eyes, kicked open the half-open door, and walked straight in. The door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, scaring everyone in the dormitory so much that they all turned around and their eyes fell on Meng Lei. Brother Meng Lei, I really fell down accidentally just now. No one hit me. Seeing Meng Lei kicking the door forcefully, Joseph was terrified and quickly grabbed Meng Lei. Let's go find Andrew. He will definitely be very happy to see you. Meng Lei waved his hand to signal that it was not necessary, and glanced sharply at the 5 people in the dormitory. Whoever hit Joseph, stand up. Who are you? A 2.2-meter tall man with black horns on his head and a body as big as an ox walked up to Meng Lei. His strong chest was almost touching Meng Lei's face. He said condescendingly, I hit you. What's wrong? Brother Meng Lei, let's go. Joseph whispered, pulling Meng Lei. He's Larry, who ranks 3rd in our rank, and he's from an aristocratic family. We can't afford to offend him. Let's go. Meng Lei did not move, and said coldly, Joseph, judging from the situation today, he must have bullied you often, right? Joseph opened his mouth, trying hard to hide the grievance in his heart, but the more he suppressed it, the more his tears flowed out uncontrollably, pouring out like a flood breaking through a dam. It's more than just bullying. Those who can enter the warrior academy are either rich or noble. Even if they are not rich, they must come from a well-off family. What about him? He was just a commoner from a remote area. He didn't fit in with the people in the dormitory, was excluded everywhere, and suffered endless bullying. Among the 5 people in the dormitory, 4 of them often bullied him, ordering him around, bossing him around, asking him to wash his clothes and socks, pour out the footbath water, make his bed and table, and fetch and bring his meals. They treat him like a slave. That's not all. He's going to be beaten. Whenever they had a grudge or something he did was not to their liking, they would be beaten, slapped, hit in the face, kicked in the head, or even forced to kneel down and apologize. For the past 6 months, he has been tortured and suffered a lot, which cannot be simply described by the word bullying. It seems like you've been bullied for the past 6 months. Meng Lei clenched his fists and patted Joseph's shoulder, feeling guilty. In the past 6 months, he had been busy improving his strength and had hardly paid any attention to Joseph and the other 3. Even deep down in his heart, he almost forgot about Joseph and the other 2. After all, they were his previous incarnation's companions, not his companions. His memory of them only lasted for a little over a month after he traveled through time. Really, very little. But at this moment, Meng Lei felt deeply guilty, because in Joseph's heart, he was the closest friend and a good brother to whom he could confide his grievances. Ha ha, bullying? I just love bullying him. What can you do to me? Larry, the burly man, crossed his arms and said with an arrogant smile, not only did I make him wash my clothes and socks and pour out my footbath water, I also made him kowtow me. Meng Lei was furious and slapped him hard. The sharp palm wind passed across Larry's cheek and slapped him hard in the face, and Larry was knocked flying. There was a crisp slap, and Larry crashed into a black iron and wooden bed, and the bedboard was smashed to pieces on the spot. The whole dormitory suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared blankly at Larry Larry lying on the bed, then looked at Manley, who was standing quietly, unable to react for a moment. Larry was actually knocked away like this? He is a level 4 warrior. Just as everyone was stunned, Larry suddenly slammed the ground and stood up, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Damn you untouchable! How dare you sneak attack me? I'll kill you!" Larry instantly turned into a gust of wind and pounced towards Manley with a speed comparable to that of a 4th level warrior. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Manley. "Go to hell, you bastard!" Larry threw a punch with all his might, so ferociously that Joseph was terrified and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. "Brother Monray, be careful." Monroe smiled at Joseph and gently grabbed Larry's fist with his right hand. With a click, he firmly grasped Larry's fist. That fist was extremely ferocious. That power is extremely terrifying. That momentum was as violent as thunder. However, at this moment, everything disappeared without a trace, like a drop of water in the ocean. How is this possible? Larry's eyes widened with anger, feeling the amazing power coming from his fist, and he was shocked. This seemingly skinny human pariah actually possessed such terrifying power. Dragon God is above. I see. Am I dazzled? He actually caught Larry's attack? Incredible. Larry is a true level 4 warrior. His attack power is extremely powerful, but he was caught so easily? Everyone was almost jaw-dropping, as they knew very well how powerful Larry was. He was a pure black dragon with pure blood and was already a level 3 warrior when he entered school. He even made a breakthrough in the final exam this time, and was successfully promoted to a level 4 warrior. With such powerful strength, only the first 2 abnormalities are slightly stronger than him, and no one in the same level can defeat him. But now, a pariah who appeared from nowhere easily took Larry's attack? How dare you show off your strength and embarrass yourself? Manley shook his head slightly, grabbed with 5 fingers, and with a crisp crack sound, the fist shattered. Larry's face was twisted in pain, and cold sweat rolled down. Do you think you can bully others just because you have a little strength? Manley swung his left fist again and hit Lotzi's stomach hard. Lotzi spat out a mouthful of blood and bent like a shrimp in pain. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. When you bully others, do you never think that you will be bullied too? Manley looked indifferent, and suddenly pushed his knee forward, breaking Larry's jaw, but he couldn't even scream. Kneel down. Manley stretched out his right hand and pressed Larry's shoulder. A huge force suddenly burst out. Larry bent his knees and fell to the ground with a bang. Woo-woo. Larry seemed to be extremely humiliated, with veins bulging on his forehead and bloodshot eyes. He struggled frantically to stand up, but Monroe's right hand was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea. No matter how Larry struggled, he could not resist at all. Dragon God is above. Is this guy still human? Joseph's 4 roommates looked at Larry, who was struggling on his knees. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and their eyes were full of fear. Larry was completely powerless to resist. Completely beaten. Isn't Brother Manley a magician? How come his physical body is so strong? Joseph was shocked and suspicious. His roommates didn't know Manley's background, but he knew it all. It was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked and confused. It was rumored that magicians' bodies were generally weak, but how could Brother Manley? It's over. He won't let us go. 3 of the 4 roommates often bullied Joseph. Seeing Larry being abused like this, they turned pale and were terrified to the extreme. However, what you fear often comes true. Manley suddenly turned around and glanced at them indifferently. Who else has bullied Joseph? Stand up. As soon as the words fell, the 3 roommates went limp and almost fell to the ground. It was over. They were going to be held accountable. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it? Manley's voice grew colder. Joseph, show me who bullied you. Brother Manley, forget it. After all, Joseph is a kind and honest man. Although he hates his roommates who bully him, he has no intention of revenge. Joseph, you can't do this. Manley shook his head and said, we abide by our duties and don't bully others, but if anyone bullies us, we will never let them bully us. After saying that, Manley stared at his 4 roommates again and said, I'll give you one last chance. Whoever bullied Joseph, stand up. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. A handsome young man with a pale face, his teeth chattering, and his legs shaking like sieves. I bullied Joseph. Manley nodded slightly. Plop. The pretty boy fell to his knees and slapped himself repeatedly. I deserve it. I'm a bastard. I shouldn't have bullied Joseph. I'm willing to apologize. I'm willing to compensate. I only ask you to let me go. Manley's heart moved, and he said coldly, I bullied someone, and you just give a little compensation and it's over? Then what's the point of us practicing? 10,000 gold coins. No, 30,000 gold coins. I am willing to pay 30,000 gold coins and promise not to bully Joseph again. The pretty boy was crying and had a runny nose, and he almost wet his pants. 30,000 gold coins? What about being a beggar? Manley snorted coldly. 50,000 gold coins? Forget it. Otherwise. The pretty boy's tone suddenly froze, his eyes full of pain, but facing Manley's cold gaze, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Okay, I'm willing to compensate 50,000 gold coins. Manley nodded slightly and turned to the other 3. I'll also pay 50,000 gold coins. I do, too. The 2 of them quickly agreed. Although the 50,000 gold coins made made them feel very sad. They were not like Larry, who was beaten so badly that he didn't even recognize his mother. It was really miserable. "Give me the money." Meng Lei stretched out his hand lightly. The three of them did not dare to delay and took out their magic crystal cards. "Who's fighting in the dorm?" At this moment, a cold and roaring voice sounded. Several burly men carrying huge axes rushed into the dormitory aggressively. They all wore uniform armor, held Xianhua battle axes, and had cold eyes. As soon as he appeared, he exuded a strong aura that made it almost impossible for everyone to breathe. "Skulls, isn't this your brother? Oh my god, why was he beaten like a pig's head?" a strong man exclaimed, pointing at Larry, who was kneeling on the ground. The burly man called Skiles didn't respond. He just stared at Larry gloomily and asked coldly, "What the hell is going on?" The voice was cold and contained a hint of anger. "Woo woo." Larry pointed at Meng Lei and cried like a bullied young wife. "Brother, he beat me and killed this bastard. I want him to die. How dare you hit my brother?" Scales' eyes were as sharp as a knife as he stared coldly at Monley, his voice filled with suppressed anger. The other strong men also looked at Monley with surprise on their faces. It was well known that Skiles was a maniac who protected his younger brother. Therefore, few people in the college dared to offend Larry, but someone did offend him, and it was a young kid. "It's the law enforcement team. And Senior Scales. We're saved. We don't have to pay." On the other side, the three pretty boys who were about to hand the magic crystal card to Meng Lei suddenly smiled and quickly took the card back. "Senior Skiles, you must help us decide this," the pretty boy's roommate cried out. "This guy rushed into our dormitory and beat Larry up without saying anything. We have no idea how Larry offended him. He went too far. Not only did he beat Larry, he also forced him to kneel down and apologize. Look at what Larry has been beaten like." "Yes, Senior," the roommates cried and said that Meng Lei was an unforgivable bully, and they were the weak and helpless ones who were bullied. In fact, they didn't need to say much. Scales had already seen his brother's miserable state and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "I don't care who you are or what your status is. How dare you touch my brother? I will make you regret what you did today." Meng Lei smiled faintly. "Your brother said the same thing just now, but look at him now." Scales was furious, and an aura burst out of his body that was many times more powerful than Larry's, pressing down on Monray like an overwhelming force. This aura was too terrifying. The pressure that emanated from it alone made it difficult for Joseph and the pretty boy to breathe, almost suffocating them. "Meng, brother Lei, what should we do now?" Joseph's face was filled with fear, his eyes filled with despair. As a student at the academy, he certainly knew Scales' identity. 6th grade chief, the strongest person in Giant Axe Academy, the captain of the college law enforcement team, the disciple personally taught by the vice president. It is no exaggeration to say that Joseph spent the entire 6 months of his schooling listening to the legendary stories of Scales. Now, he has offended this legendary figure. How will this matter end? Joseph suddenly felt extremely desperate. However, what he did not expect was that when facing the man with an astonishing identity, Munley's face was calm, like a breeze, and he did not take Scales seriously at all. "You want to use your power to pressure me?" Meng Lei chuckled. "You are almost the same as your useless brother. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me." "Oh my god, that's such a poisonous mouth. Is this guy a freshman? He's so arrogant." "You're so arrogant, you actually dare to talk to Scales like that. It's really terrible. This kid is in trouble." As expected, Scales was enraged. He slapped Monley with a slap as fast as lightning, so fast that even his shadow could not be caught. He was in front of Monley in an instant. Monley stood there, seemingly without even the time to dodge, and even seemed to be in a state of paralysis. However, just as Scales' hand was about to hit his cheek, Monley mysteriously disappeared. "Gone?" Scales was slightly stunned, but at this moment, a piercing pain came from his abdomen, so painful that he almost vomited out the food he had eaten the previous night. "You're just like your brother. You're both trash." Meng Lei quietly appeared and slapped out with a light palm, sending Scales flying like a cannonball. The whole place suddenly fell into deathly silence. The strong men from the law enforcement team, Joseph and his 4 roommates, and Larry, who was kneeling on the ground, stared blankly at the scene in front of them as if they had seen a ghost, completely forgetting how to react. It wasn't until Skiles hit the ground with a heavy thud that everyone woke up. Larry shook his head frantically like a madman. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just a lowly person. How could he possibly defeat his brother? Isn't that too exaggerated? Skiles was killed instantly? Where on earth did this monster come from? Why have I never seen it before?" The burly men carrying giant axes were sweating profusely, their gazes toward Monley filled with awe and fear. After all, Scales was the strongest of their Giant Axe Warrior Academy, a true 6th level warrior, and the boy in front of me looks like a freshman who is just enrolled. At such a young age, he killed Scales in seconds? The burly men were speechless with shock, while Joseph's 3 roommates were horrified and regretted their actions to the core. If they could turn back time, they swore to hand the magic crystal card to Meng Lei immediately, then run away and never dare to mess with him again. Unfortunately, time cannot be turned back, and there is no regret medicine in the world. They just offended Meng Lei and must bear the consequences. Facing the horrified horrified gazes of the crowd, Meng Lei remained calm, as if what he had done was nothing more than a trivial matter. He turned to look at the three pretty boys and said, "Let's continue with our previous topic. What do you have to say now?" We. The three of them were pale and trembling like sieves. "Don't be nervous. I'm a civilized person." Meng Lei waved his hand and said calmly, "As long as you can give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't take action rashly." "Are you a civilized person? I don't believe you at all. You old man are so bad. Why didn't you say that when you beat up brother Larry?" I am willing to pay 70,000 gold coins." 70,000 gold coins? Meng Lei snorted coldly. 100,000 gold coins. Not a single copper less. 100,000? The pretty boy almost collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, his face turning green. Big brother, I really can't come up with 100,000 gold coins." Meng Lei kicked out, and the pretty boy flew up immediately. He reached out and grabbed him back. "Listen up, you have no room for bargaining." Meng Lei's face was cold. "Either take the money, or pay with your life." "Take it. I'll take it." Feeling the murderous intent in Meng Lei's eyes, the pretty boy was completely frightened and nodded his head like a rattle. "Yes, I'm willing to pay 100,000 gold coins." Meng Lei nodded and turned to the other two. "We are also willing to compensate 100,000 gold coins." The other two were already frightened by Meng Lei, and nodded their heads quickly, fearing that they would be beaten again if they were a little late. "Transfer the money." Meng Lei threw over a magic crystal card. "Brother, we can't come up with so many gold coins at once," the three men said with trembling voices, their faces filled with worry. Although they were of noble birth, they were still only students after all. How could they come up with so many gold coins? "This is your business, it has nothing to do with me." Meng Lei waved his hands, looking very impatient. "I will be in your dormitory tonight. Tomorrow morning I want to see 300,000 gold coins, not a cent less." Yes. The three nodded bitterly. "Ahem. Brother." The members of the law enforcement team couldn't help but speak out. A strong human man carrying a huge axe whispered, "What you're doing is wrong. Extortion is strictly prohibited in the academy." Meng Lei laughed heartily, his eyes sweeping towards the burly man like a knife. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw me blackmailing you?" The corners of the sturdy man's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart. "You clearly blackmailed the pretty boy and his three companions just now, and we were right next to them. Why are you pretending now?" "Listen, this isn't extortion, it's compensation." Meng Lei pointed at Joseph and said calmly, "For the past 6 months, they have been bullying my friend, beating and scolding him at every turn, forcing him to kneel down, wash clothes and pour water, and treating him like a servant. Their evil deeds have left my friend with an irreparable psychological scar. Is asking for too much compensation?" The burly man was speechless. He was a 6th grade student, born into a common human family, and was well aware of the darkness and intrigues in the academy. It is not uncommon for nobles to bully common people and for dragon people to bully humans. Many civilians, due to their weak strength and low status, could only endure silently. Therefore, the academy never had any such compensation issues. "But if it really happens, I can understand it. You bully me, so I have the right to seek justice. The key is to see who has the stronger fist. As long as no one is killed, the college doesn't care." Because of this, the arrogance of the nobles and the strong has become more and more unscrupulous, bullying the weak without any scruples and without mercy. Don't want to be bullied? Want to bully others? Then practice hard and become stronger than others. This is the management philosophy of the Giant Axe Warrior Academy, which is a bit like the raising of poisonous insects on Earth, and is even more barbaric, indulgent and cruel than the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. "There's nothing else, you can leave." Meng Lei waved his hand and issued an order to expel them. The members of the law enforcement team looked at each other, feeling frustrated but helpless. Meng Lei was stronger than them. Staying here would only lead to boredom, so it was better to leave quickly. "Brother, be gentle and don't kill anyone." The human strongman stared at Meng Lei deeply, whispered a warning, turned around and left with the law enforcement team, and carried away the unconscious Scales. Only Meng Lei and a few others were left in the dormitory. Joseph closed the door. "Ah, okay." Joseph closed the door. Meng Lei pulled a chair over and sat down. He said calmly, "You only have one night. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? We understand." The three pretty boys nodded quickly and began to rack their brains to raise money. 100,000 gold coins was by no means a small amount for them. It was a heavy blow. Under the azure sky, a magic carpet flew by at high speed, and the scenery below flashed by like shadows, outlining a beautiful dynamic picture. Green wheat fields, lush forests, and winding rivers. The scenery of the south is vast, with fertile fields stretching for thousands of miles and green for thousands of miles. You didn't see the scene at that time. Brother Monray killed Larry in an instant with just one grab, one punch, and one knee. It was so handsome that I was stunned. And more. The melodious cheers filled the sky, interweaving into a string of beautiful notes. The group of people were Meng Lei, Joseph, Andrew, and Jonah, who had just had winter vacation and were leaving the royal city on their journey home. "Brother Meng Lei, you are so awesome." "That's right. Even our senior Skiles is no match for him." "Brother Meng Lei, aren't you a magician?" magician? How come your body is so strong? Are you also practicing both magic and martial arts? Brother Manra, did you buy this magic carpet? Brother Manra. Although the journey was a bit tedious, the four friends were extremely excited. They kept talking about what they had seen and experienced in the past 6 months, chattering along the way without any signs of being irritated. The magic carpet was incredibly fast, far outpacing the worn-out ox cart. Within half a day, the Magic Beast mountain range came clearly into view. Look, that's the monster mountain range. Yeah, we're almost home. We'll be home soon. Wow, the magic carpet is so fast. Looking at the lush green monster mountain range that lay across the earth like a dormant dragon, Joanna and the others were extremely excited. They squatted on the flying carpet with blushes on their cheeks. Finally, we're heading back to the monster mountain range. Meng Lei also felt extremely happy. The World of Warcraft village was the first place he knew after coming to this world. It carried a special meaning to him. Naturally, he felt particularly cordial when returning to his hometown this time. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and an arrow more than 3 meters long, covered with lightning, cut through the sky and shot towards the magic carpet at lightning speed. Careful! Meng Lei's ears moved, and his mental power quickly captured the flying arrow. He immediately grabbed the magic carpet tightly and braked suddenly. The carpet stopped in mid-air. Puff! The lightning arrow penetrated the leading edge of the magic flying carpet, brushed past the back of Andrew who was sitting in the front row, shot high into the sky, and then exploded, turning into a ball of fireworks. Andrew was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he braked in time, otherwise he would have been pierced into a skewer by the arrow. Meng Lei stared at the ground, a cold light flashed in his eyes. There are towering mountains on both sides, with only a canyon passage in the middle. A group of ragged bandits lie across the center of the canyon, blocking the passage. These bandits were dressed in rags and looked like a mob. At this moment, they all surrounded a magic crossbow and stared excitedly at the magic flying carpet floating in the air. TSK, magic carpet. This time, our prey must be worth a fortune. A magic flying carpet is worth 30,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to a small caravan. We've had quite a few prey lately. One day's income is equivalent to over a month's normal income. I planted this tree, I built this road. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay a toll. Guys, keep firing your violent lightning crossbows and knock that magic carpet down for me. A one-eyed bandit riding a cloud-stepping hornbear with a ferocious face waved a giant sword and gave orders at the top of his lungs. He was the leader of the Lone Wolf bandit group, Lone Wolf. Yes, sir. The robbers cheered in unison and pulled the magic crossbow. Lightning flashed and a 2 or 3 meter long lightning spear shot out, pointing directly at the magic flying carpet. Magic carpet. The Lone Wolf licked his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his one eye. I hope today's prey won't disappoint me. Brother Meng Lei, what should we do? Facing the rapidly approaching lightning spear, Joseph and the other two turned pale with fear. If they were hit by this spear, even if they were lucky enough not to be pierced, they would fall from such a high altitude and be shattered to pieces. It's also the same situation of dying without a burial place. Meng Lei stood proudly on the magic flying carpet and waved his hand. A lightning shield shining with bright light quietly appeared and covered the entire flying carpet. The lightning spear hit the lightning shield hard, making a muffled sound. The shield fluctuated violently, and it seemed that it would collapse at any time. However, strangely enough, the shield remained strong in the end, and the power of the lightning spear was gradually exhausted and finally stopped. It was actually blocked? Lone Wolf was shocked. The violent lightning crossbow is incredibly powerful, enough to kill a level 5 expert head-on, but it can't penetrate that lightning shield. Could it be a magic shield of level 5 or higher? Instant 5th level magic? The prey is most likely a 9th level grand mage. Lone Wolf's expression suddenly changed. Retreat. Retreat quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly urged his cloud-stepping wildebeest and rushed towards the thunder crossbow at high speed. He put away the thunder crossbow with incredible power, and then galloped away, fearing that he would be even half a step slower. What's wrong, boss? Seeing their leader suddenly flee, the bandits were bewildered and puzzled. Why did the leader want to retreat for no reason? A bunch of trash. Retreat immediately, the Lone Wolf roared. The robbers began to retreat. However, it was too late. Buzz buzz buzz. The lightning elements within a radius of several hundred meters quickly converged, instantly transforming into 10 lightning pythons over 30 meters long. Their bodies, covered in lightning scales, shimmered with dazzling light. Their massive bodies appeared lifelike, suspended in the air, emitting a terrifying pressure. Lone Wolf felt the terrifying aura in the sky, his eyelids twitching constantly, his heart filled with fear and despair. 6th level magic. This is definitely the power of 6th level magic. Instant 6th level magic. Oh my god, who have I offended? Thunder snake dance. Fall. 10 thunder pythons roared down from the sky, slamming into the ground before exploding. A massive surge of lightning elements surged crazily, enveloping an area of 100 meters. Amidst the shrill screams, some of the bandits turned into charcoal, some vanished into ashes, and some even evaporated directly into gas. The Lone Wolf turned around around and witnessed all this, becoming even more horrified. He quickly drew out his dagger and fiercely stabbed the cloud-stepping wildebeest in the butt. The wildebeest screamed and ran away desperately, its speed suddenly increasing. Such a powerful person is actually riding a magic flying carpet. Isn't this bullying? The lone wolf was angry and hateful. The magic carpet was a low-level flying tool that only low-level magicians could use. High-level magicians looked down on it, so he dared to steal the magic carpet. But he never expected that things would go far beyond his expectations. I've really hit a wall this time. The lone wolf regretted it so much that he could only run for his life. Escape? Can you escape? Meng Lei smiled faintly and snapped his fingers lightly. The thunder elements gathered and quietly condensed into a spear of thunder. Raymond shouted softly, and a 3-meter-long spear of thunder cut through the void and shot towards the lone wolf at lightning speed, directly piercing through his back and exiting from his chest. The lone wolf screamed and was knocked several meters away, falling heavily into the grass by the roadside, his life or death uncertain. Brother Meng Lei, you are so awesome. Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew were stunned. They looked at Meng Lei's back with admiration in their eyes, as if they saw their idol. If you practice hard, you can also reach this level. Meng Lei smiled and controlled the magic carpet to land. When he arrived beside Lone Wolf, the notorious bandit leader was already dying, breathing rapidly, and it was obvious that he would not live long. However, when Lone Wolf saw the 4 people, Meng Lei, standing on the magic carpet, his eyes widened with disbelief. You are not. Before he could finish his words, the Lone Wolf's head tilted and he was completely silent, but his eyes were wide open. Obviously he was still awake. He originally thought that he had encountered a super strong man, but he never expected that the ones who destroyed his Lone Wolf bandit group and killed him were actually 4 children. This made him die with regret, and he wished he could crawl out of hell and fight again. Brother Meng Lei, is this guy dead? Dead? Joanna and the other 2 hid behind Meng Lei, cautiously poked their heads out, their faces pale. Well, dead. Meng Lei nodded, jumped off the magic carpet, and his eyes immediately fell on Lone Wolf's left hand. He noticed a bronze ring on his ring finger. After taking off the ring, his spiritual power overflowed, and Meng Lei burst into laughter. It seems that my guess was right. It is indeed a space ring. This is exactly the treasure that Man Ray has always dreamed of, but it was too rare and expensive, so he could only sigh in despair. When he saw the violent thunder crossbow disappear right before his eyes just now, he suspected that this group of robbers had space equipment, and now it seems to be true. After searching everywhere for help, I found it without any effort. This space ring has nearly 50 cubic meters of space. I'm going to make a killing this time. Ha! There are so many things hidden in there. Countless objects floated in Meng Lei's spiritual vision, piles of gold coins, mountains of magic cores, and dazzling gems. It almost blinded Meng Lei's titanium eyes. This is really a big win. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. These gold coins alone must be worth hundreds of thousands, not to mention the magic cores, gems, and weapons. As the saying goes, a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. The ancients were right. After defeating the Lone Wolf bandit group, Meng Lei and his group set out on their return journey. Xiao Na and the other 2 chattered, their eyes full of admiration, and their thousands of words condensed into one sentence. Brother Meng Lei, you are so awesome. If you practice hard, you will be this strong in the future. Meng Lei responded with a smile, but secretly put all the gold coins in the space ring into the system, and his wealth value soared by 300,000. Adding the previous savings, I now have a total of 480,000. This does not include the magic cores, gems, weapons, and other treasures in the space ring. If they are all sold, it will definitely make a lot of money. I really made a fortune this time. Meng Lei played with the space ring, immersed in the pleasure of getting rich quickly, even to the point of making his nose burst with joy. Of course, the biggest gain is this space ring worth millions of gold coins. The value of the space ring is unquestionable. With it, Meng Lei can hunt monsters without any worries. Although 50 cubic meters wasn't a large space, it was enough to store a large number of magic cores. Meng Lei's mind had already flown to the monster forest, imagining hunting monsters, harvesting magic cores, and making a fortune. He was so excited that he was almost climaxing. The magic carpet flew at high speed, and after 2 hours, it finally returned to the Warcraft village. However, the scene before them shocked the 4 people. Wild beasts all over the mountains and plains came like a torrent, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, rushing towards the Warcraft village, as if they were going to drown this small village in the frenzy of wild beasts. At this time, dozens of young and middle-aged guards stood on the city wall, their eyes full of fear and despair. These young men are members of the guard team headed by Captain Hades. As members of the Warcraft village, they are used to resisting beast tides. Each of them is experienced in battle, and ordinary beast tides can't scare them at all. But this time the beast tide plunged everyone into endless despair. Why did it become like this? Hades stood on the wall, staring at the dozen or so monsters surrounded by the beast tide, with only deep despair on his face. Level 4 Warcraft, Armored Rhino. Level 3 Warcraft, Panic Tiger and Blood Snake. Level 2 Magical Beasts, Azure Snake, White Turtle Crocodile, Golden Armored Scorpion, Thorn Rat, Swamp Dragon Turtle, Blood Fang Wild Boar, Titan Longhorn Beetle, and Wind Wolf King. A level 4 monster, 2 level 3 monsters, 8 level 2 monsters, countless first level monsters. How can we resist such a terrifying lineup? There is no chance of winning at all. Why are there so many monsters in this beast tide? Hades was puzzled. The Warcraft village was located on the edge of the Warcraft forest. Normally, encountering a level 1 Warcraft was bad enough. How come even a high-level Warcraft like the iron-armored rhino appeared this time? This is totally unreasonable. But no matter how ridiculous it is, the iron rhino did appear, and brought with him a group of Warcraft minions, setting off an unprecedented tide of beasts. The Warcraft village is facing an unprecedented disaster. Captain, what should we do? The members of the guard team were trembling with fear, their voices shaking, and everyone was terrified by this huge tide of beasts. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Hades exhaled. Behind us are our homes and loved ones. We have no choice but to fight to the death. Everyone was shocked, and the fear in their eyes was gradually replaced by determination and madness. The captain is right. We have no choice but to fight to the death. If you want to hurt our family, step over us first. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar sounded, and the armored rhino in the center of the beast tide roared to the sky, sounding the horn of the beast tide's attack. The wild beasts roared in response, and the rolling sound waves gathered into thunder, shaking the sky. There was another roar, and an overwhelming torrent of wild beasts rushed towards the Warcraft village like a raging storm. Dozens of Warcraft rushed to the front and cast magic brazenly. Next, stone bullets, water arrows, wind blades, wooden spikes, lightning. The overwhelming first and second level magic poured down like a rain of swords, swarming and crushing. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with despair. How could the village's wooden walls withstand such a large-scale magical bombardment? Most of them are not fighters at all, so how can they resist? How could this happen? Captain, what should we do? Dragon God bless you. Hades was filled with despair and could only watch the magic getting closer and closer until it completely occupied his vision. He understood that everything was over. Faced with such a ferocious magical attack, the city walls will be razed to the ground, and no one will be spared. However, just as the magical rain was about to pour down, something unexpected happened. A transparent silver halo quietly emerged, quickly stretching across the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. The dense magical attacks like rain all hit the silver halo, and suddenly it burst into a dazzling firework like light. Everyone stared with eyes wide open in disbelief. Magic shield? Hades couldn't help but exclaimed. He was not mistaken, it was the magic shield. With a resounding bang, the silver halo perfectly blocked all attacks, leaving it unscathed. The magic elements quickly dissipated. The rolling dust gradually dissipated. The city wall was unscathed. Everyone is safe and sound. It was actually blocked? The guards' eyes were dazed and they couldn't believe it. Who was it? Who cast the magic shield? Hades turned his head and looked around. At this moment, he saw a blood-red magic carpet floating above his head, and on the carpet stood a figure that looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Hades couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mon Ray, Captain Hades, long time no see." Meng Lei on the flying carpet smiled slightly and responded, "Captain Hades, let me deal with this wave of beasts first, then we can have a good chat." After saying that, he raised his hands, lightning flashed at his fingertips, and lightning balls quietly condensed and shot at the oncoming torrent of beasts like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and the group of wild beasts in front of the city wall were immediately shrouded in smoke and dust. Screams rang out one after another, broken limbs flew everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Most of the beasts in the beast tide are just ordinary beasts and cannot withstand this magical attack at all. After the bombardment, wild beasts wailed everywhere. In just a few breaths, countless wild beasts died on the spot. This thrilling scene frightened the other beasts. They fled in panic, pissing, and running. How could they have the courage to attack the Warcraft village? This made the ironclad rhino in the center of the beast tide extremely angry. It roared repeatedly, calming the panicked beasts. After a few more roars, dozens of monsters quickly surrounded it. The pangolin, blood-spotted snake, azure snake, and others roared and rushed towards Meng Lei, with fierce momentum and red eyes, as if they were determined to tear him into pieces. Unfortunately, what they encountered was an overwhelming barrage of lightning spears. Puff, puff. The horrifying sounds of flesh being torn apart continued, and the pangolins and blood-spotted snakes were nailed to death one after another by the lightning spears. By the time they reached the bottom of the magic carpet, they were all dead. Hades and the guards were completely stunned. Thunder and lightning raged, and lightning spread all over the earth. Broken arms and limbs, blood, and flesh all over the place. Dozens of monsters were nailed to the ground. Such a horrifying scene left Hades and others stunned. Dragon God is above. So many monsters just died like that? There were level 3 monsters like the panicula and the blood-spotted snake in here, and they were killed instantly? This must be an illusion. It can't be real. Everyone woke up as if from a dream, and they were in disbelief. After all, they were just ordinary people. They had only hunted ordinary wild beasts before. How could they have seen such a shocking scene? Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the roar of the iron rhino startled everyone back to reality. The huge iron rhino, as big as a bus, leaped into a rage, stomping on the ground and spewing thick smoke from its nostrils. It glared at Meng Lei with murderous intent in its eyes. The next moment, it suddenly launched an attack. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of huge rocks as big as bullheads rose into the air and shot towards Meng Lei as fast as cannonballs. This is the second-level magic meteor shower. A trifle. Meng Lei smiled contemptuously, and with a wave of his hand, countless lightning arrows appeared out of thin air to meet the overwhelming rain of stones. Level 2 magic thunder arrow. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning arrow collided with the boulder, causing a deafening roar. The boulder exploded and turned into flying debris that fell like snow. Seeing that the attack had no effect, the iron-armored rhino roared continuously, and the sharp horns on its forehead flashed with yellow light. The earth elements within a radius of dozens of meters quickly gathered together, and it was obvious that it was ready to use a big move. Ultimate move? It's time to end it. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and cast a third-level spell, Thunder Shackles. Countless silver threads silently wrapped around the armored rhino, binding it tightly before it could react. Crackle. The armored rhino was wrapped like a dumpling, the electric current pulsating through its body, paralyzing its nerves. Its entire body convulsed, shaking like a sieve, and it began to dance in a strange, ghostly manner. Meng Lei slashed through the air, and a lightning spear appeared out of thin air, pressing against the iron rhino's forehead. As long as he made a move, the lightning spear could penetrate the iron rhino's head at any time, nailing it to the spot. However, at this moment, Meng Lei hesitated. The ironclad rhino's strength wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. After all, it was a level 4 magical beast, a mere figurehead in the depths of the forest, but a formidable overlord-class creature in the outer fringe areas. Thinking of this, Meng Lei couldn't help but turn his head to look at Captain Hades and asked with a smile, "Captain Hades, what do you think of this armored rhino?" Oh, Hades looked slightly taken aback, but still replied, "The iron rhino is a top-tier defensive level 4 monster, also skilled in earth magic. If placed on the battlefield, its lethality would be absolutely terrifying. In that case, how about letting it be your mount?" Hudson was stunned. "Yes, a mount," Meng Lei said with a smile. "If the ironclad rhino becomes your mount, the beast tide problem should be solved, and the village will never be harassed by beast tides again." Is this really okay? Hades' voice trembled with excitement. As a warrior, he had always longed to possess a powerful mount. Unfortunately, such a thing was too difficult. With his strength as a second-level warrior, it wasn't difficult to subdue an ordinary mount, but that kind of mount was useless. What good would it do to subdue it? The real difficulty was subduing a powerful mount. Take the iron rhino as an example. If you want it to willingly recognize you as its master, you must either defeat it with absolute strength, use a contract scroll to force it to submit, or find a magician to set up a contract magic circle. Unfortunately, none of these Hades could do it. If he had that kind of ability, he would have made a fortune long ago. Why would he be trapped in this small Warcraft village? Therefore, mounts like the ironclad rhino were nothing more than a dream for him. However, now, Meng Lei actually told him that he could make the iron rhino recognize him as its master. How could Hades not be excited? Why not? Meng Lei smiled and quickly chanted a magic spell. After a while, a magic circle with colorful light rose from under the armored rhino's feet, emitting strange fluctuations. The iron rhino suddenly felt uneasy and began to struggle frantically, and the thunder shackles actually showed signs of breaking. Seeing this, Meng Lei quickly released several thunder shackles. In an instant, the armored rhinoceros was wrapped tightly again and could not move. Meng Lei landed on the ground, and his fingers lightly stroked the iron-hard skin of the armored rhinoceros, actually cutting a hole. Blood splattered and dripped into the magic circle. "Captain Hades, come and subdue this beast." Hades came running over, too excited to contain himself. "Drop a few drops of blood in it." Meng Lei pointed at the magic circle and said. Hades didn't dare to delay. He took out his dagger, cut his finger, and dripped a few drops of blood into it. The magic circle suddenly shone brightly, covering the armored rhino and Hades' blood. The blood of the man and the beast quickly merged and changed, forming a strange pocket-sized blood-colored magic circle, and then split into two, quickly shooting into the heads of the armored rhino and Hades, and quietly disappeared. The contract magic circle on the ground also dissipated. "How's it going, Captain Hades?" Meng Lei looked at Hades with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He had long wanted to tame a magical beast as a mount and had studied the layout of the contract magic circle, but this was his first time actually performing magic to tame a magical beast, so he naturally found it novel. "I feel as if I have a connection with it." Hades looked at the iron-armored rhino, who was looking back at him. The rage and ferocity in the iron rhino's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by awe and obedience. The way it looked at Hades was completely different from before. Hades called out loudly. The armored rhinoceros walked over obediently, without any intention of resisting. Hades reached out and gently stroked the nose of the armored rhino. The armored rhino did not resist at all and was as well behaved as a kitten. Where was the wildness and ferocity it had before? Is this the power of the master-servant contract? It's truly powerful. Meng Lei was amazed. The success of the contract actually directly changed the will and thinking of the armored rhinoceros, making it recognize Hades as its master from the bottom of its heart. This is so shocking. Ha ha, I have a mount. I have a mount. Hades kept touching the armored rhinoceros, and was so excited that his mouth was smiling from ear to ear. The other members of the guard team also ran over, excited and envious. Captain, congratulations. TSK, a level 4 Warcraft ironclad rhino as a mount. I'm so envious. How majestic. I'm so envious. Successfully taming the iron rhino was just a novel experience for Meng Lei, but for Hades and the entire Warcraft village, it was a groundbreaking event. Captain Hades was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Everyone in the guard team was in high spirits. Everyone knows that with the armored rhinoceros guarding the village, which has long been harassed by the beast tide, can finally completely solve this problem and no longer have to worry about the beast tide attack. This is absolutely a great joy. Monray, thank you. Hades held Monray's hand tightly, his gratitude overflowing with words, and the other members of the guard team also looked at him with shock and admiration. They will never forget what happened just now. Countless magic thunderballs are flying. Lightning spears as sharp as a rain of swords. Dozens of monsters were nailed to the ground. The thunder shackles that tightly bind the armored rhino. So powerful? Such amazing changes in such a short period of time? Don't be so polite. Meng Lei waved his hand, put Xiaona and the other two down from the magic carpet, and said with a smile, I've been away from the village for more than half a year. I really miss the barbecue and your beer, Captain. Do you have any left? Nothing else, but plenty of barbecue and beer. Hades laughed heartily. Go and inform the village chief, and tell the villagers to come out and welcome our heroes. We'll have a bonfire party tonight to properly welcome Monlay and the others home. Ha, we should really celebrate. The crisis was quietly resolved, with the help of the powerful guard like the Iron Rhino and the corpses of wild beasts and monsters all over the ground. It was a win-win situation. This made the villagers extremely happy. They cleaned up the corpses joyfully, with a beaming look on everyone's face, as if it was New Year's Day. The adults are busy running around. The children surrounded Meng Lei and became curious babies. Meng Lei was a patient man who loved children. He sat with a group of children on a large rock in the center of the village and recounted his experiences in the royal city. Jonah, Joseph, and Andrew filled in the details. The vivid narration caused the children to exclaim in surprise. Brother Meng Lei, can houses really fly into the sky? Brother Meng Lei, have you really seen a dragon man with dragon horns? Brother Meng Lei, I heard from adults that you can spit out lightning and control thunder. Is this true? Children's curiosity is never satisfied. They chatter and ask questions non-stop. Even a patient person like Meng Lei is given a headache by the questions. Seeing this, Xiaona came to Meng Lei's rescue. She took out a magic crystal ball and said with a smile, everyone, look here. Do you know what this is? Glass ball? The kids are blinking. This isn't a glass ball, it's a magic crystal ball. Joanna explained with a smile, with it, we can test our magical talent. Look here. She placed her hand on the crystal ball, and the originally transparent sphere suddenly emitted a faint green light, like a piece of emerald green jade, dazzling. It's turning green. It's turning green. The children opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of surprise. Sister Xiaona, the glass ball turned green. What kind of magical talent does this indicate? The magic crystal ball turned green, which means I have a talent for wood magic. Xiaona smiled sweetly and patiently explained, the green light isn't strong, which means my magic talent is average. Look at Brother Meng Lei's magic talent and you'll know the difference. As she spoke, she handed over the crystal ball. Meng Lei couldn't help laughing and put his hand on the magic crystal ball. In an instant, the originally transparent magic crystal ball burst out with an extremely dazzling light, like a 10,000-watt incandescent lamp. The strong light was so strong that it hurt people's eyes. In this dazzling light, three colors are interwoven. Silver rushed around like electricity. The khaki color floats thickly and slowly. The fiery red color is hot and fiery, like a burning flame. Three kinds of light shone against each other. Two of them were strong and one was slightly weaker, blooming with a dazzling and moving brilliance, illuminating everyone's sight. Oh, wow! The children couldn't help but exclaim. Meng Lei's eyes flashed fiery red. Brother Meng Lei, do you still possess talents in earth and fire magic? Xiaona was stunned and asked in confusion. She remembered that when Meng Lei took the magic test half a year ago, he only had a talent for lightning magic. But in just half a year, he actually gained talents for earth and fire magic? And from this situation, the affinity of fire element is not inferior to that of thunder element, and the affinity of earth element is slightly weaker. But even so, it is much stronger than her affinity with the wood element. In other words, Monrigo has super affinity for thunder elements, super affinity for fire elements, and superior affinity for earth elements. Such talent is simply ferocious. This should have awakened recently, right? Meng Lei narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing. He had absorbed his superior earth magic talent from the fat man, but what about his superior fire magic talent? He has never picked up the fire magic talent. Could it be the bloodline of the flame demon? Or is it the bloodline of the fire fire dragon? Thinking about it this way, Meng Lei gradually understood. Whether it was a fire dragon or a fire demon, they were both powerful fire-type monsters. Both controlled and could harness flames. As a fusion of the fire dragon bloodline and the flame demon bloodline, it naturally has a very high affinity for the fire element, which makes perfect sense. Meng Lei took a deep breath and said, "It seems that I must study fire magic in the future. It would be a waste not to use such a high elemental affinity. Just awakened recently?" Xiao Na was stunned. "Is this okay?" "Ha, of course. Am I not a living example?" Meng Lei laughed and changed the subject. "Xiao Na, this magic crystal ball is not cheap. You spent a lot of money to buy it. You didn't just want to show off when you returned to the village, right?" Xiao Na rolled her eyes at Meng Lei and explained, "I want to test the children's magical talents and then teach them magic. I don't want them to stay in the village doing nothing all their lives." "Your idea is great. I totally agree." Meng Lei nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Let's try it quickly. Maybe someone really has magical talent." Jonah immediately began testing the children. The saying when one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper is exactly this truth. Although Joanna herself has not yet fully achieved enlightenment, as the first person in the history of Warcraft Village to enter the Magic Academy, her existence has begun to influence this small village. The test is for children aged 10 years and above but under 18 years old. However, children over the age of 16 were serving in other places, so only children under the age of 16 took the test. After some testing, 2 lucky children were found, both girls, and they were twins. They were wearing linen long skirts, barefoot, and covered in mud, looking like a pair of mud monkeys, but they looked exactly the same, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were carved from the same mold. These are the lucky twin sisters. Hester Draper possesses superior affinity with the element of fire. Monica Draper possesses superior affinity with water elements. Superior elemental affinity is even stronger than mine. Joanna was amazed by the test results. Superior elemental affinity was extremely rare, even among the nobility, let alone in remote monster villages. And the fact that both sisters have it is really touching, and human lives are really different. It would be such a waste if you don't learn magic with such talent. Meng Lei looked at the twin sisters with a smile and said, "Hester, Monica, from now on, you should follow Sister Xiao Na to learn meditation and improve your mental strength first and then enter the Magic Academy next year." The 2 sisters nodded vigorously. Although they didn't seem to understand, 2 shallow dimples appeared on their muddy little faces, and they looked so cute. The other children looked at him with envy. Although they were still young, they understood what it meant to have magical talent or not. Don't be discouraged if you don't have magical talent. You can learn fighting spirit from Joseph and Andrew, and you will have the opportunity to become a strong person in the future. As night falls, roars of beasts can be heard from the forest. In the open space in the center of the village, a bonfire was burning, and the golden barbecue exuded a fragrance that filled the entire village. The villagers sat on the ground, laughing and talking constantly. "Meng Lei, thank you for helping me tame the ironclad rhino. I'll toast to you." "Meng Lei, thank you for paying for Joseph's schooling. Ha ha, this night is destined to be very lively." The men play finger-guessing games and drink, the women sing and dance, the children laugh constantly, and everyone's face is filled with happiness and joy. The bonfire party lasted until late at night. Monley did not do his daily meditation that night and had a comfortable sleep. The next morning, we packed up and set off. The forest was shrouded in early morning mist, visibility was extremely low, and the view was only 3 or 4 meters away. The plants in the forest grew in a disorderly manner. There are towering ancient trees, prickly thorns, hanging vines, and lush shrubs. It is extremely difficult to travel in this chaotic environment. You may be attacked at any time. A poisonous snake, a scorpion, or a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes can be fatal. The higher the level of the monster, the more valuable it is. I must get as deep into the forest as I can. No need to waste time on the periphery. There were mostly ordinary wild beasts on the outskirts of the forest. Meng Lei had no interest in them and flew directly into the depths of the forest on the magic carpet. The Warcraft forest was vast and boundless. After flying for most of the day, Meng Lei finally landed in the forest and prepared to hunt the Warcraft. Earthquake. A rhythmic vibration quietly spread from the center under Meng Lei's feet. It was the earth magic, seismic magic. Earthquake is a simple magic that can be performed by a first-level magician. It can make the earth tremble and shake. The range and frequency of the vibration depend entirely on the caster's mental strength and control over magic. High-level magicians can use seismic magic to make the earth shake violently, causing rocks to collapse and causing huge damage, or they can cause the earth to tremble slightly, which is difficult to detect. Meng Lei was using the earthquake spell at this moment to detect nearby monsters. With his spellcasting level, he could detect an area of more than 200 meters in radius. There's a monster at 2 o'clock. Meng Lei sneaked over carefully, pushed aside a cluster of bushes, and a lizard over 5 meters long, covered with spikes and with a completely green body came into view. Level 4 magical beast earth spike lizard. Meng Lei frowned slightly, with a hint of disgust. The price of a level 4 monster was average, and selling the magic core alone would only bring in 2 to 3,000 gold coins, which wasn't much profit. Despite this, Meng Lei still used the earth magic earth spear piercing and quickly stabbed the ground lizard to death before it noticed. Not bad, not bad. Ding! Kill a ground lizard and get 2,400 gold coins. 2,400 gold coins? Not bad. Meng Lei walked over, took out a dagger and cut out the magic core of the ground lizard. Regardless of the blood on it, he threw it directly into the space ring, and another 2,000 gold coins were deposited into his account. Making double the money from one monster is so satisfying. Earthquake. There's another monster at 11 o'clock ahead. Level 4 magical beast? Earth spear piercing. Ding! Kill a golden unicorn and get 2,200 gold coins. Earthquake. Another level 4 monster? How annoying. Ding! Kill a golden drum silverback ant and get 2,400 gold coins. In this way, Meng Lei continued to advance, hunting along the way. In this area of the magical beast forest, intermediate magical beasts were very common. They fought and devoured each other, competing for survival, just like ordinary beasts on the outskirts of the forest. In less than 2 hours, 7 demon beasts were hunted down. Earned more than 20,000 gold coins. Well, not bad. Meng Lei walked up to the 6-wing iron crocodile that died with its eyes open, took out its magic core, happily put it into the space ring, and continued on his journey. What a pity that we can't take away these monster corpses. If I can take it out, it will definitely bring me another income. Puff, puff. At this moment, several strange sounds came into his ears. Meng Lei stopped, pricked up his ears and looked towards the 3 o'clock direction, and heard several more crisp and sharp noises. He was not unfamiliar with this sound. It was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. Is someone fighting? Something's wrong. There's not even any sound of fighting. With doubts in his heart, Meng Lei quietly moved over, and the scene before him shocked him. There was a bonfire burning on the grass in front, and on the bonfire was a tempting golden barbecue. The aroma of the meat was so fragrant that it made people salivate. But Meng Lei had no desire to eat it all, because there were 5 corpses lying around the campfire. There are both men and women, warriors, and magicians. They all had their eyes wide open, their eyes open in death, their throats cut, blood gushing out. The blood threads were long and thin and extremely miserable. Who on earth did this? They were so cruel. Meng Lei muttered softly, a chill rising in his heart. Judging from the tragic state of the deceased and the signs at the scene, it was obvious that they had no power to resist at all when they died. He had his throat cut for not resisting. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded in his ears. Meng Lei's heart tightened and a chill rose in his throat. The second reaction is to retreat. With a strong physique comparable to that of a 7th level warrior, Meng Lei suddenly jumped 10 meters away and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Oh, this scene shocked the people who tried to sneak attack Meng Lei. At the moment when Meng Lei jumped away, a thin man wearing a conical hat and wrapped in black clothes showed up and stared blankly at Meng Lei, who jumped more than 10 meters away. Oh, so fast? As soon as he noticed someone approaching, he tried to become invisible, but saw Meng Lei suddenly appear. Another magician. How much stronger can it be? He attacked decisively. I didn't expect Meng Lei's speed to be so amazing. The speed he burst out at that moment far exceeded that of a level 5 warrior. Is he still a magician? I really misjudged you. The thin man licked his lips, his eyes deep. It was really dangerous just now. Meng Lei jumped onto the tree, a layer of cold sweat oozing out of his back. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise his throat would have been cut. It's so dangerous, he muttered to himself. In the Warcraft forest, the most terrifying thing is not the Warcraft, but humans. The Warcraft forest is independent of the 4 empires. It has no laws and order, no morality. It is a wilderness, a paradise for Warcraft, and a heaven for adventurers. Most people who come here are looking for magic cores. Some people honestly hunt monsters to obtain magic cores. Some people, however, will do anything to achieve their goals and turn their butcher knives against their own kind. After all, killing people to obtain magic cores is obviously much faster. This also makes the humans in the Warcraft forest more dangerous. The thin man in front of me is obviously such a person. Thinking of this, Meng Lei's eyes were cold and murderous. How dare you target me? You deserve to die. The thin man glanced at Meng Lei and then disappeared out of thin air. Meng Lei was secretly alert and didn't believe that the other party would leave so easily. An almost imperceptible sound of breaking through the air was heard quietly, and a cold light shot out from the left, heading straight for Meng Lei's temple. The temple is extremely fragile, and once hit, death is certain. Meng Lei suddenly retreated and avoided the attack. Then there was a loud noise, and a thin man suddenly emerged from under his feet, holding a dagger and stabbing Meng Lei's heart. The dagger reflected a dark green light in the sunlight, and it was obviously coated with a deadly poison. If it cut the skin, there would be no chance of survival. Feint to the east and attack in the west, really cunning. Meng Lei was not panicked at all. His right hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw and grabbed the dagger that was stabbing at his heart. Under the thin man's astonished gaze, Meng Lei suddenly hit him hard with his knee. Puff! As if something was broken, the thin man let out a shrill scream. The sound was as sharp as slaughtering a pig, and the whole person was directly blown away. Meng Lei snorted coldly and threw out a lightning spear. With a crisp sound, the lightning spear instantly pierced the thin man's heart and nailed him to a big tree. Long. The thin man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out. His head slowly tilted and fell. Meng Lei let out a long breath, finally feeling relieved. This guy was an assassin, elusive and extremely cunning. If you were careless, he could kill even a level 6 warrior. Unfortunately, he met Meng Lei. Anyone who kills must be killed. Meng Lei walked up to the thin man, his eyes devoid of pity. This kind of person lurked in the shadows, attacking adventurers in the monster forest. He had killed countless people. He was absolutely the scum of the scum, and he deserved to die without a trace. But we have to admit that these guys are often very rich. Meng Lei's eyes lit up and he began to rummage through the dead man's clothes. I don't have any. Not in my pocket either. No space equipment. Not to mention magic crystal cards and gold coins. How strange. How could there be nothing at all? Is he a pauper? That shouldn't be the case. After searching for a long time, he couldn't even find half a copper coin, which made Meng Lei very angry. According to his experience, these villains who made a living by assassinating adventurers were usually very wealthy. How could they be penniless? In a rage, Meng Lei simply started a fire and set the thin man on fire. I don't believe you don't have even half a gold coin on you. Under the burning of fire magic, the thin man didn't last long before he was burned into a pile of ashes, and his clothes, flesh, and bones all turned into ashes. At this time, Meng Lei finally discovered the clue. A belt made of special magical materials lay quietly in the ashes, with 4 rings tied to the belt. Why didn't you find it when you were looking for it just now? Is the belt sewn into the clothes? Well, that's possible. Meng Lei secretly rejoiced and picked up the belt to examine it carefully. As soon as he saw it, Meng Lei was so excited that he almost jumped up. Ha, it's actually a space belt. It's such a big space. I'm rich. I'm rich now. Look at these 4 rings again. I'll go. Meng Lei fell into ecstasy. The belt and 4 rings are actually space magic devices. The belt space is the largest, with a full 150 cubic meters. The 4 space rings are slightly smaller, namely 100 cubic, 60 cubic, 50 cubic, and 10 cubic. Not only that, these 5 space magic devices also store a large number of magic cores, gold coins, gems, weapons, magic crystal cards, magic materials, magic devices, and other valuable items. Of course, there are also some daily necessities such as clothes, barbecue, seasonings, tents, etc. Although they are not valuable, they are very practical. The value of these 5 space magic devices alone exceeds 30 million gold coins. Not to mention there are so many gold coins, magic crystal cards, and gems inside. I really made a lot of money this time. Wow, ha, I made a fortune. Come. This is the monster forest, full of dangers. If excessive joy turns to sorrow, that would be disastrous. Meng Lei forced himself to calm down, found a relatively safe place, and began to count the harvest. Deposit all the gold coins into the system first. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Wealth plus 570,000 gold coins. 570,000. Meng Lei's eyes lit up and he quickly opened the personal attribute panel to check. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, flame dragon bloodline. Wealth, 1,067,835 gold coins. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. 1.06 million. 1.06 million gold coins. Meng Lei grinned so hard that his ears almost split open. In my previous life, I worked hard and diligently for 4 years, and I only managed to save enough for the down payment on a house. I never thought I'd become a millionaire after only 6 months in this other world. My life is definitely no worse than those novel protagonists. Meng Lei felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, as if years of regret had finally been made up for. It's of no practical use, it's just a string of numbers. Come. Help me exchange the attribute value for 60,000 gold coins first, then distribute it to spirit and magic. Ha, I can finally let go and be willful for once. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have been promoted to a 7th level magician. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, fire demon bloodline. Wealth, 1,007,835 gold coins. Constitution, level 7 warrior, 15123/50,000. Spirit, level 7 magician, 10128/50,000. Magic power, level 7 magician, 10032/50,000. Fighting chi skill, fire dragon manual. Magic power liquefied. Although the number is smaller, the destructive power is more terrifying. Spiritual strength also increases significantly. 7th level magician. Now I am considered a high level magician. Great magician. Looking at his own attributes, Meng Lei was extremely excited. Magic practice has always required day after day meditation, night after night accumulation, and year after year research. It is much more difficult than fighting spirit. Before level 7, it is more about accumulation and precipitation. The explosive power is limited, and usually they are no match for warriors. But once one reaches the realm of a 7th level great magician, the situation becomes completely different. A magician at this stage can instantly instantly. Release 3rd level magic. The power of this advanced magic is astonishing, and the damage it can cause far exceeds that of a warrior of the same level. Because of this, the status of a 7th level magician is much higher than that of a 7th level warrior. The kingdom usually grants a 7th level magician a title, makes him a noble, and grants him a territory. Level 7 warriors don't have this treatment. The difference in treatment is enough to explain the difference between the two. Now that I'm back in the royal city, if I'm lucky, I might even be able to get the title of baron. Ha! Meng Lei is very satisfied with today's harvest. 570,000 gold coins, countless treasures, a space magic device worth 30 million. It's a huge fortune, making a lot of money. This trip to the World of Warcraft forest is worth it. However, if you want to continue to advance, the gold coins required are not just a little bit. For the physique item, to upgrade from level 7 to level 8, you need 34,877 attribute values, which is 340,000 gold coins. Mental power requires 390,000 gold coins. Magic also requires 390,000 gold coins. The total of the 3 items is 1.12 million. 1.12 million gold coins, but Meng Lei only has 1 million gold coins. This is still a small matter. Meng Lei knows that by selling the magic cores, gems, magic devices, etc. in his hands, he can easily fill the gap of 120,000 gold coins. The question is, what next? It takes so many gold coins to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. From level 8 to level 9, upgrade to the 9th level of the Holy Land. How many gold coins do you get? 10 million? 50 million? Or more? Meng Lei didn't know, but he was sure of one thing: the amount of gold coins needed in the later stages would only increase, possibly far beyond his imagination. Not enough, far from enough. Meng Lei exhaled a breath of foul air, and the joy in his heart also dissipated. A feeling of heaviness arose spontaneously. There is still a long way to go. I have to make more money. Without hesitation, Meng Lei stepped deeper into the Warcraft forest. A monster was spotted at 1 o'clock. Ding! Kill a netherworld spirit cat and get 3,200 gold coins. There's another monster at 4 o'clock. Ding! Kill a unicorn rhino and get 8,300 gold coins. As you go deeper, the monsters become rarer and more powerful. Meng Lei advanced all the way and finally arrived at the habitat of the 6th level Warcraft. At this time, night fell quietly, and the Warcraft forest was gradually shrouded in darkness. It's getting late. We need to find a safe place to spend the night. Most magical beasts hide in their nests to rest during the day and go out to forage and hunt at night, so the forest at night is often more dangerous than the day. Although night is the perfect time to hunt monsters, Meng Lei cannot take any risks. After running around all day, he is exhausted and must rest to recover his physical and mental strength. Deep in the Warcraft forest, we must not let our guard down at all. As night falls, where can we rest in peace here? Meng Lei released his magic carpet and flew over the forest, searching for a suitable place to camp. Standing high up, he had a wide view, and sure enough, he found a good spot. That canyon seems appropriate. There was a long and narrow crack in the dense forest ahead, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. It was a canyon sandwiched between 2 mountains. Meng Lei activated his magic carpet and flew quickly. Soon, he reached the top of the canyon. A gurgling stream flowed slowly from the depths of the canyon, and the plants on both sides of the stream were exceptionally lush and full of life. If you don't look closely, you can hardly notice the difference here. Meng Lei flew along the stream, heading deeper into the canyon. The canyon twisted and turned, sometimes narrow, sometimes wide, its shape extremely irregular. As he went deeper, the view gradually became wider. At the deepest part of the canyon, a huge pool of water came into view. A layer of white mist hung on the surface of the water, making the entire pool look like a fairyland cave, surrounded by mist, dreamy and hazy. Is this a hot spring? Circling in the air, Meng Lei felt a heat wave coming towards him, and he was immediately overjoyed. Obviously, there is definitely a pool of hot water below. If it really is a hot spring, that would be awesome. Meng Lei landed on the water and reached out to touch the water. A stream of hot heat came and penetrated his skin, which was extremely comfortable. This water temperature is good. The fatigue of the day instantly dissipated. It was a rare blessing to encounter such a hot spring. I'm afraid Hui Xiaoliu would also be moved if she saw it. Meng Lei shouted, suddenly tore off his magic robe, and jumped into the water. The hot spring water soaked his skin, and it was so comfortable that he almost couldn't help moaning. Ouch, it's so hot. But it tastes just like me. If this water temperature had been used on an ordinary person, their skin would have been burned red, like a red pig. But Meng Lei was different. His body was that of a 7th level warrior, and with the blessing of the fire dragon and flame demon bloodlines, he was least afraid of burns and scalds. The water temperature is 70 or 80 degrees, which is no different from taking a hot spring bath. Ah, that feels great. Meng Lei swam rapidly in the pool with his arms and legs spread out. His speed was so fast that even the fish were ashamed of themselves, and even the toad wanted to hang itself. Plop, splash, water splashes everywhere. First comes the swift freestyle. Next is the breaststroke to save energy. Next is the beautiful butterfly butterfly stroke. Never mind, I don't know how to do the butterfly stroke. After a crazy swim, Meng Lei lay on his back on the water, closed his eyes, and felt the water gently caressing his skin. The warmth spread throughout his body, and he felt so satisfied. One word, delicious. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A huge sound of breaking water suddenly rang out, followed by a huge black shadow suddenly jumping out of the water, opening its huge black mouth and rushing towards Meng Lei. Meng Lei only felt a fishy stench coming from his nose, and before he could react, he was swallowed by the black shadow. The black shadow burped contentedly, shook his head, and then dived back into the water as if nothing had happened. His whole body was wrapped in sticky liquid, and the huge pressure from all sides made Meng Lei almost breathless. Coupled with the pungent fishy smell, he almost vomited the overnight meal. It was actually swallowed. I was so careful all the way, but I still let my guard down. Meng Lei was filled with shame. He had been very careful since arriving in the monster forest, but he had never expected to be ambushed. It's really like too much joy leads to sorrow. However, the most important thing right now is to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. It stinks. Thinking of this, Meng Lei decisively chose to transform. His whole body was ablaze with flames, his hands became thick and powerful, and his nails turned into claws, which was the form of a fire demon. As Meng Lei transformed into a fire demon, raging flames quickly ignited, and a piercing pain came. The black shadow screamed in pain and his body twitched violently. Hee, I'll let you swallow enough. Feeling the shadow's pain, Meng Lei felt a surge of joy. It must be unpleasant to have a fire in your belly, right? This wasn't over yet. Meng Lei swung his sharp claws again, viciously cutting into the shadow's internal organs, just like Sun Wukong playing tricks on Princess Fan's belly. Moo moo moo. This sound made the black shadow miserable. It let out a scream like a cow, and its long tail flapped wildly in the pool. It struggled desperately, almost losing control in the pain. The water splashes and the waves roll. White mist rises and rocks collapse. Through the dense white mist, the black shadow's body could be vaguely seen exposed from time to time. It turned out to be a giant python with a green body, a bull's head and horns, and a crocodile's back and claws. It is the 7th level monster, the crocodile-backed bull python. As a powerful 7th level magical beast, the crocodile-backed bull python is the overlord of this area within 100 miles. This canyon and pool is one of its lairs. Usually, few magical beasts dare to break in easily. The crocodile-backed bull python slept at the bottom of the pool for several days. When it was about to go out hunting, it found Meng Lei and swallowed him in one gulp, saving the time of going out to look for prey. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be the beginning of its nightmare. This pain is no less than the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Crocodile-backed ox python is so unlucky. Its screams lasted for a full half a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding, and it finally died in extreme agony. Ding! Kill a crocodile-backed bull python and get 220,000 gold coins. 220,000 gold coins? This guy is actually a level 7 monster? Meng Lei crawled out of the body of the crocodile-backed bull python. His whole body was sticky and emitting a fishy smell that made him feel so sick that he almost wanted to vomit. Pah! It stinks! He quickly took out the soap and shower gel from the space ring and scrubbed hard. After washing for half an hour, the fishy smell finally dissipated. What the hell is this? Meng Lei shook his head helplessly, then he remembered the monster he had just killed. This was a level 7 magical beast, and its magic core must be very valuable. He had to fish it out. Thinking of this, Meng Lei looked around and did not see any trace of the crocodile-backed bull python. He guessed that it should have sunk to the bottom of the pool. Go to the bottom of the pond and take a look. He dived into the water, and the bottom of the pool was pitch black, with no sight of his hand in front of him, but this did not faze Meng Lei. He landed at the bottom of the pool and cast the earthquake spell. A slight wave spread out, and everything within a radius of 200 meters was clearly reflected. He easily found the body of the crocodile-backed bull python, but did not act immediately. He stared at the bottom of the pool, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The bottom of the pool is actually empty? The magic of seismology is that it can not only detect objects on the ground, but also capture the geological conditions 1 or 2 meters below the ground. And it's not just the surface that's shaking. Meng Lei was surprised to find that 1 meter deep in the mud at the bottom of the pool, there was no solid geological structure, but instead it seemed empty, a vacuum. How could it be empty? He activated the earthquake technique again. This time it's not about detection, but about digging. The silt at the bottom of the pool slowly moved around, and soon a pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 1 meter appeared. According to Meng Lei's speculation, if the bottom of the pool is really empty, the water in the pool will definitely flow into the vacuum below along this pit. However, he miscalculated. After the pit appeared, there was no sign of water flowing into the pool, as if the pit did not exist at all. Instead, a dazzling red light shot out from the pit, which hurt Meng Lei's eyes. As he gradually adapted to the red light, he couldn't wait to look at the pit, and suddenly felt a scorching heat wave coming towards him, as if he was in the crater of a volcano. Yes, it's the crater. There is actually a red world below. It is surrounded by red rock walls, and hot magma flows at the bottom. This is Gudong. Gudong. The boiling magma is like boiling water, emitting black smoke and bubbles, constantly emitting suffocating heat waves and pungent sulfur smell. Underground is actually magma? This is impossible. Meng Lei was bewildered. This pool of water is so limited in depth. How could it possibly lead directly underground? The only reasonable explanation is that this is the crater of an active volcano. Only that could explain why we can see magma even though the surface is so shallow. For some reason, seeing the magma underground and feeling the scorching heat it radiated, Meng Lei's heart suddenly became inexplicably restless, and a strange urge surged within him. It seems like you want to jump into the boiling magma and take a magma bath. Could it be that the fire dragon blood in my body is causing trouble? Meng Lei secretly doubted himself and stuck his head into the cave entrance to continue observing. He always felt that there was something strange about the crater. The water in the pool did not flow back. What was going on? What on earth is that? Suddenly, Meng Lei's whole body shook, his eyes fixed on one direction. He was terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. Dragon? A fire dragon? Is it really a fire dragon? He was shouting incoherently. Following his gaze, I saw a small island standing in the middle of the vast and boiling lava lake. On the island crouched a giant beast over 50 meters long. The whole body is covered with fiery red scales, as if made of steel. The two dragon horns shot straight into the sky, as if to penetrate the sky. The spread bat wings almost covered the entire island. The thick long tail is covered with barbs and sinks into the magma. A fierce and violent aura emanated from it. Even though it was dozens of meters away, Meng Lei could still feel the domineering and oppressive pressure. However, what was unbelievable was that the giant beast had lost its life and looked completely like a corpse, because its head was nailed firmly by a black spear and fixed there. This is a fire dragon, and it's a sanctuary-level fire dragon. A sanctuary-level fire dragon. How could it die here? Meng Lei muttered to himself in disbelief. The dragon clan has always been known as the overlord of the sky and is at the top of the biological pyramid of the sky continent. The sanctuary dragon is even more powerful. Such a horrifying creature could actually be killed? Meng Lei was in a very complicated mood. The Holy Land fire dragon was already above all creatures. There were only a handful of creatures that could rival it, and even it was slain. What does my insignificant strength mean? The water in the sky continent is too deep. Alas, I'd better practice diligently. Meng Lei calmed down and stared at the fire dragon's corpse on the island. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The value of the sanctuary dragon's corpse was inestimable. It's no exaggeration to say that even a piece of dragon scale or a piece of dragon feces scraped from it can be sold at a sky-high price. After all, those are sacred dragon scales and sacred dragon feces, not to mention its dragon crystal, which is absolutely a priceless treasure. The magic core of a 9th-level monster can sell for tens of millions, and the price of the sanctuary dragon crystal is unimaginable. And it's said that dragons particularly love glittering things. They often sleep in nests piled with gold coins and gems. Every dragon is like a mobile treasure trove. Thinking of this, Meng Lei was immediately excited. A moving treasure house. If this was true, then he would be rich. We have to go down. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He wanted to jump into the cave immediately, walk to the body of the Holy Land fire dragon, pluck out its dragon scales, and pick up its dragon feces. But the question is, how can we get down? Meng Lei threw a stone, but the stone was blocked by an invisible wall and could not fall down at all. Presumably, the water in the pool was also blocked by this wall. Is this a magical barrier? Meng Lei frowned. The magic barrier is a defensive magic, similar to the principle of the magic shield, and has the effect of resistance and isolation. The only difference is the size. You lose. With this magical barrier, how can I get down? He was a little anxious. If he wanted to pass through the barrier, he had to get the caster's permission, otherwise he would have to use violence to destroy it. There is no other way. This magic barrier was most likely set by this holy fire dragon. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to shatter it. Although thinking this in his heart, Meng Lei still tried to launch an attack. The surrounding soil quickly gathered together and turned into a 10-meter-tall mud giant, the 6th-level earth magic mud giant. The giant raised his fist and smashed it hard at the magic barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier did not move at all. Instead, the swamp giant was shaken apart by the rebounding force. As expected, the magic barrier is indeed indestructible. Meng Lei's heart sank, and he unleashed the most powerful earth magic he could currently cast, Stone Spell. Earth elements gathered in the air, and under his control, condensed into a giant rock in the shape of an electric drill. Stone technique, fall. He roared, and rocks fell from the sky, hitting the magic barrier hard. Along with the earth-shaking crash, a terrifying recoil force erupted instantly. The rocks were smashed to pieces, and the mud at the bottom of the pool was also shaken away. Of course, Meng Lei was also shocked and flew out. He tumbled and fell far away. Gazing at the vast expanse of the magic barrier before him, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly washed over him. Even his 7th-level magic, the stone spell, hadn't caused the slightest damage to the barrier. How, then, could he break it? There is water water here. The power of both lightning and fire magic will be greatly reduced. At this point, I can only rely on brute force. A thought flashed through his mind, and he decisively transformed into a dragon man. He quickly piled up a circle of earth walls to isolate the surrounding pool of water, then jumped high and punched down heavily. Break it for me. Meng Lei's physical strength was comparable to that of a 7th level warrior, and after transforming into a dragon man, his strength increased several times. Coupled with the momentum of the fall, the power of this punch was absolutely astonishing. Even a level 8 monster wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from him. This was the strongest attack he could unleash at the moment. If I fail again this time, I'll be completely helpless. Meng Lei's eyes were determined as he fiercely smashed his fist into the magic barrier. Unexpectedly, the moment his fist touched the magic barrier trembled slightly, as if solid ice melted into warm water, and fine steel turned into molten iron. The fist directly penetrated the magic barrier. Meng Lei also passed through it. It was like a sharp arrow piercing through thin paper, without any obstruction at all. Meng Lei was bewildered, thinking, I smashed down with all my might, but I didn't feel any resistance at all, and it just went through? He plummeted towards the lava lake at breakneck speed like a meteorite, the scorching heat hitting him in the face, leaving him terrified. The lava was over 1,000 degrees Celsius. How could his tiny arms and legs possibly withstand it? Even the fire dragon bloodline and the flame demon bloodline can't resist it. The temperature is too high. Earthball technique. At that crucial moment, Meng Lei quickly unleashed the lowest level of the earthball technique. Several basketball-sized earthballs instantly formed, supporting his body and slowing his fall. Just as Meng Lei was about to plunge into the lava lake, he finally stopped. Feeling his body stop falling, Meng Lei let out a long breath. This was really too dangerous. If he really fell into the magma lake, the consequences would be disastrous. He then manipulated the earthball, slowly moving himself towards the island in the lake. As he approached, a terrifying pressure rushed over him, nearly crushing Meng Lei to the point where he couldn't get up, and his breathing became rapid and difficult. If a dead body can emit such a strong pressure, how powerful would it be when it was alive? Meng Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, slowly straightened up, staring at the giant beast crawling in front of him, his face full of shock. A piece of scale is as big as a dustpan. Standing under it, it feels like you are under a city wall. The crimson body was incredibly hard, and to the touch, it felt like steel, full of metallic texture. Gently tapping it made a dull thud, not like flesh and blood at all. Is this the legendary fire dragon? Meng Lei couldn't help but marvel at it, and walked around the fire dragon to examine it carefully. In the past, he had only seen this kind of creature in sculptures, on walls, or in magic books. Seeing it in person like this was the first time. After some observation, Meng Lei had a deeper understanding of the power of the fire dragon, and gradually understood why this creature could be so high and mighty and dominate all living beings. With such a terrifying body, it's hard not to be strong. But, its body is so hard, how can I remove the dragon crystal and pull off its scales? Is the only option left to me picking up its dragon poop? The boiling magma lake was filled with smoke and the surface was boiling. The surrounding air is dry and hot, and the oxygen is thin. Ordinary creatures cannot survive here. This is a forbidden area, a Jedi, a true hell on earth. What should we do? Meng Lei was whirling in panic. The fire dragon's body was too large to fit in the space magic device, which meant that he couldn't take it away intact for the time being. In order to not return empty-handed, he had to find a way to take something from it. Dragon scales, dragon crystals, dragon horns, these were all excellent treasures and could easily be sold at a good price. The key is, how can we take it off? Meng Lei's eyes fell on the black spear. The weapon pierced through the head of the Holy Land fire dragon and exited from its throat. That spear actually nailed this holy fire dragon to death. The head is the hardest part of a fire dragon's body. Even its head can be penetrated. This spear, with a strange flash in his eyes, Meng Lei leaped onto the top of the fire dragon and came into close contact with this peerless weapon. The whole body is as black as ink, as thick as an adult's wrist, covered with mysterious magic patterns, cast from unknown materials. It looks ordinary and unpretentious, but its power is hidden under the surface. But since it can penetrate a fire dragon's head, it must be extremely sharp, right? Shouldn't it be able to gouge out something? Meng Lei gripped the black spear tightly and pulled it with all his strength. Still motionless. I gritted my teeth and used all my strength, but it still didn't move at all. Fuck. Meng Lei fell down and sat on top of the fire dragon, cursing in his heart. What kind of spear is this? It's so heavy? With my strength as a 7th level warrior, what spear can't I pull out? Is it stuck in the fire dragon's skull? Can't give up. This is my only hope of dissecting this dragon corpse. Meng Lei gritted his teeth and tried again. In the next few minutes, he tried his best, but the black spear seemed to be stuck on the dragon's corpse and did not move at all. I'm so tired. Meng Lei was panting heavily, his heart filled with the urge to pick up a hammer and smash everything. He was so angry. I've been working so hard for a long time, and you just move. You can't pull out the god-killing spear like this. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came to my ears. Who? Meng Lei's whole body trembled, and he jumped jumped up in a flash, his eyes darting around, full of surprise and vigilance. Someone actually appeared in such a secret place, and he was completely unaware of it. Too careless. If the other party has malicious intentions, then Meng Lei couldn't help but shudder. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. A wisp of green smoke rose from the black spear and gathered into a human figure. No, to be more precise, a dragon man, wearing a fiery red robe, long fiery red hair, a long fiery red beard, such a kind and gentle face. There are two fiery red horns on the head. Meng Lei stared at the red-haired old man floating above the fire dragon's head, terrified, and asked in a trembling voice. The red-haired old man chuckled and stroked his beard. I am the Dean of the Fire Dragon School of Magic and the Chief Court Mage of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. My name is Amos Crocker. Little one, you should have heard of my name, right? Dean of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy? Meng Lei was slightly stunned and whispered, the Dean of our academy is Fred Flit. I've seen what he looks like, and he's not like you. Wait, Amos Crocker. Monroe was shocked and lost his voice. You said you are Amos Crocker? Ha, it seems you have heard of my name. The red-haired old man smiled with relief. I feel very comforted. However, Meng Lei stared at him and said, Amos Crocker is the second dean of our Fire Dragon Magic Academy, but he has been dead for more than 20,000 years. You said you are Amos Crocker. Are you kidding me? Amos Crocker, the second dean of the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, a powerful sanctuary dragon, a sanctuary mage proficient in both water and fire magic, the first dragon to master dragon language magic, good at magic research, developed 189 types of water and fire magic, and made outstanding contributions to the research of both water and fire magic. These glorious deeds were seen by Mon Ray in the statue group in the sanctuary square. The glorious image of the second dean, Amos Crocker, was deeply engraved in his heart, and he has always admired him very much. But the problem is that Amos Crocker mysteriously disappeared shortly after leaving office, and there was no news of him since. People thought he was dead. More than 20,000 years have passed. I've been dead for over 20,000 years? The old man was slightly stunned, then sighed. I didn't expect that more than 20,000 years have passed. The world has changed so much, and time is merciless. Meng Lei stared at the old man, not daring to relax at all. Don't be nervous, little one, I am indeed Amos Crocker. The old man chuckled and said, back then, I lingered at the peak of the Holy Land for many years without making any progress, so I resigned from the position of dean and began to travel around the continent. Finally, we gained something and found the key to the breakthrough, and then we found this crater in the Warcraft forest. Unexpectedly, at the last moment of my breakthrough, a black spear appeared out of nowhere, struck me dead, devoured my soul, and sealed me inside. At this point, the old man's tone was calm, with a smile on his face, without any resentment or anger, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. This kind of mentality makes Meng Lei admire him. Being able to remain so calm even after being killed, his mentality is truly incredible. Of course, it's not ruled out that the old man was deceiving himself. Meng Lei couldn't tell the truth from the false, so he could only follow the old man's words and ask, so you don't know who killed you? The old man nodded slightly, with a bit of depression in his tone. I was sealed in this black spear, neither human nor ghost. I was once indignant and resentful, and it was difficult to let go. But as time went by, all the resentment was erased. But he was killed inexplicably, and I don't even know who the enemy was. I am still a little depressed as an old man. Anyone would be depressed. Meng Lei shook his head. However, the owner of this spear can even kill you, so his strength must be unfathomable. Perhaps not knowing who he is a good thing. I've thought about this too, the old man said with a smile. The material of this spear isn't from the sky continent. The magic circle engraved on it contains infinite mysteries, far surpassing the level of the Holy Land. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the owner of this black spear must be a terrifying existence that is higher than the Saint Realm level. Being killed by him is just my bad luck. So, this spear is a treasure? It's more than just a treasure. It's a divine weapon. Divine weapon? Meng Lei exclaimed. Is it so powerful? The old man was slightly stunned and said, the divine weapon is a weapon that can only be used by the gods who are high above. It is extremely powerful and powerful enough to destroy the world. Back then, my fire dragon body was fully developed, and my physical body was no less powerful than that of a pure-blooded fire dragon king. I was only one step away from breaking through to the Dragon King realm. Even so, he was still killed by this spear that came out of nowhere. You can imagine how sharp this spear is. The old man sighed softly. Killing a Saint Realm peak is like butchering a pig or a dog. Looking across the entire sky continent, only a divine weapon possesses such power. That's why I named it the God-slaying spear. So it really is a divine weapon. Meng Lei stroked the black spear, his eyes flashing with excitement, and then a look of depression. Even if it is a divine weapon, so what? I can't use it. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. The artifact is spiritual. You haven't received its approval yet, so of course you can't use it. Come, drop a drop of blood and see if it can recognize you as its master. Blood dripping to acknowledge the owner? Meng Lei looked at the old man, full of doubts. Could this thing already have an owner? If it does, I don't want to die young. The old man smiled and shook his head. If it had an owner, it wouldn't have been left left here for over 20,000 years. I guess its owner has either died or abandoned it long ago. Regardless, you can try without worry. Even if you fail to recognize the master, there will be no bad consequences. Really? Meng Lei was skeptical. Although he didn't quite believe what the old man said, the temptation of the artifact was too strong to resist. When a man dies, the birds fly up to the sky, and he will live forever. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, so let's fight. Meng Lei gritted his teeth and a drop of blood dripped out. Blood fell on the surface of the black spear, like water dripping on a sponge, and quickly seeped in. At the same time, the spear shook violently. Crackle! A dazzling purple electric current gushed out from the spear and rushed straight towards Meng Lei. He had no time to dodge and was instantly submerged by the purple lightning. Meng Lei was struck by lightning, his hair stood on end and his body twitched violently, as if he had taken 10 kilograms of ecstasy. How could this happen? The old man's face changed drastically. I clearly sensed that the spiritual imprint of the god-slaying spear's owner dissipated 14,000 years ago, which means it has been ownerless for a long time. Why did this happen? The owner of the artifact must be a god. There is no doubt about this. How dare a mere mortal peeking into your sight? If the old man had not sensed that the spiritual imprint in the god-killing spear had long since dissipated, he would never have let Meng Lei easily try to subdue this artifact. If its owner discovered it, not only would Meng Lei be doomed, but he would also be in trouble. He had died once before and didn't want to experience it again. However, the current situation was something the old man had not expected. He didn't know whether this was a necessary process for the god-killing spear to recognize its master, or whether Meng Lei had touched some kind of restriction and was facing misfortune. The old man was completely unaware of all this, and all he could do was pray. Dragon God bless you. Crackle! The purple current continued to strike violently, and Meng Lei's convulsions continued without stopping. The only thing that made the old man feel a little relieved was that Meng Lei's vitality was still strong. May the dragon god bless you. This kid is my junior. Don't let him die like this. It was as if the dragon god in the dark heard the call. As time slowly passed, the purple electric current gushing out of the black spear finally began to weaken. The purple electric current that enveloped Meng Lei slowly retreated into the black spear like a young swallow returning to its nest, and Meng Lei's body also stopped twitching and trembling. Meng Lei burped, and a wisp of black smoke came out of his mouth. He looked really miserable at the moment, with his hair standing on end and his whole body as black as charcoal. He looked like a black version of Neza. Little guy, how are you? The old man asked nervously and impatiently. Meng Lei turned to look at the old man. His body was still paralyzed and his movements seemed mechanical. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. It worked. Seems like success? The old man was stunned. Did it succeed or not? Meng Lei did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to the black spear and slightly hooked his finger. A strange scene followed. Meng Lei used all his strength but still couldn't move the black spear at all. Suddenly, it started to move. It pulled itself out of the dragon's head and flew in front of Meng Lei. Meng Lei sensed the mysterious connection between himself and the black spear, pointed in the air and issued an order. The black spear instantly turned into a purple lightning and shot directly at the rock wall. With a crisp puff sound, a deep hole was pierced in the rock wall that even the boiling magma could not melt, and the spear was firmly inserted into it. Meng Lei waved his hand, and the black spear flew back obediently, hovering in front of him and motionless, extremely obedient. A divine weapon. This is a true divine weapon. The old man's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. I've refined countless weapons and am known as the greatest weapon refiner in the Empire, but I've never refined a magical weapon like this that can move at will. The word divine weapon truly lives up to its name. It's truly a wonderful treasure. Meng Lei gently stroked the black spear, as if caressing a beloved person, and it has the attribute of thunder, which just matches my attribute. It's really a good treasure. He was genuinely happy. Looking at all the thunder magic, his favorite was the thunder spear. This magic was extremely domineering and had amazing single-target killing power. With one shot, the enemy is nailed to death. Therefore, the god-killing gun completely meets Meng Lei's wishes. How many great beings have spent their entire lives trying to acquire a divine artifact? The old man laughed. And yet you, at only 20, have obtained one without any effort. Such an opportunity is truly enviable. However, you must use it properly and never show it to others. It's a principle not to show off your wealth. I understand. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly and continued to caress his beloved spear. I'm glad you understand. The old man stroked his beard, a look of relief on his face. However, Meng Lei's subsequent words made his face suddenly darken. Meng Lei said, I just wonder if the god-slaying spear can dissect this dragon corpse? TSK, this is the corpse of a giant dragon from the Holy Land. If we could dig out the dragon crystal from it, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Veins bulged on the old man's forehead, his face dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Meng Lei viciously and cursed, you unfilial son. Only then did Meng Lei realize that the corpse of the Holy Land fire dragon was the remains of the old man in front of him. He was shouting in front of him that he wanted to dissect his body and sell his dragon crystals, which was really too much. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Meng Lei scratched his head, his face full of shame. Humph, don't think I don't know what you're planning. The old man glared at Mon Lei with sharp eyes. My blood flows in your body. You are a descendant of Amos Crocker. Others may dream of dividing my body, but you absolutely cannot. Meng Lei was stunned. Old Dean, what are you talking about? I'm completely confused. The old man pointed at the magic barrier above the lava lake and said sternly, this is the magic barrier I set up. It uses the dragon crystal in my body as its core and the surging fire magic power in the lava lake as its power. It can resist and isolate the attacks of the powerful sanctuary. How do you think you, a mere level 7 warrior, got in? Meng Lei was speechless. How did you get in? How would I know? He was indeed very confused. He only remembered that after transforming into a dragon man, he came here in a daze. As for the principal, he had no idea. Humph, I'll tell you the truth. The old man snorted coldly. After I died here, I regarded this as my resting place. I didn't want anyone to disturb me, so I set up this magic barrier. And then? Meng Lei blinked. Everyone gets bored if they stay in one place for too long. Although I'm aloof, I can't help being vulgar. After more than 20,000 years, I'm fed up. The old man sighed, his voice filled with resentment. I want to go out and see the outside world, but I am firmly imprisoned by the god-slaying spear and cannot leave the surrounding 10 meters. So, I can only place my hopes on the outside world, hoping that someone can take away the god-killing spear and take me away from here. However, I know that people's hearts are unpredictable. Here lies my remains, my life's wealth, and a peerless artifact like the god-slaying spear. If I were to encounter someone with ill intentions, I'd be in danger. Therefore, I modified the magic barrier to only allow my bloodline descendants, whose strength cannot exceed level 9, to pass through and come here. The old man smiled bitterly and said, what a pity. For so long, most of the people who could enter here were magical beasts. The occasional human came, but they didn't meet the requirements. It's been over 20,000 years, and you are the first one. Meng Lei was speechless. This place was so remote that no one lived there. Who would come here except for Warcraft and some fearless adventurers? Besides, even if they come, they have to be your descendants, and their strength cannot exceed level 9. This condition is too harsh. It takes 20,000 years to wait for one. You really deserve it, old man. But speaking of which, when did I become your descendant? Is it because of the fire dragon blood in my body? Meng Lei's mind raced. The fire dragon bloodline I fused with came from this year's newly crowned Do Wang, Odin Coleman. Could he be the true descendant of this old man? Very likely. Meng Lei's eyes darted around, feeling that his guess was not far from the truth, but he would never say it out loud. Didn't he hear the old man say that this was his life's wealth? The wealth accumulated by the powerful people in the Holy Land throughout their lives. TSK, if I could get, old Dean, am I really your descendant? Meng Lei blinked and asked in disbelief. He had to find a way to get closer to this old man and inherit his wealth. The blood barrier can't possibly go wrong. The old man glared at Meng Lei and said angrily, but you're not much of a guy either. You actually dared to covet my remains and even tried to sell my dragon crystals. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning and facing retribution? Ahem. You can't blame me for this, old Dean. Meng Lei blushed. The dragon race is full of treasures, not to mention a giant dragon from the Holy Land. How can I not be tempted? Besides, I didn't know you were my ancestor before. If I knew, I wouldn't have dared to have such thoughts. Hearing him say this, the old man's expression softened slightly. Since you didn't know, I won't pursue the matter. However, if you dare to touch my body again, don't blame me for breaking your legs. I dare not. How could I dare? Meng Lei made assurances again and again, acting as cowardly as a grandson. Humph, you're smart. The old man snorted lightly and waved his hand. The huge fire dragon corpse suddenly flew into the air and plunged into the boiling lava lake, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The lava lake returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Rest in peace, my remains. The old man stared blankly at the lake, which had returned to its calm state, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. This body, which had accompanied him for so many years, was about to depart, and he couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions. Gone. My dragon crystals, dragon scales, and dragon shit are all gone. Meng Lei's heart was broken, but he was powerless and could only watch it all happen. At the same time, he had to comfort the old man. Old Dean, don't be too sad. You can come back and visit again in the future. The old man sighed softly and looked around, as if trying to deeply imprint everything here in his mind. After a moment, he gathered his emotions and said, let's go out. Meng Lei nodded, his eyes filled with hesitation as if he wanted to say something. Just say what you want to say, don't be so hesitant. The old man glared at him with an impatient tone. Ahem, old Dean, are you leaving just like that? Meng Lei glanced around, his tone full of hints. The old man replied with a half-smile, how else can I go? I'm all alone, my old bones, with nothing but this broken soul. If you really hope to get something out of me, you'll probably be disappointed. Didn't you just say that your life's treasure is hidden here? How come you are all alone now? Meng Lei almost wanted to flip the table, but considering the difference in and strength between the two sides. He could only hold back his anger and said obediently, "Old Dean, what are you saying? I was just kindly reminding you." After saying that, he picked up the god-killing spear. A stone platform rose under his feet, and he slowly flew towards the magic circle. After leaving the barrier, the old man asked Meng Lei to release earth magic to bury the exposed magic barrier to prevent it from being discovered. "It's finally out." The old man hovered above the water, gazing at the dark canyon, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Trapped underground for over 20,000 years, finally breaking free today, his excitement was beyond words. Meng Lei could understand his feelings, so he didn't disturb him. Instead, he dragged the body of the crocodile-backed bull python to the shore, took out a dagger, seasonings, and a barbecue grill, and prepared to cook something. After running around in the forest all day and tossing around underground for a long time, he was now starving and in urgent need of filling his stomach. Then he cast a fireball spell and roasted the meat. "Little guy, you actually possess dual magic talents of earth and fire?" The bright moon hangs high in the sky and the stars twinkle. The canyon at night is shrouded in moonlight, as if covered with a layer of black gauze. The occasional roar of monsters makes this quiet canyon even more mysterious and silent. By the pond, golden monster meat exuded an alluring aroma, and large drops of fat fell into the campfire, crackling. Meng Lei licked his lips, swallowed hard, and his index finger was ready to move. By the fire-inducing lake, a delicious outdoor feast. The old man was floating in the air, looking at the scene before him, and couldn't help sighing. Bonfire, barbecue, beer, wow, what a nostalgic scene. Meng Lei smiled, and he understood the old man's feelings. After being imprisoned for more than 20,000 years, once he saw the light of day again, everything in the outside world would be new to him. "Ha, the meat is ready." Meng Lei raised his knife and cut off a piece of tendon meat and handed it to the old man. "Old Dean, you haven't eaten meat for a long time. Come, try my cooking." "You little brat, are you trying to piss me off on purpose?" The old man glared at him. "Can't you see I'm in spirit form now?" Meng Lei smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Sorry, I forgot about this. Hee, then I won't be polite." After that, he took up the fragrant barbecue and ate it with relish. People often say that when you are hungry, everything tastes delicious, and this is absolutely true. Meng Lei was eating with gusto at this moment. In addition, the meat of this level 7 magical beast, the crocodile-backed bull python, is rich in magical elements and lives in hot springs, so its meat is naturally delicious. "Awesome, it feels so good." Meng Lei's mouth was full of oil and his teeth were drooling as he ate. The old man couldn't help licking his lips as he watched Meng Lei wolfing down the food. He wished he could pounce on him and take a few big bites. Unfortunately, he was in soul state and couldn't enter at all. "Oh, it's so difficult. It can only divert attention." "You little brat, you actually possess dual magical talents of earth and fire?" "Well, 3 elements, earth, fire, and thunder. There's also a lightning system?" "Not bad, it's not bad." "SOSO? Right. How's your elemental affinity? Do you have any superior one?" Superior elemental affinity is the minimum threshold for breaking through the holy realm. If you don't even have this, your future achievements will be limited. It's just average. Only the thunder and fire elements are superb, and the earth element is top-notch. Compared to you, the old Dean, it's far behind. What? The old man gasped, suspecting Meng Lei was bragging, but was still shocked by his statement. Superior thunder and fire? Top earth? Boy, you are not kidding me, are you? Why would I lie to you? With greasy stains on the corners of his mouth, Meng Lei said nonchalantly, "I'm a talented freshman recruited by the Fire Dragon Magic Academy this year. My scholarship is 5,000 gold coins per year." The old man was speechless for a moment. After a long silence, he said angrily, "Super element affinity is extremely rare, let alone double super affinity. Your luck is too incredible." "Incredible luck? Can you speak?" "This is the luck I picked up through my own strength. If you have the guts, go pick one up and try." Meng Lei curled his lips and didn't want to pay attention to this old man with a stupid mouth. "By the way, I see that your mental strength is not weak. Your cultivation should be quite fast, right? What stage are you at now?" The old man asked again. "Average, just a 7th level magician. With such a great talent, you're only at level 7? The old man snorted, dissatisfied. "You little brat, have you been slacking off? Have you not practiced well enough? Only level 7? Meng Lei was unhappy. "Old Dean, you are right. I am already 15 years old and have been exposed to magic for more than half a year, but I have only reached the 7th level of Grand Magician. My training is indeed too slow." 15 years old? Only been exposed to magic for half a year? The old man's jaw dropped in shock, doubting he'd misheard. "You've only been practicing magic for half a year? Dragon God bless you. How is that even possible? It took me 4.5 years to reach the 7th level Grand Mage. It's impossible for others, but I'm cheating. Who can compare to me?" Meng Lei ate the delicious crocodile-backed python meat in silence, pretending to be very secretive. The old man obviously didn't believe it. He stared at him and said, "You little brat, are you kidding me? You're only 15 years old. How could you have been exposed to magic for less than a year?" Meng Lei was slightly stunned. "In the Crocker family, we begin magical enlightenment at the age of 5, formally study magic at the the age of 10, enter the academy at the age of 14, and must graduate at the age of 20. The old man's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "You said you've only been practicing magic for less than a year. Isn't that a lie? You unfilial son, how dare you deceive me? I'm so angry." "Wait, the Crocker family?" Meng Lei hurriedly interrupted his roar. "Old Dean, you are mistaken. I am not a member of the Crocker family you are talking about. Which family is the Crocker family? Why have I never heard of such a family in the Fire Dragon Kingdom?" He was actually a little confused. After all, he was not familiar with the families of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. "Still trying to trick me?" The old man sneered repeatedly. "I founded the Crocker family. We have produced countless talented people and heroes, and we are the leader of the three major families in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. How dare you say that this family doesn't exist? Are you looking for trouble?" Meng Lei didn't say much, took out the magic communicator and dialed the fat man's magic key. "What are you doing?" The old man's eyes widened. "Old Dean, please be patient." After a while, the fat man's round face appeared in the communicator. He was yawning and looked sleepy. It was obvious that he had just been woken up. "Brother, what are you doing so late?" the fat man complained. "Do you know how rude it is to disturb others' rest?" "Excuse me, I'll treat you to a nice meal when we get back to the academy." Meng Lei apologized and got straight to the point. "Fatty, let me ask you, have you heard of the Croc family? The Crocker family?" The fat man shook his head. "Never heard of it." Meng Lei glanced at the old man and reminded him, "Think about it carefully. I heard that this family is the leader of the three major families in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. It was founded by Amos Crocker, the second dean of our Fire Dragon Magic Academy." "The family founded by the second dean?" The fat man rubbed his eyes and said impatiently, "Brother, are you kidding me? Those are all ancient stories from tens of thousands of years ago. How could they have been preserved until now? They were eliminated long ago." "Eliminated? They've definitely been eliminated. In any case, there's no such family in our Fire Dragon Kingdom, let alone one of the top three families. The world has changed dramatically. No matter in which world, nothing is eternal and unchanging. This is the law of nature, and no one can defy it." The old man knew this clearly, but when he learned that the family he had founded had long been lost in the long river of history, he couldn't help but feel sad. "Actually, I should have thought of this earlier. After I was killed, the Crocker family lost its pillar, and its destruction was almost inevitable." The old man sighed softly, unable to hide his sadness. "The strong ones in the holy domain are high and mighty and can establish and support a family. However, once the strong ones in the holy domain fall, if no successor is cultivated, no matter how powerful the family is, it will not be able to escape the fate of extinction. There are countless examples like this. Fortunately, our family still has outstanding descendants like you. There is still hope for a resurgence. Yes, rise again." The old man was shocked, his eyes flashing with brilliance. "Stinky boy, from now on, you must shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Crocker family, practice hard, and never slack off." "Old man, I will do my best to teach you, supervise you, and assist you, and strive to restore the glory of the Crocker family to the Sky Continent as soon as possible." Meng Lei frowned helplessly. "Rebuilding the Crocker family? What does it have to do with me? I'm not from the Crocker family." Of course, this couldn't be said openly. Meng Lei considered his tone and said in a deep voice, "Old Dean, regarding the reconstruction of the Crocker family, I must first apologize. I was born a commoner and have never had the concept of the Crocker family. Even if I succeed in my cultivation in the future and want to create a family, it will only belong to me, like the Meng family, and not the Crocker family. I hope you can understand." The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Meng Lei fiercely. But this time Meng Lei did not show any weakness, but glared back at him. The old man said helplessly, "Well, let's do as you say. After all, you are a descendant of the Crocker family. Our blood flows in your veins, and this can never be changed. The family you founded is also a continuation of the Crocker family. It's just a change of name, the same old thing." The old dean is indeed very reasonable. Meng Lei chuckled. "You little brat, I'm a very strict old man. If you slack off even a little, I'll skin you alive." The next morning, after breakfast, Meng Lei left the canyon and continued his journey to hunt monsters. He was now in the area where level 7 monsters were active, and these monsters had their own territories. Therefore, it is difficult to encounter a magical beast within 10 miles. Meng Lei has no choice but to ride the magic flying carpet to look for it everywhere, which is the fastest way. Even so, they only hunted 2 level 7 monsters in the whole morning. The hunting efficiency was much lower than that outside the forest. Meng Lei was very dissatisfied. "We only made 310,000 gold coins in this morning. That's too inefficient. We need to find a way to make money faster," he calculated silently. At this moment, the sound of fierce fighting could be heard faintly from the front. The old man sitting cross-legged on the magic flying carpet also noticed it. "There's movement over there, let's go and see what's going on." Meng Lei had no objection and controlled the magic carpet to fly over there. The old man had been trapped underground for more than 20,000 years. Now that he was free, he couldn't wait to see all the scenery and bustle. Along the way, he looked left and right like a tourist, just like Granny Lu Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Team 1, block it. Second team magic, keep up. Team 3 launches a sneak attack. Before getting close, I could hear the sound of fierce fighting in the distance, trees breaking, the earth shaking, monsters roaring, and people talking. The battle was extremely fierce. Ha, someone is surrounding and killing the monsters. The old man stroked his beard and said excitedly, boy, can you tell what kind of monster it is from the hapless guy being surrounded and killed? Meng Lei rolled his eyes. How could I possibly hear that? You can't even tell that, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a magician? The old man glanced at Meng Lei, twirling his beard and laughing. A qualified magician must be well educated and versatile. Not only must he be proficient in magic, but he must also master other knowledge. Listen carefully, that sound is like the roar of a dragon, the cry of an ape, like a drumstick hitting a drum, mixed with the heavy sound of breaking through the air. It's obviously a dragon ape monster. Judging by the ground shaking and the high-pitched roar, it must be the largest species of dragon ape thunder beast. If I'm not mistaken, this unfortunate creature under siege must be the most ferocious ape beast on land, the Titan dragon ape. Titan dragon ape? Meng Lei frowned. What level of Warcraft is this? You don't even know about the Titan dragon ape, the old man said sternly, immediately dissatisfied. Since you're a student at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy, basic courses like General History of the Continent and Warcraft Encyclopedia are required. How did you even pass Warcraft Encyclopedia when you didn't even know about such a famous high-level Warcraft? World of Warcraft Encyclopedia? I've never studied it. Dean, World of Warcraft Encyclopedia is now an elective course, which is used to make up credits for those poor students who don't have enough credits. I have never taken it at all. Meng Lei spread his hands and said helplessly, elective course? The old man was slightly stunned, then flew into a rage. Ridiculous. Absurd. Such an important foundational course as World of Warcraft Encyclopedia has become an elective. Are the current leaders of the academy crazy? Meng Lei shook his head secretly, but lowered the altitude of the magic carpet, entered the dense and dim forest, and moved forward cautiously. A cliff hundreds of meters high appeared before my eyes, and a white waterfall like a silk thread cascaded down from the top, roaring and shaking the sky. It was really spectacular, like a waterfall falling 3,000 feet straight down, as if the Milky Way falls from the sky. Below the waterfall is a huge pool with fast-flowing water, mist, and green trees around it, creating an attractive scenery. However, at this moment, Meng Lei had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery, because a thrilling fight was taking place on the beach next to the pool, with dozens of fully armed adventurers besieging a giant beast. The giant beast has a body as strong as King Kong, with muscular body and boundless strength, but it has the head, claws and wings of a dragon. It is simply a combination of a dragon and King Kong. Is this the Titan ape? Meng Lei looked at the terrifying beast standing over 10 meters tall and imposing before him, and his heart suddenly tensed up. Its terrifying aura was simply incomparable to that of a level 7 magical beast. Strange, the Titan ape is a level 9 magical beast. How could it appear in a place like this? Oh, I understand, so that's why, no wonder. Roar, roar, roar. The 4 or 5-story tall Titan dragon ape roared incessantly, and its strong and powerful arms madly bombarded the human adventurers. Its claws are extremely sharp, capable of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Its roar is earth-shaking, with sound waves rolling around. Its entire body exudes an extremely terrifying aura, like a ferocious beast from ancient times. Compared to it, tigers and lions are simply weak, but its situation is extremely dangerous. Dozens of adventurers surrounded it. More than 10 warriors formed a solid defense line to resist the attack of the Titan ape head-on. These warriors were all strong and powerful, moving as agile as lightning, jumping like birds, jumping up and down, and extremely fast. Judging from their speed and offensive power, they are at least level 6 or 7 fighters. Behind the warriors, 5 or 6 magicians in magic robes held magic wands, chanted spells, and released magic continuously. Swamp stone bombs, meteor showers, vine spears. Magical spells bombarded the Titan dragon ape like crazy, leaving it with skin torn and blood dripping. At the same time, a group of assassins dressed in black shuttled around the Titan dragon ape, appearing and disappearing without a trace, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and restrain the giant beast. The Trinity, working in perfect harmony, actually suppressed the Titan dragon ape. Poor powerful 9th level monster, facing siege from all sides, could only rely on its strong body to passively withstand the attacks, completely falling into a disadvantage. This group of adventurers is so well coordinated. It was the first time Meng Lei had witnessed a group battle of this scale, and his eyes lit up with enthusiasm. This thrilling scene was even more shocking than a Hollywood special effects blockbuster. It was truly exciting. The one who fights head-on is the warrior, the one who appears and disappears mysteriously is the assassin, and the one who deals out crazy damage is the magician. A brave warrior is no match for 4, and a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. Meng Lei sighed with emotion. Even a level 9 monster would kneel before so many people attacking it. It's true that strength lies in numbers, and many hands gather firewood to make the flames burn brighter. Hearing his words, the old man sneered beard, stinky boy, open your eyes and take a good look. The truth is not what you think. Meng Lei was stunned. Did I say something wrong? You're only seeing the surface. The old man shook his head in disdain. Most of these adventurers are only level 6 or 7, and the strongest is only level 8. Even if they were more numerous, they couldn't surround the Titan Dragon Ape. You have to know that the Titan Dragon Ape has dragon blood flowing through its body. It is the top existence among the 9th level magical beasts. It has infinite strength, indestructible defense, and can fly in the air. How could it be a match for these adventurers? Meng Lei frowned. That being said, these adventurers are clearly suppressing it. Doesn't the Titan Dragon Ape have wings? Why doesn't it fly? If we fly into the air and gain air superiority, we can not only avoid assassin sneak attacks, but also some magical attacks. The adventurer's numerical advantage will be greatly reduced. It's so stupid, I can't even bear to watch it. You fly. The old man glanced at Meng Lei and smiled, twirling his beard. What did you see? It's not that this Titan Dragon Ape is in bad condition, nor is it stupid, but it simply can't retreat. Can't retreat? Meng Lei was stunned. Old Dean, why is this? Look carefully at its crotch. The old man pointed between the Titan Dragon Ape's legs. Meng Lei looked at it in confusion, and saw that the place was covered with blood, and the blood was almost dyed red. Did you see it? The old man asked with a smile, stroking his beard. Old Dean, could it be that the Titan Dragon Ape was blown up? Meng Lei was confused and surprised. Don't talk nonsense. The old man's face was full of black lines, and he shouted angrily, what on earth are you thinking about? Can you be serious? Or was it cut off? Meng Lei said tentatively, idiot. This is a female dragon ape. Where did Dandan come from? The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Meng Lei fiercely. Take a closer look at what's behind the Titan Dragon Ape. Behind it? Isn't there a cave behind it? Meng Lei scratched his head. That should be its nest, right? Isn't that normal? Your IQ is too low. I can't have a conversation with you. The old man was furious and didn't want to keep the secret any longer. This Titan Dragon Ape's combat power has obviously been greatly reduced. It's not even as good as an ordinary level 8 monster. There's blood on its crotch, but it fought to the death to protect its nest. The matter is very clear. She just gave birth to her cubs. Meng Lei was stunned and whispered in surprise, Old Dean, are you saying that this Titan Dragon Ape just gave birth, so its combat effectiveness has plummeted, and that's why it's desperately guarding its nest and not letting adventurers in? The old Dean nodded, twirling his beard and sighing. Under normal circumstances, the Titan Dragon Ape is strong enough to rival an adult dragon. How could these adventurers dare to provoke it? Only when she's just given birth and is weak will she be targeted by adventurers. After all, this is a level 9 magical beast, and with its newborn cubs, the temptation is enormous. I see. Meng Lei's body trembled, a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. The value of a 9th level magical beast was self-evident. Its magic core was worth tens of millions, not to mention its body, and there might even be a newborn cub here. This double temptation is a fatal attraction for adventurers. After hearing this, even Meng Lei couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. The corpse of a level 9 demon beast, a 9th level demon beast cub. Meng Lei's eyes flashed green, his breathing became increasingly rapid, and he kept muttering, if I can get it, I'll definitely make a fortune. What? Are you interested? The old man glanced at Meng Lei and poured a basin of cold water on him. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This idea is good, but you have to be able to eat it first. He pointed at a burly man behind the adventurers and said, forget about these adventurers. You can't even defeat that guy. He's at least a level 8 warrior. Level 8. Meng Lei grinned and locked his eyes on that man. Behind all the adventurers stood a strong man wearing silver armor and holding a broadsword. He stood on the hillside, commanding everyone and giving orders from above. Obviously, he is the leader of this group of adventurers. See it clearly. The old man warned, this leader, plus a group of powerful high-level adventurers, you can't swallow it. Maybe. Meng Lei smiled and said nothing more, concentrating on analyzing the battle situation. Just as the old man said, the Titan Ape had just given birth, and its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced to only 1/10 of its strength. It was anxiously guarding the cubs in the nest and could only passively take the beating and allow this group of adventurers to bombard it. At first, it could barely hold on thanks to its strong defenses, but as time went on, it sustained more and more wounds and its strength gradually depleted. The Titan Ape can't hold on any longer. It's my turn. Roar, roar, roar. His body was covered in blood and his flesh was a mess. The ground was covered with blood. The Titan Dragon Ape roared continuously. Its momentum was still fierce and violent, but the roar was obviously several decibels lower than before. Its arms smashed around wildly, and its speed slowed down by half a beat. It's bruised and exhausted. It's my turn. At this time, the adventurer leader who had been sitting on the Daio Yutai finally took action. He gripped the giant sword tightly, and a dazzling red light rose from his body, condensing into a suit of armor. Fighting Qi armor. Meng Lei's eyes lit up. When a warrior cultivates Do Qi, initially the Do Qi can only circulate within the body and its power is not obvious. Only advanced warriors can bring the Do Qi to its full potential. Level Level 7 Fighting Spirit Liquefaction, lasting physical strength. The 8th level of Fighting Spirit turns into armor, greatly increasing defense. The 9th level of Fighting Spirit turns into wings, allowing for short-term flight. With each breakthrough, the combat power is incomparable. The sturdy man in front of him used his Fighting Spirit armor, which was enough to prove that he was an 8th level warrior. As to whether he was a 9th level warrior, we would have to wait and see. But no matter what, he is definitely a strong enemy. Fighting Chi armor, this is a true 8th level warrior. Meng Lei licked his lips, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He could exchange attributes at any time and break through his physical body to level 8, reaching the level of a powerful level 8 warrior. But he is not a true 8th level warrior. Because his cultivation of Dochi is far from enough, the skills of Fire Dragon Manual are not yet mature enough, and he can't liquefy Dochi, let alone transform Dochi into armor. Although the physical body has the strength of level 8, it can only be considered a fake level 8. But it doesn't matter. One day, I'll be able to do it. Just as Meng Lei was lost in thought, the old man beside him suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Look, that guy is going to harvest heads." Meng Lei was shocked to see the leader of the adventurers turned into a red stream of light as fast as lightning and pounced on the Titan Dragon Ape in an instant. "Go to hell, you evil beast." The giant sword was filled with dazzling red light, like a laser sword, and it slashed towards the throat of the Titan Dragon Ape. Only a crisp puff sound was heard. The Titan Dragon Ape froze in place instantly. The leader of the adventurers succeeded in one strike and quickly retreated, instantly returning to the high ground where he was originally. He looked down at the Titan Dragon Ape with excitement in his eyes. "Stop!" The adventurers on the battlefield all stopped their actions and stared excitedly at the Titan Dragon Ape whose throat was cut by a sword, their faces full of excitement and joy. "We did it! We did it! After so much hard work, it's finally done! TSK, Titan Dragon Ape. This is a level 9 magical beast, Titan Dragon Ape. We're rich! Ha, we're rich!" In stark contrast to the cheering adventurers, the Titan Dragon Ape's expression was filled with sorrow. It desperately covered its throat, but still couldn't stop the gushing blood. It turned its head to look at the nest behind it, but could not utter a single whine. All the sounds turned into foam mixed with blood in its throat, gurgling out. Gurgle, gurgle. The Titan Dragon Ape stretched out its strong arms and grabbed in vain towards the nest. However, the arms that had once torn tigers and leopards apart and split mountains and rocks fell heavily as soon as they were raised. Production has consumed too much of its physical energy. The fierce battle drained its last bit of energy. One sword cut off its last chance of survival. Bah! The Titan Dragon Ape's eyes were filled with tears, and it let out 2 gurgling howls towards the nest, then fell to the ground with a bang and died. It has completely left this world, but it is obviously concerned about its newborn cub. "What should I do with my child?" The Titan Dragon Ape died just like that? Seeing this scene, Meng Lei felt an inexplicable surge of bitter sadness in his heart. In the past, he had always been calm and composed when hunting monsters. However, at this moment, witnessing the various behaviors of the Titan Dragon Ape at its deathbed, he felt something touching his heart, and a faint sadness arose. A mother's love for her child is profound, but humans are inferior to animals, the old man sighed. In this respect, all things are equal. Meng Lei nodded silently. After the Titan Dragon Ape fell, the adventurers' cheers resounded through the air. The burly leader waved his hand. "Brothers, today we successfully killed the Titan Dragon Ape without any casualties. Congratulations! But don't forget, this is deep in the Warcraft forest, high-level Warcraft are rampant, other adventurers are eyeing you covetously, it's extremely dangerous. Especially since the battle just now was so massive, it's very likely to attract other adventurers, so we must not let our guard down." The adventurers' expressions changed, and they looked around warily. As the leader had said, now was not the time to celebrate. If their joy turned into sorrow, and someone else snatched away their victory, that would be disastrous. "Follow my orders." The burly leader shouted. "The assassin team will be responsible for the surrounding security and closely monitor any movement within a few miles. If you find anything unusual, report it to me immediately. The warrior team is responsible for dismembering the Titan Dragon Ape. We must do this as quickly as possible without damaging any of its organs, especially the Titan Dragon Ape's magic core, which must be properly preserved after being dug out. Several magicians, follow me, the rest of you move quickly." The burly leader waved his hand, and everyone got busy. 5 or 6 magicians walked up to the burly leader and followed him towards the cave beside the waterfall. "They're going to look for that Titan Dragon Ape cub." The old man looked at Meng Lei and said with a smile, "What are you going to do?" "A 9th level monster cub will become a 9th level monster when it grows up, and there's even a chance it will evolve into a sanctuary monster." Meng Lei's eyes flickered. "What's more, this is the cub of the Titan Dragon Ape, a flying monster renowned for its defense and strength. It's an ideal mount for a magician. How can we miss it?" "Oh, are you planning to take action?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "Don't let the temptation before you get to your head, brat. Act within your means. If you ask me, you really can't handle this group of adventurers. Old Dean, then you'd better open your eyes and watch." Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and controlled the magic flying carpet to rush out. He had no intention of launching a sneak attack, nor did he play any tricks. He just jumped out openly. Idiot, are you crazy? The old man was shocked by Meng Lei's recklessness. How can you be so reckless? Can't you just cast a spell secretly and launch a surprise attack first? Meng Lei slapped the back of his head and said in frustration, I actually forgot about the sneak attack. Idiot, you are hopelessly stupid. The old man pointed at Meng Lei's nose and cursed speechlessly. With your intelligence, you still dare to hang around in the Warcraft forest? It's a miracle that you're still alive. Old Dean, don't be angry. Anger hurts your liver. Meng Lei chuckled, his eyes determined, and shouted at the heavily guarded adventurers with full force, this monster is mine, get out of here quickly, or die. What a fucking idiot. Boom boom boom. The waterfall roars and the water in the pool rushes. The trees are lush and the grass is abundant. When the adventurers saw Meng Lei suddenly rushing out, their faces changed drastically and they became extremely alert. Damn it, they've attracted other adventurers again. The burly leader who had just walked to the vicinity of the Titan Dragon Ape's lair also changed his expression. He quickly ran over here and glared at Meng Lei, who was sitting on the magic flying carpet. Meng Lei is wearing a black magic robe and a golden mask on his head. His true appearance is hidden so well that no one can figure out his background. However, the fact that he can stand here shows that he is extremely powerful, and the fact that he dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth shows that he is extremely confident in his abilities. No one knew Meng Lei's true origins, and no one dared to underestimate him, but they would never hand over the Titan Dragon Ape easily. Anyone who dares to venture into the Warcraft forest is putting his life on the line. How can he be scared off by a few threats? Mr. Magician, this Titan Dragon Ape was slain with untold hardships by our Firecloud mercenary group. We will never hand it over to anyone else. The burly leader stepped forward, his expression firm. As long as you leave now, we will pretend we didn't hear what you just said. The attitude is neither humble nor arrogant, and even a bit threatening. Firecloud mercenary group. This is the largest mercenary group in the border province of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. It is powerful and famous, and ordinary people dare not provoke it easily. The sturdy leader believed that as long as the name of the Firecloud mercenary group was revealed, most adventurers would choose to retreat. After all, although the prey was good, life was more important. However, Meng Lei just smiled coldly. The Titan Dragon Ape is mine. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. This is too much. The burly leader's expression changed slightly, and he shouted sternly, be on guard. The Firecloud mercenary group is indeed worthy of its reputation. All its members are well trained. With a command from the leader, a group of assassins disappeared without a trace in an instant. More than a dozen warriors quickly surrounded the magicians, tightly encircling the burly leader and 5 or 6 magicians, forming an indestructible line of defense. At the same time, the magicians chanted spells quickly. Ice and Snow Goddess, dormant in the remote and extremely cold land, please answer my call and use your pure hands, the protection of ice. I call upon the fiery crimson flames buried beneath the darkness of the earth, transforming them into my demonic sword to shatter all obstacles. Fire God explosion. Well trained. Excellent cooperation. Excellent. The old man couldn't help but applaud as he watched the Firecloud mercenary group form a battle formation in just a few seconds. Although these guys are average in strength, they've been tempered through countless battles of blood and fire. They're experienced and have a strong chemistry. When they get together, they create a powerful chemical reaction. In short, 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. This is something that you genius students in the Ivory Tower can't compare to. The old man smiled and looked at Meng Lei. The academy can teach you magical knowledge and lead you into the door of magic, but it can't make you a true magician. You still have a long way to go. Old Dean, you have a point. Meng Lei did not refute, but some people cannot be judged by common sense. The old man raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, I'd like to see what makes you so special. You'll see soon enough. Meng Lei smiled faintly and slowly raised his right hand. The thunder element gathered in his palm. With flashes of lightning, a spear condensed from the surging thunder element quietly took shape. Level 3 magic, lightning spear. The old man shook his head and laughed. A 7th level magician can instantly cast 3rd level magic. It's nothing special. Meng Lei smiled slightly, and the spear of lightning in his palm suddenly spun at high speed. The tip became thinner, the tail became thicker, and thunder circles wrapped around it, bursting out with dazzling arcs of light. Level 4 magic, spiral lightning drill. The old man was slightly surprised. You can actually cast level 4 magic instantly? This is the 4th level lightning magic, spiral lightning drill. A lightning magician from the Firecloud mercenary group also exclaimed loudly, instantaneous 4th level magic. Captain, he's an 8th level mage. What? An 8th level magician? The burly leader, no. The burly leader's expression changed slightly. Are you sure? No, I'm not sure. But according to the laws of magic, only 8th level mages and above can cast 4th level magic instantly. The lightning magician answered solemnly, and several other magicians nodded heavily, indicating that magicians can only instantly cast magic 4 levels lower than their own. To instantly cast level 4 magic, one must be an 8th level magician to have this ability. An 8th level mage. Things are getting tricky. The burly leader's face suddenly darkened. However, However, an 8th level mage isn't difficult to deal with. This guy is all alone, without a mount or a familiar to protect him. With the strength of our Fire Cloud mercenary group, we can definitely take him down. The trouble lies with the forces behind him. Pull out the radish and bring out the mud. The status of an 8th level magician is noble, and often involves a group of forces. This is exactly what gives the strong leader a headache. However, just as the sturdy captain was secretly calculating in his mind, the spiral lightning drill in Meng Lei's hand suddenly changed, and the spiral spear suddenly spread out, and its diameter instantly expanded to 2 meters. Boom boom boom. What are the consequences of a 2-meter thick cylinder rotating at high speed? The answer is tornado. It would be more accurate to call it tornado thunder. The tornado rotates at an alarming speed, and all objects that approach it are torn to pieces, as if it has the powerful power to devour and destroy everything, making people unable to take their eyes off it, their heartbeats accelerating, and their breathing rapid. Level 5 Magic Thunderstorm. An old man exclaimed. It took only a single second to transform the spiral lightning drill into a thunderstorm. That's instantaneous. Aren't you a level 7 magician? How can you cast a level 5 spell instantly? This is a 5th level magic thunderstorm. Instant. He actually instantly unleashed a thunderstorm. Captain, he can instantly cast level 5 magic. He is a 9th level grand mage. 9th level grand mage. The burly captain's heart suddenly tightened, and despair surged in his heart. He was still confident in dealing with an 8th level mage, but facing a 9th level grand mage. How can we fight this TM? I can't beat him. Are you scared now? Meng Lei smiled faintly and waved his hand casually. The thunderstorm dissipated instantly, as if it had never appeared. Just when everyone was full of doubts, an earth-shaking roar came from the sky, and a ferocious dragon head emerged from the dark clouds, followed by a majestic dragon body. Level 7 magic. The thunder dragon is coming. Instantly cast 7th level magic. Holy mage. He is the holy mage. The dark clouds rolled in, and the scales were eerie. As powerful as a tiger, a thunder dragon soars into the sky. A tremendous pressure spread out from the thunder dragon, making everyone's scalp numb and breathless. In the sky continent, level 7 magic is already high-level magic, enough to cause huge lethality and horrific destruction. A level 8 warrior, once struck hard by a level 7 spell, would at least be severely injured, even if he didn't die. This filled everyone present with fear of the thunder dragon overhead. However, what is even more terrifying is, the thunder dragon's descent took only 2 or 3 breaths to complete, which meant it was instant, 7th level magic. Holy mage. He is the holy mage. Captain, he's the holy mage. He's the Holy Land. 5 or 6 magicians trembled with fear. The sanctuary, the almighty sanctuary, was actually standing before them. Holy Land. The burly leader and the other members of the Fire Cloud mercenary group were terrified, their previous confidence and courage gone. They could still fight an 8th level mage, but if they encountered a 9th level grand mage, they would have to flee, let alone the sanctuary. Sir, we are arrogant and ignorant and have offended you. We are willing to offer this Titan dragon ape and beg you to forgive our sins. The burly leader reacted quickly, dropping to his knees and pleading. The other members of the Fire Cloud mercenary group also knelt and begged for mercy. Although they were unwilling and reluctant in their hearts, facing a holy domain, they had no intention of resisting and only wanted to survive. In the Sky Continent, anyone can be offended. Only the Holy Land cannot be offended. Otherwise, death will be in vain. So what if it's a level 9 monster? In front of your life, you are just a discarded pawn. If you want to survive, you can, but you have to dismember the Titan Dragon 8 first. Meng Lei's voice was cold. He had originally planned to kill this group of people, but when he saw the towering Titan Dragon 8, his mind immediately changed. How long will it take me to finish such a big piece of meat by myself? I should leave them to help. Yes. I am happy to serve you, sir. The sturdy leader did not dare to slack off and quickly ordered his men to start dismembering the Titan Dragon ape, fearing that Meng Lei would think they were slow and change his mind. Ka. The sounds of cutting meat and chopping bones suddenly rang out all around. Meng Lei was very satisfied with their performance. With help, their efficiency was much better than working alone. If they continued like this, they should be able to dismantle the giant beast before dark. How did you manage to cast 7th level magic instantly? At this moment, the old man's voice rang out, his tone filled with confusion and shock. Are you from the Holy Realm? That's not right. Your spiritual power is clearly only level 7. Meng Lei smiled triumphantly, ignored the angry old man, turned around and walked towards the Titan Dragon ape's lair. He was not afraid of any tricks from the Fire Cloud mercenary group. The cave is spacious and more than 10 meters high, but standing on the top of a 100-meter high cliff, it is just an inconspicuous scar. The cave is deep, winding and endless, with rugged rocks and hanging stalactites, which really looks like a paradise. After walking about 300 or 400 meters, the cave suddenly became bright, and the walls were inlaid with sparkling gems. There are transparent and pure diamonds, dazzling gemstones, jadeite as smooth as jade, agate as big as a dog's head, and gorgeous crystals. Oh my god! A diamond this big must be as big as a pig's head, right? This jade is so green, it looks like it's wearing a green hat. Is this agate? There was a green light flashing in Meng Lei's eyes. From the perspective of an earthling, every gem here was a priceless gem that could definitely be sold at a sky-high price. The value of the diamonds here alone is inestimable. The smallest is as big as a baby's fist, and the largest is even bigger than a pig's head. So many priceless treasures are just casually embedded in the damp and dark earthen wall to serve as lighting? This is simply outrageous and a waste of resources. Such a treasure is actually used for lighting. A pearl covered in dust is a waste of talent. Meng Lei shook his head inside, secretly making up his mind that when he left later, he must take all the gems with him, without leaving a single one behind. Those fat, big-eared nobles loved these sparkling things, and they would definitely sell for a good price. As they went deeper into the nest, the light suddenly dimmed, but Meng Lei's eyes became brighter, 10 times brighter than when he saw the gem just now. He saw a nest? His breathing became rapid and his steps became lighter. Meng Lei approached quietly and saw a small nest filled with weeds, branches, and animal furs. A small animal was sleeping in it. Wet mucus covered its soft and fluffy scales, a pair of bloody wings tightly wrapped around its body, and its nose and lips were pink and tender. Is this thing really a Titan dragon ape cub? After seeing the true appearance of the little animal, Meng Lei couldn't help but doubt his life. It was dry and wet, and it was clearly a soft and tender naked gorilla with wings. And it's the kind that was just born. Where is the majesty of the Titan dragon ape? I'm afraid this is a joke, right? This is the Titan dragon ape cub. Absolutely. The old man floated in the air, twirling his beard and smiling. Don't underestimate it. Once it gets over its 2-day period of weakness, its strength will be comparable to that of a level 5 monster. It will be able to tear tigers and leopards apart and devour jackals alive. Is this thing really that powerful? Meng Lei curled his lips, his heart filled with suspicion. It wasn't that he judged people by appearances, but the pocket-sized Titan dragon ape in front of him was too timid, like a newborn kitten, and could be crushed by a chopstick. Stop being so pretentious. Set up the contract magic circle immediately and sign a contract with it. The old man scolded and laughed, urging, remember, this must be an equal contract, not a master-servant contract. Why sign an equal contract? Meng Lei frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Isn't a master-servant contract good enough? Wouldn't it be better to make it my slave, completely subservient to me, obeying my commands and doing whatever I tell it to do? Mon Rei, you have to understand. The old man shook his head. Magic pets are the right-hand men and women of us magicians. They are our closest companions, and they are also our most trustworthy friends and supports. Although making Warcraft your slave can be of great help, the Warcraft's thinking and consciousness are completely controlled by the master. It is like a puppet in battle and has extremely poor coordination. 1 + 1 is actually less than 2. There is no chemical reaction at all. An equal contract is completely different. After signing the equal contract, the Warcraft and its master become equals, sharing both their success and failure. The Warcraft possesses its own consciousness and thinking, and can communicate with its master's thoughts and cooperate tacitly, achieving a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. Meng Lei nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. There's one more thing you must understand. Master-servant contracts are usually signed after a monster has been forcibly defeated and left resentful. But what about now? The old man sighed and said, this Titan dragon ape cub is still very young and knows nothing about the outside world. If you raise it, it will regard you as its only relative. Under such circumstances, unless someone had been kicked in the head by a donkey, how could they possibly sign a master-servant contract that would turn it into a puppet? Old Dean, you are absolutely right. I think it makes a lot of sense. Meng Lei agreed with this, then scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, but the problem is, I don't know how to set up the magic circle of the equal contract. You can't even set up the magic circle for the equal contract? Who taught you the basics of magic? How can you become the freshman leader with your condition? The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Meng Lei and criticized him harshly. A qualified magician must not only, but also, more importantly, Old Dean, can we talk about this later? Let's take this Titan dragon ape cub first. Meng Lei felt a little helpless. This old man must have been a political and educational director, and he had an occupational disease, so he liked to nag and criticize people, right? The old man snorted coldly, and was very dissatisfied with Meng Lei's attitude, but in the end he taught him the method of setting up the equal contract magic circle. Meng Lei understood it and learned it in one go. Then, he successfully set up the contract magic circle. Dreamy colorful lights enveloped the Titan dragon ape cub in the nest. The sleeping little guy slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were confused and dazed. So cute and adorable. Meng Lei squeezed out a drop of blood and successfully signed the contract. The little guy looked at Meng Lei with a look of intimacy, and stretched out his head to rub Meng Lei's hand affectionately, calling out in a baby voice, Aya Aya. Ha, it already regards you as its closest person. The old man smiled and twirled his beard, a look of relief on his face. Old Dean, it's still so small, how can we raise it? Meng Lei also smiled and asked while stroking the little dragon ape's head. The little guy was actually not small, and his body size was about the same same as that of an adult chimpanzee, but it seemed insignificant compared to an adult Titan dragon ape. Warcraft are naturally ferocious. They grow strong very quickly after birth. This is something we humans cannot even begin to match. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. You just need to wait for it to get through the 2 days of weakness. By then, it will be like an ordinary monster, eating raw flesh and blood and growing on its own. Meng Lei exclaimed in amazement. The monster cubs don't actually drink milk. This is very similar to non-mammals. It's amazing. Non-mammal? The old dean was stunned for a moment. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard. Meng Lei turned around and saw a member of the Fire Cloud mercenary group running in. Sir, no, this is bad. The monsters are coming. Meng Lei's pupils shrank and he quickly dodged and ran out of the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Rustle, rustle. Dong dong dong. A strange sound was heard in the dense jungle. The trees shook, the weeds broke, and the woods within 10 miles ahead were shaking violently. This unusual movement made the originally silent forest feel a bit weird. The people from the Fire Cloud mercenary group tightly grasped their weapons, their faces looking extremely heavy. The assassin on guard outside reported that monsters were attacking. The number was unknown, and they were targeting here. This situation was extremely abnormal and completely illogical, yet even more terrifying. After all, this was deep in the Warcraft forest, and any Warcraft beast was a high-level being. Being surrounded by high-level monsters makes one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Captain, what should we do? Someone gripped his weapon tightly and asked anxiously. Don't be afraid. With the Lord of the Holy Land here, a few monsters are nothing. The burly leader was calm and composed, and did not panic. The mercenaries nodded, their fear slightly lessening. The might of a Saint Realm warrior was so devastating that ordinary monsters were no match for them. Where is the monster? At this time, Meng Lei walked out of the cave. Sir, the monster is approaching this way. The sturdy leader replied respectfully, and just as he finished speaking, a monster leaped out of the forest. It was a wolf-like monster, 10 meters long, covered in a mane as sharp as steel needles. Its body was smooth and muscular, exuding a strong beauty. What's weird is that this wolf-like monster has 2 heads, one black and one white, and its entire body is half black and half white, with a clear boundary, just like a national treasure. Level 7 magical beast, the Sun and Moon two-headed wolf. A mercenary said its name. A level 7 magical beast scared you so much? Meng Lei looked at the Sun and Moon two-headed wolf with some helplessness. My lord, there is something else, the burly leader added with a wry smile. At this time, the second monster emerged from the forest. It was as big as a truck bed and had 8 legs. It was a blood-red spider-like monster, but its head looked like a human, which was creepy. Level 7 demonic beast, the human-faced demonic spider. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. As the trees shook, magical beasts emerged from the forest like mushrooms after a rain. Some were big, some were small, some were wolves, some were tigers. They were ferocious and their eyes were cold. Level 7 magical beast, three-eyed poisonous toad. Good evening, everyone. Level 6 magical beast, iron-armored saw crocodile. Level 7 magical beast, velociraptor. Level 7 magical beast, dragon god is above. Why are there so many high-level monsters? Seeing so many high-level magical beasts in front of them, everyone in the Fire Cloud mercenary group became terrified and trembled all over. There are too many high-level monsters. Even more than 100? The most despairing thing is that high-level monsters keep coming. How can we resist them? Sir, what should we do? The burly leader's face was pale as he stared at Meng Lei, pinning all his hopes on him. Even a tiger couldn't stand up to a pack of wolves, let alone these high-level monsters. Even though the Fire Cloud mercenary group is powerful and has good teamwork, they have no chance of winning. They will eventually be torn to pieces by these monsters, become a meal for the Warcrafts. The other members of the Fire Cloud mercenary group also stared at Meng Lei, their desperate and terrified faces still full of anticipation. At this point, they can only rely on Meng Lei. Old Dean, why are there so many level 6 and 7 monsters gathered here? Meng Lei ignored the Fire Cloud mercenary group and frowned inquiring. High-level monsters fight each other on their own, so how could they gather together? It's probably because of this Titan dragon ape. The old man pointed at the Titan dragon ape's corpse, a gleam in his eyes. The flesh and magic cores of high-level magical beasts have a fatal attraction to low-level magical beasts. If they can devour and nibble away at them, they can increase their strength and even advance. Just now, they fought fiercely, dismembering the Titan dragon ape, and their blood and energy escaped into the air, which attracted these monsters. Meng Lei nodded slowly. These guys have a really keen sense of smell, but it's a good thing this way. It saves me from having to search for them everywhere like a headless chicken. What are you going to do? The old man raised his eyebrows and said, I have to remind you that it's not easy to deal with so many high-level monsters. If you really can't handle it, just run away. They're not targeting you anyway. Escape? There's no such word as escape in my dictionary. Level 7 Warcraft is already considered a high-level Warcraft. Not only are they incredibly intelligent, but their combat power is also powerful. It is almost impossible for humans of the same level to defeat monsters of the same level, especially when there are a large number of monsters and a beast tide is formed. The destructive power is extremely terrifying. Wherever we go, not a blade of grass will grow, and not a single bone will be left. Therefore, facing the siege of so many level 6 and 7 monsters, the Fire Cloud mercenary group was already terrified. If it weren't for the saints standing beside them, they would have fled long ago. Sun and Moon, two-headed wolf. The monsters had hideous, bloodthirsty, and brutal faces. They stared at the corpse of the Titan dragon ape lying on the ground. Their noses kept twitching, saliva dripped from their mouths, and their eyes were full of greed. They are ready to devour the Titan dragon ape. As long as they swallow the corpse of the Titan dragon ape, they will gain huge benefits, and advancement and breakthrough are just around the corner. In an instant, all the monsters became extremely agitated and rushed towards the Titan dragon ape, fearing that they would be overtaken by other monsters if they were a step slower. At this moment, they went completely crazy. Sir, what should we do? The mercenaries screamed in terror, their bodies shaking. Don't panic, step back. Meng Lei snorted coldly, with an unhappy look on his face. The mercenaries quickly hid behind Meng Lei, with their backs against the cliffs and waterfalls, and the monsters could not launch an attack from this side at all. It is absolutely safe here. There's a road to heaven, but you won't take it. Meng Lei said in a high-pitched voice, this is the perfect opportunity to catch you all in one fell swoop and turn you into my wealth. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Lei moved. Boom! The earth suddenly shook violently, as if it had encountered a magnitude 9 earthquake. The mountains shook, the trees swayed, the ground cracked, and countless earth spikes suddenly emerged from the ground. Puff, puff. The monsters were caught off guard by this sudden attack. Some fell into the cracks, and some were pierced by the earth spikes. For a while, the scene was in chaos. But they were level 6 or 7 monsters after all, and this magic attack couldn't kill them at all. The monsters jumped out from the cracks, smashed the earth spikes, and rushed forward again. The closer they got to the Titan dragon ape, the stronger the smell of blood in the air became, the more agitated and crazy the monsters became, and their bloodthirsty instincts were completely aroused. However, just when they were 10 meters away from the Titan dragon ape, a majestic fire dragon suddenly descended from the sky, slammed into the group of monsters, and then exploded. Sparks flew and screams rang out one after another. Seeing this scene, the mercenaries were overjoyed and cheered excitedly. Level 6 magic meteor fire dragon. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. It's quite powerful, capable of damaging level 6 or 7 monsters. However, this kind of large-scale magic consumes a lot of mana, so you have to use it sparingly. I know. Meng Lei did not comment, but frantically extracted the magic power in his body and condensed it within 100 meters above his head. The fire elements were attracted one after another. In an instant, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 60 meters slowly took shape, like a scorching sun, emitting suffocating high temperature. What is this? The mercenaries felt the scorching heat overhead and looked up, their eyes filled with shock. The fireball, over 60 meters long, was incredibly powerful. Even more terrifying was the fact that the fire element continued to gather, making the fireball grow larger and larger. Just like the protagonist in a certain anime rubbing a ball of energy, the expansion speed was astonishing, and in just a few breaths it was more than 100 meters in diameter. The old man's mouth twitched. You little brat, releasing large-scale magic in succession. Aren't you afraid of running out of magic power? Ha ha, we'll talk about it after we use it up. Meng Lei laughed and shouted, Fire Sea Purgatory. Fall. Swish, swish, swish. The giant fireball was like a meteorite falling from outer space, smashing into the group of monsters. With an earth-shaking roar, a sea of fire instantly spread out. The flames were raging, devouring everything mercilessly. Scary screams rang out one after another, and the monsters turned into fire beasts, fleeing and jumping wildly in the sea of fire, their bodies wrapped in flames. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The mercenaries were also forced to retreat due to the scorching heat, and only felt a little coolness when they got close to the waterfall. Now we can collect the heads. Meng Lei's eyes flashed as he pulled out the god-killing spear. The 7th level magic was incredibly powerful, capable of incinerating level 6 or 7 monsters. But it takes time. Will the monsters stay in the sea of fire and wait to die? The answer is obviously no. There will always be some people who will take advantage of the fire to escape. Meng Lei knew this very well, so he had to finish off the opponent, and the god-killing spear was undoubtedly the best weapon for that. As for using the god-killing gun in public, Meng Lei had asked the old man earlier, and the answer he got was very simple: use it with confidence. The reason was simple. Even he, a Peak 8 realm expert, had never seen this thing, so how could anyone else recognize it, let alone recognize it as a divine weapon? So, Meng Lei used it without hesitation. He casually swung his hand, and the god-killing spear shot into the sea of fire, followed by screams of flesh and bones being pierced. After a while, the screams gradually weakened and then returned to silence. All the monsters in the sea of fire were killed by the god-killing spear. Good baby! Meng Lei licked his lips in satisfaction, and the god-killing spear returned to his hand. His gaze then turned to the monsters that had just emerged from the forest outside the sea of fire. They arrived a little late, but luckily they had escaped the attack of the sea of fire. At this moment, they stood at the edge of the sea of fire, their eyes full of fear, hesitating to move forward. The smell of blood from the Titan ape made them restless, but the blazing sea of fire before them terrified them. Should they follow their instincts and continue their mad charge, or retreat in disgrace to save their lives? This is a difficult problem. The monsters were in a state of hesitation. Aren't you leaving yet? Great. Meng Lei licked his lips, flew over their heads on the magic carpet, and threw out the sea of fire in purgatory again. Boom boom boom, the sea of fire engulfed these monsters. The fire burned so fiercely that their vision was obscured by thick smoke. They were unable to escape for a while and were then stabbed to death one by the god-killing spear, and their souls returned to hell. At this moment, the monsters farther away were all frightened. They were all terrified and no longer dared to hold any hope. They all fled with their tails between their legs. You run pretty fast. Meng Lei licked his lips, still feeling a little unwilling. The old man reappeared and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, use the god-killing spear less in the future, otherwise the meaning of the trial will be lost. I understand. Meng Lei nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the lesson, but secretly feeling disdainful. I didn't come to the Warcraft forest just for experience. Earning gold is my top priority. Naturally, you have to hunt as many monsters as possible. Although those monsters were swallowed by the sea of fire just now, they will not be completely destroyed. In this case, are we just going to watch them escape? There is a burning sea of fire in front and a rushing waterfall behind. Such a bizarre sight appeared simultaneously, which could be called a unique wonder. However, the mercenaries of the Fire Cloud mercenary group had no time to appreciate it. They were busy dismembering the Titan dragon ape. Everyone works diligently and conscientiously, fearing any slackness. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 100 high-level monsters were completely destroyed. What kind of terrifying power is this? They only hoped to dismember the Titan dragon ape and send Meng Lei away as soon as possible, and had no time to care about anything else. Elsewhere in the cave, Meng Lei was teasing the little Titan dragon ape. After signing the contract, a mysterious connection developed between the little creature and Meng Lei, as if they regarded Meng Lei as their closest person. Meng Lei patted the little guy's head and said with a smile, you look so dark, why'd I call you a Tibetan Mastiff? The little guy blinked his big, cute eyes, looking bewildered. The old man frowned, Tibetan Mastiff? Can't you give it a nicer name? How's Era? What is Era? It's also a kind of dog. The old man was completely speechless. The names you picked are too bad, except for cats and dogs. Can you be a little more promising? It's just a code name. Why take it so seriously? Meng Lei tilted his head and continued, how about Teddy? 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 Well, that sounds good. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. What's the meaning of this name? Teddy is also a kind of, divine beast. A divine beast that can destroy the world and has destructive power comparable to that of a dragon. Meng Lei explained while trying to suppress his smile. Divine beast? Does such a divine beast exist? The old man was half believing and half doubting, always feeling that something was strange. Teddy is a mythical animal from my hometown. It's little known to many people, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Meng Lei smiled and made the final decision. Let's call him Teddy. This little guy's last name is Tai, so Teddy is very suitable. I always feel like something is wrong. Sir, the Titan dragon ape has been dismembered. At this time, the burly captain walked in and interrupted the two people's chat. How should we deal with it? What to do with it? Of course, take it away. Meng Lei walked out of the cave and put the dismembered Titan dragon ape into the space magic device one by one. However, halfway through the installation, the space magic device could no longer be installed. Meng Lei has 6 space magic devices of different sizes, all of which are filled to the brim, while the Titan dragon ape still has half of them left to be filled. Old Dean, what should we do if there is no more space? Meng Lei was absolutely unwilling to give up the Titan dragon ape. After all, it was a 9th level magical beast. Not a single hair of it could be wasted. It was a priceless treasure. The old Dean smiled faintly and waved his hand, and the remaining half of the Titan dragon ape instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Meng Lei exclaimed in surprise, Old Dean, you also carry a space magic device with you? Nonsense. The old man snorted coldly and said proudly, I am from the Holy Land, but I don't even have a space magic device. Wouldn't that be a joke? That's right. Meng Lei's eyes rolled around, but he was secretly suspicious. The old man had said before that he was alone and had nothing, but now it seemed that it was all a lie. He actually carried a space magic device with him. Sir, what are you going to do with these monsters? The burly captain's mouth twitched. He felt very distressed, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only point at the charred corpses of the monsters and ask carefully. The sea of fire has been extinguished, with only sporadic sparks still jumping, revealing piles of charcoal, which are the remains of those unfortunate level 6 and 7 monsters. Dig out the magic core and throw away the bodies. Meng Lei glanced at the bodies and said coldly, throw them away? Sir, why would you throw them away? The burly captain was stunned and quickly persuaded, although the these monster corpses were burnt by the fire, there's not much damage inside. They can still be sold for money. If you want them, I'll give them to you. Meng Lei shook his head slightly, not intending to take the bodies away. In fact, his spatial magic device was already full, and even if it wasn't full, he couldn't take much away. Thank you for the reward, sir. The burly captain practically jumped up in excitement, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. These were high-level Warcraft corpses. Although burned by the fire, their internal organs were intact, enough to fetch a good price. That's quite a few. You can definitely make a lot of money by selling it. Go! Meng Lei waved his hand. Roar! Yes, sir. The Fire Cloud mercenary group acted quickly and dug out all the magic cores within half an hour. Meng Lei put away the magic cores with satisfaction and turned to leave. The mercenaries looked at Meng Lei's back, breathed a sigh of relief, and some of them fell to the ground. Ha, finally gone. Being with him is too stressful. Hurry up, clean up these monster corpses immediately, and then we will leave here. This place is not safe. Yes, Captain. The lake is rippling with green waves. There was no wind and the lake was as calm as a mirror. This is a vast lake, the water is crystal clear, and the water plants are lush. A gentle breeze creates ripples on the surface. A green-eyed frog as big as a millstone floated on the water, puffing out its chin happily and chanting the green-eyed frog's unique song of courtship, trying to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Suddenly, a bloody mouth suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the water, swallowed the courting green-eyed frog in one gulp, and began to chew it with satisfaction. The green-eyed frog's bones were broken, its tendons were severed, and blood was gushing out. This poor green-eyed frog not only failed to find a mate, but also brought disaster upon itself. It was so miserable. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky, grabbed the monster that was chewing the green-eyed frog, and pulled it out of the water. The monster was shining with golden light all over, with an exaggerated mouth. Its whole body was bathed in sunlight, as if it was made of gold. The one that was caught was a level 4 magical beast, the golden fish. The shadowy figure, holding the golden fish, flew across the lake and into the nearby woods, dropping the fish onto the grass. The fish slapped the ground hard, shaking it. You're back, Teddy. Beside the campfire, a shirtless young man was fiddling with bottles and jars, and greeted the black shadow with a smile. The black shadow was 3 meters tall and shaped like an ape. Its body was covered with black dragon scales, it had black dragon wings on its back, and its muscles were muscular and strong. It was none other than Meng Lei's contracted pet, the little Titan dragon ape Teddy. Goo goo. Teddy stuck his head out and rubbed Meng Lei, his eyes full of intimacy. Meng Lei patted its head in return, then walked up to the golden fish and started to clean up. This is today's lunch. It has been half a month since I signed the contract with Teddy. The once fragile little guy has overcome his weak period and can now easily tear apart jackals, tigers, and leopards. His strength is comparable to that of a level 5 monster. Meng Lei was very satisfied with Teddy's growth rate. The little guy survived the weak period in just 3 days, and then continued to improve with each passing day. His strength growth was amazing. In the words of the old dean, a Titan dragon ape cub like Teddy, who has a 9th level bloodline, grows at an extremely amazing rate. In just over a decade, it can reach heights that other Warcraft cannot reach in their entire lives. It can be called the king of Warcraft. Remove the scales and guts, cut into strips, rinse, and grill. Before long, the aroma began to rise. The little dragon ape Teddy sniffed the air hard, fidgeting restlessly, his eyes full of eager desire. Meat, eat meat. With the help of the power of the contract, Mon Lei can communicate with Teddy's soul, even though Teddy is still a baby and speaks intermittently and can only express simple meanings. Even so, this was an unprecedented experience for Meng Lei. Being able to hear animals talk and communicate with them was something he had never experienced in his previous life, and his heart was filled with novelty. Don't be impatient. It's not cooked yet. Meng Lei patted Teddy's head and continued slicing and grilling. Little Teddy used to eat raw meat, but after trying grilled meat once, he no longer wanted to eat raw meat. Every day at mealtime, it would personally catch monsters and order Meng Lei to grill meat for it. It treated Meng Lei as its own personal chef and was definitely a foodie. The fish cooked easily and soon gave off an enticing aroma. Mon Lei sprinkled some seasoning on it and handed a piece of grilled fish to Teddy. Baji. Teddy swallowed it whole without caring about the burn. He blinked his big black eyes and looked at Meng Lei expectantly, his mouth watering. Just in time. Different from the Teddy at home? Boom. Is this really the Titan dragon ape? Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. Meng Lei rolled his eyes at it, took a piece for himself, and pointed at the remaining barbecue and said, "These are all yours, enjoy them." Woof. Teddy cheered and pounced forward. Baji baji. After a while of wolfing down, half of the grilled fish disappeared in an instant. You are the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Meng Lei also happily picked up the grilled fish and devoured it. The golden fish is known as the most delicious level 5 monster, and it tastes really good, comparable to the garlic grilled sun and moon frog. The trees are lush and the lake is clear, birds singing, flowers blooming, and a blazing bonfire. The fragrant aroma accompanied by the blazing bonfire paints an alternative and harmonious picture in this vibrant yet dangerous forest. After lunch, Meng Lei continued on his way. He had been in the monster forest for half a month, crossing mountains and traveling thousands of miles, his footprints covering half of the forest. He himself had no idea how far he had walked, how many monsters he had hunted, or where he was. Because the thorns in the forest were so dense and stinging that it was unbearable, Meng Lei felt that his clothes were in the way, so he simply took off his shirt and walked around with his upper body naked, with his long hair draped over his shoulders, looking like a savage. I've been in the Warcraft forest for 16 days, he muttered to himself. One more week and it's time to leave. Boom! At this moment, a faint roar could be heard from the front, as if something was crashing into something. The sound continued. Meng Lei's sensitive ears moved, and a smile appeared on his face. Another idiot is fighting, it saves a lot of effort. Meng Lei was already accustomed to similar sounds. He ran towards the sound, as fast as lightning, more than twice as fast as he was half a month ago. This place is close to the center of the Warcraft forest. Using the magic flying carpet is too ostentatious and may easily lead to attacks from terrifying creatures. Meng Lei doesn't want to be targeted by powerful Warcraft for no reason. He is here to hunt monsters. I will never let Warcraft kill me. As he got closer, the sound became louder and louder. A towering tree was broken in half, and its huge crown fell on him. Meng Lei groaned inwardly. A crack appeared on the ground under his feet, and he quickly jumped away. The cracks closed rapidly and the treetops fell to the ground with a loud bang. The branches broke and the leaves fell. The area within a radius of hundreds of meters was in a mess, and it was like the fish in the pond were affected. Meng Lei poked his head out from the crack and looked at the broken branches all over the ground. Knowing that the road was blocked, he used the earth-splitting technique and drilled out from hundreds of meters away. When one's magic skills have reached such a level, casting low-level magic is a piece of cake for him, and digging a passage underground is as easy as drinking cold water. Boom boom boom. He crawled out of the ground and continued to approach the battlefield, but the scene in front of him surprised him. It turned out that it was not a fight between monsters, but a fierce battle between people. Moreover, both sides in the war are powerful. One of them was covered with thick golden scales, with golden dragon horns on his forehead, golden dragon wings on his back, and a golden dragon tail on his hips. The golden light shines brightly and dazzlingly, as if it were made of gold. This is a dragon man, and he is a dragon man with pure golden dragon blood. He is the king of the dragon clan. He is also a member of the royal family of the Dragon God Empire. Not only is his strength terrifying, but his status is also extremely noble. This also means that the sub-dragons with the bloodline of the golden dragon have an extraordinary status in the entire Dragon God Empire. Just look at the fat man's father. The fat dad's strength is mediocre, barely comparable to an 8th level warrior. He is nothing in the Fire Dragon Kingdom, but because he is a golden dragon man, he was named Duke by the Fire Dragon Kingdom's royal family. Do you believe that an 8th level warrior can become the Duke of a kingdom? That's not all. The fat man, a disabled golden dragon man with extremely poor blood awakening, was given the title of Viscount when he was just born and even had his own territory. Who can you talk to? I can only sigh that he is so lucky. Of course, golden dragon people with mediocre strength like Fatty Dad are a minority after all. The real golden dragons are incredibly powerful, and the dragon people who inherited the bloodline of the golden dragon are also very powerful. As long as the blood in the body is not too thin to awaken, the physical body after adulthood will be at least comparable to that of a 7th level warrior. With a little effort, it can reach the level of an 8th level warrior. The power of the golden dragon bloodline is evident. Of course, although they are powerful, there are only a few dragon people with the bloodline of the golden dragon. Looking at the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 2 of them, the fat man and his father. So when Meng Lei saw the golden dragon man in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. How could a golden dragon man appear here? The other party that was fighting fiercely with the golden dragon man at this moment also had extraordinary origins. There were 6 of them in total, each of them was 7 or 8 meters tall, with taut muscles, like piled rocks, and their entire bodies were bronze in color, as if they were cast from brass. Could this be the legendary Titan? Meng Lei looked at the 6 two-story giants with his eyes full of novelty and astonishment. This was the first time he saw giants, and the impact was extremely strong. No, they're not Titans, they're Ver-Titans. At this time, the old man flew out of the space ring and cast his eyes on the 6 giants. Subgiants are hybrids of Titans and humans. These ones are bronze-colored and are obviously descendants of the Earth Titans. Earth Titan? Meng Lei was slightly stunned. You don't even know about the Earth Titan, do you? The old man frowned and criticized. You should brush up on the history of the continent. Why are you bringing this up again? Meng Lei said awkwardly, Dean, what exactly is the Earth Titan? Titans, like us dragons, are divided into several types. The old man snorted coldly. For example, the Thunder Titan, the royal family of the Titan Empire, the Ocean Titan who controls the ocean, the Storm Titan who dominates the hurricane, the Lava Titan who bathes in magma. The Earth Titan is one of them. Here are 5 types of Titans. A pure-blooded Titan can reach a height of over 20 meters upon reaching adulthood. With peak 9th level strength, they can rival even weaker Saint Realm experts and are in no way inferior inferior to our pure-blooded dragon race. The old man sighed. Titans are one of the few races on the sky continent that share many similarities with us dragons. They are equally powerful and have noble bloodlines. Of course, the fertility rate is also extremely low. This makes pure-blooded titans extremely rare, while subgiants with titan blood are numerous. This is very similar to the Dragon God Empire. Meng Lei couldn't help but say, giant dragons are rare, but subdragons are plentiful. It's indeed very similar. The old man nodded slightly. Meng Lei didn't ask any further questions, instead focusing all his attention on the battle ahead. The Golden Dragon Man was unparalleled in power, terrifying in strength, and practiced both magic and martial arts. Unfortunately, facing the attack of 6 subgiants, he was completely at a disadvantage. The 6 subgiants were not only powerful, but also could control the power of the earth. The 6 men stepped on the ground, firmly suppressing the Golden Dragon Man. To be more precise, they were beating him up. The Golden Dragon Man can't hold on any longer. The old man shook his head slightly, his tone solemn. Stinky boy, get ready to save him. Save him? Why should we save him? Meng Lei asked reluctantly. Once he dies, I can use this as an excuse to avenge him and kill all 6 subgiants. Not only can I take over their property, but I can also inherit his legacy. Isn't this the best of both worlds? He thought to himself. The old man's face darkened when he heard this, and he shouted angrily, after all, they are fellow dragons. How can you bear to watch them die without helping them? How can you be so cruel? Meng Lei chuckled. I don't even know him. How can you be so cold-blooded? The old man blew his beard and glared at him. I know you are of common origin and have no sense of belonging to the Empire or your fellow dragon people, but after all, you have. Alright, old Dean, stop nagging. Meng Lei waved his hand. Isn't it enough for me to save him? But despite what he said, he just stood there with no intention of helping, which made the old man extremely dissatisfied. Then what are you waiting for? If you keep on wasting time, he'll be dead. Old Dean, you really don't understand. Meng Lei chuckled. I'm going to wait until he's been beaten to the point of complete despair, until he knows he's doomed, before I strike. That way, I can earn the most gratitude from him and maximize my benefits. The old man's eyelids twitched, and he tried hard not to beat him up. He cursed angrily. How can you come up with so many twists and turns when you're a kid who hasn't even grown all your hair yet? Stop talking nonsense and save people. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Man was unable to dodge and was hit in the chest by a subgiant, with blood spurting out of his mouth. Upon seeing this, the 6 subgiants rained down their fists like copper hammers, extremely violent and ferocious. My life is over. The Golden Dragon Man fell to the ground, his eyes filled with despair, his sternum shattered, and he was powerless to dodge. If he was hit again, he would definitely be smashed into a pulp. You little bastard, what are you waiting for? He's about to die. The old man urged angrily when he saw this. Ha ha, now is the time. Meng Lei laughed and slapped the ground with his hands. Boom! The earth suddenly shook, and the 6 subgiants were caught off guard and nearly fell headfirst. Their large size made it easy for them to lose their balance if their center of gravity dropped. What's going on? The Golden Dragon Man was shocked and saw a figure falling from the sky, blocking him. The figure had disheveled hair, his back was facing him, and his face was blurred. The 6 subgiants glared at Meng Lei, who suddenly rushed out, their big eyes like copper bells filled with anger and tyranny. A human bastard dared to ruin our good deeds. He is seeking death. Bastard? Very good. Meng Lei sneered and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he rushed to the front of the subgiant and punched him hard in the abdomen. A tremendous force exploded, accompanied by the sound of crisp bones cracking. As expected, the subgiant was knocked away and crashed into a towering tree that was as thick as a man's embrace. Gisli. The other subgiants were shocked and stared at Monlay in disbelief. They didn't expect that this kid who was not even as tall as their knees could have such terrifying power. One punch sent Gisli flying. What kind of power is this? There are 5 left. Meng Lei licked his lips and disappeared again. Be careful. The subgiants were shocked and became more alert. Meng Lei suddenly appeared in front of another subgiant, and his right foot suddenly flew up, kicking the subgiant's chin. With a crisp click sound, the subgiant screamed and was kicked away. 4 more left. 3 left. 2 left. 1 more left. In a blink of an eye, all 6 subgiants were knocked away. Before they could stand firm, 6 lightning spears shining with dazzling light fell from the sky and pierced their throats. Poochie, the 6 subgiants opened their eyes wide with anger, their eyes full of unwillingness to close their eyes until death. Game over. Meng Lei appeared with a calm face and steady breathing, as if he had not exerted any effort at all. Wow, so strong. The Golden Dragon Man looked at Meng Lei's back, his mind completely filled with shock. In his mind, Meng Lei's figure was so tall, majestic, and unattainable. Meng Lei turned around and looked at the Golden Dragon Man with a gentle smile on his face, like a gentleman. The Golden Dragon Man finally saw Meng Lei's true appearance, and his eyes suddenly widened. How could it be you? Ha, you know me? Meng Lei was stunned. He looked carefully at the Golden Dragon Man in front of him. He felt that he was very strange. He had never seen him before. How could he know him? The Golden Dragon Man was silent for a moment, staring straight at Meng Lei. The golden dragon scales on his face gradually gradually faded, revealing an ordinary yet familiar face. Meng Lei was shocked. "A bay?" Abe nodded slowly, covered his chest and stood up. Then he flipped his palm, took out a test tube of blue liquid from his arms, and drank it all in one gulp. After the liquid entered his stomach, Abe's complexion improved significantly, and his eyes were full of complexities. "I didn't expect that after just half a month you've become so strong." "It's you." Meng Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. He really didn't expect to meet Abe here. This was too much of a coincidence. "Speaking of which, why are you here? Shouldn't you be returning to the imperial capital after winter break?" Although they were roommates, Meng Lei only knew that Abe was from the capital because they didn't communicate much. He originally thought that Abe had gone home for the holidays, but he didn't expect that he had also come to the Warcraft forest. Abe said coldly, "I don't want to go home." Several corpses of subgiants lay quietly on the grass, their blood had dried, and mosquitoes and flies were buzzing around them. Meng Lei frowned. "If you don't want to go back, then don't go back, but you shouldn't run to the depths of the Warcraft forest. This place is too dangerous. What are you going to do next?" Meng Lei asked again. "I advise you to leave here, or go to the outskirts of the forest. It is at least safer there." "I know." Abe nodded silently, covered his chest and turned away. "Thank you for saving me. I will repay you. Where are you going?" Seeing him like this, Meng Lei couldn't help but feel worried and couldn't help asking. "I don't know. I'll just go wherever I can." Abe responded coldly and disappeared into the depths of the jungle without looking back. "This guy." Meng Lei shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, let him be. He doesn't take his life seriously, so why should I meddle in his business?" Meng Lei sighed and turned to examine the bodies of the subgiants. He thought to himself that these guys were quite powerful, their bodies comparable to those of 6th level warriors. With the 6 of them working together and the ability to control the earth, they can fight even against a level 7 warrior. They must have a lot of good things on them. Ding! Dropped item detected. Do you want to pick it up? Ding! Fusion successful. Hosts physical fitness plus 91. After some searching, Meng Lei indeed found a space magic device, a brass ring with a simple and elegant appearance, rough and bold, and very giant style. "See what's inside." He released his mental power and entered the space ring. "Is that all?" Meng Lei frowned. The space was not big, only about 10 cubic meters. In addition to a few magic cores, there were a few pieces of clothing, armor, a mace, and some barbecued meat. "There is nothing else besides this. What kind of subgiant is this? He's even poorer than me." Meng Lei was extremely disappointed. He threw out all his clothes, armor, mace, etc. while cursing. These things could only be used by subgiants. They were waste to him, so of course he had to throw them away. "Ha, what is this?" Just then, a piece of parchment-like object fell out from a suit of armor, attracting Monrei's attention. Parchment was a very primitive thing, and almost no one could use it except the poor people in remote mountainous areas. These 6 subgiants are obviously not poor, so why do they carry a piece of parchment on them? Meng Lei was puzzled and picked up the parchment to examine it carefully. He saw that it was covered with crooked lines, outlining a simple map that looked like an ancient marching map, but without any text, markings or reference points. Monrei had no idea where the map depicted. "Whoever drew this map, come out and I promise I won't beat you to death." He curled his lips and prepared to throw it away. Unexpectedly, the old man suddenly appeared and said, "Don't throw it away yet, let me see it. It's just a broken map, what's so good about it?" Meng Lei muttered, but still handed the map over. The old man frowned and studied the map carefully. The more he looked, the deeper his frown deepened. After a long while, he slowly said, "This thing looks familiar." Meng Lei raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Old Dean, isn't this just an ordinary sheepskin map?" "It's an ordinary sheepskin map, indeed," the old man nodded slightly, "but the topography depicted on it is very unique. 6 mountains sandwiched between a lake. This is the unique terrain of the meteorite plains." "Meteor plain?" Meng Lei frowned slightly. "What? You don't even know about meteorite plain?" The old man frowned and spoke in a stern tone. Meng Lei quickly explained, "Of course I know about the meteor plains. It's located in the far north wasteland, the territory of the Orc Empire. Legend has it that long ago, an alien star crashed into the far north wasteland. People later called that place Meteor Plains, which means the place where the star fell. This isn't a legend, it's a real thing." The old man nodded slowly, a nostalgic look on his face. "It happened when I was a teenager. I remember it clearly. It was an ordinary night. My family had just finished dinner, and my sister and I were playing in the yard. Suddenly, a meteor fell from the sky, trailing a long flame that streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. The meteor streaked across the sky above the Elven Empire, traveling south to north, traversing the Elven Empire and the Warcraft Mountains before finally crashing into the far north wasteland. The moment it landed, even the Fire Dragon Kingdom, thousands of kilometers away, felt a violent tremor. A gray mushroom cloud rose into the sky, reaching tens of thousands of miles high, several times taller than the highest point on the sky continent, the god burial mountain of Theodore. The earth shook violently, countless buildings collapsed, and the night sky became as bright as day. The brightness lasted for several minutes before slowly fading. The old man's eyes flickered, still filled with shock. That night, we stayed awake all night. When dawn broke, we found the sky completely obscured by thick dust. The dust blocked out the sunlight and obscured our vision, just like a thick winter fog. We could only see things within 5 meters of us. Everything in the distance was blurry. The meteorite fell, raising countless clouds of dust. Meng Lei nodded slowly. It's understandable that it blocked out the sky and the sun, but the noise was too loud. I was young at the time, and at first I thought it was quite novel. I played hide-and-seek with my friends and had a lot of fun. But not long after, disaster struck. The old man took a deep breath. The temperature began to plummet, and in June and July, the Fire Dragon Kingdom actually had a blizzard. Meng Lei's whole body trembled. The Fire Dragon Kingdom is backed by the Warcraft Forest and has a tropical rainforest climate. The temperature is high all year round, and June and July are the hottest times. It is really hard to imagine it snowing in that season. This sudden anomaly didn't attract much attention at first. Instead, everyone found it quite novel. But as time went by, the dust covering the sky and sun never dissipated, and the temperature continued to drop. Since then, our Fire Dragon Kingdom has become a kingdom of frost. Many civilians have frozen to death, and livestock and wild animals have become extinct on a large scale. The old man sighed with emotion. If even the Fire Dragon Kingdom is in such a state, you can imagine the situation in other kingdoms, especially the Orc Empire far away in the great northern wasteland. How tragic is the situation? For words involuntarily emerged in Meng Lei's mind: temperature imbalance, ice covering the land, extremely cold climate, falling sea levels, and the extinction of a large number of species. Isn't this the Ice Age? Ice Ages often mean large-scale extinction of life, and the scene described by the old man is very similar to the Ice Age. Old Dean, what happens next? Meng Lei asked impatiently. After that, the old man's eyes were deep, lost in long memories, and his voice became old in vicissitudes. For the next 10 years or so, the entire continent became a world of ice and snow. Countless lives were tragically killed, and all major empires and races suffered heavy losses. Among them, the Orc Empire suffered the heaviest casualties. According to subsequent statistics, 3/4 of the Orc Empire's civilians died, and 1/5 of the nobles were not spared. At that time, the Orc Empire was extremely powerful, far surpassing our Dragon God Empire and Titan Empire in national strength. However, after experiencing this disaster, it was severely damaged and became the weakest of the 4 great empires. 3/4 of the civilians. This loss is too tragic, Meng Lei murmured, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Meng Lei was deeply shocked. No matter which world, civilians always made up the largest population. According to statistics, the number of civilians in the Orc Empire now exceeded 200 billion. 3/4 of deaths, a full 150 billion people. If the number of civilian deaths across the continent is taken into account, the number would probably be several times higher, which shows the severity of the disaster. It's truly cruel. We magicians delve into the essence of the universe and explore the true meaning of nature, but in front of the vast universe, we seem so insignificant. The old man shook his head slightly. Even a powerful holy land is just a drop in the ocean, a corner of a mountain or river in front of the universe. Ah, old Dean, what happened next? Meng Lei asked impatiently. Later, in order to change this situation, the 4 great empires united and summoned earth, water, and ice magicians from across the continent to jointly clean up the dust in the air, launching a vigorous purification operation. It's worth mentioning that our Fire Dragon Magic Academy, as well as many other magic academies, were established during that period, specializing in training magicians, especially earth magicians. The old man recalled, after generations of persistent efforts, the sun once again shines on the earth, the morning sun rises again in the east, the ice and snow gradually melt, and the climate gradually warms. Everything is finally back to normal. We did it, successfully expelled the ice. But those lost lives are sleeping under the ice and snow, and they can never come back. The scene was shocking and deeply moving. Meng Lei sighed softly, feeling complicated and indescribable. Since then, all races on the continent have been busy healing and recovering their strength. The Sky Continent has ushered in a rare period of peace, and it was during that period that I was promoted to the Saint Realm. The old man sighed and said, after achieving the Holy Land, I immediately rushed to the meteoric plains. I wanted to see with my own eyes what that alien star that caused such a huge upheaval was. Stars from outer space? A gleam of light flashed in Meng Lei's eyes. However, when I arrived at Meteorite Plain, the alien star had long since disappeared, leaving only a huge impact crater. The old man shook his head and smiled. At that time, there were many people who shared my curiosity. Many even firmly believed that a meteorite that could cause such a disaster must contain incredible treasures. Thus, over the next few hundred years, powerful individuals from all over the continent flocked to the meteor plane, attempting to unearth the fallen treasure. However, no matter how deep they dug, they never found anything. Why did we find nothing? Meng Lei was puzzled. How could such a huge meteorite just disappear? Who took it away? That's hard to say. The old man smiled and shook his head. There are always people better than you. Looking across the entire sky continent, there are indeed powerful people who can move meteorites. At least when I was at my peak, I had the ability to move that meteorite. Meng Lei curled his lips, suddenly remembering that this was a world of extremely powerful martial arts, and everyone's strength was terrifying. What happened next? Meng Lei continued to ask. As time passed, the craze for treasure hunting gradually subsided, and people no longer paid attention to the meteorite plains. The old man replied, "This is the origin of meteorite plains." Meng Lei muttered to himself, his eyes turning to the parchment in his hand. Is this parchment the map of meteorite plain? That's right. In my time, exploring the meteor plains was a very fashionable activity. There's a saying that goes, if you haven't been to the meteor plains, you're not considered a true strongman. The old man nodded and smiled. That's why maps of meteor plains were everywhere back then. A map you bought from a street vendor would often be much more detailed than the one on parchment in your hand. Alas, it's just an ordinary map after all. I thought I got some rare treasure. Meng Lei was very disappointed. A ball of fire suddenly ignited in his hand, burning the parchment into ashes directly. The old man did not stop him. The reason why he talked so much before was that he felt that the map was familiar, and there was nothing special about it. It's burned, it's no big deal. As the parchment burned out, a golden object slid from the ashes to the ground. What is this? Meng Lei picked it up. It turned out to be a leaf the size of a baby's palm. It looked like an elm leaf, but it was golden all over. The surface of the leaf was covered with dense lines, as if it was made of gold. Show me. The old man took the golden leaf and examined it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more astonished he became. Strange. This thing can actually block my spiritual power? How strange. It's impossible to penetrate. That shouldn't be the case. He muttered to himself for a long time, still unable to figure out the clue, and his heart became more and more surprised. This golden leaf looks ordinary, but it is a hole. It can completely block my spiritual power and cannot penetrate its essence at all. Even I can't figure out what it is. Even the old dean, you don't know? Meng Lei stared at the golden leaves with sparkling eyes. Could it be some kind of treasure? Hee, let me try first. As he spoke, Meng Lei bit his finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto the leaves. What are you doing? The old man was stunned. Drop your blood and recognize your master. Meng Lei explained with a smile. There is a group of well-read and extraordinary people in my hometown. They worked hard to study countless ancient sages and finally summarized an experience. For things you don't recognize or can't quite grasp, using blood to identify the owner is the most reliable method. If you can identify the owner, you'll make a fortune. If you can't, there's no loss. The old man shook his head helplessly and criticized. What kind of weird theory is this? You even have to swear allegiance through blood. Do you think this is a divine weapon? Before he finished speaking, the blood dripping on the golden leaves strangely seeped in and disappeared. Ah, that's what I told you. Meng Lei was overjoyed. My fellow villager really didn't lie to me. The old man was stunned with shock. Friends in rural areas in the north should have seen elm trees, right? Seeing the drop of blood mysteriously absorbed by the golden leaves, the old man's eyes almost popped out of his head. Like, this is also possible? At this moment, he felt that his three views were completely overturned. Only a divine weapon could recognize its master by dripping blood. And how could it be so easy to come across a divine weapon? Think of me, Amos Crocker. I've traveled a lifetime, rising from obscurity, advancing rapidly, and at the age of 58, I broke through the shackles of the Saint Realm and achieved unparalleled glory. The old man's eyes were filled with resentment. After that, it only took 1,000 years to climb to the peak of the Holy Land and become one of the most powerful people in the continent. However, throughout my life, I have only encountered one divine weapon, the god-slaying spear that killed me. Although I died at its hands, I was filled with immense honor. How glorious is it to be killed by a divine weapon? The old man glared at Meng Lei and shouted, "You little brat, you haven't even grown all your hair yet you keep encountering divine artifacts. Are all the gods in heaven blind? Old Dean, please don't be dissatisfied. This is fate." Meng Lei proudly shook his flowing hair and said, "Some people's lives are as fragile as paper, born with a silver spoon in their mouth, but die tragically at an early age. Some people are as tenacious as cockroaches, go through hardships, and live a more wonderful life. I, obviously, am the latter." He laughed secretly in his heart. If you knew that I had an even more incredible golden finger, you would probably be so jealous that you would swallow feces and commit suicide. Fuck fate, I just won't accept it. The old man puffed his beard and glared, his eyes filled with resentment. Why can you get a divine weapon just by picking up a piece of sheepskin? I have lived for thousands of years, and I haven't even touched a single divine hair. Look, there's movement in the leaves. Do you know me? At this moment, the surface of the golden leaves suddenly released a dazzling golden light, like a little sun. Then, a strange scene appeared. Wherever the golden light reaches, trees, weeds, and vines grow wildly as if they had been injected with aphrodisiac injections. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. In just a few breaths, all the plants within a 5-meter radius, centered on the golden leaves, instantly transformed into towering trees. Meng Lei was suddenly overwhelmed. Shit, what the hell is going on? Meng Lei was stunned and dumbfounded. The old man also looked looked confused. At this time, the golden leaf slowly flew up, spun around in the air, and suddenly shot straight towards Meng Lei's forehead. What are you doing? Meng Lei was frightened. The forehead is a vital part. If it is pierced by the golden leaf, won't he die on the spot? He instinctively raised his hand to block it, but the golden leaves just touched his hand and strangely passed through it, shooting straight into his forehead before disappearing without a trace. Meng Lei quickly touched his forehead, but found no bleeding or signs of injury, and felt a little relieved. But the problem was, that piece of gold leaf clearly got in. How is it possible that nothing happened? Boy, are you okay? The old man asked nervously. It seems, I'm fine. Meng Lei touched his forehead and replied, Old Dean, the golden leaf got into my head. Will I be okay? Shouldn't it be, right? The old man was also a little unsure. My knowledge of divine artifacts is limited, so I don't have much to say. But since you've already pledged your loyalty to it through blood, it shouldn't harm you, right? Monroe blinked. Feel it carefully and see where it is, suggested the old man. Meng Lei nodded repeatedly, closed his eyes, and began to sense everything. His mental power was now extremely strong, and he could scan himself and see into his internal organs. Nothing abnormal in his body could escape his mental detection. He actually ran into the sea of consciousness? Meng Lei exclaimed. The sea of consciousness, also known as the spiritual space or soul space, is the place that carries the spirit and accommodates the soul. Every living being has a sea of consciousness. The difference is that some people can see their own sea of consciousness, while others cannot perceive the existence of the spiritual space. Generally speaking, people who have reached the 7th level of magician can perform mental introspection and enter the spiritual space. Of course, warriors generally have weaker mental strength, so they need to reach level 9 to do this. The sea of consciousness was like the universe, boundless and vast, yet strangely empty. Within this endless void, a solitary ball of silver-white flame floated. The candlelight that looks like the one hanging on the Guanghan Palace is the flame of the soul. It represents the most core and essential thing about a person. No matter how beautiful the skin is, it can't withstand the erosion of time. No matter how exquisite the body is, it may not be able to accommodate the soul. The soul is that soul flame. The soul flame floated in the void, surrounded by gray mist, cold and distant, becoming the only source of light in this boundless space of consciousness. This is true of everyone's sea of consciousness. However, Meng Lei's sea of consciousness was different, because above the soul flame, there was one more thing, the golden leaf. That's right, it's the golden leaf just now. It hovers above the soul flame, like a decoration on a candle, swaying gently, slowly rotating with the flickering rhythm of the soul flame, exuding a vast and mysterious aura. What on earth is this? Meng Lei was full of confusion and surprise. He felt that this artifact was too strange. He had previously acknowledged the god-killing gun as his master with a drop of blood, and a strong connection had developed between him and the god-killing gun. With this connection, he can easily mobilize the god-killing gun. But gold leaves are completely different. After the blood oath, there was no connection between Meng Lei and Jin Yizi. Even though it penetrated into his sea of consciousness, he still couldn't feel any connection. Like a dead object. It was as if there was no blood oath at all. You can clearly see it there, but you can't sense it, let alone command or order it. This feeling made Meng Lei very upset. Can anyone tell me what the hell this is? Meng Lei tried to touch the golden leaf with his mental power, but the golden leaf did not move at all. Are you a dead thing? Meng Lei was a little crazy. He finally understood the pain of a tiger eating a hedgehog. He wanted to eat it but couldn't. He wanted to throw it away but couldn't bear to, so he could only stare blankly, helpless. Get lost. What the hell is this? A bullshit artifact. Meng Lei was very angry and withdrew from the sea of consciousness unwillingly. How is it? Have you found it? The old man looked at Meng Lei with concern and asked anxiously. I found it, but... Meng Lei shook his head and told him everything that happened in his sea of consciousness. Too bad this could happen. The old man frowned deeply, pondered for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. This situation is indeed unexpected, but there are roughly 2 possibilities. How do you say that? Meng Lei was shocked and stared at the old man, waiting for an answer. First, this artifact is broken, or it's a defective product, or even just a part of another artifact. The old man twirled his beard in thought, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Although the artifact is mysterious, it is still a magical device at its core. If the magical device doesn't work properly, it's most likely broken. For example, internal parts are damaged, the magic core energy is exhausted, the magic circle is broken. These can cause the magic device to stop working. What about the second possibility? The second one is much more complicated. The old man's eyes flashed. The golden leaf itself is an extremely high-quality artifact, but your strength is too weak. You are not qualified to use it at all. The stars are shining brightly, hanging in the night sky, shining with brilliance, vast and boundless. Meng Lei sat cross-legged on the branch of a large tree, meditating as he did every day. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll retreat. You must be diligent and perseverant. The forest night was not peaceful. The roars of beasts stirred the heart, but Meng Lei had long been accustomed to it, concentrating on refining his magic power and improving his mental strength. The little teddy bear was sprawled on a nearby branch, snoring loudly. Despite this, it was extremely alert, its ears and nose picking up any movement, even more sensitive than a real teddy bear. This allowed Man Ray to meditate peacefully. Meng Lei suddenly opened his eyes. Why can I suddenly sense the wood element? This shouldn't be the case. Is the wood element here particularly strong? Countless magical elements are floating in the surrounding air, densely packed like the twinkling stars in the night sky, shining brightly and boundless. The fiery red fire element, the silvery white thunder element, and the khaki earth element, the three magical elements interweave and shine, dancing like elves. In the past, Meng Lei could only sense these three elements, and they were the only ones he practiced in meditation. But now, there is one more element, a green magical element. Obviously it is a wood element. Between the fire, thunder, and earth elements, there are countless wood elements, like green fireflies dancing around Meng Lei. Even if Meng Lei didn't absorb them, they would still continue to drill into Meng Lei's body. Meng Lei was like a magnet and a whirlpool, constantly attracting them. This scene was extremely bizarre, because Meng Lei had no talent for wood magic at all. What's more, even if Meng Lei has a super strong affinity with thunder and fire elements, he cannot attract elements like this. When did I acquire a talent for wood magic? Meng Lei was completely bewildered. And this elemental affinity is so abnormal, it's even stronger than lightning and fire? I didn't have it during meditation last night. Could it be because of that gold leaf? Meng Lei suddenly thought of the golden leaf in his sea of consciousness. Thinking back on yesterday and today, the biggest change was that there was this golden leaf in his sea of consciousness. I suddenly have a talent for wood magic. Is it the work of the gold leaf? This is too magical, right? Meng Lei's mouth twitched, his emotions mixed. He had thought the golden leaf was just a dead object, sitting there in his sea of consciousness like a boss, unresponsive and unresponsive. But I didn't expect it. It actually bestowed upon him the talent of wood magic. Could it be true, as the old dean said, that the golden leaf is a superb artifact and I'm not qualified to use it? Meng Lei's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then I'm going to make a fortune. Hee. Never mind, let's refine the wood magic first. Since I have the wood talent, how can I waste it? No words spoken all night, just crazy refining. The next morning, Meng Lei was woken up. Teddy was seen squatting on a tree, glaring at a monster, baring his teeth, beating his chest and stamping his feet, his alertness reaching the extreme. It was a giant red python that was over 30 meters long, as thick as a water tank, fiery red all over, with a red comb on its head, a pair of black wings on its back, and more than 10 stories tall. Level 8 magical beast, black-winged coxcomb python. Meng Lei recognized the monster and couldn't help but smile. In the past 2 weeks of exploring the monster forest, he loved it most when the monsters came to him. This is all money. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black-winged python hissed and spit out its tongue, staring at Teddy and Monroe in the tree with its brown pupils, greed flashing in its eyes. Are you treating us as food? Meng Lei raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Teddy, how about having this black-winged coxcomb python for breakfast today? Okay. Teddy jumped twice and responded excitedly. Hiss. The black-winged python stared for a while, then flapped its black wings behind it suddenly, and the snake's body rose up, and its thick tail suddenly lashed towards Meng Lei. The tail was fast and fierce, cutting through the air with a crisp explosion, and it was in front of Meng Lei in an instant. It felt the threat of Meng Lei and made up its mind to kill Meng Lei first and then deal with Teddy. Capture the leader first. What a brilliant plan. Meng Lei smiled and shook his head. Too bad you picked the wrong opponent. He raised his right hand to meet the incoming giant tail. The tail was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, shatter towering trees, but he held it firmly, without causing any ripples. Feeling the powerful force coming from the tail, the black-winged coxcomb python's heart suddenly tightened, realizing that it had run into a tough opponent. Before it could withdraw its tail, Meng Lei exerted a little force, and his 5 fingers easily cut through the python's scales and stabbed it fiercely. Blood gushed out and dripped onto the ground. The black-winged python let out a hissing sound and tried to pull back its tail, but Meng Lei's fingers locked it tightly like a pair of pliers, and it didn't move at all. Meng Lei shouted softly, his arm muscles tensing, and suddenly a tremendous force erupted. The black-winged coxcomb python was horrified to find that its body was being forcibly lifted up. Afterwards, it crashed heavily into a towering tree that was more than 40 meters high. With a crisp crack, the whole tree broke at the root, and the thick trunk fell straight towards Meng Lei. Seeing this, Meng Lei raised his arm, and the black-winged python immediately turned into a steel whip and lashed the tree trunk fiercely. Crack! The tree trunk was split in two. Meng Lei waved his arms, grabbed the black-winged python and whipped it wildly. With the crackling sound, the tree trunk was beaten into pieces and eventually turned into pieces of splintered wood. Ha. Great! Meng Lei laughed and threw the black-winged coxcomb python away. The python flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! As a level 8 magical beast, it clearly wouldn't give up easily. The black-winged coxcomb python shook its head desperately and immediately ran away, intending to escape. Meng Lei snapped his fingers, and a 3-meter-long lightning spear fell from the sky, instantly piercing the black-winged coxcomb python's head and nailing it to the ground. Hiss! The black-winged python python was very tenacious and still hadn't died. Its body was twitching and it was making terrified hisses. "Didn't I say I was going to eat you? How could you escape?" Meng Lei casually pulled out a dagger and said with a smile, "Teddy, dig out its magic core." "Aha!" Teddy shouted excitedly, grabbed the dagger and flew towards the black-winged coxcomb python, and happily began to dig out the magic core. This was one of Teddy's favorite pleasures. Meng Lei discovered that every time he killed a monster, Teddy would always be the first to dig out the magic core. At first, he thought Teddy wanted to eat the magic core to increase his strength, but later he realized that Teddy simply enjoyed digging. Over time, Meng Lei gave this glorious and arduous task to Teddy. Since he liked digging, he let him use his expertise and exercise his wild nature at the same time. Ding! Kill a black-winged coxcomb python and obtain 1.19 million gold coins. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Meng Lei's heart was filled with joy. Waking up early in the morning and harvesting millions of gold coins, it was so wonderful. "What use do I have for this iron rod?" Humming a little tune, Meng Lei began to clean the body of the black-winged coxcomb python. The morning sunlight shone through the branches and onto him, creating a beautiful scene. Little Teddy squatted on the side, drooling eagerly, and couldn't wait. He loved barbecue, especially the barbecue of high-level monsters. Just thinking about it made him drool. However, at this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest, as if rolling thunder had exploded. "What's that sound?" Meng Lei looked in the direction of the sound, feeling uneasy. The sound actually made him feel a chill in his heart. Another, even more violent roar erupted, and Meng Lei felt his scalp tingle and his heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably. Looking at the little Teddy beside him, it had curled up into a ball, trembling, its wings covering its head, its eyes filled with fear and anxiety. The sound came from deep within the monster forest. Could it be a 9th-level magical beast, or even a Holy Domain magical beast? Meng Lei's heart was full of confusion and fear. At this time, the old man walked out of the space ring, stretched and yawned. "Good morning, little brat." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a roar exploded in his ears. The old man immediately became alert and his face suddenly changed. "Stinky boy, what is that sound?" Meng Lei shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand the situation either, and then pointed at Teddy, who was curled up on the ground. Although Teddy is still a cub, he has the bloodline of a level 9 magical beast. He should be fearless when facing a level 8 magical beast. How could he be so frightened? The old man's face was serious, and he shouted in a low voice, "Stinky boy, get ready to run. I think the situation is not good." Meng Lei's whole body tensed up. Even the old man felt something was wrong. At this time, another angry roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, roars rang out from the depths of the Warcraft forest. The sounds continued one after another, converging into a symphony of angry roars that echoed over the forest. Every roar made Meng Lei's scalp tingle, as if it was the roar from an ancient beast, which made his back cold and his heart beat faster. "That was the roar of the Holy Land demonic beast, the 6-winged sky-devouring beast," the old man whispered. "That's the roar of the Howling Moon Wolf King, the sacred beast. That's the roar of the Holy Land monster, the golden-backed bull scorpion. Damn it, how come there are so many sanctuary monsters? What happened in the center of the monster forest?" The old man looked terrified and shouted urgently, "Meng Lei, something big must have happened over there. Hurry, get out of the monster forest." "Old Dean, what exactly happened?" Meng Lei asked hurriedly. "Are the monsters in the Holy Land fighting? Can we take advantage of the chaos to gain some benefits?" "Stupid, it's not that easy to take advantage of the sanctuary's monsters. Even if there were, it wouldn't be your turn," the old man sternly said. "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here." Meng Lei curled his lips and could only release the magic flying carpet, picked up Teddy, who was as panicked as a cowardly dog, and rushed into the sky. The magic carpet flew across the forest at high speed. The whistling sound of the wind was heard in my ears. Suddenly, the old man shouted, "Hey, little bastard, look over there." Meng Lei turned his head and saw the forest in the distance shaking violently. Large trees collapsed, and countless bushes broke, revealing a huge monster with wings on its back, shining silver all over, as if it was made of silver. Even though they were far away, Meng Lei could feel an extremely ferocious aura coming from the monster, which made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Meng Lei gasped, "Such a huge monster? It's probably 60 or 70 meters long, right?" "That's the Howling Moon Wolf King, a sacred beast," the old man said solemnly. "The Howling Moon Wolf clan is a level 8 beast when they reach adulthood. The best can grow to level 9, and the king of the clan is a sacred beast." Howling Moon Wolf King. Meng Lei was deeply shocked. "It's so handsome and majestic. Compared to it, the mounts of those old students are so weak." At the Magic Academy, many senior students have their own mounts, which are both a symbol of status and a reflection of strength. However, students' strength is limited after all, so how powerful can a mount be? Most of them are level 3 or 4 magical beasts, and there are very few level 5 ones, such as the Iron Rhinoceros, the Wind Wolf, the Fire Lion. These are not considered powerful magical beasts. Even so, these mounts made the freshmen envious. Meng Lei was one of them. At that time, he dreamed of taming a powerful monster as a mount like the seniors, but as his strength improved and his vision broadened, frightened. Meng Lei was no longer satisfied with those ordinary mounts. He felt that only a majestic monster like the Howling Moon Wolf King was worthy of him. Ha ha, you're comparing those rubbish monsters with the Howling Moon Wolf King? The old man's mouth twitched. If the Howling Moon Wolf King knew you were thinking that, he'd probably smack you to death with one claw. Ha ha, just talking. Meng Lei responded with a smile. With my current strength, maybe one day I can really tame a sanctuary warcraft beast as a mount. The old man curled his lips after hearing this, but did not refute it. Meng Lei had an excellent magical talent and his strength improved at an astonishing speed. This was no empty talk for him. Another monster roared and rushed out of the jungle. It was a huge monster with a body of red gold, an ox and scorpion legs, and it rushed through the forest. The towering trees tens of meters high were like foxtail grass in front of it. A slight collision would break their roots and wastes, and they would be uprooted. That's the Holy Land monster, the golden-backed bull scorpion. The old man said slowly, they are extremely powerful and belong to a different species of magical beasts. They do not have a fixed clan. They are one of the few hermaphroditic magical beasts and can only give birth to one offspring in their lifetime. A hermaphroditic monster. Meng Lei was stunned, thinking to himself, there is actually a monster that I can play with myself. There are really strange things in this world. That's the Titan Star Bull, a sanctuary warcraft. It's an insectoid beast with incredible strength and unparalleled defense. In terms of strength alone, it's even on par with the Earth Bear. Old Dean, where's that? That's the King Kong crocodile, a water-attributed sanctuary demonic beast. It's the overlord of rivers and lakes. Even a peak sanctuary warrior would have difficulty killing it in the water. Horrifying monsters popped up like mushrooms after a rain. Wherever they passed, the ground shook, trees broke, and countless towering ancient trees fell at their feet. What a terrible misfortune. This thrilling scene completely terrified the adventurers in the forest. Countless people panicked and fled desperately, wishing they had 4 legs. Many unfortunate individuals got too close to these sacred beasts and were easily killed by them. In short, the Warcraft forest is in complete chaos. There are actually 6 holy domain monsters. What the hell is wrong with these guys? The old man's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at the restless and roaring sanctuary Warcraft. They are the overlords entrenched in the southeastern part of the Warcraft mountains. They usually hide in their lairs to rest and rarely show up. Why are they acting in unison today? What on earth inspired you? We must not let them form a beast tide to attack the border. Otherwise, who knows how many more people will be killed or injured. In the jungle intertwined with vines, hundreds of mercenaries wearing armor and carrying huge swords cut through the thorns and ran desperately. They are well equipped and well trained, and their lineup is several times greater than that of the Firecloud mercenary group. They are none other than the famous Lucivia mercenary group of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Lucivia mercenary group. It is affiliated with the Luzawia Chamber of Commerce of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. It has abundant funds, great power, and strength. It occupies an important position in the mercenary world of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Countless adventurers dream of joining it. But at this moment, these enviable mercenaries all looked terrified. Even the Captain Lucian, a 9th-level warrior, was no exception. He had lost his usual calmness and was only in panic. Hurry up, don't fall behind, keep up. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound ahead. The mercenaries stopped in their tracks and looked ahead in confusion. Leader Lucian whispered, Wesley, go check what's going on up ahead? Yes, Captain. A thin mercenary in a black robe responded reluctantly and leaned forward. Soon after, a shrill scream was heard. That's Wesley's voice. What's wrong with Wesley? What happened? The screams, like the wail of a night owl, terrified the already frightened mercenaries. Leader Lucian shouted, danger ahead. Change direction immediately. As he said that, he took the lead and rushed in another direction. The mercenaries followed closely behind, but they just ran a short distance, then retreated and fled in another direction. Unexpectedly, they still couldn't get far and retreated again. Adjust direction again. Still retreated. The rustling sounds coming from all directions were like a flood and a beast, blocking the mercenaries' retreat. Rustle, rustle. The trees shook, the bushes trembled, and the culprits blocking the way appeared one after another, a group of ant-like monsters with blood-red bodies and bodies as big as calves. They have sharp sickle-shaped teeth, hard bony shells, legs and feet covered with barbs, and a ferocious head. Level 6 magical beast bloodthirsty iron crystal ant. So many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Surrounded. We are surrounded by bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Captain, make a decision quickly. The mercenaries' faces turned pale and they retreated in fear. What else can I do? Captain Lucian looked at the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that were surging like a tide, his face as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are only level 6 monsters and are not very powerful in themselves, but their terrifying nature lies in their astonishing number. When 10,000 bloodthirsty iron crystal ants act together, they are unstoppable. Most magical beasts can only take detours to avoid them when they see them. If the number exceeds 100,000, it will be a catastrophe. Wherever they go, no grass will grow, no chickens or dogs will be left, and all living things will perish. How many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are there in front of us? Is it 10,000, 100,000, or more? Captain Lucian had no idea. He could only see the dense swarm of iron crystal ants, wave after wave, surrounding them endlessly. Aren't bloodthirsty iron crystal ants underground monsters? How come there are so many of them here? Lucian was puzzled, but it was meaningless at this moment because the dense tide of ants was already surging over, waving their sharp teeth and rushing towards them madly. Ugly thing, get away from me. Faced with the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that surged like waves, the Lucivia mercenary group was like an isolated island in the sea. It didn't last long before it was swallowed up by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Rustle, rustle. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ant had no expression on its face, as if this was just a trivial matter. It kept waving its sharp teeth and continued to move forward. No one knew that the famous Lucivia mercenary group was destroyed without causing any waves. Meng Lei knew nothing about this. He continued to fly outward on the magic carpet. As the distance got farther and farther, and the roar of the angry sanctuary monster could no longer be heard, he finally relaxed a little. Old Dean, what's wrong with these sanctuary domain monsters? Meng Lei was full of confusion. They're usually nowhere to be seen, but today they're all active? The old man shook his head slightly. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. I don't know what happened in the center of the forest, but it's highly likely that it wasn't a good thing. The sanctuary monsters are the top existences in the monster forest. What else can make them gather together and get excited? Meng Lei rolled his eyes and asked, could it be that some treasure appeared in the center of the forest, causing them to rush out? It's a possibility, but the probability is not high. The old man shook his head and said, the monster forest has its own king, and all the monsters in the Holy Land are its subjects. Even if a treasure really comes out, it's not their turn to grab it. The king of the Warcraft forest? Meng Lei asked in surprise. Old Dean, is there really a king in the Warcraft forest? Humans have kings, so why can't Warcraft have one? The old man glanced at Meng Lei and said, level 7 magical beasts are as intelligent as humans, and level 9 magical beasts can even speak human language. It's natural for magical beasts to establish their own kingdom, let alone a king. Meng Lei nodded silently and asked again, Old Dean, what kind of monster is the king of the monster forest? How powerful is it? Have you seen it? A complex expression flashed in the old man's eyes. I've seen it once before. That was when I had just broken through to the 9th level of Grand Mage and became the Fire Dragon Kingdom's official court mage. What does it look like? What kind of monster is it? Meng Lei asked curiously. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the magic communicator suddenly rang. Meng Lei frowned and looked at the communicator with some displeasure. It was Abe calling. Meng Lei was confused. Abe never contacted him on his own initiative before. Why did he contact him this time? Thinking of this, he pressed the answer button. The other party spoke in a cold tone, saying only one sentence before hanging up. Something has happened in the Warcraft forest. You must come out immediately, otherwise your life will be in danger. Looking at the hung-up communicator, Meng Lei was slightly stunned. It's unexpected that this cold guy would remind me. The old man smiled and said, although the Golden Dragon Man is arrogant, he is clear about gratitude and resentment. You saved him, so it is reasonable for him to remind you. Maybe. Meng Lei shook his head slightly and was about to put away the communicator, but it rang again unexpectedly. This time it was Fatty calling. Brother, are you still in the Warcraft forest? As soon as the call was connected, the fat man couldn't wait to ask. Yeah, what's wrong? Meng Lei answered in confusion. Something happened in the Warcraft forest. A large-scale ant swarm broke out. You must run for your life quickly, or you will die. The fat man said hurriedly. Ant tide? How do you know? Meng Lei looked confused. I'm in the Warcraft forest and have no idea what's happening outside, but you, a little fat boy, are in the royal city 800 miles away and you know all the news? What the hell is going on with you? The fat guy was busy with something at the moment, with his chest and breasts exposed. Two big 36D fat breasts were shaking back and forth, almost blinding Meng Lei's titanium alloy eyes. This news has spread throughout the entire capital. His Majesty the King has just convened an emergency meeting of princes and ministers and issued a super-level beast tide warning alert. At the same time, the king has dispatched the kingdom's most elite dragon corps to the border, and they should be on their way now. The fat man seemed to remember something. Oh, right, the academy has also started to gather senior students above the 4th grade to prepare for the coming beast tide. The mercenary guild, the magician guild, and the church have all mobilized and are fully prepared for a possible ant swarm. Is the situation so serious? Meng Lei looked at the fat man in shock. How long had it been since the noise came from the Warcraft forest, and the entire kingdom already knew about it? Special beast tide warning. This is the highest level beast tide alert in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The Fire Dragon Kingdom is located on the edge of the monster forest and has been harassed by beast tides for a long time. In order to better resist the beast tides, the capital was built near the monster mountains and does not take ordinary beast tides seriously at all. And this time, a special beast tide alert was issued. It seems that the matter is really serious. The old man frowned. There aren't many powerful ant-like monsters in the monster forest. How could they cause such a commotion? He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Quick, find out, what kind of ant-like monster is the main force of this ant tide? Meng Lei did not dare to delay and asked immediately. I heard it's the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant. The fat man immediately responded, that's right, and it's a massive wave of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Eagle Scouts have discovered that large numbers of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants have appeared simultaneously in multiple areas of the Warcraft forest. These ferocious level 6 monsters formed an overwhelming wave, sweeping across every corner of the monster forest. All the monsters were desperately trying to escape. Even the sanctuary monsters were alarmed and fled in panic. Bloodthirsty iron crystal ant. The old man's face suddenly changed, and he took a deep breath. It's actually a swarm of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. We're in big trouble. Seeing the old man's reaction, Meng Lei's heart tightened. Old Dean, is the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant tide really that scary? Terrible? Of course. The old man sighed and said, the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a dark attribute monster that lives in the underground world and rarely appears on the surface. Occasionally, they emerge from the ground, but they are just lost individuals. Their strength is at most level 6 magical beasts, and they are not a threat at all. The old man changed the subject. When a large number of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants emerge from the ground at the same time, it will cause an extremely terrifying disaster. You can't imagine the tragic scene of millions of red ants gathering together to form a red torrent that sweeps away everything. No bones left, no grass growing. All life will die completely. So scary? Meng Lei couldn't help but take a breath. Scary? Ha ha. The old man sneered. Do you know why the Howling Moon Wolf King and the other 6 sacred beasts suddenly left their lair and roared towards the center of the forest? Monroe shook his head. They're seeking shelter. The old man looked into the distance and said, the king of the magical forest lives in the deepest part of the forest. Only he can protect these sacred magical beasts. Otherwise, when the ant tide arrives, even the sacred beasts will have nowhere to escape and will die without a burial place. Even the sacred beasts are going to die? Meng Lei took another deep breath. Ants, insect-like magical beasts, are different from other magical beasts. They have no fear of death and continue to swarm in an endless stream. Even gods would be troubled by encountering them, let alone a magical beast from the Holy Realm. The old man shook his head slightly. What should we do? What if the ant tide attacks the border of the kingdom? How can we resist it? Meng Lei continued to ask. It depends on the specific circumstances. The old man shook his head and said, the ant swarm is coming with great force, their sole purpose being to plunder food. Monsters, trees, and weeds are all their targets. As long as they have plundered enough food in the monster forest, they will naturally retreat. What if the ant tide can't plunder enough food in the monster forest? Meng Lei clenched his fists and asked, will they rush out of the forest and flock to the border? The old man nodded. This kind of thing has happened several times in history, and most of them were just false alarms. The ant tides were only confined to the Warcraft forest and did not attack the border. But there were also a few times when they launched invasions, bringing great disasters to the kingdom, devastating losses, and heavy casualties. So, no one can guarantee that they won't attack the border, right? Meng Lei's face was heavy. Meng Lei took a deep breath and immediately increased his speed to fly towards the Warcraft village. Although he didn't have much affection for the Warcraft village, he couldn't bear to watch the villagers being devoured by the ant tide. He couldn't do that. The magic carpet flew at full speed until it returned to the village at noon. The adults were busy, the children were playing, the smoke from the cooking was curling, and the aroma of meat was tangy. The Warcraft village remained peaceful, and no one realized that disaster was quietly approaching. Meng Lei landed on the wall at the village entrance and struck the old bronze bell. The dull tinkle echoed over the village, startling all the villagers. The adults froze, and the children stopped and looked toward the village entrance. The old brass bell is ringing. The beast tide is coming? Captain Hades, who was eating lunch in the wooden house, suddenly changed his expression. He put down the bone in his hand, picked up the giant sword and rushed out of the house without even bothering to wipe off the oil stains. The middle-aged men also stopped what they were doing, walked out of their homes, picked up shovels, hoes, swords, rakes and other weapons, and ran towards the village entrance. The women called out their children's names loudly, ready to take refuge in the underground shelter at any time. In a short period of time, nearly 100 villagers were alarmed and gathered together. Hades was the first to arrive at the city wall. Seeing Meng Lei, he was overjoyed. Meng Lei, when did you come back? I feel much more at ease with you around. Unexpectedly, Meng Lei shook his head and sighed. Hades, the scale of the beast tide this time is too large. I'm afraid I can't stop it. Hades' face darkened. You are a level 6 warrior and a level 5 magician. What scale of beast tide can't you withstand? Let's talk about it after everyone arrives. Monroe waved his hand. After a while, members of the guard team and middle-aged men arrived one after another, and the village chief, Old Pete, also arrived at the village entrance, leaning on a cane and staggering. After everyone had gathered, Meng Lei told everyone the details of the ant tide. Everyone was terrified and felt a chill in their bones after hearing hearing it. Hades' face turned pale. Monlay, is what you said true? Is there really an ant tide coming? Whether they can come is hard to say, but a large-scale wave of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants has indeed appeared in the monster forest. My friends in the capital also told me that the king has issued a special beast tide warning. Menglay's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, I heard that the Flying Dragon Legion has been dispatched. The purpose of my rushing back was to remind everyone to prepare early. It's better to be prepared. If the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants really burst out of the forest, villages like ours will be doomed. The kingdom's army can't cross the border fortress to rescue us civilians. Special beast tide warning. The Dragon Legion is dispatched. Everyone's face turned pale. Monray is right. Be prepared to avoid danger. Village elder Old Pete took the lead and made the decision. Immediately notify every household to prepare food and water. If any trace of an ant swarm is discovered, everyone must immediately take refuge in the underground shelter. Grandpa Village Chief, I'm afraid the shelter won't work. Menglay immediately rejected Old Pete's suggestion. The shelter can only withstand ordinary beast tides. It can't stop the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants at all. Old Pete asked with a frown. Bloodthirsty iron crystal ants are dark monsters that live underground. As soon as they smell food, they will dig holes crazily. Menglay explained in a deep voice. Just imagine the speed at which a level 6 monster digs a hole. The shelter can't stop them at all. What should I do then? Old Pete's face changed drastically. The Warcraft village was near the edge of the Warcraft forest, and the refuge was the villagers' last resort. Now that the refuge was powerless, where should the villagers go? Evacuate the Dragon Blood Wall. Menglay said slowly, only the Dragon Blood Great Wall is the safest place. Only there can our safety be guaranteed. Dragon Blood Wall? That's right, it's the Dragon Blood Great Wall. Menglay nodded heavily. As a frontier kingdom, the Fire Dragon Kingdom's purpose of existence is to protect the territory of the Dragon God Empire. This is a mission passed down from generation to generation in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. In order to better accomplish this task, the first generation Fire Dragon King of the Fire Dragon Kingdom deliberately built the capital near the Warcraft Mountains, only a day's journey from the Warcraft forest. This means that once the beast tide breaks out, if there is no obstruction, the army of monsters will be able to reach the capital city in just one day, threatening the safety of the entire kingdom. How can a side-lying bed allow others to sleep peacefully? Such a short distance makes the Fire Dragon Kingdom feel uneasy. Therefore, not only does it have Eagle Scouts in the monster forest to monitor the movements of monsters all year round, a defense fortress stretching thousands of kilometers long was built between the monster forest and the capital. This solid wall, averaging 50 meters high and 20 meters thick, was like a continuous border fortress. That is the Dragon Blood Wall, famous throughout the empire. For tens of thousands of years, the Dragon Blood Great Wall had buried countless magical beasts, been stained with the blood of countless magical beasts, and had withstood countless waves of beasts. It stands tall and lasts forever. It can be said that the Dragon Blood Wall is a protective fortress and the most important and last line of defense for protecting the Fire Dragon Kingdom. The kingdom will never allow it to be lost. Therefore, elite troops are stationed at the Dragon Blood Great Wall all year round. Once a war breaks out, troops from other regions will be mobilized to provide support. That is a truly safe place. The Dragon Blood Wall is safe, but it's too far from our village. How can we, with over 100 people in our village, make it there? Said the village chief, Old Pete, with a wry smile. Not to mention the elderly, the weak, women, and children, along with their families. Many people simply can't make it to the Dragon Blood Wall. Hades and others nodded silently. The Dragon Blood Wall was indeed safe, but it was too far away from the village. If it weren't for this, they would have moved there long ago when the beast tide broke out, and would not have to stay in the village and wait, shed blood and sacrifice their lives. That's not a problem. Menglay smiled slightly. There are only 100 people in the whole village. We can just rent a few large magic cars. Magic cars are very fast, and it won't take much time to transport them back and forth. Rent a magic car? Everyone was shocked. That's right, rent a magic car. Menglay said with a smile, leave the rental of the magic car to me. You go back and pack your things first. When I come back with the car, we will set off directly. After saying that, he jumped onto the magic carpet and quickly disappeared into the horizon. But, Menglay. Everyone looked at his back and looked at each other in confusion. How much does it cost to rent a magic car? It must be a huge sum of money. Where can we get so much money in the village? Everyone looked troubled. Just do as he says, and let's not worry about anything else. Hades shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were many things he couldn't say, but he would remember the kindness in his heart and repay it when he had the chance in the future. You little brat, you're quite nice to these villagers. The old man was suspended in the air. The magic carpet was flying at lightning speed, but he was following closely above the carpet with a strange expression on his face. They are all my fellow villagers. I can't just watch them die. Menglay responded calmly. Besides, helping them is just a piece of cake for me. The old man smiled and twirled his beard. With your current strength. As the two chatted and laughed, the magic carpet flew like the wind, and soon arrived at the town closest to the Warcraft village, Warcraft Town. The Warcraft town is close to the Warcraft forest. It is the place where countless adventurers purchase supplies, sell prey, and rest and adjust. It is also a distribution center for merchants to purchase magic cores and furs. It is extremely prosperous with people coming and going. Walking on the bustling streets and listening to the shouts, Meng Lei felt a little relaxed, and then he walked straight towards the magic car station. "Dear magician, how may I help you?" The waiter at the magic car station came forward. Meng Lei asked calmly, "How many people can your largest magic car carry?" The waiter smiled and replied, 50 people. 50 people? Great, I'll rent 2. Meng Lei raised 2 fingers and asked, "How much is the rental fee for 2 50-person magic cars?" "Mr. Magician, we charge by the hour here. The rental fee for one large magic car is 88 gold coins per hour, so 2 cars would cost 176 gold coins." The waiter asked with a smile, "How long do you plan to rent it for?" "About 15 hours. Meng Lei calculated silently. 15 hours, 2 large magic cars, a total of 2,640 gold coins. The waiter said with a smile, "Would you like to pay by card or cash?" Meng Lei casually threw out a pile of gold coins. The waiter counted them and wrote a note. Meng Lei took the note and went straight to the parking lot. Soon, 2 large magic vehicles roared out of the Warcraft town. 7 hours later, they arrived safely at the Warcraft village. The villagers were already geared up and boarded the vehicles in an orderly manner. For most villagers, this was their first time riding a magic car, and they were extremely excited. Several children were playing and laughing in the aisle, grinning from ear to ear. Hades looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes full of gratitude. "Mon Lei, I really want to thank you this time. Without you, who knows what would have happened." "Don't say that. This is what I should do. I am also a member of the village." Meng Lei waved his hand and said with a smile, "By the way, I picked up some things in the Warcraft mountains. They are useless to me. See if the villagers can use them." As he spoke, he took out several scrolls. Hades opened one in confusion, his eyes suddenly widening. "Fire melting technique. Meng Lei, is this a fighting technique? This is too precious. We can't have it." Meng Lei had been wandering the monster forest these past few days, not only hunting monsters but also encountering several waves of human attacks. These despicable adventurers often engaged in petty theft, and besides a lot of gold coins, they also took other things with them. Fighting chi technique is one of them. After several counterattacks, Meng Lei obtained a lot of fighting skills, some ordinary ones, and some very precious advanced ones. It was a fruitful harvest. Unfortunately, these are useless to Meng Lei. The Fire Dragon manual is enough for him to practice, and any more skills are just useless. Since they are useless, it is better to take out a few for the villagers to practice. This can not only improve everyone's strength but also make the best use of them. However, Hades politely declined. "Meng Lei, these fighting skills are too precious. We can't accept them. You have done so much for the village." "Captain Hades, I picked up these skills in the monster forest. They're useless to me, so you can keep them." Meng Lei said with a smile, "You can teach everyone, especially the children. Once everyone's strength increases, I can rest assured when I'm away." Hades hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed. 7 hours later, Meng Lei and his team arrived safely at the Dragon Blood Great Wall. But to everyone's surprise, all the city gates were closed, prohibiting entry and exit. The people inside can't get out. People outside can't get in. On top of the city wall, a row of soldiers wearing armor and holding spears stood straight, ready for battle. Under the city wall, many adventurers, merchants and civilians were blocked outside and angrily shouted curses at the officers and soldiers on the city wall. "Open the city gate. Ant-Tide is coming. Let me in quickly. Look here, you bastards. I'm Baron Scales of the Hill Country. Open the door. Dragon God, are you really going to abandon your people?" Faced with these fierce shouting and cursing, the soldiers on the city wall did not move at all, like stone statues, and ignored them completely, let alone open the door. This made people even more angry, and foul language was uttered one after another, which was incompatible with the majesty and solemnity of the Dragon Blood Great Wall. The magic car stopped in front of the crowd. Meng Lei got out and frowned at the chaotic scene before him. Hades followed him closely and asked anxiously, "Meng Lei, the city gates are closed. What should we do?" "Don't be impatient." Meng Lei waved his hand and walked towards the crowd. He saw a fat middle-aged man in aristocratic clothes cursing, "Asshole, I'm a nobleman, you can't keep me out." "Master, please find a solution." A noblewoman beside him, holding a baby, sobbed and said anxiously, "Our child is only 1 year old. I don't want to, woo-woo." The fat man glanced at the baby in the cradle, his fat cheeks trembling slightly, and he cursed angrily, "You bastards, open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am a baron, a noble." Just as the fat man was shouting and cursing, a black shadow suddenly came flying from a distance and arrived at the foot of the city wall. In a blink of an eye, then it jumped high, tapped the city wall with its toes, and climbed up to the top of the wall as agile as a spider. Seeing this, the fat man immediately shouted, "Strong man, respected strong man, I am willing to pay 10,000 gold coins, please take us up." However, the strong man disappeared into the depths of the city wall without even looking back, as if he didn't hear the fat man's words at all. Baron Scales stamped his feet in anger. "Mr. Baron, will the soldiers on the city wall allow us to jump directly onto the wall like this? Meng Lei asked doubtfully, pointing at the guards on the top of the city wall. Baron Scales turned his head and glared at him unhappily. Why not? If you have the guts to jump up there, can they drive you down? That's right. This dragon blood wall is a fortress built to resist the beast tide, not to stop people like us. These bastards are simply trying to stop us from dying. Everyone who could jump up has already jumped up, leaving us, the helpless civilians, behind. They simply want us to die under the city. The city wall is over 50 meters high. Only level 3 warriors can climb it. The crowd nearby erupted in anger, a mixture of rage and helplessness. Hades sighed and said, when the beast tide arrives, the gates of the dragon blood wall will close prematurely. They will only reopen after the tide recedes. Those who fail to enter the city in time will have to leave it to fate. There's nothing we can do about it. At this moment, an old man emerged, his voice eerie. The city gates are constructed from the hardest and heaviest obsidian in the sky continent. Each gate weighs 1,000,000 kilograms. Each time a gate is opened, an 8th level magic core is consumed. Do you know the value of an 8th level magic core? The old man sighed and said, perhaps in the eyes of the officers and soldiers guarding the Dragon Blood Great Wall, ordinary people who can't even climb the Dragon Blood Great Wall are not worth even as much as an 8th level magic core. Meng Lei was speechless. When he first crossed over, he might not have understood such a disregard for human life. After all, the world is vast, and human life is the most important. But after living in the sky continent for a long time and seeing a lot, I gradually understood. In the Dragon God Empire, there is a clear system of 4 classes of people. In the eyes of the nobles and powerful, ordinary humans are nothing but lowly pariahs. Are the lives of untouchables valuable? Not at all. How can it compare to an 8th level magic core? This is such a fucking painful world. Meng Lei took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated thoughts surging in his mind, and slowly walked to the foot of the city wall, muttering to himself, since I can't open the city gate, I can only find a way to get up myself. As soon as the words fell, the ground in the distance suddenly shook, and an earth dragon suddenly broke out of the ground, roaring angrily, and rushing towards the foot of the city wall with its fangs and claws bared. It slammed into the city wall with a loud bang, dirt flew everywhere, and the earth shook continuously. A large amount of soil accumulated rapidly, and in less than a few breaths, a slope leading to the top of the city wall was miraculously formed. Dragon God is above. Seeing this scene, everyone below the city was stunned, their eyes fixed on the slope leading directly to the top of the city, and they instantly forgot their fear. Suddenly someone shouted, and people were immediately excited, crying with joy, and cheers rang out one after another. Magician! It's the Master Magician! He opened up this path. Everyone looked towards Meng Lei, who was standing at the top of the slope, their gratitude overflowing from their eyes. Meng Lei smiled faintly, everyone, hurry up. Time waits for no one. People did not dare to neglect and hurriedly packed up their things and climbed up the city wall one by one along the slope. The chubby Baron Scales walked up to Meng Lei, feeling embarrassed and grateful, but still did not forget to perform standard aristocratic etiquette. Respected Master Magician, thank you. Scales Parunga will always remember your life-saving grace. You're welcome. Dragon Blood Great Wall, Jingyi Tower. A sturdy dragon man wearing golden armor and with 2 horns on his head sat upright on a high chair, emitting a terrifying aura and looking very majestic. He is the Marquis Ghoul, a powerful 9th level warrior, a pure-blooded fire dragon man, royal family of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, the supreme commander guarding the Dragon Blood Great Wall Fortress. As a fire dragon man from a royal family and holding a high position of power, Marquis Ghoul, like most dragon nobles, looks down on human civilians in his bones. Therefore, after receiving the special beast tide warning issued by the kingdom, Marquis Ghoul immediately ordered the closure of all gates leading to the Dragon Blood Wall. 1,314 city gates, all blocked. Countless people were blocked outside the towering city walls. Marquis Ghoul knew clearly that the consequence of this order meant that countless people would die tragically under the iron hoofs of the beast tide, with countless lives lost and injuries. But he doesn't care. Those who can't even climb up the city wall, it's not a pity if they die. As for the curses and curses from the outside world, he simply didn't bother to pay attention to them. They were just the roars of the weak. Would a dragon care about the wailing of ants? The curses and swearing stopped abruptly and immediately turned into earth-shaking cheers. Marquis Ghoul frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. What happened outside? Why did the noise suddenly stop? He shouted loudly, "My Lord Marquis, what are your orders?" A personal soldier in armor ran in quickly. What happened out there? Marquis Ghoul asked calmly. Back to the Marquis. The armored guards gave a detailed report of the situation below the city wall. Marquis Ghoul raised his eyebrows and said, Earth Magician? Is he a human or a dragon? Isn't he a noble? Looking at his age and the way he's dressed, he doesn't look like a noble. You're neither a dragon nor a noble, yet you're still meddling in other people's affairs. You really don't know your place. Marquis Ghoul said coldly, since he has so many problems, then let him have his way. Tell him that he has been conscripted by my border defense army and must stay on the city wall and be ready for dispatch at any time. As you command, Lord Marquis. key. The guard turned and left the tower, and soon appeared in front of Meng Lei. At this time, Meng Lei was leading the villagers to climb the slope and reach the top of the city wall. Looking into the distance, the view is broad. The Dragon Blood Great Wall is like a majestic dragon, winding through the mountains, crossing cliffs, spanning grasslands and deserts, and undulating on the tops of towering mountains. The hard black city wall was covered with various marks and dried bloodstains. A solemn and vicissitudes of life atmosphere came to one's face, making people involuntarily think of the tragic scene when the beast tide attacked. The Dragon Blood Great Wall was built by 49 Earth-type holy mages over a period of 100 years. It is composed entirely of solid black granite, mixed with a large amount of obsidian. The old man stroked his beard inside. Even the most powerful 9th-level monster, the Earth Bear, couldn't damage this wall in the slightest. It's truly indestructible. On the top of the city wall, there are arrow towers, crossbow towers and turrets every few steps, equipped with archers, crossbowmen and gunners, ready for battle. In addition, there is also the Mage Tower. Is this the Mage Tower? Meng Lei walked to a tower several dozen meters high, gently stroked the wall engraved with a magic circle, with a gleam in his eyes. For magicians, the Magician Tower is of vital importance, and many magicians dream of owning one. With the help of the Mage Tower, not only can the casting speed be greatly improved, but the power of magic will also be significantly enhanced. Some Mage Towers can even gather the magic power of dozens of magicians and release the ultimate magic that is no less than forbidden spells. The Mage Tower is the Dragon Blood Great Wall's most powerful defensive weapon. The old man was in high spirits upon revisiting his old place, and seemed ready to offer some advice. It can shorten the casting time, increase the power of magic, and save mana. It's extremely important to us magicians. I heard that the Wizard Tower is built with gold coins? Meng Lei asked curiously. The old man smiled and twirled his beard. Back then, I spent almost all my fortune building the Mage Tower. This thing is simply beyond the reach of ordinary magicians. Forget it, forget it. I'm destined to have no chance of going to the Mage Tower. Meng Lei shook his head repeatedly and completely gave up the idea of building a Mage Tower. He thought that it would be better to use the money to exchange attributes and improve his own strength. Look how scared you are. The old man laughed and scolded. You are just a money grubber. Why don't you use all that money to improve your strength? Are you just showing it off for show? It's great to save the change on the card. Meng Lei chuckled. At this moment, a soldier approached with a blank expression. Mr. Magician, you have been conscripted by our border defense army. Please come with us. Meng Lei was slightly stunned, pointed at himself and asked, Are you talking about me? The soldier responded coldly. Sorry. Meng Lei quickly shook his head. I still have things to deal with. I can't go with you for the time being. Sorry. How dare you defy the border guard's conscription order? The soldier's face darkened. When the beast tide approaches, we, the border guard, have the right to recruit troops to resist it. This is a privilege granted to us by the laws of the kingdom. Now that the ant tide is approaching, the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom is on high alert. Are you trying to challenge the kingdom's laws? Kingdom's laws? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Meng Lei sneered. I'm only 15 and a half, not yet of military service age, and not eligible for conscription. What did you say? You're under 15. The soldier was stunned. You just cast the 5th level magic Earth Dragon technique. You're under 15? Are you kidding me? I can still cast the 6th level spell Earth's Wrath, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm 15 years old. Meng Lei sneered and pulled out a magic badge. I'm just a first-year student at the Fire Dragon School of Magic, protected by the laws of the kingdom. You have no right to forcibly recruit a weak student like me. A freshman? You're powerless? The soldier's heart was boiling with rage. You're clearly at least a 4th level magician, not much different from me, and yet you claim you're powerless to resist? How ridiculous. The soldier's face darkened as he stared closely at the magic badge in Meng Lei's hand. He was shocked to find that it was the emblem of a student at the Fire Dragon Magic Academy. It was inlaid with a fire dragon scale, proving that Meng Lei was indeed a first-year student. Third-grade students are protected by the law, let alone you, a little kid in the 1st grade. It is really impossible for Meng Lei to be forcibly conscripted. If everything is fine, I'll leave first. Meng Lei waved his hand and left with the villagers. A 5th-level magician is actually a first-year student? The soldier's face turned pale. Is this a joke or serious? Meng Lei led the villagers out of the city wall and headed straight for the World of Warcraft town, but when they arrived, they found that the town, which was bustling just over 10 hours ago, was now unusually deserted. Those lingering adventurers had long since disappeared. The magic core and fur traders had all evacuated, and even the thriving shops had closed. The whole town suddenly became as quiet as a ghost town. It seems that the news of the ant tide has spread. Hades shook his head inside. Everyone has been scared away by the ant tide. No, I think they are more afraid of the border troops. Meng Lei snorted coldly. The cruelty of the kingdom's laws towards ordinary people is vividly demonstrated when wars or beast tides break out. When the soldiers are exhausted, ordinary people become the reserve force. If the situation is more critical, even strong men without titles will be recruited. When military rations are exhausted, exhausted. The army has the right to collect military rations from the people. This means that once war breaks out, ordinary people not only have to be ready to go to the battlefield at any time, but also have to provide military rations to support the army. In contrast, powerful and wealthy nobles were neither conscripted nor required to provide military rations. Instead, they were protected by the law and the army. There is a world of difference in social treatment. This society is like a severely distorted mixture of feudalism and slavery, where 99% of the working people enjoy less than 1% of social resources but bear 100% of the social burden. The word distorted is no longer enough to describe this society. Cruelty is its truest portrayal. There was a fire burning in Meng Lei's chest. He knew that he was not a savior, nor was he the kind of goody-goody who would worry about the world before he enjoyed himself. He has always had only one goal: to live a better life, to live freely, wonderfully, and as he pleases. But at this moment, he felt extremely unhappy. Why should the world be ruled by a group of dragons who only cared about their positions and did nothing? Why should humans be forced to serve as vassals, trampled upon by them? Just wait. This damn world. Someday, I will change the sky and transform the earth. If that doesn't work, then break the sky, crush the earth, return a bright and clear world to the world. What are you thinking, little brat? The old man's voice suddenly reached his ears, waking Meng Lei from his deep thoughts. He looked around the deserted town and said softly, "When a country prospers, the people suffer. When it perishes, the people suffer." I finally understand the true meaning of this sentence. When prosperity comes, the people suffer. When decline comes, the people suffer. The old man muttered to himself repeatedly, then fell silent, his eyes flashing with shock and deep thought. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "It's not easy for you to see through this. Old Dean, can you understand?" Meng Lei raised his eyebrows. "You are a saint of noble birth, yet you can understand us. Mon Lei, you misunderstood." The old man shook his head slightly. "It's true that I'm of noble birth, but that doesn't mean I don't understand the suffering of the world. You know, my father was a human, and a slave at that." Meng Lei was stunned. He didn't even know this. Back then, my father was assigned to my mother as a slave, but he was lucky to meet a kind-hearted mother. The old man's eyes softened, lost in distant memories. "Although my mother was a noble lady, she cared deeply for my father. Not only did she treat him like a family member, she also personally taught him cultivation." "Ah, my father is a genius," the old man said proudly. "In just a few years, he cultivated his fighting spirit to great success, becoming the youngest 9th-level warrior in the Fire Dragon Kingdom. 10 years later, he successfully advanced to the Holy Realm." Monroe blinked. "Of course, my father's Do Chi talent is rare in the world. My sister also inherited his talent and broke through to the Saint Realm at the age of 70. Of course, I'm not bad either." The old man snorted softly. "I tell you this to make you understand. I have the blood of both humans and slaves flowing in my veins. I understand the suffering of the lower class better than you do. Old Dean, it seems I know too little about you." Meng Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Please tell me more about your heroic deeds in the future." "Ha, 3 sacred domains in one family. My old Dean is amazing." "Okay, stop flattering me." The old man waved his hand and said, "If you have so much free time, you might as well focus on your training and achieve the holy domain as soon as possible to restore the glory of the Crocker family." "The Crocker family? You'll probably never see that. In the future, there will only be the Meng family, the Meng kingdom, and the Meng empire." "Ha ha." Meng Lei laughed and led the villagers out of the town. "Monrei, where are we going now? Warcraft Town is unsafe. Once the soldiers are exhausted, the villagers can be easily drafted. We need to find a hidden place." Meng Lei controlled the magic flying carpet and quickly found a remote canyon where there were few people and plenty of water, making it the most suitable place to settle the villagers. "Everyone, please be patient here for a while. Captain Hades, old village chief, these are the 50 tents and food and meat I just bought. They are enough for everyone to eat and drink for 3 days. Everyone, don't worry, stay here. Teddy is here to protect you. You'll be safe. I'll come back to take you all home after the ant tide passes." Meng Lei, thank you. After settling the villagers, Meng Lei left the canyon and flew towards the dragon blood wall. He was not going to serve the border defense army, but to find the ant tide. Others are afraid of ant swarms, but Monroe had other plans. In his eyes, this ant tide that destroyed everything was actually a moving mountain of gold. There are still countless dropped items waiting for him to pick up. Where can you find such a good opportunity to get rich and become stronger? Ant tide is coming. Hurry and meet the enemy. Ant tide is coming. As soon as we climbed onto the city wall, shrill alarms and panicked shouts echoed over the dragon blood wall. The crowd surged, and teams of armored and well-equipped soldiers rushed up the city walls. Magicians, archers, crossbowmen, and gunners quickly took their positions, stood ready, and were ready to fight at any time. Ant tide is coming? Meng Lei flew the magic carpet over the city wall and looked towards the Warcraft forest. He saw a cloud of yellow dust rising on the horizon, but not a single ant was in sight. Not a single demon beast was seen. There was only flying dust. Meng Lei widened his eyes. "It's really an ant tide," the old man said solemnly. "In less than a day, a large number of monsters have emerged in the monster forest. This This wave of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants is unprecedented. Is the situation serious? Meng Lei was shocked. It's far more than just serious, the old man said in a low voice. Several ant swarms in history took at least 3 days to break out of the monster forest, but this time, it took less than a day. You can imagine what this means. So, almost all the monsters in the monster forest have been eaten? Meng Lei took a breath. Can the dragon blood Great Wall still hold out against such a massive ant tide? We can hold it, we must hold it, the old man said firmly. The dragon blood wall is the last line of defense. If the ant tide crosses the wall, the entire fire dragon kingdom will be plunged into devastation. The wealthy nobles can escape, but the only ones who suffer are the common people who don't have time to escape. I understand. Meng Lei nodded silently. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants approached at an extremely fast speed, and the shaking earth was like hundreds of thousands of horses galloping. Boom boom boom. The earth shook more and more violently, and the roar was earth-shaking. Through the dust and storm, you can finally see the ferocious red ants. Dense swarms of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants swept over like surging waves, covering the sky and earth, and filling the air with yellow sand and flying dust. They are as big as calves, with bone armor as red as blood, and their sharp sickle-like beaks and teeth and ferocious 6 legs are terrifying. This is the bloodthirsty iron crystal ant, a terrifying monster that makes people tremble with fear at the mere mention of it. The ant tide has finally arrived. Hurry and meet the enemy. The sound of the trumpet resounded through the sky. The soldiers held their giant swords, the magicians held their magic wands, and the archers held their magic bows. Everyone's face was solemn and they looked so nervous that they were almost suffocating. Although they had all experienced a tide of beasts, this was the first time they had experienced a tide of ants. Could they withstand it? Standing on a 10-meter high tower, Marquis Ghoul looked at the rolling waves of ants with an extremely solemn expression. How long will it take for the Dragon Legion to arrive? Your Excellency, it will take another 3 hours. 3 hours is enough. Marquis Ghoul drew his sword. Pass on my order. All weapons are ready. Act at my command. Meng Lei was also on high alert. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is a level 6 magical beast, as hard as iron. Only level 7 magic can kill them instantly, but level 7 magic consumes a lot of mana. It's impossible to keep casting level 7 magic. In that case, this is the only way. Thinking of this, Meng Lei controlled the magic flying carpet and stopped a few hundred meters in front of the dragon blood great wall. What happened to that guy? Why did he run outside? Meng Lei's actions seemed particularly abrupt among the officers and soldiers who were on high alert, and everyone was confused. Who is that bastard? How could he act on his own? Marquis Ghoul shouted angrily. Your Excellency, I don't know him, the guard stammered. There's no such person among the border troops. He's most likely a magician who came here to help. He came here to help without permission? Marquis Ghoul's face was gloomy. Call him back. No one can act without my order. Yes, Lord Marquis. The personal guard responded and was about to use the magic loudspeaker to call for help when the ground in front of them suddenly shook. A crack suddenly appeared in the earth and expanded rapidly. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, a canyon hundreds of meters wide appeared in front of the dragon blood great wall. Level 8 magic power of the earth. Wow, he's actually an 8th level magician. The magicians in the mage tower exclaimed in unison. Magicians are already rare, and 8th level magicians are even rarer. There are not many of them in the entire border defense army, and yet one suddenly appears here? Is this guy an 8th level mage? As a 9th level warrior, Marquis Ghoul had good eyesight. He looked at the canyon created by Monlay with a look of surprise on his face, then confusion. Why did he create such a canyon? Did he think a mere canyon could stop the ant tide? What a foolish dream. No one could tell whether it was a foolish dream or not, but Meng Lei still insisted on digging the canyon. He continued to use the 8th level magic power of the earth to try to extend the canyon. Soon, a canyon several kilometers long and 100 meters wide appeared, like a small snake lying at the foot of the dragon blood great wall. It seemed insignificant, but it vividly demonstrated the immense power of an 8th level mage. Ha! Meng Lei exhaled inside. Level 8 magic is really too energy consuming. I used up a full 100,000 points of magic. I'll have to replenish it from the ant tide later. Boom boom boom. At this time, the vanguard of the ant tide finally reached the edge of the canyon, and they jumped down without hesitation. Accompanied by strange clattering sounds, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants swarmed into the canyon. At this rate, it won't be long before the canyon that Monlay painstakingly built will be filled up, and everything he has done will seem to be in vain. A futile childish trick. Seeing this, Marquis Ghoul snorted coldly. His strength is quite impressive, but his brain is a hole. This gully is nothing to the overwhelming ant swarm. They can easily cross it. The magicians also shook their heads and sighed. At this moment, Meng Lei in the sky moved again. He opened his lips slightly and chanted in a low voice an ancient and obscure language. The sound was not loud, but it was like some ancient Sanskrit mantra, mighty and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Marquis Ghoul's whole body suddenly shook. Boom boom boom. The fire elements within a radius of hundreds of meters gathered madly, and a huge fireball shining with white light appeared in the sky. As a large amount of fire elements continued to be injected, the fireball expanded at an astonishing speed. Within a few breaths, a little sun with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared in the air. Everyone widened their eyes at the same time. Fire, sea, purgatory. Fall. Meng Lei roared. A sun as big as 100 meters suddenly fell from the sky and plunged heavily into the canyon. Accompanied by earth-shaking explosions, the several kilometer-long canyon suddenly ejected dazzling fire snakes. The canyon was engulfed in flames, which soared dozens of meters into the sky. Accompanied by crackling sounds, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that jumped into the canyon died instantly, being burned to ashes by the white flames. At this moment, the canyon that was hundreds of meters wide turned into a sea of fire. The wall of fire was more than 10 meters high, like an indestructible blockade line, blocking the tide of ants out. Anyone who approached was annihilated. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were temporarily stopped in their tracks, even hesitating to move forward. Is this the 7th level magic inferno? Inside the mage tower, all the fire magicians were in doubt. Judging from the shape of the huge fireball, it was undoubtedly the 7th level magic sea of fire purgatory, but wasn't its power too astonishing? Is this really a sea of fire and purgatory? Earth and fire dual mage. Marquis Ghoul narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, also, if I heard correctly, the magic spell just now was actually in dragon language. He actually knows dragon language magic. How can he know dragon language magic? Meng Lei didn't know that others were shocked. He was a little annoyed at the moment because the system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Kill a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant and get 10,380 gold coins. Ding! Kill a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant and get 11,029 gold coins. Ding! Kill a bloodthirsty iron crystal ant and get 10,853 gold coins. System, can you block the notification sound? Meng Lei shook his head, looking a little overwhelmed. Okay, host. The prompt sound disappeared immediately. Finally, peace and quiet. Meng Lei breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes fell on the personal attribute panel, only to see that the Yi Wealth column was jumping wildly. At the same time, that physical fitness and spiritual fitness columns are also constantly growing. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, fire demon bloodline. This is wealth, 16,729,428 gold coins. Constitution, level 8 warrior, 331456/10000000. Spirit, level 8 mage, 249518/10000000. Magic power, level 8 mage, 20648/10000000. How wonderful. Looking at the ever-changing wealth value on his personal stats, Meng Lei felt a pang of regret. Each bloodthirsty iron crystal ant was worth about 10,000 gold coins, and he had just killed hundreds of them in an instant. Millions of gold coins are deposited instantly. It's like a money grab. The most gratifying thing is that the ant swarm is still coming in an endless stream, with no signs of retreating. They are really stubborn. These are all moving mountains of gold. If I could kill them all, how rich would I be? Meng Lei's eyes were bright as if they were about to spit fire. Kill them. Kill them all. This is all money. System, fill up my magic power. He waved his hand with great vigor. His momentum was as majestic as a rainbow. Normally he is a bit stingy and saves money, but now is definitely not the time to save money. If he delays any longer, the money will be snatched away by others. Why are you still bothering with it? Okay, host. The wealth value shrank by nearly 10 million in an instant, and the magic power soared to 1 million in one breath, almost bursting. Meng Lei took a deep breath, feeling the endless flow of magic power in his body, as if he had drunk chicken blood, full of vitality. Jin Shan, here I come. He looked up at the surging tide of ants, only to find that these guys had actually changed direction and dispersed to both sides. The Dragon Blood Great Wall is thousands of kilometers long, and the canyon and the wall of fire are only a few kilometers wide. The ant tide no longer rushed forward like moths to a flame, but instead zigzagged around from both sides. You still know how to dodge. 666. Meng Lei flew to the side on a magic carpet and activated the 8th level magic power of the earth. A canyon was formed across the path of the ant tide. Wah 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 wah. The ant tide didn't notice the fire and jumped into the canyon without hesitation. Seeing this, Meng Lei immediately chanted an ancient and obscure magic spell. The mighty dragon's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Marquis Ghoul narrowed his eyes and whispered, it really is dragon language magic. This guy really knows how to use dragon language magic. Another fireball this big. Can someone tell me if this is the 7th level magic sea of fire purgatory? A milky white fireball with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky again, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the flame shot straight into the sky, killing countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. Wealth value soars again. Ha ha, that's the rhythm. Rise, rise as high as you can. Meng Lei laughed loudly, his mouth cracking into a gorilla-like smile. The officers and soldiers on the city wall were confused. What's that guy grinning at? He's like a silly animal. Maybe he's secretly happy about killing so many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants? Goddamn, I'm so happy. His strength is quite good, but his brain is a little. Make persistent efforts. The following time became Meng Lei's showtime. The power of the earth and the sea of fire purgatory poured out like they were free, and explosions sounded continuously in front of the dragon blood wall. A large swarm of ants was wiped out. Countless ants died on the spot. What does it mean to be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye? What is the art of explosion? Wherever the ant tide went, Meng Lei would chase them, and single-handedly blocked the ant tide outside the dragon blood wall. The 100-meter wide sea of fire was like a natural moat, lying between the dragon blood great wall and the ant tide. No matter how frantically the ant tide attacked, it could not break through the blockade of the sea of fire. Such a crazy scene stunned everyone on the dragon blood great wall. They stared blankly at Meng Lei on the battlefield, with only one thought in their minds: is this guy still human? He can actually hold back a horde of ants by himself. The 8th level magician is indeed powerful. The mountains can collapse and the earth can crack with a wave of your hand. A single tree can become a forest in the blink of an eye. But an 8th level magician is also a human being after all. They will be tired, their magic power will be exhausted, their spirits will be depressed, and their bodies will be hollowed out. How many times should I cast the power of earth and inferno in succession? Why is it that instead of decreasing his magic power, he becomes more energetic the more he fights, more excited the more he kills, and more replenished the more he consumes? Is there any justice in this world? Although dragon language magic saves mana and is more powerful, I've never seen a dragon language magician as powerful as him, right? Marquis Gould couldn't help but doubt his life. With such a strong reserve of magic power, I'm afraid even a dragon can't match it. In fact, not only them, but even the old man who knew Meng Lei best was shocked and speechless. He knew that Meng Lei's magic reserves were very strong, and he also knew that he liked to use his ultimate moves to crush his opponents. But this reserve of magic power is truly astonishing. The old man couldn't help but complain. You've only been promoted to level 8 mage for less than a week. How can you unleash so many level 8 spells? How on earth did you do it? Meng Lei was in a very good mood and said half-jokingly, "Old Dean, I have a magical artifact that stores magic power. Do you believe it?" "Believe it. Why not?" The old man curled his lips and said, "You already have 2 artifacts, so it wouldn't be surprising if you had a few more." "Sigh, I'm so envious, jealous, and hateful. If I still had a body, if I could leave the god-killing spear. Even if you are my descendant, I will not hesitate to kill you and take your treasure. I will cut you open to see what secrets you are hiding. Ha ha ha. Too bad there's no if." Meng Lei smiled proudly. "However, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely find a way to let you out and give you a free and innocent life." "Bah, why does it sound so awkward when you say it? When did I become innocent?" The old man rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Meng Lei laughed heartily and continued to harvest heads, but suddenly found that the ant tide no longer spread to both sides, but stopped in place. Then, they retreated like the tide, in an orderly and uniform manner, with no intention of lingering on to fight. Meng Lei was stunned. Are they going to retreat? It's obvious. They're scared of you killing them. The old man laughed happily. Or maybe the Ant King is scared by your killing, and seeing that the situation is not good, he plans to regroup and make a comeback? Monroe fell into deep thought. Ant-like monsters are a very special type of social creature. They have clear hierarchies and a clear division of labor, and they maintain extremely high efficiency among each other. The old man explained. Standing at the top of the ant beasts is the Ant King. It's not only the king, but also the command center, controlling the actions of the entire ant colony. You killed so many of his men in such a short time. The Ant King must be heartbroken, right? Meng Lei suddenly realized. Will they come back? You never know. Maybe, maybe not. Can't tell? How can that be possible? Meng Lei was so anxious that he jumped up and down. System, quick, help me exchange. Exchange 1 million points of magic power and mental power each. 20 million gold coins evaporated in an instant. A bloodthirsty iron crystal ant is worth about 10,000 gold coins. 10 heads means 100,000 gold coins. 100 heads is 1 million gold coins. 1,000 heads would cost as much as 10 million gold coins. Meng Lei just had a burst of burning, and his wealth value soared. After deducting the magic power consumed to replenish it, his wealth value has exceeded 40 million. 40 million gold coins. Even those wealthy landlords might not have such a rich family fortune. You can imagine how rich Meng Lei is now. However, just at that moment, 20 million disappeared in an instant. An incomparable aura of terror burst out from Meng Lei, setting off waves of surging shock waves, sweeping across everything around him unscrupulously. The long robes fluttered in the wind. Meng Lei stood proudly in the void, his eyes as bright as the stars and as deep as a black hole, as if containing endless light of wisdom, making people dazzled and unable to extricate themselves. The officers and soldiers on the city walls were shocked by this scene. He broke through? 9th level Grand Mage. Dragon God, I actually witnessed the birth of a 9th level Grand Mage with my own eyes? Stinky boy, how did you break through again? The old man was so shocked that he was speechless. You just advanced to the 8th level mage less than a week ago. How come you broke through again? Yeah, another breakthrough. Meng Lei muttered to himself, his eyes blurred. head. At this moment, he found that the world in front of him had completely changed. It was not just a colorful world. In the blur, he seemed to see more things. Everything has become completely different. Even the magical elements floating between heaven and earth are no longer wandering around randomly, but are moving in an orderly manner according to certain rules. Did you see something different? The old man's voice came faintly. Although he was shocked by Meng Lei's breakthrough speed, he was detached and had already regained his composure. Meng Lei answered truthfully, I saw it. The old man had a complicated expression. When your spiritual power reaches the 9th level, you will be able to see through the appearance of things and understand the laws governing their operation, which is what is called the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth? Meng Lei's whole body shook. The laws followed by all things in the world, the laws that exist in nature, are the momentum of heaven and earth, the power of nature, and the force of heaven and earth. The old man sighed and said, simply put, reaching this level is no longer about mechanically chanting magic spells or simply manipulating magical elements. Instead, it is about understanding the laws of magical elements, following their trends, and then guiding and controlling them. You must learn how to use the least amount of mental energy to control the most magical elements in the shortest amount of time. You must understand how to follow the laws of operation of magical elements and maximize their power. You must also break away from the magic framework set by your predecessors and create your own unique magic. This is the path you must take next. This is the power of controlling the world. Control the power of heaven and earth? Meng Lei fell into deep thought. When you gain a deeper understanding of the power of heaven and earth and touch upon the deeper laws, the path to the Holy Land will naturally fall into place. The old man sighed quietly. Come on, little brat. You're even better than I thought. Alas, so good that I feel like I'm living like a dog. The old man was in mixed feelings. He originally thought that Meng Lei would need a few years to become a 9th level great magician, but he never expected that he could do it so quickly. From level 8 to level 9, it only took 1 week. Is this still a human being? This is simply perverted, a monster. Less than 16 years old, a 9th level magician. What else could it be that isn't a monster? The old man was honestly shocked. He muttered, stinky boy, next time you break through, remind me so I can be mentally prepared. Otherwise, you'll give me a heart attack sooner or later. Old Dean, you are a soul body now. How could you get a heart attack? He. Meng Lei responded with a smile. His eyes unconsciously fell on the attribute panel, and then he was completely stunned. Race, human, fire dragon bloodline, fire demon bloodline. Constitution, level 8 warrior, 361456/100 Spirit, 9th level great mage, 1250 162/10000000. Magic power, 9th level great mage, 1031 539/10000000. 25,000 plus 1 million is 1.25 million. 30,000 plus 1 million is actually 1.03 million. But what does the 10,000,000,000,000 mean? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. 1 billion. Meng Lei's eyes widened. 1 billion? The upper limit of the attribute of a 9th level great magician is actually 1 billion? Are you kidding me? He clutched his chest, a sudden pain in his heart. He had originally thought that relying on the advantages of the system, he could hunt down monsters and achieve the Holy Land in no time. It may take 1 or 2 months at the fastest, or a year and a half at the slowest. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the Holy Land was so far away from him, as if it was separated by several galaxies, and he saw no hope at all. The attribute cap is 1 billion, which means he needs to accumulate 10 billion gold coins to break through this limit and achieve the Holy Land. 10 billion, 10 billion, I'm afraid I can't earn it in my lifetime. Meng Lei almost cried. He finally made a fortune during this Antide and successfully broke through to the 9th level great magician. However, his joy did not last long because the cruel reality gave him a severe wake-up call. Why does it only take 10 million to break through to level 9? But breaking through the Saint Realm has increased it 1,000 times. Why on earth is this happening? What's wrong, little brat? Why are you crying? The old man saw Meng Lei's strange expression and couldn't help but be curious. It's just a breakthrough to the 9th level of the Great Mage. Is it necessary to be so excited? I didn't have such an attitude when I broke through to the Holy Realm. I'm not excited at all. How could I be excited? Meng Lei couldn't help but curse. I've been screwed to death, you know? I lost my job, my wife ran away, who the hell can I turn to for justice? Oh, the old man was stunned. Stinky boy, what are you crazy about? I'm not crazy, I'm just afraid of being poor. Meng Lei said tearfully, I need money now, a lot of money. Where can I get so much money? Meng Lei raised his eyelids and suddenly looked at the gradually receding ant tide. He rushed out without hesitation and headed straight for the top of the ant tide. It's so hard for me. Don't blame me. Meng Lei raised his hands high, and a terrifying power that shook the earth burst out from him, and the fire elements within a radius of several kilometers gathered together frantically. Boom, boom, boom. Under the astonished gazes of countless officers and soldiers, 10 shining suns suddenly appeared in the sky. They were huge, extremely dazzling, and emitted scorching heat, even eclipsing the scorching sun high in the sky. Ninth level magic. It's the 9th level magic, Skyfire Meteor. The officers and soldiers on the city wall gasped, staring intently at the 10 bright suns falling like meteors across the night sky, hitting the earth heavily. Why? Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, 10 mushroom clouds rose into the sky and then converged into a huge mushroom cloud. The land in front of the Great Wall was engulfed in flames, and the area within a few kilometers was completely turned into a sea of fire. Squeak, squeak, squeak. None of the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants in this area were spared and were all burned to ashes, without even a trace of residue left. Today, no one can escape. Level 8 Magic Earthquake. A meteor of fire turned the area within a radius of several kilometers into a raging sea of fire. The bloodthirsty iron crystal ants were completely wiped out. The wealth value skyrocketed, and tens of millions of gold coins suddenly increased. However, Meng Lei was not happy at all. He glanced at the tide of ants at the edge of the sea of fire and continued to cast magic. This guy. Level 8 Magic Earthquake. Boom. The ground on the east side of the sea of fire suddenly rose and fell, forming a steep 90-degree slope, sending the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants on it directly into the sea of fire and burning them to ashes. Meng Lei appeared in the north, and there was another earth-shaking movement, and countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants died tragically. Then the west, the south. Meng Lei circled around the sea of fire, sending all the surrounding ants into the flames, and the area within a radius of 10 kilometers completely became a vacuum zone for the ants. Dragon God is above. This is the 9th level Great Mage? It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. The officers and soldiers on the city wall were so shocked that they were speechless. They could only stare blankly at the collapsing ant tide and the figure standing proudly in the sky, and remain silent for a long time. A 9th level Great Mage is so terrifying? Marquis Gould gripped the greatsword tightly, his eyes flickering, his heart calm. As a powerful 9th level warrior, he knew the terror of a 9th level Great Mage. The power unleashed by a 9th level Great Magician is far beyond the reach of warriors of the same level, especially when they cast forbidden spells. They can simply destroy the world. Where can there be a 9th level magician like Meng Lei? The casting speed is amazingly fast. The magic power reserves are extremely abundant. The mental strength is extremely strong. Even the Great Mage of Dragon language shouldn't be so perverted. This is a fucking monster. Marquis Gould kept shaking his head, but what confused him the most was that after Monlay repelled the ant tide, he did not stop, but chased the ant tide closely, as if he was afraid that the drowned dog would escape. What is this for? Do you want to completely destroy all the ant swarms? This is something that other officers and soldiers cannot understand, but unfortunately, this question will never be answered. Meteor shower. Exploding fireball. Inferno. Everything is turned upside down. Meng Lei continued to bombard indiscriminately. Amid the continuous explosions, countless bloodthirsty iron crystal ants screamed and died. When the killing spree reached its end, the ant tide was finally driven to tears and began to dig holes frantically, trying to escape underground. Meng Lei's eyes lit up and he became anxious. Escape? If you escape, where will I get the 10 billion? The earth. That's enough, you little brat. The old man couldn't bear to watch any longer. The ant tide is starting to recede. There's no need to continue the massacre. Not enough. Far from enough. Meng Lei shook his head repeatedly, then unleashed another earthquake spell, smashing it down hard. The ground within a radius of several kilometers seemed to become a mess, squeezing, colliding, deforming, and compressing. Bursts of shrill screams rang out, and a large number of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants that had just burrowed into the ground died. Streams of blood gushed out from the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air. I even feel a little sympathy for these bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. The old man's mouth twitched. They're truly unlucky to have run into a freak like you. How many bloodthirsty iron crystal ants have you slaughtered by yourself? Meng Lei didn't have time to pay attention to the old man's words and continued to chase. But the ant swarm was too large, and they were burrowing underground in groups. How many could he kill alone? Despite the hustle and bustle, a large number of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants continued to burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. Now, the earth was empty, leaving only a mess. You escaped really fast. Meng Lei finally stopped and slumped down onto the magic carpet, gasping for breath. The system could replenish his magic and mental strength, but it couldn't help him recover his depleted energy. He is so tired. You're so cruel. The old man shook his head inside, not knowing what to say anymore. Millions of ant hordes had been routed by Meng Lei alone, suffering heavy casualties. They hadn't even touched the corner of the dragon blood wall. Just how unlucky was this? Has there ever been a beast tide in history? Which one was as disastrous as today? Clear. Old Dean. Meng Lei looked towards the Warcraft forest and asked with lingering interest, do you think the ant tide will come again? The old man nodded slowly. This time, the ant tide emerged from the monster forest in just one day. It's unprecedented in scale. I'm sure they'll make a comeback. By then, the situation won't be as simple as just a few bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. The scale will definitely be much larger, and the impact area will be much wider. Will it get even bigger? Meng Meng Lei's eyes lit up. The old man said in a deep voice, the ant swarm just now had a radius of less than 50 miles. It was obviously just a small group of stragglers, less than 1% of the total number of ants. Are these just stragglers? Meng Lei's eyes became brighter. Did any of the massive ant swarms in history not cover the entire sky and earth, stretching for thousands of miles? The old man said in a heavy voice, it's endless, covering the mountains and plains, just like the sea. Just looking at it makes people despair. Will there be more, bigger, and more terrifying ones? There was a burning fire in Meng Lei's eyes. The old man nodded slightly, but suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted, you little bastard, are you just waiting for the ant tide to come again? Of course, ahem, of course not. Meng Lei shook his head like a rattle. Ant tides are bloody and brutal, killing countless people. They are the nightmare of all living things. I certainly don't want them to come again. Humph, you still have some conscience. The old man snorted coldly. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded in the distant sky, like a dragon's roar, a lion's roar, and even more like an eagle's cry. The voices clear and loud, penetrating into people's hearts. Meng Lei turned his head and saw a large dark cloud rolling in from the distant sky, covering an area of hundreds of miles. But with Meng Lei's keen eyesight, those were not dark clouds at all, but countless, big birds. Let's just call them big birds. They have the wings of a dragon, the body of a vulture, the head of a lion, and possess sharp claws and fangs, like the perfect combination of a dragon, a vulture, and a lion. Over 10 meters in size. The wingspan is over 20 meters. The number exceeds 100,000. The momentum is even more terrifying than the previous ant tide. This is the Dragon Legion. The old man smiled and twirled his beard. The Flying Dragon Legion is the Fire Dragon Kingdom's most elite force, consisting of 100,000 two-legged flying dragons. They are usually stationed in the Flying Dragon Valley and are only deployed in times of war. 100,000 wyverns? The wyvern possesses both dragon and griffin bloodlines. When fully grown, its strength is comparable to a level 7 magical beast. They are smaller than dragons, but as fast as lightning. Their claws and teeth are as sharp as blades. They are outstanding even among level 7 monsters. But the reason why wyverns can overwhelm other subdragon beasts and become the Fire Dragon Kingdom's most elite army is not just these reasons, but also because of their high fertility rate, short growth cycle, and high intelligence. The old man smiled and explained, a female dragon can give birth to 10 cubs in her lifetime. The cubs only take 30 years to grow up, and their intelligence is no less than that of humans. No wonder it's like this. Meng Lei suddenly realized. There are many kinds of dragon beasts, including velociraptors, ground dragons, dragon eagles, thorn dragons, dragon rhinos, dragon wolves, dragon turtles, wind dragons, red-armored earth dragons, and many other species, but the only one that can possess these three characteristics at the same time is the pterosaur. Some subdramons are powerful but extremely stupid. Some subdragons have extremely high intelligence but grow slowly. Some subdragons have both but are infertile. Therefore, even though these subdragon beasts have dragon blood, they find it difficult to be valued by the dragon clan. Some are even regarded as a shame and expelled, such as the Hanin beast. Hanhamen are a unique subdragon beast. Despite being descended from a golden dragon, they are surprisingly weak. Even ordinary beasts are no match for them. Their adorable appearance and playful nature make them a perfect pet. But this guy was regarded as a disgrace by the dragon clan and was slaughtered many times. However, the reproductive capacity of the Hanin beast was even more amazing than that of a pig, and it was impossible to kill it all. In the end, it had to be expelled and became a strange existence among the subdragon clan. Meng Lei gazed at the dragon army in the sky and said with emotion, the wyvern is definitely the most successful among the dragons. You're wrong. The old man shook his head and laughed. The most successful subdragons are us dragons. That's right. Meng Lei smiled bitterly. Look at my memory. I actually forgot about the dragon man. As the flying dragon army continued to approach, waves of majestic dragon power gathered together, forming an overwhelming pressure that crushed down with great force. Dragon Legion. It's the Dragon Legion. It's finally here. But the problem is, normally, seeing the flying Dragon Legion arrive, all officers and soldiers would cheer and the scene would be extremely lively. But today, everyone's faces looked a little strange. The ant tide has receded. This soy sauce is. Despite this, no one dared to say more. After all, the Flying Dragon Legion was the elite among the elite. Both in strength and status, it was far superior to the Border Defense Army. Beat the drums. Welcome the Dragon Legion. Marquis Gould waved his hand and gave the order. Dong dong dong. Aha! Suddenly, the Dragon Blood Great Wall was filled with deafening drum beats and loud and long horn sounds, which shook the void and continued without stopping. Roar, roar, roar. When the 100,000 flying dragons heard the sound of drums and horns, they roared and howled, and gathered into rolling thunder, pressing towards the Dragon Blood Great Wall. This is a common move of the Dragon Legion, which not only demonstrates their strength but also aims to steal the show. When ordinary soldiers heard this horrifying roar, they immediately felt deafened, saw stars in front of their eyes, turned pale, and were terrified. These bastards! Marquis Gould was furious, but unable to stop it. He could only watch his soldiers dropped their weapons, cover their ears and groan in pain. A majestic voice sounded, and the roar of the dragon army stopped abruptly. Then a passage was opened, and a super wyvern with a wingspan of more than 50 meters and a body size twice that of an ordinary wyvern slowly flew out. Its body is as black as ink, its feathers are as sharp as steel needles, its neck is like a snake's neck, and its dragon power is surging. It was the supreme commander of the Dragon Legion, the Wyvern King Nicholas Granger, the Duke Nicholas. Marquis Ghoul stepped forward and bowed, performing an ancient and solemn aristocratic salute to the Wyvern King. Marquis Ghoul. The Wyvern King flapped his wings and transformed into an old man wearing a gorgeous robe and with a gaunt face like a gloomy vulture. He waved his hand casually as a response. No. Then, his gaze swept across the dragon blood wall and looked towards the devastated city outside, a look of surprise on his face. Marquis Gould, were the ant tides repelled by you? Marquis Gould was stunned and didn't know how to answer. The ant tide has receded? What does that have to do with their border defense forces? Marquis Gould, is there any hidden secret that is difficult to tell? The Wyvern King frowned slightly, with doubt in his eyes. The ant tide has indeed receded, but with us. Marquis Gould was about to open his mouth to explain when suddenly a two-legged flying dragon suddenly landed on the ground, picked up a fist-sized bead and swallowed it with relish. That's a level 6 magic core. What delicious food! The wyvern's eyes suddenly sparkled, and it shouted excitedly. Seeing this, the other wyverns also pounced to the ground. The fire outside the city had long been extinguished, and even the wall of fire in the canyon had burned to the end due to the depletion of fire elements. This revealed the red crystals scattered across the mountain. They were the magic cores left behind by the bloodthirsty iron crystal ants. As the essence of their magical power, the magic cores were extremely difficult to incinerate, making them the only precious remnants left behind by the ant tide. So many magic cores. The wyverns were so excited that they were almost going crazy, like old hens that had found grains of rice, scrambling to peck at them frantically. They usually stay in the Wyvern Valley and can only gnaw on bloody goats and black dogs. How could they possibly come across so many level 6 magic cores? This is not only a top-notch delicacy, but also a panacea for improving strength. Everyone is extremely excited. So many magic cores. The Wyvern King's eyes lit up at the spectacle before him. My children have come all the way here and are starving. Marquis Gould wouldn't mind giving them a good meal first, right? Of course not. Marquis Gould shook his head slightly, but secretly complained in his heart, looking at the entire Fire Dragon Kingdom. If you ask which subdragon is the most greedy, you wyverns dare to rank second. Who dares to claim to be the first? Every time there was a beast tide, you were starving like starving ghosts. You killed, robbed, and ate everything, leaving not even a hair behind. Why should I say more now? I knew Marquis Gould wouldn't object. The Wyvern King stroked his beard, laughed heartily, and said in a loud voice, "Children, this is a gift from Marquis Gould. Enjoy it." The wyverns roared in unison and rejoiced. How dare you, you dog, steal my things? In the previous bombardment, more than tens of thousands of bloodthirsty iron crystal ants died at Meng Lei's hands, and almost this many magic cores were left behind. A level 6 magic core is worth tens of thousands, and all the magic cores added together can definitely be sold for hundreds of millions. Several hundred million. Meng Lei was thinking about how to collect these magic cores, but the scene before him made him stunned. 100,000 two-legged flying dragons were frantically snatching the magic cores on the ground like starving ghosts, as if these magic cores were their own. How dare you, you dog, steal my magic core? Meng Lei was furious, with a murderous look in his eyes. Stinky boy, stop messing around. The old man at the side tried to dissuade them. Although these guys are horribly ugly, they are all nobles. Killing them will only bring us big trouble. Meng Lei was confused. Just these idiots? That's right, they're all nobles. The old man nodded heavily. Not only is he a noble, he also has a title and his own private territory. Oh my god, is God blind? The corners of Meng Lei's mouth twitched. He was speechless. But the facts are before us. All members of the Flying Dragon Legion are nobles. Because of this, they became the only special legion in the Fire Dragon Kingdom composed entirely of nobles, far surpassing other legions. This also led to the Flying Dragon Legion always being arrogant and superior when facing other legions, and naturally monopolizing all the spoils. Kill them all, eat them all, rob them all. Greedy character, ugly face, ugly posture, notorious. But the Flying Dragon Legion is not ashamed of it, but proud of it, carrying forward this tradition, killing all, robbing all, eating all, and upgrading it to robbing all, eating all, and taking all. Such behavior made the other legions hate it, but they could do nothing. This time, the same is true. Seeing the magic cores all over the mountains, the Flying Dragon Legion rushed up without any hesitation. They kept flying up and down again, greedily grabbing the magic cores on the ground. In this respect, they perfectly inherited the greed of dragons and the gluttony of vultures, and are even better. You're looking for death, you dog. Meng Lei was furious. His angry roar shook the earth and echoed in the void, like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. The next moment, a dazzling thunderball fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. With a loud bang, the thunderball suddenly exploded, and the lightning covered an area of several miles. Cry Crackle! The violent electric current roamed freely, and countless pterosaurs were hit one after another. They twitched violently as if they had taken ecstasy, their feathers stood up, and then they fell to the ground in groups. Everyone was stunned by the sudden sight. It was unbelievable to see the wyverns wrapped in electric current, dancing and twitching collectively. Who is it? Who did it? The Wyvern King was furious, his eagle eyes scanning everywhere with a cold light flashing in his eyes, desperately looking for the culprit who dared to attack his men. Then, it saw a magic carpet flying over, with a man standing on it, standing proudly. How dare you? You actually attacked my son. You're courting death. The Wyvern King was furious, and with a loud bang, he soared into the sky, transformed into a flying dragon and pounced on Meng Lei, vowing to kill him with thunder, to let everyone understand the fate of those who dared to attack their dragon army. Bang, bang, bang. Duke Nicholas. Marquis Ghoul hurriedly opened his mouth to try to stop him, but it was too late. He saw a shadow passing by, and the Wyvern King appeared in front of Meng Lei. You lowly bastard, die for me. The Wyvern King roared angrily, and suddenly grabbed Meng Lei with his sharp claws flashing with cold light. His movements were swift and fierce, pointing directly at his head. Marquis Ghoul was extremely anxious. The Wyvern King was comparable to a 9th-level magical beast. It was as fast as lightning and its claws were extremely sharp. Facing such a sudden attack, could Meng Lei withstand it? Although Meng Lei is a 9th-level great magician, everyone knows that a magician's body is extremely fragile. If he were to be grabbed by a claw, he would probably be torn to pieces. If he died here, Marquis Ghoul shuddered, unable to imagine. After all, only those with dragon blood could cast dragon language magic, and Meng Lei is the 9th-level dragon language mage. This identity means too much. If Meng Lei dies, who will bear the heavy consequences? Just when Marquis Ghoul was in a state of panic, the claws of the Wyvern King had already fallen on Meng Lei's head, but the expected tragedy did not occur. A layer of crystal shield as bright as diamonds suddenly appeared on Meng Lei's body surface, forming an indestructible shield that protected him tightly. 9th-level magic holy armor of Earth Guardian. The sharp claws grabbed Meng Lei's forehead, and the original feeling of tearing prey apart disappeared. Instead, it felt like grabbing obsidian, and the claws were shaken so hard that they hurt. The Wyvern King retreated, his eyes filled with shock. It had just launched an incredible attack, so how could this guy have had time to cast a protective spell? Is it instant? Good, 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 very good. Meng Lei waved his hand to remove the Earth Guardian armor and glared at the Wyvern King, his lungs about to explode. Just now, when he was ambushed, he decisively used the Earth Guardian armor. This magic defense is amazing, but it consumed a full 800,000 of his magic points. A full 800,000. This is equivalent to 8 million gold coins. 8 million gold coins, just gone like that. Meng Lei was almost in pain and collapsed. You made me lose 8 million in vain, and I will use your life to make up for it. Just as he finished speaking, there was a crack sound, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and struck the Wyvern King hard. Immediately, its feathers exploded and it turned into a hedgehog-like appearance. Violent electric currents raged through it, making crackling sounds. However, the Wyvern King was exceptionally stubborn, not only remaining unscathed but becoming even more enraged. It flapped its wings, stirred up a huge hurricane, and pounced towards Meng Lei again, but another bolt of lightning struck it head-on. Crack! The eyes of the Wyvern King were bloodshot and he roared continuously, but the only response he got was still lightning as thick as a bucket. Crack! Crack! I'm so angry! Crack! The lightning as thick as a bucket was like the endless flow of the river and as unstoppable as the flooding of the Yellow River, one after another, violently smashing down, in an endless stream. Even though the two-legged flying Dragon King was strong, he could not withstand such continuous heavy blows. He was gradually struck by lightning, his skin and flesh were torn apart, his body was charred, and his former majesty and sharpness were gone. All the officers and soldiers on the city wall were stunned and completely stunned. No one expected such a situation to occur. Originally, it was thought that Meng Lei would suffer a great loss if attacked by the Wyvern King at close range. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely suffer a great loss. The prospects were extremely bleak. The result completely subverted everyone's expectations. Meng Lei was unharmed and instead beat the flying Dragon King hard. Did he really just break through to the 9th level of great magician strength, so powerful just after the breakthrough? Thunder! He's actually a great thunder mage. Marquis Ghoul completely doubted his own eyesight. Munley's previous display of dual-element magic talent of earth and fire was already shocking, but I didn't expect that he also possessed a talent for lightning magic. Earth, fire, and thunder, 3 types of magic. 3 series of 9th level great magicians. The illegitimate son of the dragon god can't be so perverted, right? There was silence on the city wall. Everyone in the Flying Dragon Legion felt like a thorn in their back and was silent as a cicada. Everyone watched helplessly as the Wyvern King was being beaten by Meng Lei, and they found it hard to accept. He is the majestic Flying Dragon King, the noble Duke of the Kingdom, and a powerful 9th level expert. When has he ever been beaten like this? However, no matter how one thinks about it, the facts are before their eyes. The Wyvern King was struck by continuous lightning without any ability to fight back. Lightning bolts as thick as buckets struck him once in less than a second, leaving him no chance to breathe. Who else could beat him if not him? This guy is so unlucky. The old man next to him couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the Wyvern King. If it had encountered an ordinary 9th level great magician, it would definitely not be so embarrassed. But unfortunately, it met Meng Lei, a monster that can release 9th level magic instantly. Even if Meng Lei did not use the powerful magic of level 8 or 9, the 7th level magic Light of Thunder alone was enough to make it defenseless. The old man shook his head slightly and said, "Killing it will do you no good. It will only bring disaster upon yourself. It's better to let it go." Meng Lei thought for a moment and slowly nodded in agreement. After all, the Wyvern King is the Duke of the Fire Dragon Kingdom. Killing it is easy, but the chain reaction it will bring is something he cannot afford right now. As the saying goes, when your strength is not up to par, you have to endure it when you should, and develop secretly when you need to. Forget it, just spare this old guy's life. Meng Lei accepted the old man's advice, stopped casting Thunder Light, and released the Wyvern King. "You lowly bastard, die." After being freed, the Wyvern King was not only not grateful, but instead turned against his benefactor and pounced on Meng Lei as fast as lightning. However, just as it flew in front of Meng Lei, a flash of lightning turned into a sword blade and fell from the sky, instantly slashing across its left wing and cutting off the entire wing. The wings were broken, blood splattered, severe pain hit the nerves, the Wyvern King screamed, and fell straight to the ground. "You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life. I'll accept your space ring as an apology for offending me." Meng Lei spoke coldly, grabbed the space ring on the broken wing, took it off, and threw it away casually, discarding the broken wing as if throwing away garbage. There was dead silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked to see this cruel scene. Severing the Dragon King's wings with a single wave of his hand was too cruel, wasn't it? That was the mighty Dragon King. Marquis Ghoul narrowed his eyes, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. If Meng Lei could beat the Wyvern King, could he also beat him? Is he so powerful just after the breakthrough? From now on, there is one more person in this world who is stronger than me. Alas, Marquis Gould was in a complicated mood. He waved his hand and said, "Call a few light magicians over here and follow me to check on Duke Nicholas's injuries." "As you command, Lord Marquis." Meng Lei put away the space ring of the Wyvern King, walked to the ground, and collected the magic cores of the bloodthirsty iron crystallants as if no one was around. When one cultivates to his level, his mental power becomes materialized and can completely interfere with reality. Capturing objects out of thin air is not a problem at all. As he walked along, all the magic cores within a radius of hundreds of meters disappeared without a trace, leaving not a single one behind. The devil is coming? Run! Seeing Meng Lei approaching, the wyverns panicked as if they had seen a ghost, and flew away one after another, fearing that if they ran too slowly they would be